Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 635, Katadanzu. Without any interruptions and having seen a certain little rascal who had been missing for several days, Tuko slept exceptionally well, straight through until nearly noon. When she woke up, she was unusually energetic, without the typical grogginess from low blood sugar. She casually washed her face, threw on the coat draped over the chair, and pushed open the door. Standing outside was a girl with short pink hair, dressed in a maid's uniform. Although she had been waiting for quite some time, her expression remained calm, showing no signs of impatience. It was as if waiting for Tuko was perfectly natural. Indeed, she was the Tano family's servant, a professional maid. The moment Tuko opened the door, the girl bowed appropriately. "Good afternoon, Tuko-sama." "Ah, good afternoon, Hijui. What time is it now?" "It's 11:35. "Lunch will be ready in 25 minutes, the maid named Hijui replied meticulously. "Is it that late already? Seriously? Didn't I tell you that if I wasn't up by 9, you didn't need to wait? I would find you when I got up." Hearing Tuko's complaint, Hijui responded expressionlessly. "Serving you is my duty, Tuko-sama." "Ah, that's true, but don't be so stubborn. Occasionally, listen to my opinions. After all, I am the one you're serving, right?" Tuko sighed helplessly and said no more, clearly accustomed to Hijui's responses. This young maid had an unusual persistence in some areas, almost as if she had been programmed like a machine. "Understood." Hijui's standard bow and emotionless voice drew another sigh from Tuko. "Sometimes, I think you're more like a doll than Katu." As if responding to Tuko's comment, the maid beside her remained vacant-eyed and expressionless, like a delicate doll. "However, neither you nor Katu are truly without emotions. You both have locked yourselves with some sort of self-imposed chains. I hope one day you can find the key to unlock them." With that, Tuko walked out of the room, heading towards the central mansion she had visited many times. Hijui followed her with small, precise steps. A complex look flickered in her empty eyes before quickly disappearing. "Tuko-sama, your hair is messy. Would you like me to help you comb it?" "Forget it. No, please do. But can you hurry? I'm a bit hungry." "Understood. Please wait a moment." Hijui swiftly untied Tuko's hairband and took a wooden comb from her apron pocket. Feeling the comb's teeth against her scalp, Tuko was a bit curious. "You carry hairdressing tools with you?" "The young lady instructed me to." "That picky perfectionist." Tuko snorted and said no more. Although she was also picky, it was limited to magecraft and her work. She was very casual about other matters. But her nominal student, Akiha Tano, was different. Her pickiness was ingrained in her bones, permeating every aspect of her life, making it a tiring way to live. Because of this, the two had several disagreements when they first met, which were only resolved by Makihisa Tano's mediation. "It's not like that." Hijui paused slightly, barely audible words escaping her lips. "Did you say something?" "No." Hijui shook her head and continued combing Tuko's hair. She didn't say that Akiha's perfectionism was forced, for the sake of someone she cherished. She also didn't say that this wooden comb had been in her pocket for nearly a year. Although the initial reason was Akiha's insistence on preventing Tuko from leaving the house without combing her hair if she woke up late, in reality, every time Hijui offered to comb her hair, Tuko had refused, until now. They are the same. So, although it seems like they don't get along well, they still become a teacher and student. When Tuko and Hijui entered the mansion, it was already 11:45. At that moment, Shinji was circling a cloaked figure, occasionally muttering phrases like "not bad" and "more suitable than me." "What are you and Kata doing?" Tuko asked. Although the cloak obscured any distinguishing features, she immediately recognized who was underneath. "Oh, you're up," Shinji waved with a smile. "I'm having Miss Kata test my cloak." "And the test results?" "Excellent." As expected, such a noble phantasm should be used by a real assassin, not a half-baked one like me. "Oh, you're quite self-aware." "Of course. Though I feel like I'm getting more and more like an assassin, compared to the famous flying Katu, I'm still far from it." The name of the female puppet was Katadanzu, a thief and shinobi or ninja whose name appears in pseudo-biographies or military books from the early Edo period. Active at the end of the Sengoku period, she inherited the Fuma style of ninjutsu, making her one of the most famous ninjas in Japanese history. Legend has it that Katadanzu could manipulate puppets or mechanical dolls. However, no one knew that her true form was a mechanical doll, created by the sorcerer Kaiken Koji and the first Fuma Kotoru, serving the Fuma clan for years. She was the master and foster mother of several generations of Fuma Kotoru. Later, due to lack of maintenance and battle damage, she ceased to function and was circulated as an antique in the collector's world. At some point, one of the Tano family heads purchased her as a collectible, and she was eventually given to the renowned dollmaker Aozaki Tuko as a reward for treating Makihisa Tano. Tuko spent a long time and many precious materials to restart her, only then discovering her identity and background. Don't you find it strange? The world's greatest dollmaker blinked, trying to pique Shinji's curiosity. That the famed Kata Danzu is a woman, a puppet, and has been preserved until now. It's strange, but not that strange. When you find out that King Arthur is a girl, Mordred is a girl, Nero the Tyrant is a girl, and Okita Tsuji is also a girl, and all four of them have the same face, you realize history books aren't very reliable. Tuko was speechless. She had hoped to see Shinji surprised, but she ended up being the one shocked. What you said, is it all true? Have I ever lied to you? You have. For example, the last time we agreed to see a rare magic manuscript from the time of Catherine the Great, you stood me up. And the time before that. Stop. Seeing Tuko start listing his mistakes, Shinji quickly raised his hands in surrender. Didn't expect you to remember after so long. Of course, don't you know that women hold grudges? Especially female magus. You win. Let me rephrase, have I ever lied to you about important matters? No, Tuko shook her head. So, everything you said is true. But how exactly do you know all this? That's a long story. Let's talk about it another time. For now, let's have lunch. As they spoke, a girl wearing a kimono but tied with an apron, giving a sense of anachronism, opened the door to the dining room. Tuko-sama, Shinji-sama, lunch is ready. Seeing this girl who looked almost identical to Hisui, a flash of complexity crossed Shinji's eyes. Chapter 636, Tuko's Operation. Two girls with pink hair, the twin mates of the Tano family, needed no introduction. Shinji knew who they were, the two orphans of the Fuju clan from one of the four great exorcist families. The older sister, Kahaku, gave a cheerful and lively impression, while the younger sister, Hisui, was expressionless and doll-like. Anyone familiar with Tsukiheim knows that the Tano family is a pit of despair. The source of all evil, Tano Makihisa, constantly dug pits, leaving a huge mess for the next generation. This eventually led to none of the next generation of the Tano family being mentally or physically healthy, each with a dark history. Among them, the most tragic were the sisters Kahaku and Hisui. Originally, both sisters were cheerful and lively good girls. However, Kahaku's mental state began to deteriorate when she was repeatedly violated from the age of 8 to serve as a tool for maintaining mental stability. Her mind gradually broke down. Even after being rescued by Akiha, she still embarked on a path of revenge to destroy the Tano family. She started to mimic her sister, which means her cheerful and lively demeanor was entirely an act for the sake of revenge. On the other hand, Hisui, having learned part of the truth, saw her beautiful world completely collapse. To avoid further harm, she chose to close herself off, turning herself into a doll, unconsciously becoming the image of her sister from the past. This pair of twins evokes pity and cannot be left alone. If ignored, the Tano family would be consumed by the flames of revenge, and no one would know how many would survive. This is no joke. In Tsukiheim, out of 5 routes and 9 official endings, the true story is revealed only in the 2 routes focusing on the sisters, with 3 endings. In one ending, Kahaku commits suicide. In another, Kahaku is saved by Shiki after a suicide attempt but loses her memory and leaves the Tano family. Only one ending truly resolves their trauma. As for the other 3 routes and 6 endings, Kahaku's revenge plan is still in motion. In both endings of Akiha's route, Shiki dies, leaving Akiha alone. If Kahaku doesn't let go, Akiha too will soon die. The other 2 routes barely touch on the Tano family conflicts, but Kahaku's plan still succeeds, with Shiki dying and Akiha as the next target. Perhaps in the end, only Shiki will survive. Of course, no matter how tragic the Tano family is, it has nothing to do with Shinji. But since he had a decent relationship with Shiki and felt a pang of sympathy, he decided he might need Shiki's help in the future, like dealing with the 12 labors and 13 lives of Heracles. Shinji wondered how Tuko had handled things. If necessary, he would use mental interference to make Kahaku stop, squinting his eyes as he made up his mind. Times had changed. Shinji was no longer powerless, he now could do something. Just then, a hand lightly brushed through his hair. Looking up, he saw it was Tuko. Sis. Stop overthinking and eat. I need to talk to you after lunch. Detecting the underlying meaning in Tuko's words, Shinji nodded subtly, temporarily putting aside his plans. Knowing Akiha's temperament, Shinji unusually adhered to the rule of no talking while eating or sleeping, silently eating except for occasional greetings. What needed explaining had already been explained to Akiha in the morning, and he had promised to offer compensation for any rudeness before leaving. The Tano family, after all, were the rulers of the Tokyo area, strong in both power and influence. Although Shinji was not afraid, he had to consider the Matou family and avoid unnecessary conflicts if possible. Akiha did not say much, patiently waiting for Shinji to take action, displaying the dignity of the Tano family's successor. No, not just a successor, but the current head, because... What? You said Tano Makihisa is dead. After lunch, in Tuko's small cabin, Shinji heard a shocking piece of news, second only to the early death of Tano Shiki. But by now, no matter how shocking the news, Shinji could quickly accept it, recognizing that this world line was a unique product where anything could happen without external intervention. If Tano Shikii could die early, why not Tano Makihisa? This also explained why only Akiha responded to the commotion last night. She had driven out all the clan members after becoming the head. Of course, the reason still needed clarification. What happened? It couldn't have been related to you, right? That's right. Huh. Shinji had only asked casually, not expecting Tuko to admit it. When did it happen? Shortly after you were taken away by the second magician. And you're still staying at the Tano house. How could you? No, I need to take you away immediately. It's too dangerous here. Even if you can reincarnate, you shouldn't gamble with your life. Seeing Shinji so worried about her, Tuko's lips curled up slightly, and she waved her hand. Calm down, don't get excited. Makihisa's death is related to me, but I didn't kill him. He committed suicide. Suicide? Why? Because he figured things out. He didn't want to pass the hatred he caused onto the next generation, so he killed himself, in front of Kahaku. Tuko then recounted what she had done at the Tano house. She entered the Tano family under the guise of a doctor, naturally having frequent contact with Makihisa. Initially, she only helped treat Makihisa's physical ailments, alleviating his condition. But she soon discovered that Makihisa's weakness was not just physical, there was also poison involved, a special chronic poison. With Tuko's skills, it wasn't difficult to trace the source of the poison. It didn't take long for her to identify a suspect. Connecting this with some information Shinji had revealed, she understood the reason. Thus, while discreetly detoxifying Makihisa, she secretly observed Kahaku and took the time to search for Tano Shiki's whereabouts. Since Shiki was already dead, naturally, there was no result, which is why it took a year. After some time of observation, Tuko confirmed that Kahaku wasn't entirely consumed by hatred. She also struggled, especially when facing the sister she protected despite self-torture and Akiha, who had saved her from the pit of despair. With this confirmation, Tuko finally began to take action. She didn't go into much detail about her specific methods, only mentioning that she gained the trust of Makihisa and Akiha, becoming Akiha's tutor and receiving Hijui's service. With the opportunity to interact with them, she began various subtle influences. On one hand, she encouraged Akiha and Hijui to help dissolve Kahaku's malice. On the other hand, she increased her time chatting with Makihisa, gradually closing the distance between them, and waiting for the right moment. A year passed this way, and Tuko's awaited moment finally arrived. She confessed her purpose, a revised version, to Makihisa and divulged part of Kahaku's revenge plan. Lastly, she told Makihisa that he didn't have much time left and asked him what he planned to do. Makihisa fell into turmoil. Chapter 637, Chapter 637, The Banished Darkness. Yes, Tano Makihisa was torn. If it had been his former self, in his prime, decisive in his actions, he wouldn't have hesitated. He would either use his ability to brainwash Kahaku, turning her into a real puppet, Makihisa had this ability, as he had altered Shiki's memories, or he would kill Kahaku directly to eliminate any future threat. Kahaku, after all, was still very young and not particularly powerful in combat, making her easy prey for Makihisa. But things were different now. He was weakened, both physically and mentally. It has been said that as people grow older, they begin to reflect on the past, especially on past mistakes, and start to let go of previous obsessions. Although Makihisa was not yet 50, he had developed a similar mindset. In the past, he had betrayed, slaughtered, and harmed many people for ambition, to protect his family, and to gain status. His hands were stained with blood. Did he regret it? He did not. If given another chance, he would do the same. The world of mystery, due to the presence of extraordinary powers, is more ruthless and hierarchical than the mundane world. And in Japan, due to its geography and history, it was even more severe than in Western societies. Living in such a world, part of such a dangerous family, if one did not want to be crushed into the dust, one could only strive to climb up until becoming a colossal figure that no one could easily shake. Makihisa had done this. He led the Tano family to become the leader of the mixed blood faction, becoming a giant in the Japanese mystical world and the manager of the Tokyo area. He became the most outstanding head of the long-standing Tano family. So, he did not regret it. However, despite not regretting it, he did feel some guilt toward those he had hurt. As time passed, this guilt grew deeper and heavier. Despite having mixed in demonic blood, he had not entirely lost his humanity. This was also why Tuko finally decided to take action. Tuko, who aspired to become immortal and had already stepped into the realm of the soul, walking the path of longevity, cherished most the brilliance of humanity, the radiance of the soul. Everything she did was for this radiance. Her in the end. After secretly observing his daughter and the Kahaku and Hisui sisters, and confirming the feelings between the three, Makihisa made his decision. He was dying, with little time left. But these children were still young, they deserved a better, brighter future. They shouldn't be destroyed by his darkness and mistakes. He decided to use his nearly extinguished life to do something for these children, as a meager atonement. On that day, Makihisa, after a long time, left his sickbed and gathered his family, clan members, and servants for a banquet. After the banquet, he invited her alone, and they drank together until late. No one knew what they discussed. Afterward, Makihisa called Kahaku to his room, just like on the night of her 8th birthday when the nightmare began. The difference was that Makihisa did nothing to Kahaku this time. He just had her sit down and then knelt on the ground with a thud. He began to recount his past, with no embellishments, no excuses, just an honest narration in his old and trembling voice. After saying everything, he prostrated himself on the ground. It wasn't to seek Kahaku's forgiveness but to hope that she would focus all her hatred on him. Whether she wanted to kill, skin, or torture him, Makihisa was willing to endure it, just to prevent her from venting her anger on Akiha. Because Akiha genuinely cared for Kahaku and considered her family. To protect Kahaku from further harm, Akiha had specifically named her as her maid. Kahaku sat in the chair, dazed, without the smile imitating her sister's, her eyes lifeless, as if she had returned to being the puppet she once was. She just sat there, quietly, without moving. Makihisa also knelt there, waiting, without moving. No one knew how much time had passed when Kahaku stood up and walked silently towards the door. In the end, she did nothing. Just before Kahaku left the room, Makihisa called out to her. Kahaku turned around woodenly, and then she saw Makihisa collapse to the ground in a strange posture. His right hand had pierced through his left chest, still holding fragments of his heart. He had committed suicide. In his dying moments, he uttered his last plea: do not vent your anger on Akiha, and do not let the flames of hatred spiral out of control and affect your sister Hisui. Leave a place for yourself and everyone to live. He lay there, looking at Kahaku, the girl he had personally sent into hell. Looking, until he died without closing his eyes. There was another long silence, deathly stillness. Suddenly, Kahaku let out a heart-rending wail, then began to punch and kick Makihisa's corpse as if she had gone mad. Blood soaked her clothes, and stained her hands, feet, face, and her pink hair. She resembled a vengeful ghost, relentlessly venting her hatred on her nemesis until dawn, until she exhausted her strength and collapsed in a pool of blood beside the unrecognizable Makihisa. A long, gentle sigh echoed. The partition door of Makihisa's bedroom opened, revealing two long-haired women, one mature, the other still somewhat youthful. It was Tuko and Akiha. Tuko silently left the room, giving space to this most innocent girl. As the door closed, she heard the suppressed sobs, the grief of losing a loved one, and the relief of finally being able to express the pain for that pitiful girl. A spark of fire lit up, thin wisps of smoke rising as Tuko, who could see the brilliance of the soul, held her beloved dragon smoke in her mouth, eyes tightly closed. She saw the final transcendence of the dissipating soul, the chaotic and filthy colors gradually fading, leaving behind a pure resolve, infused into the body that had been hurt countless times. She saw a soul covered with the flames of hatred gain a different kind of coolness. Though still weak compared to the flames of hatred, as long as there was a spark, a hope, she would one day find her way and no longer be lost. She saw a girl with the same qualities as herself, constantly tormented by imposed wills, enduring many hardships yet never forgetting her true self, ultimately blooming with a unique brilliance. How beautiful. With her eyes closed, pushed open the window, letting the morning light into the house, dispelling the darkness that had long lingered, allowing the fresh air to flow through the mansion, carrying away the accumulated gloom of many years. This ancient family had finally freed itself from the entanglements of past karma and embarked on a new path. The daylight was bright, clear as glass. P.S. No comment. Chapter 638, Breaking the Deadlock and Fate. After listening to Tuko's narration, Shinji's heart was a mix of complex emotions, difficult to untangle. There was a sense of relief, a kind of inexplicable sorrow, a lingering pity from past lives to the present, and of course, a genuine admiration for her. He reached into Tuko's coat pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and took one out, only for her to snatch it back. You're not 16 yet, don't smoke. Just pretend you didn't see it this time. I suddenly really want one. One cigarette won't hurt. Shinji took out another, casually drawing a flame rune. How about you join me? After all, I helped you get so much dragon smoke, and I don't even know what it tastes like. People who haven't smoked should avoid this kind, you might not like it. Tuko said, leaning towards the flame rune, taking a casual drag, and exhaling a puff of nicotine-laced smoke. No worries, there's always a first time. Shinji mimicked her, finally succeeding after several tries, but ended up coughing hard from the strong smoke. I told you, you're not used to it. This is exactly what I wanted to feel, cough cough. Coughing, he continued taking big drags. Tuko had never seen anyone smoke like this before. It wasn't out of bravado but seemed more like venting. Can't understand this. Nothing change. Hey, true, you've always been strange. And so, the two began puffing away together. After finishing the cigarette, Shinji felt much calmer. What happened next? After that, Akiha publicly announced that Makihisa had died of illness, took over as the head of the family, and handled Makihisa's funeral. After the rites, Akiha, as the new head, changed the family operations, moved out all non-direct relatives, and either dismissed or let some servants leave with the relatives. In the end, as you can see, the huge house now only has Akiha, and the two maids Kahaku and Hijui left, plus me, the tutor who refuses to leave. At this point, Tuka paused deliberately, keeping Shinji in suspense. Aren't you going to ask why I refuse to leave? No, Shinji shook his head, the surface reasons are obvious. Makihisa entrusted you before he died, Akiha asked you, or perhaps she offered you an irresistible reward, or maybe it's to repair Miss Katu. But the core reason is just one, you find it interesting and don't want to leave. Am I right? Right, not a single mistake. A trace of helplessness reflected in Otuko's glasses, as Shinji had completely seen through her. The Tano family has many members, and Akiha is only 15. Making such decisions right after taking over would inevitably cause a backlash. In fact, during this period, Akiha has been dealing with the relatives' accusations daily, with some extremists even trying to kill her and seize the head position. I've also been attacked several times, forcing me to have the not fully repaired kata stand guard at night. I see, so that's why Akiha came so quickly last night. In that case, she should be given more compensation, though how to compensate depends on what those three ladies think. What do you think? Akiha didn't say anything after Makihisa's death, and still kept Kahaku by her side, which says enough. Kahaku hasn't continued her revenge plan, but she hasn't completely let go either, she's somewhat wavering. As for Hijui, she's the hardest to deal with. Her heart has been closed off for too long. I've tried various methods, even using suggestion magic, but nothing has worked well. Maybe only when Kahaku truly lets go, will she let go too. I see, so the overall direction is good, but progress is slow, and it's currently at a stalemate. That's one way to put it. How about introducing an external force to break the deadlock? Shinji, with one hand on his chin and the other raising a finger, pointed outside, this gesture giving her an idea. External force? You mean Shiki? Yeah, regardless of Shiki's true background, his current identity is as the eldest son of the Tano family. Moreover, Makiya told me, he doesn't lack attachment to the Tano family and has often mentioned memories of playing with his sister and others. Shinji lied again. Makiya had never said anything about this, but all he needed was a convincing reason, so his information wouldn't seem too abrupt. This suggestion. Tuko also held her chin, pondering, has a certain feasibility. No, it should be said that at this stage, it's the most suitable plan. I don't know what Shiki thinks, but I can be sure that Akiha's attachment to Shiki is no less than Sakura's to you. As for Kahaku and Hijui, let me think, they probably care about him as much as Fujino and Kiri do about you. Thinking this way, you indeed bear a heavy burden. We were talking about Shiki, how did this switch to me? Nothing, just lamenting how like attracts like, you, Shiki, and Makiya. Fate is truly a mysterious thing. It is very mysterious. I am grateful for fate, for letting me meet so many people important to me, and for letting me meet you. Shinji straightened up, making a very earnest pose, as sincere as he could look. Unfortunately, Tuko wasn't some naive little girl. Although her eyes briefly changed, she ultimately knocked him on the forehead. Say those words again when you grow taller, at least taller than me. Don't worry, it won't take many years before I surpass you. How I see you now, is how you'll see me in the future. So confident. Absolutely confident. Justies can testify. Oh. Tuko's voice rose as she lightly pushed her glasses, looks like something interesting happened during your travel this time. Yes, unforgettable for a lifetime. I'll discuss with Justies how much to say. Discuss with Justies. Although Shinji believed he acted normally, he felt Tuko's gaze wasn't quite right. Still, he wasn't a greenhorn. Some things really can't be said, too many ties, just like this. This sentence wasn't spoken aloud but imprinted directly into her consciousness. This is you. I've stepped into this realm too. Do I now qualify to walk alongside a future immortal like you? But be careful not to be left behind by me, seems like the soul isn't such a mysterious domain. You little rascal. Even someone as mature and wise as Tuko couldn't stay calm. Get out, I don't want to see you right now. Then I'll go discuss the compensation with Miss Akiha. Bye. Hurry up and go, you little rascal. Perhaps influenced by Shinji's will, Tuko felt a bit dazed. The figure in her vision no longer seemed so small. Seems like he has grown a lot, shouldn't keep me waiting too long, right? 3 years. 5 years. Or 10 years. By then, she shouldn't be old yet. P.S. Tuko is forever 17. Chapter 639, Shinji's compensation. Since meeting a certain vampire, Shinji's schedule has become increasingly irregular. Staying up late at night has become the norm, and he doesn't always have time to sleep during the day. If it weren't for the solid foundation laid by Scat and further strengthened by the golden apple, he might have already ascended, with his soul leaving his body. It was another night with a bright moon and few stars, perfect for a moonlit walk. Under normal circumstances, Arcuade would insist on Shinji accompanying her for a walk, but this time she didn't come along because Shinji was going to kill someone. Our princess despised blood, especially fresh blood, the only vampire in the world who disliked blood. To prevent Arcuade from getting bored, Shinji had specially gone to town during the day to buy a game console and some game cartridges. Arcuade had an unusual enthusiasm for human entertainment, and games were one of the best ways to pass the time. When Shinji left, Arcuade was immersed in the world of Castlevania. It's worth mentioning that although she made a career out of hunting vampires, she was very interested in human-created vampire works. Shinji had picked out several classic games, but she chose Castlevania at a glance, leaving him puzzled about her thoughts. Was this a case of her words contradicting her actions? Seeing her holding the game controller with full concentration, it seemed it wouldn't be long before the Otaku alliance formed by Shinji and Waver would have another top-tier addition, someone who could clear the game without rest. With her buff of unlimited stamina and energy, there was no worry about her going bald. She was a natural gaming prodigy. Thanks to the game, Shinji could take some time to do his things without worrying about the princess becoming clingy or causing trouble. Tonight's mission was to help Akiha eliminate the unstable elements of the Tano family, a compensation offered by Shinji. Thinking about Akiha's reaction at that time made him want to laugh. Have my brother come back? It was a scene filled with a mix of expectation, worry, longing, a maiden's crush, and shyness. Although she forcibly suppressed it within a few seconds, it was enough to show that her level of affection for her brother was no less than Azaka Kakuru's or even surpassing it. No, absolutely not. Why not? Shinji pretended to be confused. Although he has been fostered by relatives, Mr. Makihisa is still his father. It's only natural for him to return and fulfill his duty as a son. Could it be that Miss Akiha dislikes your brother? No, how could I dislike my brother? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Akiha became anxious. Just what? I'm just worried about my brother's safety. I don't know if Miss Aozaki told you, but my current situation isn't great. If he gets hurt, Well, she couldn't even finish her sentence. It seemed that not only could he smooth over the compensation issue this time, but he could also make the Tano family owe him a favor. Shinji calculated silently in his mind, but his face showed just the right amount of confusion. May I ask, hasn't Tuko told you that your brother also studied with her for a while? With his strength, it wouldn't be easy for even you, Miss Akiha, to defeat him. What did you say? Akiha stood up from the sofa abruptly, completely losing her previous composure as the family head. My brother is also Miss Aozaki's student. Sort of. Although Tuko would never admit it, given Shiki's admiration for Ayoko. That detestable woman, such bad taste. The surrounding air distorted, and Akiha's black hair began to turn red from the roots. Unfortunately, it only changed halfway before being stopped by Shinji's words. I don't deny her bad taste, but Miss Akiha, have you ever talked to Tuko about this? Ugh. Akiha, whose personality was somewhat similar to Azaka Kakuru, could never talk about such things to anyone. Then you can't blame Tuko for keeping it from you. Speaking of which, you are indeed siblings, both like to keep things to yourselves. However, Shiki has changed a lot now, he's no longer so reckless. Mr. Shinji, are you very familiar with my brother? Very familiar. Can you tell me about my brother? Of course, which aspect would you like to hear about? Any aspect is fine. The underlying meaning was, anything about my brother. Alright, then I'll just talk about whatever comes to mind. Shiki's personality is quite good, he's gentle with everyone, doesn't have much of a temper, is dutiful to his foster parents, and doting to his foster sister. Akiha naturally knew about the family Shiki was fostered with, but she still felt a bit disappointed because she wished her brother would dote on her. He's also very good to his friends and classmates. Although he gives off a frail impression, he has always been well liked. Especially among the girls, one of his classmates mentioned that the class beauty has had a crush on him for years. Who knows when she'll make her feelings clear and start pursuing him. The air distorted again, and Akiha's long hair fluttered like maple leaves. Is that so? My brother is, unexpectedly, popular. Wow, such intense pressure. She's already become a yandere for her brother. Shinji sighed inwardly and continued to fan the flames. That's right, Shiki even has a sister figure. This sister isn't just any ordinary person, she dotes on him a lot, teaches him various martial arts, and often invites him over for meals. Do you remember the female Shiki? Sister Azaka's brother's girlfriend. With a loud bang, Akiha slammed her hand on the coffee table in the sitting room. I've decided. I'll bring my brother home as soon as possible. I can't let him do anything that would disgrace the Tano family. Miss Akiha Tano, may I ask what exactly the Tano family values are? Never mind, she's been pushed to this point already, a little more and things might get out of hand. A wise decision. Before my brother returns, I need to clear out all the troublesome elements. Mr. Shinji, you'll help me with this, right? This is what you call compensation. Even though she was driven by jealousy, she still saw through Shinji's plan. Shinji didn't deny it and calmly admitted, "What, is this compensation not satisfactory, Miss Akiha?" "Very satisfactory. I look forward to our cooperation." "Looking forward to it. Then, for the Tano family's happy ending, I'll have to send you all to meet Yama. Are you ready, Miss Katu?" Chapter 640, The Invisible Guardian. A barely perceptible gust of wind brushed past the back of his head, serving as a response. Shinji smiled slightly, waved his hand forward, and then stood still, quietly waiting for the results. Although the night's operation was led by him, the actual execution was carried out by the true master assassin, Kato Danzu. Shinji was merely a safeguard to prevent any loose ends from escaping. In fact, after that meeting, Shinji borrowed kata from Tuko. Over the past few days, Kata had been following Shinji, eliminating the spies around the Tano mansion. Through this, Shinji had gained a deep understanding of her abilities. Katu's strongest skill was stealth. Being non-human, human detection methods didn't work on her. As a wooden puppet, modern metal detectors also had little effect on her. Next were the abilities given to her by her creators, the mechanical illusionary method, bull swallowing from the illusionist Kashin Koji, and the ninjutsu from the first Fumakotoru. These gave her exceptional advantages in intelligence gathering, assassination, theft, and interrogation. Lastly, her speed and magical power were derived from her wooden composition. Wood is lighter than metal and has a higher affinity for magic, though it is weaker in strength and durability, making her unsuitable for direct combat. According to Tuko's standards, Katu is a specialized puppet, excelling in certain areas while being mediocre or even weak in others. This aligns with the characteristics of ninjas, the Japanese equivalent of assassins. Of course, such weaknesses and mediocrity are relative to her peers. When dealing with ordinary superhumans, Katu is still extremely powerful. The rebellious forces gathered by the opposition couldn't see through her stealth, let alone harm her. Fear pervaded the entire camp. Survivors either knelt in surrender, huddled together in resistance, or vented their madness into the air. However, regardless of their struggles, the outcome was the same: death in darkness and despair. This method of slaughter is increasingly terrifying. In some ways, it's more effective than a direct massacre. Through mental scanning, Shinji observed the entire camp's situation, including every move Kata made. He thus gained a deeper understanding of ninjutsu. Legend has it that ninjutsu originated from a combination of 5-element escape techniques, yoga, and Vajrayana mudras. I used to think it was a mishmash, but now I see I was too shallow. By extension, Onmyoto and Shinto must have their methodologies too, not just imitations. I haven't had the chance to see their intricacies. Finally can't hold it together. The fear of death and the unknown combined to create unbearable psychological pressure, leading to predictable outcomes. The camp collapsed, and the survivors fled madly. This was not surprising. Makihisa had led the Tano family to greatness and held significant power within the family. Even in death, his influence couldn't dissipate quickly. Only a few family members dared to act at this time, most were mercenaries chasing profit. These mercenaries might not be weak, but expecting them to fight to the death was unrealistic. Lasting this long is already impressive. There are few mercenaries of this caliber like Kairi Shishigu. Shinji casually remarked as he took out the divine gunblade and runic silver bullets. He loaded the bullets, adjusted the sight, and aimed at a mercenary about to escape the camp. First, it seems it's not necessary. Just before the mercenary could escape into the forest, Kato, who had been in stealth mode, finally revealed herself. Her exposed limbs began to spin. Wrists, elbows, shoulders, knees, ankles, some movements involved just one part, like the hands or arms, while others involved the whole body. High-speed rotation, each in a different manner. The air was compressed and sliced into countless fragments, with gaps between them swallowing even more air, along with the surrounding vegetation, rocks, and enemies. Blood sprayed, flesh scattered, mixed with various organs and bone fragments. The air, no longer gentle, resembled a runaway compressor, rampaging and crushing everything within reach. To narrow their target and facilitate defense, the camp they had formed ended up blocking their last escape route. When she finally stopped, only a barren expanse remained, leaving nothing behind. Her body remained impeccably clean, not stained by even a drop of blood. Combat ended, Master Shinji. The kunoichi stepped out of the camp and knelt on one knee. Good work. That last move was mechanical illusionary method, bowl swallowing. Both real and illusionary, using the small to swallow the large, truly impressive. Despite signaling her twice to rise, Kata remained kneeling with her head lowered. It was thanks to your cloak that I had the opportunity to ensnare them all with my illusion technique. But such a precious artifact, is it okay to entrust it to a puppet like me? There's nothing wrong with it. Good steel should be used on the blade. Compared to me, a half-baked magus, you, Flying Katu, are the most suitable person to use Hades' cloak. However, due to the nature of its existence, I can only temporarily lend it to you in this form. You've already mastered how to deploy and retrieve it, right? Although he had grasped magic, the restriction that noble phantasms can't be casually given to others still applied. Shinji could only use his experience in repairing noble phantasms and the techniques left by Scathack to seal the cloak onto Katu. Insisting on bringing her along for the cleanup operation was also to help her quickly familiarize herself with Hades' cloak. Yes, I have mastered it. That's good. Now I can rest assured. Upon hearing Danzu's response, Shinji nodded in satisfaction. Kato Danzu, I hope you can promise me one thing. Your input, please, Master. As I am a shinobi, I will obey any order. Protect Sister Tuko well, and don't let her get hurt in the slightest. This was the true reason Shinji entrusted Hades' cloak to her. In the coming years, he would focus his energy on exploring the fictional world. Before that, he needed to ensure the safety of everyone he cherished. He never wanted to experience the sorrow of losing a family again. And Tuko was the most unpredictable of them all. Before the Fifth Holy Grail War, Tuko might clash with the Carillon Observatory and might even engage in mutual killing with an ancient witch countless times, though these incidents might not have happened due to his intervention, he had to be fully prepared. The top-tier ninja Kato Danzu and the Hades cloak that could deceive even the gods, together would create a true invisible man. With such a guardian, he could truly be at ease. Perhaps sensing the conviction in Shinji's words, Kata shifted from one knee to both knees, prostrating herself on the ground. Order received. Chapter 641, Shiki Returns Home, Part 1. Shiki Tano POV. It is winter. The traces of autumn have long since disappeared. Today is the last day of November, with just 1 month left until the new year arrives, along with an entirely new century. If possible, I, Shiki Tano, would like to spend this time at home, welcoming the new year with my mom, dad, and Miyako. However, unfortunately, that is not possible. A few days ago, a message came from the main family. Return to the Tano household now. This was the command from the current head of the Tano family. It is really hard to accept. Although I am the eldest son of the Tano family, I have been fostered by the Arima family for 7 years and haven't returned even once during that time. I am 16 years old this year. 7 years ago, I was 9, and I spent almost all of my childhood with the Arima family. To me, perhaps this is my true home. Compared to the Tano household, which emphasizes etiquette and strict family rules, the Arima household feels more like a real home. Stable, ordinary, leisurely. The family gets along harmoniously. My foster mother, Keiko, and foster father, Fumio, treat me as their child, and my sister, Miyako, is very attached to me, like a child who never grows up. I have always longed for such a life. Living so warmly for a lifetime wouldn't be bad at all. Clasping my hands together in front of the place that has always been my room, like praying at a shrine, I clap my hands and leave the room I've grown so accustomed to. I walk through the living room I have passed countless times and step out of the entrance. Turning back, I look at the Arima household where I have lived for 7 years one more time. My foster mother, Keiko, rushes out, calling my name with a sorrowful expression I have never seen before, continuously nagging. She's worried about my health, worried about whether I can adapt to life in the main family, worried about whether I can get along with the people there. This is how mothers are with children who are leaving. Biting my lip, I say the usual words when going out. Why is it like this? I don't know. Although I won't step through this door as a family member again, perhaps I still hold onto the fantasy of becoming a family member here once more. However, at the moment of stepping out the door, I couldn't hold back. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Please take care of yourself, Mom. Please convey my regards to Dad and Miyako. Behind me came my mother's sobs, and I also felt my eyes well up with tears, telling myself repeatedly that if I didn't leave now, I'd be late. Today is Tuesday, a regular school day. Returning to the main family was set for after school. I could skip school, but I still want to walk the school path one more time. There might not be another chance in the future. School life was the same as usual, with classes and breaks. The atmosphere was slightly tense due to the approaching final exams. But this has nothing to do with me. My grades are average, neither good nor bad, and I have no plans to go to college. If I don't find something I want to do after graduation, I'll go to my big sis dojo to be a substitute instructor. My big sis said I'm almost qualified. Working at teacher Tuko's office like my brother Makiri wouldn't be bad either. I might even learn something about the teacher. I've always wanted to thank her. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with my two friends either. Arihiko Inui. With his orange-dyed hair, earrings, sloppy clothes, truancy, and constant fights, he's the only delinquent in our academically focused high school. Satsuki Yumizuka. The class idol with long brown hair and a beautiful face that mesmerizes boys. Coupled with her excellent grades and gentle personality, she's also very popular among girls. Why these two prominent figures, who walk such different paths, became friends with an unremarkable student like me, I still don't understand. Looking back, it seems that ever since I met my big sis and big bro, the number of people around me started to increase, and they all have very distinct personalities. But that's not bad. Thanks to them, my days have been fulfilling. Exchanging jabs with my mischievous friend Arihiko, and bidding a gentle farewell to Satsuki, another school day comes to an end. Sigh, I exhaled. Next, it's time to head to the other side. Since I've decided to return, I'll just take it one step at a time. Whatever happens, I'll leave it to fate. A red sedan was parked at the school gate. The car's model and license plate were very familiar, as were the people inside: Kakuta Makiri, a man who looked like an older version of myself wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses, and Ryugi Shiki, a woman with the same type of eyes as me. The latter rolled down the window and casually waved. "What are you spacing out for? Get in." "Oh, big sis, big bro. Why are you here? Aren't you preparing for the wedding?" The Ryugi family is one of the prominent families in Misaki City. Although their status is not as high as the Tano family, it's not far off. As the heir and future head of the family, Shiki's wedding is naturally a big deal. Even before I received the order to return to the main family, they were busy with preparations and wouldn't have had the time to come see me. Could it be that God heard my prayers? Shiki knew you were returning to the Tano household today and was worried about you. The people in the Tano family are not ordinary. My big bro spoke while driving. My foster mother had said similar things before I left, but don't worry. I'm not ordinary myself. I adjusted my glasses, my peripheral vision catching a world full of cracks through the gap above the lenses. Confidence is good, but here. Big sis said, tossing me a black short-handled knife decorated with a taiji symbol and the inscription Nanaya, the short sword I use most often. The Tano household has been restless recently. You should be careful. Also, I suspect Tuko and Matou are involved in this. Shinji. He's back. Shinji Matou, a boy who is also my friend, is the most mysterious one, disappearing from time to time. He just returned a few days ago. Fujino said he didn't go home and came straight there. Clearly at the Tano household but didn't contact you and just asked you to return. It seems suspicious no matter how you think about it. Miss Tuko mentioned she had a surprise for you. With those two's twisted sense of humor, it might not be a surprise but a shock. So we decided to come and check things out, greet your family, and deliver the wedding invitations to Miss Tuko and Shinji. I understand that my big bro and big sis mean well and are worried about me, but I don't think teacher Tuko or Shinji would harm me. But it's quite a coincidence, we're all gathering together again. Could that be their real intention? The scenery outside the window quickly receded, overlapping with memories. The main gate of the family home was right in front of us. Chapter 642, Shiki Returns Home, Part 2. Memories are like an old photograph, yellowed, blurry, and even damaged in places, hazy and indistinct. However, in certain special environments, a part of the photograph will suddenly become vivid and clear, as if it just happened yesterday. Currently, Shiki Tano is in such a state. Although 7 years have passed, the Tano family mansion hasn't changed much, which alleviates Shiki's sense of estrangement, even stirring up feelings of nostalgia. Just a moment ago, he found it hard to accept returning to the Tano family, but now it doesn't seem so bad. This is the home where Shiki lived until he was 9. After 7 long years, most memories of that time have faded. Even so, certain scenes remain deeply imprinted in his heart, becoming more vivid with his return. He wasn't the only child living in the Tano household. The clearest memory is naturally of his sister, Akiha. As a child, Akiha was always quiet, often showing a nervous expression as if afraid of doing something wrong. When playing with others, she would always take small steps, following closely behind him. With her long black hair and cute dress, she looked like the most delicate doll. He remembers that when he first moved to the Arima household, Akiha visited a few times. However, since he frequently ended up in the hospital, it was hard to meet her. Later, after Akiha was sent to a full boarding school by their father, the chances of meeting naturally became even rarer. Besides Akiha, there were also twin girls. One was very spirited, a girl whose mere presence could lift everyone's spirits. Her cheerful personality made everyone in the mansion find her adorable. Being close in age, he got along well with her, and they would run around the courtyard every day. "Shiki, come play with us." With a bright smile, she would find him locked in his room, dragging along the shy Akiha. As long as she was there, even the strictest elders would cast kind looks. In contrast to her, there was another girl. Identical in appearance but expressionless, she never left the second floor of the mansion, only observing the children playing in the courtyard with a cold gaze. In the end, he only exchanged a few words with that girl. I wonder if those children are still in the mansion. Shiki, waking from his memories, reached into his bag and quietly grasped a white ribbon. The ribbon was very old. It was something he received from her at the last moment. On the day he was sent from the Tano mansion to the Arima household after that incident 7 years ago. Just before leaving the mansion, the girl, for some reason, handed over this ribbon. "This is a loan, so you must return it to me." With those words, the girl quickly ran off. This ribbon had lifted Shiki's spirits more than once after being abandoned by his father. The thought of that girl waiting for him to return the ribbon always warmed a part of his heart. It was because he longed for them and his desire to see them again that he was willing to return to this house. It's surprisingly quiet. Makiri stood at the exaggeratedly large iron gate, peering inside. "Is anyone there?" "No need to waste your breath, Makiri. There's no one nearby, and the gate isn't locked. We should just go in." Shiki pushed the gate open with both hands and walked in first. "Shiki." Makiri was about to stop her, but seeing Tano Shiki also entering, he could only follow reluctantly. Just as Shiki said, the front yard was empty, giving a sense of discord with the vast mansion. Fortunately, at the end of the stone path, near the heavy front door, they finally saw a familiar figure. "Shiki, long time no see." "And Korea, Shiki, you guys came too." Couldn't wait to greet Shiki's family. The one waiting outside the front door was, of course, the instigator of the current scene, Shinji Matou. "Long time no see, Shinji." Tano Shiki and Makiri greeted him with smiles, but only Shiki spoke with a hint of displeasure. "We're afraid you and Tuko have some scheme prepared for Shiki." Oh my, Shiki, your sharp intuition is troubling." "So there is a scheme." "Spill it." Hearing Shinji's words, Shiki's face immediately darkened. Shinji didn't mind, haha, since it's a scheme, revealing it would make it ineffective. "Shiki, remember my words, don't just rely on your eyes, observe with your heart, empathize with others, and you will find peace." "Humph, stop being so mysterious." "Yes, I understand." The same words, but with different attitudes. The mansion's door opened again, and Tuko stepped out. "If you want to chat, come inside. Don't linger at the door." "Shiki, Makiri, you're here too. No need to rush the greetings." "Why do you all say that?" Makiri said helplessly. "Well, since you're here, come in. The new head of the Tano family has been waiting in the living room for quite a while." A smirk curled at Tuko's lips, hinting at mischief. The arrival of the heir of the Ryugi family will certainly surprise her. Who is the new head of the Tano family?" Tano Shiki asked nervously. "Someone you know well. Your dear sister, Akiha Tano. She has missed you, her big brother." Tuko and Shinji spoke simultaneously, while Makiri and Shiki exchanged a glance, the latter grumbling, "What a twisted sense of humor." However, Tano Shiki could no longer hear what they were saying. Akiha is the head? Regarding his fostering at the Arima household, Tano Shiki had no complaints. The only exception was leaving Akiha behind, leaving his 1 year younger sister alone in that cold mansion. His father, Makihisa, was a stubborn man with very strict expectations for his children, especially the heir. Recalling his childhood education still made Shiki's scalp tingle. When he was abandoned by his father after the car accident left him with a weak body, a heavy burden fell on Akiha's shoulders, Akiha, who was only 8 years old. Akiha must resent me. Because of his escape. With such chaotic feelings, he arrived outside the living room, staring blankly as Tuko knocked on the door and announced his return. Then, the door opened. Shiki saw her, the elegant young lady with black hair, and the two maids on either side, one cheerful, the other indifferent. "Welcome home, brother/Shiki-sama." Though they had grown up and were no longer the children they once were, in Shiki's eyes, they still seemed the same as in his childhood. His chaotic emotions suddenly calmed, and all his worries vanished. Ah, I'm home. It was as if they were meeting for the first time. P.S. I made a mistake. The sister whom Shiki Tano introduced during the group date was Miyako, not Akiha. Chapter 643, Chapter 643, It's good to be home. Given Akiha's proud, no, rather coldly arrogant personality, it wasn't in her nature to greet someone in such a manner. Normally, Shiki would ring the doorbell, Kahaku would open the door and bring him to the living room, and then, in a rather chilly manner, Akiha would utter something devoid of any reunion atmosphere. She would emphasize the house rules, assign Hisui to her brother as his maid, and they would have a silent dinner. Akiha knew this method was terrible and hated herself for arranging things this way. But in the end, she couldn't help but do it like this, because she truly didn't know how else to face her beloved brother. As a result, even though both sides missed each other, the atmosphere turned awkward due to this wrong approach, creating an artificial barrier, which was simply ridiculous. Fortunately, Akiha had two excellent advisors. One was the insightful Tuko, and the other was Shinji, who knew the Tano household inside out. With these two around, there was no way Akiha would greet Shiki in the wrong way. For family members who had been separated for many years, the first thing to do was to ease the sense of estrangement that time had brought. The most effective way to do this was to recreate past memories, making him feel that nothing had changed. Once the sense of estrangement was mitigated, their interactions would become much more harmonious. Therefore, the two specially designed the previous scene, even at the cost of violating guest etiquette, having two guests go out to greet Shiki. This was to make sure the three girls he remembered most vividly would appear simultaneously, giving him the strongest sense of déjà vu. Shiki's expression proved the success of this design very well. Seeing that gentle smile, just like in childhood, Akiha, Kahaku, and Hisui all felt much better. With such a foundation, this reunion after 7 years was destined to be beautiful and warm. Of course, due to two unexpected guests from Mifune City, there were still some minor hiccups. The heir of the Ryugi family, Ryugi Shiki. Upon hearing this name, Akiha's expression instantly became sharp, and her aura turned cutting. She clearly remembered what Shinji had told her. There was a woman named Shiki who had a very good relationship with her brother, and the two had become sworn siblings. Initially, she thought Shinji was teasing her, but it turned out to be true. The future head of the Ryugi family had come from Mifune Curry just to bring Shiki back to the main house. Even real siblings might not do this much. Moreover, seeing Shiki's gender-neutral beauty, Akiha felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Though Akiha herself was a beauty, and their figures were similar, both being flat, the harmony between Shiki and her brother was too perfect, as if they were family, while she felt like an outsider. How could Akiha, who had loved her brother since childhood, tolerate this? On the other hand, Shiki's attitude also became somewhat strange. The Ryugi family was the largest existing exorcist family, while the Tano family was the leader of the demon exorcist. Normally, Shiki couldn't care less about such boring factional conflicts, but since Akiha showed hostility, she wouldn't back down. If it weren't for Akiha intervening to ease the tension, these two most formidable women in the Japanese mystical world might have fought on the spot. As the emotional intelligence ceiling of the Naciverse, Akiha quickly saw the root of the conflict. While feeling happy for Shiki, he also found it somewhat amusing. The way to ease the tension was simple. He placed the wedding invitation in front of Akiha and stood beside Shiki with a face that looked like an older version of him. Looking at the invitation in her hand, then at the two men who looked like real brothers, Akiha immediately realized her mistake. Of course, this was also because Akiha had a low presence and Akiha's attention was completely drawn by Shiki. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the atmosphere improved, and Akiha's attitude took a 180-degree turn. How could it not change? Shiki Tano truly regarded Akiha and Shiki as his brother and sister. As long as Akiha still liked Shiki, she wouldn't leave a bad impression on the two. Her enthusiasm drew multiple glances from Shiki, and Shinji and Tuko, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. She's fallen in. Yes, she's fallen in. What about Hisui and Kahaku? They've changed too, though not as obviously as Akiha. It seems we didn't make a wrong step. Thus, the matter of Shiki returning home finally ended perfectly. After a sumptuous celebratory banquet, Shiki and Akiha left the Tano residence and returned to neighboring Mifune town. As the wedding approached, they had more and more things to take care of, not even having time to stay for one night. Shinji and Tuko also wisely left the mansion, leaving time for the brother and sister and the two childhood friends. What happened afterward, only the four people in the mansion knew. A few days later, Kahaku had an old white ribbon added to her hair, Hisui became Shiki's maid, and Akiha began secretly preparing to transfer from the all-girls school to Shiki's high school. In Tuko's eyes, the colors of their souls became increasingly gentle, and the atmosphere in the Tano household improved markedly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the accumulated decay and gloom of many years would be completely swept away. Of course, none of this had much to do with Shinji. The day after Shiki returned home, Shinji left the Tano household with Arcuade and boarded a train to Fuyuki City. Having witnessed the reunion the previous night, Shinji's longing for home grew stronger. Although he hadn't been away for long, so much had happened during that time that he felt utterly exhausted. This feeling was somewhat alleviated after seeing Tuko, but it hadn't truly gone away because this wasn't his home. He needed to go home, back to the place that belonged to him, where he felt safe. Perhaps sensing Shinji's unusual mood, Arcuade unusually refrained from being willful. Apart from sleeping, she listened to Shinji talk about various trivial matters. Thus, the two got off the train and arrived in an unremarkable small city, Fuyuki City. They strolled along the increasingly bustling Shinto shopping street, occasionally buying snacks from the street vendors. They paused on the iconic Fuyuki Bridge, watching the ever-flowing river rush towards the sea, before finally descending the bridge and entering Mayama Town. Unlike Shinto, Mayama Town remained unchanged, just as it always had been. Familiar roads, familiar street scenes, familiar air, familiar shops, familiar passers-by. Surrounded by so many familiar things, Shinji's steps became lighter. After crossing 2 streets and turning a corner, the most familiar place came into view. "Is that your home, Shinji?" "It looks pretty nice," Arcuade said with a bright smile. At this moment, however, Shinji's smile was even more radiant than hers, his genuine emotions radiating an unparalleled warmth. "Yes, this is my home. Come on, let me introduce you to my family." He gently pushed open the unlocked door, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly. "Father, mother, uncle, Sakura, Fujino, and Justice, I'm home." Immediately, various sounds filled the old mansion. Upstairs, downstairs, the living room, the kitchen, the backyard. There were the sounds of slippers pattering, chairs scraping the floor, and exclamations of surprise. "Brother's back. You little rascal, you finally remembered to come back. Finally, you're home. Why didn't you call ahead? Shinji, welcome home." Hearing these familiar noises and looking at this most familiar scene, Shinji's eyes inexplicably grew moist. It's so good to be home. Really, so very good. Chapter 644, Shinji's Daily Records, Part 1. Shinji originally didn't have the habit of keeping a diary, but after entering the fictional world within Mooncell, he realized he should record some things. So, he began creating information constructs within the fictional world to serve as his diary. Initially, he only recorded information about the fictional world. Later, he started jotting down whatever came to mind, making it easier to review and reminisce in the future. The information constructs are currently numbered in 2 ways, using Earth and Mooncell as identifiers. The former represents the Earth, and the latter represents the fictional world, making it simple and easy to remember. Information construct number Earth-02, December 1st. I'm home, finally home. Home is indeed the most comfortable place. Father and uncle opened a bottle of red wine, and mother and Sakura made an abundance of dishes to celebrate my return. I told them not to go through so much trouble, as I hadn't been away for long, but they wouldn't listen. Everyone drank quite a bit, and that large table of food ended up being Arcuade's feast. Although she doesn't need to eat, it doesn't mean she can't consume human food. On the contrary, as her interactions with humans deepened, she started behaving more like a human and grew fond of eating, especially delicious things. With her natural embodiment's physiology, she can digest and decompose as much food as she eats. Before long, our home might have another big eater. Father, mother, and uncle didn't say anything about Arcuade's presence, they welcomed her as usual. This wasn't the first time such a thing happened, so they were already used to it. Sakura, however, was somewhat unhappy. After dinner, she clung to me wherever I went. If it weren't for needing to prepare a room for Arcuade, she could have followed me until I went to bed. Having a sister who loves to cling to her brother, I'm certainly happy, but I also wish for some personal space, at least to respond to Justice's confession. Justice seemed to know what was going to happen and locked herself in her room early. I knocked on her door many times before she let me in. Her face was flushed, lacking the aloof goddess demeanor she had when we first met, looking so tempting that I wanted to take a bite. I didn't say anything, just quietly looked at her, moving closer bit by bit. She trembled like a frightened deer, retreating continuously until she was cornered. Anyone who didn't understand might think there was some coercion involved, but she was just nervous, and I didn't know how to start the conversation. Despite having prepared many things to say, when the moment came, I couldn't speak. In the end, all that was left was the phrase, "I like you." She nodded. "I like you." "I like you." This repeated over and over, countless times. Until both of us couldn't help but laugh. Looking back now, we were just 2 fools. 2 fools together make a good match. Information construct number Earth-03, December 2nd. A night passed, and nothing happened. Of course, nothing happened. I'm only 12 years old, just starting puberty, and Justice has a slow-to-warm-up personality. Our relationship is destined to progress gradually, slowly but surely. It might take a long time. Moreover, our souls are already connected, so there's no need to rush physical contact. We'll start with holding hands and hugging. We also don't want our family to find out too quickly, though, considering father's extensive romantic history and mother's meticulous nature, they might have already noticed something. Should I say, as expected of the family? Sakura still clings to me, but it seems she's more intent on competing with Arcuade. My dear sister, don't you know that the more you act this way, the more excited Arcuade gets? Ignoring her is the best way to combat her, otherwise, you'll get drawn into her pace, and she'll eventually exhaust you with her limitless energy. No, it's hard to say. Maybe the first to be exhausted will be me, caught between the two of you. It's truly unfortunate. Have I inadvertently attracted too many girls? No, that's not it. I'm saving people, I'm doing good deeds. Gaia and Alea will surely support me. I'm saving people, I'm doing good deeds. I'm saving people, I'm doing good deeds. I'm saving people, I'm doing good deeds. Information construct number Earth 05, December 5th. Fujino has returned. She proudly told me how many commissions she has completed and that she recently fought against the legendary demon, a real demon formed from natural distortions, grotesque and violent. However, this demon formed from natural distortions was ultimately no match for her mystic eyes of distortion, which can twist anything. She completely twisted it into fragments, leaving no trace. With this battle, Fujino has firmly established her reputation in the Mifune area. Those well-informed know that Aozaki Tuko has taken on a great disciple, and the office's business is booming. Honestly, on this matter, my viewpoint aligns with Tuko's. Work should serve life. If work affects life, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Not to mention, our family deposits a considerable amount of pocket money into Fujino's account every month, and the commission fee from this task alone is enough to buy a fully furnished villa in an upscale Tokyo residential area. Why work so hard? Is it perhaps because of the influence of the Asakami family's bankruptcy, her mother's remarriage, and her betrayal by her family? I should find an opportunity to talk with Fujino. There's no need for this, with me around, the Matou family will never fall into such a state. Information construct number Earth 09, December 13th. Kiri has finished her trip to Taiwan and returned home. Perhaps due to her wanderings, she has changed significantly compared to when we first met. Her body is no longer frail and thin, and her once pale skin, unexposed to sunlight, now has a healthy glow from the sun. She has successfully shed the label of being weak and sickly, replaced by the vigor and competence of a backpacker. Being alone, especially in Taiwan where the Matou family could not watch over her, she inevitably encountered various troubles, but she overcame them all. After all, if a terminal illness couldn't defeat her, what could minor troubles be? Personally, I really like this transformation. Though there is beauty in being frail, it's ultimately unsustainable. Health and happiness are the best. My only dissatisfaction might be that, having been wild for so long, her personality has become bolder. She even learned to sneak directly into my bed, which Sakura and Fujino happened to see. Their expressions at that moment. Kiri is wonderful, but the misunderstandings arising from her actions are not so pleasant. In any case, since she returned, the house has become more lively. Sakura and Arcuade's tug-of-war has evolved to all-out war. It seems Sakura even intends to pull Fujino into the fray. Sigh, how unfortunate. Luckily, Justice turns a blind eye to the girls' silent battles, otherwise, it would be multiversal war. Chapter 645, Shinji's Daily Records, Part 2. Information construct Earth 11, December 15, 1999. Today, I visited the Amiya household. With Christmas and New Year's approaching, Kiritsugu Amiya and Miyahizo returned from overseas to reunite with Irisville and Ilya. When I entered, they were sitting around the kotatsu, drinking tea. Ilya made the tea, learning the traditional German style from her mother, Irisville. While drinking German-style tea in a classic Japanese setting might seem odd, no one cared about such details. After all, it was brewed by the little princess of the house herself. The most important thing was that the whole family was together, well, except for Sigma, who was temporarily replaced by Taiga Fujimura. Speaking of Taiga, you're the granddaughter of a Yakuza boss, the heir to the Fujimura group, and the famous tiger of Fuyuki. Is it really okay for you to hang around the Amiya household like this for so long? Damn, it doesn't even feel out of place. What happened when I wasn't around? What? You eat at least one meal here every day, have a dedicated room, and can stay whenever you want. It looks like you've decided to stick around the Amiya household for good. Speaking of which, seeing Irisville's beauty and gentleness, Mia's cold elegance, and her seamless cooperation with Kiritsugu, don't you feel a huge gap? Or is it because these two women get along so harmoniously that you think you have a chance to join in? Girl, this idea is very problematic. Of course, I, surrounded by the 5 jade beauties, have no right to talk. I digressed a bit. Visiting the Emiya household today, chatting was secondary, my primary purpose was to see Ilya. First, I want her for taking care of me during my parallel universe travel, and second, I want my magic to address some hidden issues she has, mainly concerning her soul. The problem of homunculi's short lifespan has already been solved by Tuko. If nothing unexpected happens, she can live for at least 100 years, and living up to 200 like Tuko might not be impossible, because her growth rate is much slower than ordinary people. This is an inherent deficiency, and unless she changes bodies, not even Tuko can fix it. Exchanging growth speed for lifespan is, of course, a good thing, but it also brings a hidden issue, the mismatch between the growth rate of her soul and body. Over time, a normally growing soul might adversely affect her slowly growing body. Previously, Tuko and Justice conducted dual adjustments on her body and soul to alleviate this situation. Now, having mastered new magic, I might be able to solve this problem in one go. Based on today's initial attempts, the results are promising. The excessive soul power was guided out and sealed in a magic device left by Zelrich. Zelrich is also working on Ilya's problem and has many ideas. Next time, I'll discuss with him whether we can maximize this power. We might create something astonishing. Ilya is also somewhat looking forward to it. She and Rin have always been competing in magecraft, and relying on my cheating power makes her a bit unhappy. It's been several years, and she's still sulking. She was the one who called me big brother. I didn't deceive her. Indeed, a woman's heart is hard to understand, and girls are no different. Information Construct Earth 13, December 18, 1999. Today, I went to the Tosaka household with Sakura. Tosaka household, one day you'll become history. Alright, the above is purely a personal fantasy with zero chance of realization. Even if uncle successfully marries Aunt Aoi, Rin will still inherit the Tosaka family, followed by Rin's children, whether biological or adopted, which is the most common way of succession among magi families. However, while making it history is impossible, assimilation is still hopeful. Uncle practically runs to the Tosaka household daily, and his relationship with Aunt Aoi has made significant progress. Both the mature Rin and the late-blooming Sakura don't reject this development. Although remarriage is still far off, it's something to look forward to. Since Tokiomi's death, Rin has learned to be strong. Not only has she excelled in academics, magecraft training, and physical training, but she's also started helping her mother manage the family business, especially concerning the mystical world. Although uncle helps, his abilities are limited, and Rin has suffered quite a bit. She hasn't shied away from it, instead drawing strength from the experience and growing rapidly. Like a budding flower, though not fully bloomed, she already shows brilliant colors. One can imagine how stunning she'll be when she truly blossoms. More gratifyingly, this brilliance isn't solitary, unlike in my memory. A gentle mother, Aoi, a lovely sister, Sakura, a strict yet humorous teacher, Kariya, and a rival in magecraft, Ilya. I can probably count as half, the annoying guy who stole her important sister, always bickering with her, the one without any grace. Today, as soon as we met, we started bickering again, triggered by the fact that I grew taller and surpassed her height, making her dissatisfied. We don't hate each other, she's just tsundere, too proud to admit it, and envies my daily closeness with Sakura. As for me, it's simpler, I find teasing her fun and want to use this way to relieve her stress. Probably, only I can push her to the point of angrily scolding me face to face. Information Construct Earth 17, December 24, 1999, Christmas Eve, and the wedding day of Shiki Ryugi and Mikiya Kakutu. The timing was a bit rushed, but it couldn't be helped. If we delayed any longer, we wouldn't be able to hide Shiki's belly. Mikiya pulled it off, quietly pulling a "get on the train first, then buy the ticket" maneuver. Shiki is tough too, she didn't need to go to the hospital. As soon as she saw an increase in the lines of death, she knew there was a new life in her belly. If nothing unexpected happens, this child should be Mana Ryugi. Being born in the millennium fits the description in the Garden of Sinners. It seems that I'm not quite the right age to be the child's godfather. How about taking her as my disciple? In a few years, I should be qualified to take on a disciple. A child born from Shiki, who is connected to the root, would undoubtedly be the best uncut gem. The Ryogi family is a traditional family, so the wedding was naturally a traditional Japanese ceremony. It was a large-scale event, the entire Matou family showed up, as did the Tano and Arima families related to Shiki, all to support Mikiya. The Ryugi family's public face is the Yakuza, with many people, so Mikiya couldn't afford to lose face. Fujino was on full alert, keeping an eye on her good friend Azaka to prevent her from causing any trouble. Unexpectedly, this girl, who is all about German-style sibling relationships, behaved unusually well. When asked, we found out she had the idea that a wife isn't as good as a concubine, and a concubine isn't as good as a mistress. Very impressive and strong, and it made me want to give her a hand. No need to go into details about the process. We've had enough of their sparkly moments and the dog food they've fed us. Any more and we'd be sick of it. I wish them a happy and fulfilling life together. Information Construct Earth 18, December 25, 1999, Christmas Day. The whole family returned to Fuyuki, not a single one missing, including Tuko and the newly joined Katu. Everyone together, preparing for the new year, making the Matou household livelier and livelier. Information Construct Earth 21, December 31, 1999, the last day of the 20th century. Lorelei, far away in London, timed her call perfectly to welcome the new century with everyone. I joked, saying she would have to welcome the new century twice. She replied that I could too if I called her before 9 a.m. the next morning. The time difference between London and Tokyo is exactly 9 hours. Information Construct Earth 22, Mooncell 32, January 1, 2000. The first day of the new year, the first day of the new century. On this day, a new encounter arrives, in a fictional world's forbidden zone, where even light cannot reach. Chapter 646, Life in the Fictional World. The Mooncell login credentials that Shiro handed to Shinji were very intriguing. Shinji has yet to understand their exact nature. They seem to be information bodies made of photons or perhaps aggregations of spirit particles. Shinji can see the blue crystal floating inside his mind, but he doesn't feel any substantial sensation from it. Only when his soul detaches from his body and enters Mooncell, does he feel a slight sense of reality. The crystal bestows several abilities upon Shinji. First and foremost is the login and logout feature, which is the most important and frequently used. This is the foundation for Shinji and Arcuade's travels between the fictional world and the real world, and it is also the opportunity for them to meet. Next is the recording function. This feature is why Shinji developed the habit of making regular records. However, this is merely a derivative use of the recording function, its true purpose is for positioning. The fictional world is vast enough to rival the solar system, and without a positioning system, relying solely on memory would be insufficient. This isn't Earth, and Arcuade's ability to read world information doesn't apply here. Logging out and logging back in at the same location relies on the positioning system. Otherwise, the two would have to return to the initial position every time they traveled back and forth. This differs from Shinji's memory. His recollection of the spirit particle world, though vast, wasn't this exaggerated. It was mostly 7 layers plus a hidden side, with each layer containing a city. However, upon reflection, he realized that what he saw was the Moon Holy Grail War, the protagonist's battlefield. There were so many unknown places that hadn't been shown. How could a system capable of simulating the solar system have only such a small amount of space? This must be the true scope of the spirit particle world. Then there's the teleportation function. The fictional world is far more vast than Earth, and moving by conventional means would take 1,000 years. Thus, the teleportation function exists. Teleportation has 2 modes, fixed point and random. The former is used to travel to previously recorded locations, while the latter is for going to new areas. Teleportation consumes Shinji's mental energy. Fixed point teleportation consumption is proportional to the distance, while random teleportation doesn't have this limitation. However, the destination is uncertain, making each method have its pros and cons. Additionally, there are other functions, mostly combinations and derivatives of these 3. Shinji is still exploring these. After more than a month of exploration, Shinji and Arcuade have fully adapted to the spirit particle fictional world environment and have figured out the world's basic operating rules. After all, this world is designed to observe Earth. The fictional world's environment mostly mirrors Earth, from large-scale landforms and city distributions to the small details of resident forms and architectural styles, all of which can find shadows in Earth's history, just shadows. Mooncell records so much, and the ways it presents this information are varied and bizarre. Integrating architectural styles from different countries and periods into one city without feeling incongruous, or creating a city of all nations, is not unusual here. The natives of the fictional world are of all kinds of races. There are gatherings of single races and a mix of various races, but there are no language barriers. They all come with an automatic translation system, at least, that's how Shinji understands it. If he wants to hear Japanese, he hears Japanese. If he wants to hear French, he hears French. If he's in a bad mood, he can listen in English. During this time, Shinji and Arcuade have experienced many things. Although not grand or thrilling, these experiences had their charm, and both lost quite a few firsts. Their first crime. The fictional world is a complete world with civilization and society, and naturally, a currency system. Shinji and Arcuade enter as souls, so how could they bring money? The on-site money printing skill can't be used. To survive in a strange city, a little illegal means is sometimes necessary. Despite its virtual name, this world is a real world. You need to sleep at night, you get hungry if you don't eat, and you die if you're killed. The various beasts they killed are the best evidence. One dark and windy night, the two snuck into the most luxurious residential area and took a considerable amount of cash, then left the city overnight for the next. Who knows what era the city security system was from? If they were discovered, it would have caused a lot of trouble. Although Arcuade was looking forward to fighting the local enforcer, Shinji didn't agree. There are too many unknowns here, better to be cautious. Their first job. The stolen cash was only a temporary measure, it would eventually run out. To survive long-term in this world, they needed a way to earn money. The least costly and most suitable entry point was getting a job. Shinji chose a busy restaurant and applied for a kitchen helper position. He had trained with knives and had a water attribute, so he was good at washing and cutting vegetables. Arcuade, with her good looks and lively personality, was perfect as a waitress. Finally, after wandering this strange world for over 10 days, the two settled down, collecting information and trying to blend into this world. Their first bullying and first retaliation. This refers specifically to Arcuade. Her social experience was practically zero, and she had no clear understanding of the complexities of human nature. Before this, she had no idea humans could become so ugly due to jealousy. It was a very cliched event. A well-dressed couple came to the restaurant. The middle-aged husband glanced a few too many times at the beautiful waitress, Arcuade. His wife became dissatisfied, making snide comments to her husband while finding various ways to trouble Arcuade. Arcuade is rather thick-skinned, so it's inevitable that some minor mistakes occur. Since these are small issues, most customers don't mind. Occasionally, if someone does mind, they usually let it go because of Arcuade's sincere apologies and her charming demeanor. But this time, driven by jealousy, the woman wouldn't let it go. She kept magnifying a tiny mistake, making Arcuade feel embarrassed in various ways. When the manager stepped in to mediate, the woman became even more arrogant, demanding that Arcuade be kicked out of the restaurant. At this point, Arcuade couldn't bear it any longer. She didn't care about the embarrassment, that was meaningless to her. However, she valued this job highly because Shinji had told her it was an important starting point for exploring the new world. She wouldn't allow anyone to ruin it. If not for remembering her promise to Shinji to not act impulsively and to wait for him to resolve problems, she would have thrown the woman out long ago. However, compared to the misfortune that was about to befall her, perhaps that would have been better. What happened next was a surprising turn of events, as if the woman had been cursed. Her high heel suddenly broke, causing her to fall and knock over a table filled with dishes, ruining her clothes and destroying her previously decent image. For a woman who cares about her appearance, this was hell. Immediately, she lost interest in her meal and stopped bothering Arcuade, dragging her husband away in a hasty retreat. However, their escape was also fraught with mishaps. They kept tripping, hitting walls, and by the time they disappeared, the couple was bruised and battered, with their clothes in tatters. How was it? Shinji had silently appeared beside Arcuade. The golden light in Arcuade's eyes gradually faded, and her usual bright expression returned. She habitually clung to Shinji's arm, laughing softly. Much better, you're amazing. It was clear that the couple's misfortune was Shinji's idea, executed by Arcuade. The matter didn't end there. Because of this incident, the manager gave them a few days off, and they took the opportunity to resume their exploration journey. It was December 28, 1999. At that time, they had no idea where they would go or who would be waiting for them. Chapter 647, Chapter 647, The Sleeping Giant. Darkness, the deepest darkness. Not the kind that arises from negative emotions, but a physical phenomenon that even light cannot reach, a physical aspect of the fictional world. Here, it seemed that even the radiance of the moon cell could not penetrate. Shinji and Arcuade were in such a place, due to the first random teleportation. This is terrible, what kind of place is this? Barely suppressing the fatigue emanating from his soul, Shinji extended his psychic power, radiating it outward. However, no matter how far his psychic power extended, he received no feedback besides Arcuade's presence, no life signals or environmental parameters. Since mastering psychic scanning, this was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre situation. Arcuade, have you discovered anything? Arcuade. Arcuade. Ah, Shinji, what's wrong? It's not what's wrong with me, it's what's wrong with you. Usually, when they were teleported to an unfamiliar place, she was the most excited, but now she was silent, which caught Shinji's attention. I feel that this place is strange, it seems very big, but also very small. Very big. Very small. Hearing Arcuade's words, Shinji also realized something. No feedback was also a form of feedback, this empty, anchorless feeling itself indicated many issues. That's right, no mistake about it, not just environmental parameters, but even the concepts of time and space had become blurred, like melted chocolate. If it weren't for the absence of a soul-shaking disorientation, Shinji might have thought he had crossed into another dimension again. Tentatively, he activated his permissions. No anomalies, they were still within Moon Cell. Coordinate location. Success. However, this time they had traveled quite far, seemingly to another layer. Mooncell was divided into 7 layers, and since it was random teleportation, being sent to a new layer was normal. But teleporting back would consume a significant amount of psychic power. To be safe, it was better to wait for a full psychic recovery before exploring, just in case. Arcuade, we should, Plans could never keep up with changes. Just as Shinji had made a preliminary plan, Arcuade had already started moving. She ran straight in a certain direction. Hey, why are you running? Shinji hurriedly followed. Over there, it seems like there's something. Arcuade said as she ran, picking up speed. Something, how come I didn't notice? Wait, there is something. In Shinji's subjective perception, he hadn't run far, definitely not out of the range of his psychic scan, yet something appeared in his vision beyond the darkness. It was a wall, its color between bright yellow and emerald green, emitting a faint glow. Tentatively touching it with his hand, the surface was exceptionally smooth, with a silky feel yet extremely hard. Pressing with B-level strength left not a single mark. What is this made of? The latest type of nanomaterial. While speaking, Arcuade continued moving forward, following the direction the wall extended. What did you find? I don't know, Arcuade shook her head, but I know it's just ahead. I'm really afraid of you. Gaia, if you have something to do, just say it clearly. This hiding and secrecy is frustrating. With a helpless sigh, Shinji could only continue following. Complaints aside, he couldn't just leave Arcuade alone. In this unfamiliar world, she was his only companion. Not far ahead, the scenery changed again. The wall, made of some unknown material, suddenly disappeared without a trace, replaced by an enclosed stone chamber. Psychic scanning was deployed again, constructing an environmental model within the sea of consciousness. This time, everything was normal. It was an ordinary stone chamber, seemingly a naturally occurring cave that had been artificially processed. It had both primitive geological features and signs of human excavation. The walls of rock were very rough, and stalactites could be seen in the corners of the ceiling. Further ahead, the ground seemed to be covered with some kind of metal, golden and dazzling enough to make one's eyes spin. It can't all be gold, can it? Shinji said this casually, but Arcuade nodded. This is gold. What? Shinji didn't know much about gold. The Matou family wasn't involved in the precious metals industry, and his family members didn't wear gold jewelry, so he didn't recognize it immediately. Even so, he knew that a gram of gold was worth dozens of dollars. This much gold, enough to buy all of Fuyuki City with plenty left over. With wide eyes, he took a closer look. First, there was gold dust, then gold coins, then gold ingots and bricks, and various types of gold coins, piled up to the edge of his vision. He cautiously stepped on it, and a rustling sound immediately erupted, the sound of gold dust and coins cascading down. The light in the cave was reflected off these gold pieces, though the actual source of light was unknown. Is this where you wanted to go? Shinji turned around and asked Arcuade, who had started nodding again, and she responded somewhat blankly. Yes. But this gold is useless to us. We're not on Earth. Why would Gaia? It's not the gold, it's something deeper inside. Shinji squinted, looking toward the area with the most intense golden glow. Gold-paved ground, treasure-filled cave, could this be? An ominous feeling surfaced inexplicably. A cave full of gold and treasure wasn't a clear symbol, but many dragon-related legends described dragons hoarding treasures, like the evil dragon Fafnir slain by Siegfried. But adding Mooncell into the mix led Shinji to a specific association. Focusing his gaze, his guess was confirmed. The owner of the gold was not a dragon, but something far more terrifying. At the very center of the Golden Sea, there was a gigantic temple. On the roof of the temple lay a sleeping brown giant. His vision stalled, and his thoughts couldn't function properly. An unparalleled shock eroded his will. They can tolerate the existence of various life forms, but when they witness a humanoid being that surpasses humanity, they develop an irrational hostility. Shinji admitted this was true. Upon seeing this humanoid being 10 times larger than a human, he felt an instinctive hostility. But this hostility wasn't enough to shake his resolve. Size doesn't equal strength. The poisonous dragon Basmo, the 9-headed Hydra, and the primordial human Atom, each was larger than the brown giant before him, yet they all eventually died. The titans of mythology were mere losers. What truly shook Shinji was the brown giant's identity. At first glance, he recognized it. One of the 3 vanguards left by the predatory star in the solar system, the white giant Safar who nearly destroyed Earth's civilization 14,000 years ago, this was the true form of the giant god Altera, one of the strongest beings in the Type Moon universe. Chapter 648, The Giant Awakens. Retreat. Now, immediately, at once. This was Shinji's first reaction as he snapped out of his initial shock. He wasn't ready to face Altera in any aspect. his exploration of the fictional world had just begun. He hadn't fully grasped the power system based on spirit particles and information, the permissions acquired from Shiro were not entirely developed, and the newly understood magic needed time to be familiarized with. More importantly, he hadn't figured out how to deal with Altera's issue. Judging by her crimes alone, invading Mooncell, seizing all possibilities, and destroying surface civilization, dying 10 times wouldn't be excessive. But these weren't her subjective intentions. They were imposed on her by the predatory star. Altera herself was a victim. The predatory star destroyed countless civilizations during its cosmic feasting tour, and the vanguards it dispatched were weapons created from the data of those obliterated civilizations. Altera's sample was from a civilization centered around women, marked by gentleness, beauty, and compassion. Altera inherited these traits. Though she couldn't defy the will of the predatory star and caused immense calamity to Earth and Mooncell, she always harbored doubts about her mission. Even after awakening, she hadn't stepped out of the lunar landing pod, which was the stone chamber. It wasn't that she couldn't leave, Mooncell's seal couldn't stop her. She simply didn't want to go out. Once she did, she would have to execute the predatory star's orders, conquer Mooncell and use its power to create the Safar avatars on Earth, bringing destruction. Facing such an existence, Shinji couldn't steel himself, though whether he could kill her was another matter. He couldn't, but someone else could. Arcuade, the natural god born of the planet, the last spirit of this world, Gaia's daughter had forgotten the destruction 14,000 years ago, but the planet hadn't. Gaia, who had heard the cries of countless lives, hadn't. That day, Gaia remembered the terror of the giant. This was no joke. The horror of Safar was etched into the planet's memory. This terror was naturally imprinted in Arcuade's heart. The best way to eliminate terror is to destroy the source of fear. Kill. 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 Arcuade's golden hair, more dazzling than gold, fluttered with killing intent. Her red eyes turned golden, and the desolation in the depths of her pupils made Shinji shudder. No, stop. Shinji's shout came too late. Arcuade had already leaped high, landing directly on the temple, her 5 fingers curved into claws, fiercely grabbing the giantess's throat. Then, the ground shook. Of course, this wasn't caused by Arcuade, her strength wasn't enough to shake the earth. The tremor was because the brown mountain before them was rising. The giant's movements were so majestic and grand that it created this illusion. The atmosphere in the stone chamber changed. It was a blackness that seemed to erode the heart, as deep and dark as the void, casting shadows over the entire field of view. It was a colossal entity, too vast to grasp in its entirety. She, the giant god, Altera, awakened. This absolute external foe of the solar system slowly sat up from the temple, looking at the ground where Shinji Matou stood. Good morning, may I ask, who are you? Her voice was so gentle, calm, and full of intellect, completely devoid of any destroyer's aura. There was no hostility, killing intent, or even the slightest battle intent, even though one of her hands on the temple was still pressing down on the invading Arcuade, who wanted to harm her. Whether by coincidence or defensive instinct, Altera had flipped over at the moment Arcuade reached out, her left hand conveniently pressing down on Arcuade, much like Buddha trapping Sun Wukong under the 5-finger mountain. The difference was, Buddha placed a talisman to ensure Sun Wukong couldn't escape. Altera did not, giving Arcuade a chance to break free. Blood splattered, power surged, and A+ level strength was exerted to its peak. Arcuade, now in battle mode, broke free from the restraint, her claws, harder than steel, tearing through the giant's brown skin. For a giant over 15 meters tall, Arcuade's claw only scratched the surface, not even drawing blood. Yet, this still sparked hostility in Altera's eyes. The gentleness and calm, the intellect and kindness completely vanished. Unlike Shinji, who could be influenced by emotions, she was a pure warrior who showed no mercy once she deemed someone an enemy. Is that so? Are you here to fight me? Sighing regretfully, she casually flung the injured Arcuade away. In a similar structure, size doesn't necessarily mean combat power, but it certainly means strength. Too foolish. This isn't even at the level of ants challenging humans, it's ants foolishly trying to challenge a giant. Ah, what a headache. Humans are still the same, always doing pointless things. Her next move didn't pause for an instant. Her upper body leaned out from the temple she used as a bed, and her massive arms swung in the direction where Arcuade fell. The golden covering on the ground scattered like an avalanche, revealing Arcuade buried within. Her expression remained indifferent as she spoke the true name of her noble phantasm in a flat tone. Blut die Schwester. As a servant, she naturally had a noble phantasm, even if just in form. Arcuade's noble phantasm stemmed from her nature. She is a replica of the Moon King, Crimson Moon, and Gaia's daughter, an avatar of the moon and an embodiment of Earth, possessing dual characteristics of both the Earth and the Moon. She can simultaneously manifest the fundamental laws of the Earth and the Moon, using their discord as an attack method. One such method is to adjust the surrounding environment to Earth's side, herself, such as modifying gravity to Earth's conditions. The moon's gravity is 1/6 of Earth's, and the same goes for the fictional world. In other words, when she uses this ability, the surrounding gravity increases sixfold, significantly weakening the enemy's strength. Since this is a conceptual change in values, no matter how high the enemy's magic resistance is, there's no way to defend against it while on the moon. Incidentally, the servant stats show this noble phantasm as rank E. In response, Shinji remarked that Gaia must be cheating. He knows best how significant the impact of changing the gravity environment can be, not to mention this noble phantasm can change more than just the gravity environment. Adding an X after the E would be more accurate. Now, this noble phantasm, with a missing letter in its rank, finally showed its power. Chapter 649, Ultimate 1. The atmosphere trembled, the golden sea quivered, and waves surged forth. This was the effect of the change in the gravitational environment, something even Altera couldn't avoid. Anyone who has had the experience of staying in bed knows that sitting on the bed and reaching out can easily lead to a fall. If someone suddenly pushes you from behind at that moment, there's only one outcome: losing balance and having your upper body make intimate contact with the ground. Although Altera wasn't pushed, the sudden pull of 6 times the usual gravity was even more severe than a push, and the result was predictable. In an instant, a thunderous crash resonated. The already tumultuous golden sea split apart due to the giant's fall, splashing a large wave of golden liquid. Amidst the sky full of golden light, a loud explosion erupted. Arcuade, moving faster than sound, tore through the golden rain and charged towards the fallen Altera. Her slender hands transformed into terrifying claws as if she intended to completely shred this mightiest enemy in Earth's history. Boom. Another loud crash. The ground, already under 6 times the gravitational force, groaned under the additional impact. Only now did the sound of the air being torn apart arrive belatedly. The intense sonic boom, mixed with shock waves, surged wildly in all directions along the path of Arcuade's movement, dispersing the golden rain before it could reach the ground. In the center of the stone chamber, swept by the shock wave, a colossal figure straightened up. Just this simple act sent Arcuade flying back at an even faster speed. The difference in size, the difference in mass, and the difference in strength was too vast. Even with the influence of 6 times the gravity, it couldn't withstand the giant's casual strike. The giant, who had overwhelming power and had sent Arcuade flying, showed no intention of stopping. The red light flowed in her pupils, reflecting the enemy's image. That color symbolized destruction, the power to annihilate civilizations. This power had once driven one world after another into despair, and now it was directed at Arcuade. Destruction, annihilation. Altera's voice was utterly lifeless, as if the previous gentleness was just an illusion, the end. However, the enemy struck by the light of destruction, the ant challenging the giant in her eyes, did not meet its end. Instead, it let out an angry roar. The resentment, the sorrow, the anger, and the despair within it tore through the destruction, moving even Altera. Not a human, but a planet. Gaia, you've always remembered. Shinji unconsciously shed tears. His magic originated from thoughts and emotions, so he could feel the resentment and unwillingness more than anyone else. This wasn't just Arcuade's emotion, it was the lament of a planet for all its living beings, the final roar of a destroyed civilization, a sorrow forever engraved in the inner sea of the stars. At this moment, Arcuade's body on Earth opened its eyes once again, and from her vast, all-encompassing gaze, drops of fresh blood seeped out, shocking to behold. At this moment, the second magician, who could freely traverse time and space, stood at the edge of the atmosphere, looking up at that long-dead star, lost in thought. At this moment, the world created by Mooncell gradually faded before Shinji's eyes, and he inexplicably left Altera's stone chamber, arriving at a corridor adorned with bizarre paintings. The paintings depicted various prehistoric creatures, human ancestors, and imagined landscapes. Shinji knew these were the planet's memories. She created everything, watched over everything, and recorded everything. At the end of the corridor was a painting that stood out from the rest. While the entire corridor recorded birth, development, prosperity, and civilization, this single painting represented destruction. Red and black dominated Shinji's vision. Red was the color of blood, the blood of countless living beings staining the earth. Black was the color of miasma, an all-encompassing miasma that polluted the entire planet, driving countless creatures into madness, making them gigantic, and ultimately draining their lives. In the center of the painting was a white giant reaching into the clouds, tearing mountains and cutting rivers, leaving behind only endless madness and destruction. She was an avatar of Altera, the Safar that had destroyed Earth's civilization under the control of a wandering star 14,000 years ago. What do you feel, entrusted with hope, outsider? A voice echoed, seemingly both male and female, mature yet ancient, human yet mixed with beastly roars. The planet's voice, Gaia's will. The collective unconscious of humanity, the pulse of Alea. Or perhaps a combination of both. Shinji didn't know, nor did he want to know. At this moment, he had only one emotion, sorrow. Sorrow for the planet that nurtured everything, sorrow for the annihilated living beings, and sorrow for the giant whose kind nature was inevitably forced to bring destruction. What will you do? Seemingly dissatisfied with Shinji's answer, the voice grew louder, making his head spin. This time, he didn't remain silent. He answered in a dry voice. I won't let her destroy the planet, destroy humanity. Because no matter which world I'm in, I am an earthling. Remember your answer. The voice disappeared, the corridor collapsed, and Shinji found himself back in the stone chamber. The battle continued, but the situation had changed. It was no longer Altera overwhelming Arcuade, now, they were evenly matched, entangled in a fight. It was truly an entanglement, a close-quarters fight. Describing the 1.67-meter-tall Arcuade and the 16-meter-long Altera with the word entangled seemed inappropriate, but if Arcuade had grown to 16.7 meters, it made perfect sense. That's right, Arcuade had also become a giant, or rather, a giant vampire. Because of her trump card, one of the primordials, Ultimate One. This was the manifestation of the planet's support, the highest specification standing at the pinnacle of a planet, a display above all living beings. In this state, she was the rightful Earth Queen, the god above gods, and everything on Earth would bow to her. Even when facing the alien destroyer that once annihilated Earth, she could adjust to the most suitable combat stance, holding her own. But just holding her own. Arcuade was indeed Earth's Ultimate One, but Altera was a creation of the predatory star that had destroyed countless civilizations. Her specifications were not only equal but possibly even superior. The current stalemate was due to the narrowness of the stone chamber, narrow for giants, which limited their movement, forcing them into close combat, and Arcuade had extremely strong regenerative abilities. More troubling was that this was the landing pod of the predatory star, Altera's absolute domain, where her strength could be fully unleashed, while Arcuade's Ultimate One had a time limit. Once the time limit expired, Arcuade would revert to being the ant that was previously crushed. It's all up to me now. Hopefully, my magic can hold out. Hiding in the only refuge in the stone cave, the temple, Shinji grasped the air with his left hand, and a golden longbow appeared out of nowhere. The Brahma weapon left by Karna, the indestructible bow. Chapter 650, listen carefully. Shinji gripped the golden bow with his left hand and plucked the bowstring with his right. Between his hands, a highly concentrated solar flame gathered. This was the precursor to the liberation of Karna's divine weapon, the strongest attack of the archer class. Legend has it that this strike was enough to destroy cities and nations. Even though the attack was still in its preparatory stage, if unleashed on Earth, the magical energy waves would affect Magi within a 10-kilometer radius. Yet, this obvious fluctuation didn't attract Arcuade and Altera's attention. This was partly because the battle was fierce and this power wasn't strong enough to threaten them. Such is the cruel reality. Karna's divine weapon was indeed powerful. There were few things in human history stronger than it, but for the true ancestor and the wandering civilization destroyer, it was still insignificant. The gap is indeed enormous, Shinji smiled bitterly. Although he had expected this result, seeing it firsthand was still disheartening. The immortal bow is already the most destructive noble phantasm I possess. Perhaps only noble phantasm like Excalibur or Guibal could pose a threat to you. This is the pinnacle of solar system combat strength, truly terrifying. Maintaining his bow stance, Shinji patiently awaited an opportunity to intervene in the battle. In terms of power, either Arcuade or Altera could easily crush him, but power isn't everything. Just like the human ancestors 14,000 years ago. Compared to the white giant Safar, they were so tiny, yet they never gave up, continually resisting. Because of their efforts, they bought the planet enough time to preserve the seeds of civilization and prevent destruction. Even though his power was small, if used well, it could still influence the battle. In his sight, the struggle between the two titans grew more intense. Altera punched Arcuade in the abdomen, and Arcuade countered with a palm strike to Altera's shoulder. A white and brown mountain toppled, one embedding into the surrounding rock walls, the other crashing heavily into the Golden Sea. Instinctively dispelling the invading force, both used their arms to support their bodies and, without pausing, almost simultaneously lunged at each other again. No hesitation. No alteration. No defense. Simply and straightforwardly, a punch for a kick, a claw for a palm, exchanging injuries. Honestly, this was a battle with no technical skill. Even top servants, or someone like Astolfo, known for being weak, would surpass them in martial technique. However, it was precisely this primitive battle that demonstrated their true strength. Martial skills. Those are for weak humans. For Altera and Arcuade, no matter how exquisite or complex human martial skills were, they were meaningless. Because no martial skill, no matter how powerful, could withstand the massive force of a single punch. Even if it hit the body and caused damage, their eternal and perfect bodies could quickly heal. This was primal power, innate strength, a crushing dominance at the level of life itself. Another collision. Brown fists and white palms collided solidly. At the moment of contact, pure power swept back and forth. Visible shock waves, accompanied by thunderous roars, echoed within the narrow stone chamber. The golden sea, already pushed to the corners, was further distorted by the impact. At this point, the golden sea truly lived up to its name. Whether it was gold coins, ingots, or bricks, or other golden artifacts, all were reduced to a unified form, golden sand, fine golden sand, swirling with the shifting force fields. As the golden specks settled in the temple, clinging to Shinji's cheeks, the long-gathered solar flame was released. Brahmastra Kundala, oh, Brahma, curse me. The anti-country noble phantasm, radiating brilliance. This is the reenactment of Karna's legendary deeds, not the spear limited by his class, but the bow, the divine bow that struck fear into the hearts of the Pandavas. The arrow shot out at supersonic speed, turning into a blazing sun, and emitting terrifying light and heat. Wherever it passed, the golden sand dispersed in the air and vaporized instantly. The arrow, imbued with Brahma's great power, pierced through the point of contact between Altera and Arcuade's gazes. Faced with this dazzling brilliance from the stars, the two titans no longer remained indifferent. Instead, they turned their eyes toward the source of the arrow, Shinji, whom they had selectively ignored. Shinji. Are you an enemy too? Golden pupils, red eyes. The mystic eyes that evoke the deepest desires and the shadows that bring the greatest terror simultaneously enveloped Shinji's soul. This was the manifestation of the power of the pinnacle lifeforms of the solar system, the embodiment of their respective concepts. Any life form of insufficient caliber would instantly submit. Shinji's caliber was originally insufficient, but he had magic, the highest mystery in the entire universe, the power to create miracles. His deep blue eyes radiated the same colored brilliance, resisting the gazes of gold and red. Sorry, forgive me for interrupting like this. You two were too engrossed, and I had no other choice. This is my fight. Do not interfere. Leave here, strange human, if you do not wish to lose your life. Different voices, but expressing the same sentiment. They did not want him to intervene because this was between them, and also because of his weakness. Such harsh words, yet so kind. That's why I don't want you to fight. Listen to me. The light of his soul rippled, and Shinji's voice directly entered their minds. While the magecraft system is ineffective in the phantasmal world of spiritual particles, the third magic, which acts on spiritual particles, can still work. However, having already responded once, the two titans ignored his voice and turned their gazes back to each other. In the next second, hands of different colors simultaneously tore through the air. Being ignored repeatedly, Shinji was also getting angry. Listen to me, you two stupid women. Magic condensed thoughts and origin shaped them. This was Shinji's unique ability, a power even praised by the outer god-level Shiro. The light of his soul spread outward, and countless arms appeared with the halo. A single arm might not surpass a titan's finger, but with 1,000 arms combined, even beings as strong as Arcuade and Altera felt the pressure. Thousand-handed divine ability. P.S. Shinji becomes Nico Robin. Chapter 651, Chapter 651, a man must stand firm. Thousand-handed divine ability is Shinji's current strongest form, aside from the Ragnarok and the magic Perseus fist. Based on the ultra-high level of mystery of magic and the power to convert it all into strength, it almost instantly suppressed the two titans. Shinji walked out of the temple, feeling triumphant. Let's see you two fight now, let's see you ignore me. Okay, they are great, at least much greater than Shinji. His triumph lasted just 10 seconds before the fully exerted thousand-handed divine ability was broken free by the two. Shinji. What are you doing? Are you an enemy too, human? Arcuade and Altera's voices carried a hint of anger, and boundless pressure swept towards Shinji, like a violent storm and surging waves. Under the highest pressure of the solar system, Shinji gritted his teeth and held on. He remembered what Shiro had told him, as long as he remained steadfast, his information body would not be affected. Ignoring physics, purely psychological, yet truly effective. Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. Ignore them, ignore them, ignore them. I must stand firm, I must stand firm, I must stand firm. After some self-encouragement, the immense pressure from all directions quickly became less terrifying. The pressure remained the same, like a raging storm, but what constituted him was no longer fragile flesh and blood, but an incredibly hard diamond. No matter how the wind blows or the waves crash, he remains unmoved. Feeling the change in his body, Shinji secretly clenched his fist. Good, a man should be this firm. With his strengthened body, Shinji's confidence also grew. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Without a word, attacking without understanding the situation, if that's not stupid, what is? Oh, right, you're not human, so stupid true ancestor. Stupid titan. You're the stupid one. Calling others stupid makes you the real stupid one. Although Arcuade's body had become larger, her personality hadn't changed, simple and straightforward. She is an enemy. Enemies should be eliminated. That's right, enemies should be eliminated. Altera agreed with the statement, the red glow in her eyes flickering, ready to be released at any moment. Calm down, both of you. Shinji extended his hands and clapped them strongly. A row of palms appeared in front of each titan, blocking their view of each other. You say the other is an enemy. May I ask, do you know each other? Altera shook her head, and Arcuade replied, no. Deciding someone is an enemy without knowing them. Although I don't know her, I just know she's an enemy. Arcuade, being only 800 years old, hadn't experienced the catastrophe 14,000 years ago. Her perception was influenced by Gaia. Altera's attitude was simpler, she harbors hostility towards me, so she is an enemy. Damn it, are you Aqua? Shinji's eyelid twitched. Single-celled creatures are great in many ways, but when their brains short-circuit, there's no way to bring them back because they only have one neural pathway, and it's straight, without any turns. When two simple neural pathways connect, there are only two possible outcomes. First, they head in the same direction, speeding along together and letting loose. Second, they head in opposite directions, neither giving way, resulting in a head-on collision, leaving them battered and bloody. Arcuade and Altera belong to the latter. Alright, now listen to me. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't expect to enter here, and we're not here to fight you. Arcuade is hostile towards you because she's influenced by the planet, but that's not her intention, nor is it mine. The planet. Hearing Shinji's explanation, Altera's expression softened somewhat. She knew very well what her embodiment of destruction had brought to that blue planet, and it was only natural for the planet to resent her. You haven't done anything wrong. One day, I will return to Earth and destroy all life and civilization, including you. Hey, did you hear that? Arcuade used her hands to tear a crack in the blue arm blocking her view. Let me finish. Shinji clenched his left fist and swung it in the air. A blue fist of magical energy appeared above Arcuade's head, giving her a sharp knock. That was the order of the wandering star of predation, not your will. And you said it yourself, it's one day, not now. When that day comes, I will see you as an enemy and kill you by any means necessary. But for now, we are not enemies, and I do not wish to conflict with you. I prefer to sit down and have a calm conversation instead of fighting. You are a strange human. Altera stared at Shinji with eyes 10 times larger, as if trying to see him entirely. Despite knowing her true nature, he was willing to deal with her in ways other than destruction. She had never met anyone like that before. Thank you for the compliment. Shinji gave a gentle smile. Precisely because he knew her nature, he could interact with her this way. If it were her unknown siblings, he wouldn't be so calm. So, do you accept my proposal? It's a good proposal, but I refuse. Why? An enemy is an enemy and must be eliminated. A brown palm swung out, shattering the magical barrier in front of her. Arcuade immediately entered combat mode, and the atmosphere, which had just calmed down, grew tense again. So troublesome, it seems I'll have to use a slightly rougher method. Shinji sighed and materialized his feathered shoes. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave swept through the stone chamber once more violently than the last time, with even more dramatic results. The central temple was shattered by Arcuade's body, while Altera was embedded in the stone wall. Just as the two struggled to get up, preparing for the next collision, Shinji appeared between them, raising his left hand, the engravings on his arm glowing brightly. By command spell, I order you, Arcuade, to sit down and stay still. The force of the command, accompanied by a red light, descended. Arcuade was not a regular servant, so the command spell's restraint on her wasn't that strong. However, Shinji had added his magic to it, making the order reach her soul. Magic, a miracle the planet couldn't comprehend, not even Uo could be exempt. Arcuade stopped moving, her eyes glaring at Shinji with a fiery intensity. Altera, who had already made her stance clear, didn't stop. A red light, no less intense than the solar flames, shot from her eyes, aimed straight at Arcuade's head. In the nick of time, a blue light intervened, blocking the path of the destruction beam. It was Shinji holding the Shield of Athena. Although the Shield of Athena was a divine artifact capable of blocking even Zeus's thunder, it was still too weak compared to Altera, who had defeated the primordial god of nature. In less than a second, the shield shattered, but the destruction beam was deflected by its reflective surface, missing Arcuade. Seizing this opportunity, Shinji, whose arms were almost shattered, activated the command he had prepared. Log out. As the command was issued, Shinji and Arcuade's bodies turned into the smallest particles and disappeared into thin air, leaving Altera alone, staring blankly at the devastated stone chamber. Why did you leave? Chapter 652, pretty soft. Under the twinkling night sky of the morning star, a loud bang shattered the tranquility of the Matou household. The princess of the true ancestors, the only living god, kicked open a door that had stood for over 50 years. She glared at the room's occupant, Matou Shinji, and demanded loudly. Why did you come out? Shinji in pajamas, lying in bed, did not respond, seemingly asleep. After venting some of her anger by kicking the door, Arcuade seemed to remember something. She stomped to the other side of the room and knocked on the door that had flown off its hinges. I knocked on the door. Answer my question. Seeing no reaction from Shinji, Arcuade finally lost it and yanked off his blanket, straddling him directly. Get up. Shinji did not move at all, seemingly using his inaction to show his stance. So Arcuade began to shake him vigorously. And then. Ah. You guys. Huh. Oh. The multiple screams, of course, did not come from the two on the bed. Turning her head, Arcuade saw 2 rows of heads by the door frame. Kariya, Byakuya, Elsa, Sakura. Justice, Tuko, Kiri, Fujino. Well, in such a short time, the entire Matou family had gathered. Considering Arcuade's earth-shattering aura, this was no surprise. At this moment, the entire Matou household was strongly observing the ambiguous posture of the lone man and woman. The observers' attitudes were mainly split into 2 groups. One group had smiles on their faces, occasionally making teasing comments. Young people sure are energetic, not resting even at this hour. How you play is your business, but don't disturb others. Mature and calm, they might not know what was happening, but they were sure it wasn't playing. Who needs to kick down doors to play? The door was kicked to the other side of the wall. The other group was far less composed. They only saw a man and a woman, alone, on a bed, late at night. You thieving cat. Kiri rushed to the bed and tried to pull Arcuade off. Unfortunately, with her strength, how could she compete with a true ancestor? After struggling for a while with no success, she called for reinforcements. Sakura, Fujino, come help. Compared to Kiri, the 2 girls who had practiced self-defense for years were much stronger. But Arcuade's muscle strength was an EX, far beyond the norm. The 3 girls, red-faced from exertion, could not pull Arcuade off Shinji. Finally, Justice and Tuko saw the real problem. Shinji. Everyone calm down, now is not the time for this nonsense. Hearing the seriousness in their voices, the girls immediately complied, and even Arcuade obediently let go of Shinji's collar. The girls stepped aside, making way for 2 women of supreme status. Tuko's fingers quickly brushed over Shinji's body. Everything is fine physically. His physical condition has improved by 1.5% since the last checkup. A white thread flowed from Justice's fingertip and finally entered Shinji's forehead. The problem lies in his soul. The weakness of his soul is affecting his condition. What exactly happened? No, let's not get into that now. The priority is to get him back on his feet. Shall I do it, or will you? I'll handle it. I'm better at this. Gathering her long silver hair behind her ears, Justice, who was increasingly losing her Saint of Winter aura, bent down and pressed her forehead against Shinji. At that moment, the 2 were closely connected, both physically and spiritually. The physical proximity maximized the effect of the contract. A white spiritual light shone from Justice's body, flowing through the contact point on their foreheads into Shinji's body. Soon, Shinji's body also began to emit a white light, which gradually turned blue. When Shinji's entire body was enveloped in blue light, he opened his eyes, and most of the fatigue on his face had disappeared. Few finally feeling better. Thanks a lot, Justice. Justice smiled gently and asked softly, what happened? Nothing much, just ran into a bit of trouble with magic, and then got further messed with by a certain someone after waking up. The fictional world could only be accessed by Shinji and Arcuade. Until he found a way to bring others in, he didn't plan to let his family know about it to avoid worrying them. So he glossed over the details lightly. The weakness of his soul was no pretense. The fictional world was built entirely on the soul. Transferring to the unknown realm had already consumed a lot of his mental energy. Then, to prevent a clash between 2 giant gods, he had to use his trump cards consecutively and finally forcefully log out. This left Shinji's soul almost drained, which is why he couldn't react to Arcuade's intrusion. Otherwise, he would have immediately made Arcuade fix the door and then praised himself for teaching her well, as she at least understood the concept of knocking. Arcuade, naturally, didn't understand Shinji's painstaking efforts. She snorted like a bull, it's not my fault. If it weren't for you. Whose fault it is can be discussed later. Let me rest for a while first. I'll probably sleep until the afternoon, so don't wait for me to eat. Having spent a long time together, the family naturally knew to prioritize. Elsa discreetly waved her hand, signaling everyone to leave. The last person who had not yet integrated into the Matou family was left behind by Shinji under the pretext of fixing the door. Seeing her restore the damaged wall with a touch, the others had no reason to doubt. Once everyone was far away, Shinji finally answered Arcuade's question. Arcuade, do you think if we hadn't left just now, you could have won? I don't know, but I definitely wouldn't lose. Then how long could you hold out with your won't lose stance? The fictional world is not Earth. Arcuade, who was using her thoughts to restore the door to its pre-kicked state, paused, and her voice involuntarily weakened. I can't use that ability on Earth because the human order will stop me. Although it wasn't a direct answer, Shinji knew she understood his point and didn't press further. I don't know what Gaia is thinking, but no matter what, I don't want to lose you, because you're my only partner there. I'm sorry. Arcuade, who had restored the room to its original state, bowed her head, not daring to look at Shinji. It's okay. Just remember not to be so impulsive next time, Shinji said as he crawled back under the covers. Go rest. Using Udato takes a toll on you too. We'll continue exploring tomorrow night. Okay. Good night, sweet dreams. Good night. Arcuade's lips curled up slightly as she quietly closed the door. Under the covers, Shinji did not close his eyes. He kept replaying the events of tonight's exploration in his mind, muttering to himself. Gaia and Alea, what are you thinking? Are you enemies? Chapter 653, Good morning, beautiful lady. In Ursula, a small, nondescript town in the vast and boundless fictional spirit world. There are no notable buildings here, nor have any significant events occurred. The residents live a peaceful life, and the entire town exudes a relaxed atmosphere. Because of this, Shinji chose this place as their base, and Arcuade was willing to stay here. She worked part-time in a restaurant, strolled through the streets, or played, one-sidedly bullied, spirit monsters in the outskirts. After some time, Arcuade became the restaurant's popular mascot. Both the staff and regular customers adored this lively girl with a bright smile. Seeing her energetic demeanor would dispel any worries. However, today, that infectious smile was gone, and her usually vibrant state had turned listless. When there were no customers, she would lay her head on the table, muttering softly. Big liar. Bad guy. You promised I was your only partner. I'll make you pay when you get back. Those familiar with her knew right away that the problem lay with her lover, the chef with the dark blue curly hair. Just as Arcuade had been promoted to hostess due to her excellent performance, Shinji had also been promoted from kitchen assistant to full-fledged chef because of his outstanding knife skills and learning ability. It was natural for people to misunderstand. Anyone seeing a young man and woman constantly together, with the woman particularly dependent on the man and seeming very close, would assume they were lovers, especially since their hair, eye, and skin colors were different, making it clear they couldn't be related by blood. But now, the two who always acted together and even synchronized their work schedules had one missing work due to taking leave. And judging by the other's demeanor, it wasn't a simple matter of falling sick or having something to take care of. Unable to stand it any longer, the manager asked, "Are you all right? If you're worried about Shinji, you can go home for the day. I'll give you the day off." However, this ultimate weapon for corporate employees did not make Arcuade happy. She lay on the counter, her hair swaying from left to right, and replied sulkily, "I have nowhere to go." This ignited the gossip spirit in everyone present. Nowhere to go. What about Shinji? He left me to find another woman. The atmosphere in the store instantly became strange, with an undercurrent flowing where Arcuade couldn't see, quickly converging into a unified voice, "Let's kill that scumbag." Somewhere in the dark, someone inexplicably felt a chill and sneezed several times. Reaching out to touch his back, he found cold sweat seeping out. No way, I've already explained everything to Arcuade, why is there still such strong resentment? Since stepping into the realm of the third magic, Shinji's mental perception had become increasingly strong. This was naturally a good thing but also had some hidden dangers, as he could sense not only goodwill but also malice. I'll buy her some snacks after I get up. Yeah, and get some for Sakura and Fujino too, to avoid being accused of favoritism. Justice is the best, never joining in their mischief. Shaking his head to clear away distractions, Shinji moved forward in the dark, eventually stepping into a stone chamber filled with gold. Yes, this was an unknown realm sealed by moon cell, where even light couldn't reach. It was the sleeping place of the giant god Altyra, the wandering star vanguard, a forbidden area where Arcuade must never set foot. Hiding in an inconspicuous corner, he carefully observed. Various golden ornaments filled the ground, all guarding the temple at the center of the stone chamber. The brown giant god lay sideways above the temple, breathing steadily and leisurely, with a slight smile at the corners of its mouth, dreaming unknown dreams. Everything was the same as when he'd first come. The stone chamber's owner hadn't woken up and hadn't battled Arcuade. After listening for a while and confirming that the breathing rhythm hadn't changed, Shinji emerged from his hiding spot. With the help of feathered shoes, he silently skimmed across the sea of gold, arriving at the temple and quietly gazing at the sleeping giant god. Last time, due to Arcuade's rampage, he had no time to observe Altyra closely. Now, he finally had the chance. Altyra's beauty was unlike any woman Shinji had ever seen. It was a contradictory beauty, a blend of two extremes. Her brown skin, darker than wheat, had an exceptionally glossy surface, creating a stark contrast. Her overall lines were slender and soft, with no visible muscles, yet this tenderness exuded a terrifying strength that made one's heart race. Her personality was equally contradictory, cold and ruthless to enemies, but very gentle to others, fearing that her strength might harm those around her. This was the first impression derived from pure perception, devoid of preconceived notions and past life memories. This impression was precisely why Shinji braved the danger of returning alone to this unknown realm. He needed to confirm Altaira's essence with his own eyes to decide how to treat her. Although Shiro had joked about the Wandering Star Vanguard, Shinji knew this issue had to be resolved sooner or later. Since they had met, he couldn't just leave it unattended. He secretly gathered his mental energy, connecting part of it with the origin to be ready to strengthen his body at any time, and sinking another part into the sea of consciousness to facilitate an emergency logout. After completing these preparations, Shinji activated his feather shoes, stepping into the void and reaching the top of the temple, right in front of Altaira. He was close enough to touch her eyelashes. The lines of her face, neck, and collarbone were visible, beautiful as her status. Like a goddess, or perhaps even beyond that. Leaving everything else aside, the Wandering Star's aesthetics are indeed close to human. Shinji sincerely admired. Because the Wandering Star references biological samples from the target planet before creating soldiers. A moist breeze brushed against Shinji's cheeks as the sleeping Altaira opened her eyes and mouth. The so-called breeze was her breath, which, surprisingly, was not warm but carried a slight coolness, perhaps marking her difference from humans. She remained in a side-lying position, motionless, the tension in her cheeks betraying her inner anxiety. Perhaps she had never been observed so closely, or perhaps she was worried about harming Shinji with any sudden movement. Shinji's judgment was correct, she truly had a kind nature. Raising his right hand, Shinji saw his waving reflection in her red eyes. Good morning, beautiful lady. I'm back. Chapter 654, Scattering Coins. Beautiful. Are you talking about me? Because of the close distance, Shinji could see the changes in Altaira's face. Her eyelashes trembled, and the tension in her cheeks seemed to spread throughout her body, with a blush spreading from the base of her ears. She was shy and unexpectedly innocent. Shinji nodded while activating the recording function. Of course, I'm talking about you. If you're not beautiful, then there aren't many people in human history who could be called beautiful. At least, that's what I think. Ah. The blush at the base of her ears quickly spread across her entire face, and her already gentle and melodious voice grew weaker. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Shinji feigned ignorance, asking knowingly. Afraid of me. Just a squeeze from my hand, and you would lose your life. Altaira tried to make herself look fierce by putting on a stern face. But to Shinji, a giant without killing intent was just a huge rabbit, completely non-threatening. If you wanted to hurt me, of course, I'd be afraid. It's an instinct of life, are you going to hurt me? I won't. Looking at Shinji's still gentle face, Altaira made her decision. Why? Shinji asked. You have no hostility towards me. I won't harm those who aren't hostile to me. Altaira's thought process was very simple, and this simplicity indicated her kindness. Even if I act with those who are hostile to you. Perhaps recalling the battle with Arcuate a few days earlier, there was a subtle change in Altaira's expression. Only at this moment did Shinji feel the pressure released by her. Fortunately, this pressure quickly dissipated, accompanied by a sigh. She is she, and you are you. Perhaps because of an inherent familiarity from a past life, Shinji never harbored hostility towards Altaira, and this goodwill was being reciprocated at this moment. According to your logic, you aren't hostile to me and don't want to harm me, so why should I be afraid? As he spoke, Shinji floated into the air and jumped down from the top of the temple. It should be fine here. Lying there and talking must be uncomfortable, right? Thank you. Altaira sat up as gently as possible. This is your home, and I'm an intruder. For the host to thank the intruder, you are. Although his words were teasing, his fondness for Altaira increased. After all, Arcuade, who held a similar status, was very willful and lacked common sense, causing Shinji a lot of trouble cleaning up after her. In comparison, Altaira was much more considerate. Home, is it? The term Shinji inadvertently used made Altaira ponder. Although I don't fully understand the concept, this place shouldn't be my home. This is a fragment of the Wandering Star of Predation, a landing pod used to invade Mooncell. No, I think this is your home. Shinji shook his head. Otherwise, why would there be so much gold here? I don't think these metals are useful to the Wandering Star of Predation. This is something I created. It's formed by extracting the desires for wealth, fame, and other pursuits from humans and then constructing them with spiritual particles. It isn't real gold. It's influenced by dreams, an experience of my mind-body left on Earth. Altyra closed her eyes, seemingly recalling that dream, and laughed. Hee, it seems that in the past, I also collected a lot of treasures and then slept on them. I am recreating that experience now. Although it's a pity that they're not cute things, since they're spoils of war, there's nothing I can do. Anyway, as long as they shine, they can't be bad things. It's a dragon-like hobby, but given the culture of the Huns, it's not surprising. The wandering star of predation Altyra has two names engraved in Earth's history. First, the white giant of destruction, Safar, and second, the ancient Hunnic leader who trampled the Eurasian continent with iron hooves, destroyed the Eastern Roman Empire, and conquered territory second only to Genghis Khan and Iskandar, Attila, known as the Scourge of God. Why did a giant of destruction from 14,000 years ago become a hero active in the 5th century AD? There's an unknown secret behind this. 14,000 years ago, the original holy sword wielder killed Safar with Excalibur, and Mooncell took the opportunity to isolate Altyra's true body in an unknown domain. However, the uncontrolled remnants of Safar did not fall. Instead, it continued to wander the continent until it exhausted its last bit of strength and collapsed in the Sahara Desert. Its form was witnessed by the locals, who depicted it in giant murals. Over the long years, Safar's corpse turned into ruins, later excavated by the Hunnic chieftains. In the deepest part of the ruins, they found a sleeping girl, the future king of the Huns, Attila. Her essence was a mind-body created by Safar as a backup. As a mere backup, she had no direct connection to the wandering star of predation and thus did not carry out the mission of destroying civilizations. The girl was raised as a human, fought as the king of the Huns, died as a hero, and was ultimately etched into human history, ascending to the rank of a heroic spirit. Although she had no direct link to the wandering star of predation, her destructive instincts and part of her combat power remained, and with this strength, Attila earned the title of the Scourge of God. This life was passed on as a dream to the sleeping Altyra, influencing her. The surrounding gold, the attitude that hostility means an enemy who must be eliminated, and even the name Altyra all stem from this. As for why she calls herself Altyra instead of Attila, it's simply because she finds the name Attila unpleasant. Altyra sounds cuter. It's this girlish sentiment that makes her smile like this. Shinji also smiled. Regardless of the value, it certainly isn't a bad thing. Do you like treasures too? I do. Wait, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Altyra excitedly scooped up a large handful of gold coins and scattered them toward Shinji. As she did, she exclaimed. Come, how beautiful, just like a golden waterfall. This is a king's dream, isn't it? Whoa. Shinji let out a cry and retreated into the temple as fast as he could. Why are you running? Altyra's eyes, like burning stars, appeared outside the temple. Don't you like treasures? I heard that the most luxurious thing on earth is to bathe in gold. That's outdated, Shinji protested. Besides, so much gold falling could kill a person. Even if it doesn't kill me, it still hurts. Eh? Ah. Altyra finally realized the problem, her eyelids drooping. Is that so? Well, you're right. Ah. I'm sorry, I got too excited. It's okay. Shinji walked out of the temple, his feet sinking into the sea of gold, demonstrating with his actions that he didn't mind. Why get so excited over such a small thing? It's simple. The 14,000 years of isolation made her feel lonely, so she could only keep recalling Attila's brief life. She and Arcuate are the same, both are afraid of loneliness, even if they are not aware of it. Chapter 655, Hello, Altyra. Seeing that Shinji started bathing in gold, Altyra finally sighed in relief and asked anxiously, is it okay? Of course. I'm quite strong, by human standards. Shinji flexed his arm to show off his muscles, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to block your destructive beam. Altyra thought for a moment and then nodded, indeed, you are quite strong, probably about the same as the me in the dream. That meant the level of Attila the Hun, the Scourge of God. In terms of combat prowess as a servant, Shinji indeed reached that level. You asked me if you also like treasures, which means you like treasures yourself, right? Yes, that's correct. Although it was the me in the dream, that is still a part of me. In the dream, I would fill my tent with treasures and sleep surrounded by them. Even though Altyra said this, from her expression, it was clear this concept had become a part of her entire being, that longing shone brightly. And this longing was exactly what Shinji wanted to see. Yes, that's it, that expression. This is the best proof of home. A place decorated with things you love that makes you feel at ease, that's home. Home. Well, I don't understand, and I don't have a concept of that. Altyra's eyes looked a bit confused. It's okay if you don't understand. If you don't mind, I will slowly explain it to you. This was also Shinji's goal, his second step after confirming Altyra's essence. Although she was born 14,000 years ago, like Arcuade, she spent most of her time in slumber. Her experience was limited to her descent 14,000 years ago and the life of Attila in the 5th century AD. The former was pure destruction, and the latter wasn't much better. Hunnic elders treated Attila no differently than a weapon. Her task was continuous combat and destruction, leading the Huns to victory. In a way, she was a blank slate, even more so than Arcuade. At least Arcuade could read information from the world's records and gain experience, whereas Altera's understanding remained in the 5th century AD. Otherwise, she wouldn't think bathing in gold was the most luxurious thing on earth. There are much more extravagant things, like bathing in diamonds or using dollar bills as firewood. So, Altera was quite naive. However, thanks to this naivety, the protagonist of Fate Extella, Hakuno Kishinami, could easily reach her heart, helping her gradually break free from the shackles of Velber, not seeing herself as a weapon or an embodiment of destruction, and even sacrificing herself to save Hakuno. Shinji also planned to use this point to color this blank slate with his hues, not requiring her to sacrifice herself but to shed the identity of Velber's vanguard and live quietly in a fictional world. Of course, it would be even better if she was willing to help him fight other threats. When planning for the future, Shinji had fantasized more than once about if the Land of Steel scenario was unavoidable, Altera would use the power of Mooncell to regain her Safar form and fight off the 9 UOS in the universe, giving humanity a final chance for survival. Just a flight of fancy. Shinji didn't want such a future and wasn't sure he could live to see that day. Unaware of Shinji's inner thoughts, Altera clenched her hands unconsciously, her expression anxious but her eyes filled with hope. Is it possible? Why wouldn't it be? Shinji countered. I am the embodiment of destruction, the destroyer of civilizations. I will fulfill my mission, conquer Mooncell, and destroy everything on Earth when Velber returns. Let's not talk about whether Velber will return or when. If that day comes and you become the White Giant Safar again, I will see you as an enemy and use all means to defeat you. Even if I'm no longer here, there will be Arcuade or others to fight you, for the blue planet and the humans living on it. From start to finish, Shinji's tone remained calm. Whether Altera's expression was gentle, serious, or filled with killing intent, he didn't react. He was prepared for this from the moment he took over the blue crystal, shouldering this responsibility. Are you also my enemy? Altera's low voice echoed in the stone chamber, the air growing heavy. I am the enemy of Safar. If you don't become her, we are not enemies. Regardless of what others thought or what counterforce intended, this was Shinji's truest thought. Altera was Altera, Safar was Safar. Safar is my avatar on Earth, we are the same. The heavy air turned into tangible pressure, bearing down on Shinji. The stone chamber was Altera's domain, her lifeline. She could alter the environment at will, just like Arcuade's marble phantasm. It's not the same. An avatar is not the entirety. Shinji gritted his teeth to endure but did not use magic. An avatar is just a weapon that only knows destruction. She doesn't speak, doesn't communicate with me like this, doesn't throw gold coins at me, and doesn't fear hurting me. Such an avatar is just one side of you. The person standing in front of me, who thinks and is willing to communicate, is the real you. If she were truly your entirety, why are you still here? Why haven't you gone to conquer Mooncell? That's because of the Velber's order, making me stand by until its return. Catching a moment of hesitation from Altera, Shinji smiled. Does standing by include communicating with me and throwing gold coins at me? This. In short, my enemy is Safar. Right now, you are not Safar, so we are not enemies, or have you already considered me your enemy? No, I haven't. The pressure dissipated, and Altera's voice returned to being gentle. But if we are not enemies, then what are we? I don't understand. There are many kinds of relationships between people. If we are not enemies, we can be family, friends, acquaintances, or strangers. Right now, we are still strangers, but I hope we can become acquaintances or even friends. How should we do that? That is a process that gradually evolves. Let's start with the first step, exchanging names. That way, we won't be strangers anymore. My name is Shinji Matou. My name is Altera. Hello, Altera. It's nice to meet you. Hello, Shinji Matou. It's nice to meet you. After many twists and turns, a good start was finally made. In the Type Moon universe, Siegfried and Sieg are indeed separate entities, but Siegfried's wife is Kriemhild. After Siegfried's death, she married Attila, using her power to exact revenge and eventually perishing in her quest for vengeance. Chapter 656, Chapter 656, Forget the history books. The Matou family had 2 study rooms. One was on the first floor, not very large, with few books. It was more of an office for the head of the family than a study room. The other was deep underground, with an area equivalent to an entire floor above ground. It had a longer history than the surface buildings, designed and decorated by Zouken Matou himself, and later filled and modified by Skathak and Tuko. For Magi, knowledge is the most valuable resource and wealth. Besides the magic crests implanted in their bodies, books are the most important source of knowledge. Therefore, every Magus family has a rich collection of books, which grows richer with each generation. So far, the Matou family's collection could rival a small library. It included various magical books and magi notes passed down through the Matou family or acquired through other means, as well as ordinary books unrelated to mysteries. Mysteries need to be hidden, but magi must live in this world. Moreover, magecraft, science, history, and humanities are deeply interconnected. Due to its location deep underground and its initial design by Zouken Matou, who excelled in insect magecraft, the study had a dark and gloomy style. There were no obvious light sources, only a desk lamp illuminating a small area, adding a spooky atmosphere to the entire space. However, Shinji under the lamp was not affected by the atmosphere and continued to focus on the book in front of him. He flipped through the pages quickly, the rustling sound of pages turning every few seconds repeating endlessly. After an unknown amount of time, the quiet of the study was broken by light footsteps. "Brother, why don't you turn on the other lights?" A slightly reproachful, tender voice sounded, and a strand of purple hair draped over Shinji's shoulder. "You said this is bad for your eyes," Sakura said, tracing a pale purple rune in the air. As the rune formed, the shadow at her feet quickly extended forward, reaching the wall at the end of the study and climbing onto a protruding device. With a click, the ceiling lights of the study were switched on, and the originally dim room became bright. The rows of bookshelves and the neatly arranged books on them added a sense of oppression to the entire study, a weight born of knowledge. The ceiling lights did not make the extended shadow disappear. Only when the rune in the air dissipated did the shadow retract from between the bookshelves, obediently curling up at Sakura's feet, with two faint glows faintly visible. Shinji moved his gaze from the book, glanced at the shadow on the ground, and then reached out to ruffle Sakura's hair. "Your control over the Shadow Apostle is getting more and more skillful. My little sister is indeed amazing." Hee hee. Sakura squinted, shaking her head in sync with her brother's caress. "Brother, aren't you done yet? It's already been an entire afternoon. The content is more than I expected. It might take another half an hour." Although more than half of the book had been flipped through, there were still a considerable number of pages left. "Then let's eat first. Mom brought back a lot of delicious food, and if we're late, Sister Arcuade will eat it all. That girl is eating more and more, and it's winter now, so it gets dark early." Shinji reluctantly closed the book in his hand and stood up. Early darkness meant Arcuade would wake up early, and in this aspect, she was just like a vampire. Unaware of Arcuade's true identity, Sakura tugged at Shinji's sleeve. "Brother, can I sit next to you at dinner today?" Of course. How could Shinji refuse his little sister's small request? Sakura made a small victory gesture behind him. When she was younger, the seat next to her brother had always been her exclusive spot, but now, with more girls in the house, more people were competing for the seat. Sakura's gentle nature rarely led her to compete actively, but that didn't mean she was willing to give up this spot. "I will never give my brother to you." Clenching her fist to cheer herself up, the girl jogged to keep up with her brother. Before leaving, she casually glanced at the book cover. With the knowledge inherited from Scathack, she recognized the English title on the cover at a glance. The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Why is brother reading this? Why read such a book? Of course, because it was needed. The reasons for Rome's fall are complex, but undeniably, Attila leading the Huns westward was one of the significant factors. Due to the Huns' nomadic nature, historical records about them are quite scarce. Shinji could only start his research with Rome, which was closely related to the Huns. As for why he was researching Attila, it was undoubtedly for Altera. Although they had exchanged names and were no longer strangers, becoming acquaintances or even friends required more interaction and understanding. Altera lacked experience in this area. Besides looking at you with hopeful eyes, she didn't even know how to start a conversation, leaving the burden on Shinji. Learning about Attila's deeds was Shinji's chosen entry point. Attila's life was one of Altera's most precious memories, and this rare conqueror in human history was also one of the heroes Shinji was very interested in. Even before the Fate series came into existence, he had heard of Attila's deeds and his famous saying, "No matter how unpleasant the Hun's words are, hold your temper and listen to him first, don't be in a hurry to cut him down." Upon hearing this, the image of a rough and towering male figure immediately became vivid, which contrasted sharply with the Altera in front of him. The dissonance was overwhelming. "Did you say that?" In response, Altera confirmed that she indeed said those words, taught to her by an elder of the Huns who raised her. He was one of the few wise elders among the Huns. Previously, when Shinji mentioned being enemies with Zafar, Altera didn't directly attack him but instead gave him time to explain, possibly influenced by this saying. Aside from this, other legendary sayings attributed to Attila had little to do with Altera herself, such as, "A great leader must not be too serious. When Altera isn't speaking, she exudes a strong sense of oppression, and Attila rarely speaks. Beware of the rear in political battles." Politics. What's that? Altera asked, tilting her head. There must be a reason to make enemies. Enemies. Those things should just be eliminated. Altera said seriously. The Huns must have a far-reaching vision. Only by seeing far can you eliminate all enemies. Altera thought for a moment and stated her understanding. What else could Shinji say? Forget the history books, this is the Naciverse. Chapter 657, Chapter 657, The King is so cute. The conflict between historical records and reality successfully sparked Altera's curiosity. She wanted to know more about the story of herself. Shinji also wanted to learn more about Altera, not the one in the game, the setting collections, or the texts, but the real her. With this foundation, their communication no longer had barriers, and more explosive details emerged in their exchanges. Historical records state that Attila's father was Munzuk. That's the name of the Hun elder who adopted me. The heirs Elik, Dengizik, and Ernak were also descendants of the elder's family. Yeah, it should be like that. Should be. I don't have these names in my memory. Huh. I'm a bit confused, these are your heirs. These matters were all decided by the elders. Then what did you do? Fight, destroy. You as a king of Huns. What's wrong? King, it's a very nostalgic title. You like this title? I don't dislike it. Then you like it. Hello, King. Ugh. Her body shuddered. What's wrong with you, King? Her body shuddered again. King. Stop saying that. Altera sat at the top of the temple, hugging her knees, burying her head between her thighs. Okay, King. I won't say it, King. You said it again. You're mean. The king is so cute. There are two theories about Attila's death in historical records. The first one is that she was killed by a newlywed maiden named Ildiko in her sleep. That's not true. Altera shook her head. I don't possess the human function of sleep. Even in deep rest, I don't lose consciousness. Assassinating me is impossible. I thought so too. Shinji wasn't surprised. Attila's performance as a weapon was nearly perfect. Even if just a backup of information, she still inherited this trait. Moreover, a honey trap. Setting aside that Attila wouldn't fall for that, Attila's beauty itself was at a planetary level. To use a honey trap on her, it would need to be a beauty of the same caliber, like Arcuade. That maiden Ildiko, wouldn't she feel ashamed standing in front of Attila? So, how did the dream version of you die? Natural death. Natural. Yeah, because without the main body, the information entity has a limited active time. When the time is up, it dissipates. Altera stated this fact plainly. Only at this moment could one see some of the grandeur of the Scourge of God. Then the reason you didn't completely overthrow Western Rome back then was because you ran out of time. Yes. In 452 AD, Attila advanced westward, reaching the banks of the Po River, terrifying the Western Roman Empire. Emperor Valentinian III abandoned his capital and fled in panic. However, at the critical moment of the Western Roman Empire's impending downfall, Attila suddenly withdrew his army, leaving another mystery for posterity. Later scholars offered various explanations for this, but none expected the reason to be so simple. I see. Do you want to hear the second theory about Attila's death? Yes. Even if it was false, she was still interested. The second theory is that he drank too much, and during a hangover, a blood vessel in his nasal cavity burst, causing blood to flow back and suffocate him. This is also impossible, right? Yes, my body is special. No matter how much I drink, it won't have any adverse effects. Shinji raised his head, looking Altera up and down. In this world, there's a physique that countless food lovers envy. No matter how much they eat, they don't gain weight. Altera is the ultimate version of this physique, an innate body. It's a perfectly complete biological body. Though she appears slender, she possesses greater strength than a muscle-bound strongman. No matter how much she eats or drinks, her body shape doesn't change, all thanks to this. Please don't stare at me. She was shy. The king is so cute. By the way, Altera, do you know Siegfried? Siegfried. The name sounds familiar, I think I've heard it. Then do you know Kriemhild? I know her. She was my wife in the dream. As expected. Okay, I won't ask how you two women got married. Kriemhild was Siegfried's wife before she married you. I seem to remember her saying she married me to avenge her husband. Is this Siegfried? Yes, if you're interested, I can tell you Siegfried's story. Not just the legendary stories, but also new ones that were never recorded. Sure, I'd like to hear it. Then let's start from the beginning. A man, who was an invincible knight, a noble hero, a great hero, the Prince of the Netherlands. Artoria's eyes sparkled, like a child listening to a bedtime story. The king is so cute. Starting with Siegfried, their conversation began to branch out from Altera herself. Shinji also had a chance to use the knowledge he gained from Scathach and the Holy Grail. In Altera's words, Shinji was more knowledgeable than all the Han elders combined. This was only natural. A modern person should be more learned than a person from the 5th century AD, right? Days passed in their exchanges. Altera got used to Shinji's presence, and Shinji got used to chatting with her daily. Their relationship evolved from acquaintances to friends. And so, a month passed. You're not coming tomorrow? Still in the same temple, still hugging her knees, Altera looked completely dejected. Besides that dream, her conversations with Shinji were her most cherished treasure. She didn't want to lose it, didn't want to return to solitary confinement. Let me finish. I only said maybe. I have to go on a trip tomorrow, and I don't know when I'll have time, so I told you not to wait. Shinji quickly explained. For the past month, his routine had been very regular. He practiced in the morning, and when his family got busy with their things in the morning, Shinji would chat with Altera until lunchtime. The afternoons were free for either research or helping his family. In the evenings, everyone would gather to hang out, and at bedtime, he would explore the moon cell with Arcuade until dawn, when Arcuade went to sleep. However, this peace was broken today. Due to a phone call from Lorelei, Shinji had to end his stable routine and couldn't keep up his regular schedule. I promise you, as soon as I have time, I'll come to find you. Hearing this, Altera's expression softened but still showed some unease. You must come, okay? Of course. Trust me, I'll tell you all about it when I get back. All right, it's a deal. Altera extended a finger, touching Shinji's palm, a gesture Shinji taught her to make promises. Yes, it's a deal. Where are you going? A country in the Asia. It's also the homeland of Shinji's soul. Chapter 658, Chapter 658, Return. In the early years of this new century, on the first day of spring, a delegation was organized by the upper echelons of the clock tower and the first batch of exchange students for a one-year term. Shinji was one of them. However, he did not move with the main group, and even his entry method bypassed customs, directly crossing the national border. This was not illegal entry, nor smuggling. The official delegation had completed the entry procedures long ago, and the authorities were aware of and tacitly approved this behavior. On one of the most famous mountains, the eastern peak, two men, one tall and one short, climbed a rarely visited unnamed cliff. Master, is it here? The taller man, relying on his height and length, was the first to climb the cliff. He was a young man around 25 years old, with features that could be described in 8 words: clear brows and bright eyes, tiger back and bare waist. The former described his face, the latter his build. This seemingly contradictory style merged harmoniously in him, without seeming abrupt. Yes, it's here. Your master has been practicing on Taishan since childhood. You can't find anyone more familiar with Taishan in the country. The shorter man, although slower, moved more easily, clearly still reserving strength. This was an elderly man of indistinguishable age, with white hair, and a wrinkle-free face. His most striking feature was his arms, which hung naturally and extended past his knees, giving a strange impression. Is there anything special around here? The young man looked around with a puzzled expression. No. The old man shook his head. Then why choose this place? The young man couldn't understand. It's not a border, nor a necessary route to Beijing. The path is difficult, and apart from being concealed, it has no advantages. But if it's about concealment, there are many more suitable places. I don't get it. I don't get it either. The old man walked to the edge of the cliff, casting his gaze towards the East Sea below. Maybe it's to show strength. Our relationship with the West involves both cooperation and competition. You've seen the material sent down. What do you think of those Western young magus? Very strong, all elites. The young man answered honestly. That's right, each one of them is an heir to an ancient family, with a status comparable to yours. Do you think the clock tower sent these outstanding young people here just to learn? I get it, they're the clock tower's business card. Exactly, and our business card is you. How about it? Do you have confidence? Of course, a martial artist does not fear challenges. Rest assured, master, I will show the prowess of God fist style. Hearing his disciple's response, the old man laughed heartily. That's the spirit. The times have changed, perpetual modesty and restraint are no longer desirable. Strength is determined by fists. What do you say, special envoy of the clock tower? Huh. Stop dawdling, quickly translate. Oh. The young man cleared his throat and switched languages. His task was to translate, as few of the older generation spoke English, and this was even rarer in the mysterious world. The younger generation, under official cultivation, had become proficient in foreign languages, and this young man was among the best. In the mundane world, he was a master's student in the English department of a well-known university, and his authentic London accent earned the praise of many foreign friends. What do you think? I think the elder is right. A stranger's voice came from below the cliff. It was in standard Mandarin, no less. The young man wasn't even sure if his own Mandarin was more standard than this voice's. Now things were getting interesting, an Eastern person speaking with a London accent, and an envoy from England speaking Mandarin. Both the elder and the young man were at a loss for words. No one knew how proficient this envoy was. What if he could only say that one sentence? Fortunately, the awkward silence lasted only a few seconds before being broken by someone rising from below the cliff. Dressed in black, the figure hovered in midair, carrying a large backpack. This feat alone made both the elder and the young man look at him with new eyes. Flying magecraft was a high-level skill no matter where you were. More shocking, however, were the envoy's physical traits: black hair, black eyes, and a height comparable to the elder's. That would have been fine, there were short people in the West too, such as the modern Emperor Napoleon. But this envoy was exceedingly young, not an old monster pretending to be young, but genuinely young. With the elder's expertise in martial arts, he could immediately tell from the envoy's vigorous energy and unique vitality that he was indeed young. Once that youthful vitality is lost, it never returns. The Western envoy clasped his hands in greeting to the two of them and said, in a voice matching his appearance, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." No problem, we just arrived as well," the elder waved his hand. "May I ask for your name?" The young envoy landed and clasped his hands again. Sixth-generation successor of the chief family's god fist style, Ji Lin. Seventh-generation successor, Zhang Puxua. How should we address the envoy? Shinji Matou. The young envoy clasped his hands for the third time, and the naturalness of his gesture gave Ji Lin and Zhang Puxua a strong sense of dissonance. "You are really an envoy from the clock tower." Chapter 659, Familiar Land. Of course, the two were suspicious. The young men before them had too many questionable aspects. Being young could be understood, the world never lacked geniuses and prodigies. But his etiquette, especially the natural way he clasped his fists in greeting, was very strange. "I am indeed an envoy from the clock tower, without a doubt. This is the first official cooperation between the clock tower and this country's mystical world, and both sides are taking it very seriously. To avoid unnecessary trouble and misunderstandings, they chose me, someone who admires and understands the country's culture the most, to come here." Shinji seemed well prepared for their doubts. He reached up to his eyes and removed two thin black lenses, revealing his original deep blue eyes. "The eyes are contact lenses, and the hair is dyed, it can't be changed back temporarily. As for my skin, I'm of mixed heritage, inheriting Asian traits, so I won't attract suspicion moving around here." He truly understood. If he hadn't removed his contact lenses, who would know he was a foreigner? The clock tower, one of the two poles of the Western mystical world, was indeed brimming with talent. While evaluating in his mind, the elder spoke to Shinji. "Then I won't be polite and will call you Xiaoxin. You are the elder, I'll listen to you." Originally set to occur at the end of 1999, it caused a massive upheaval in the clock tower, exceeding even the impact of Lord Elmeloy, or Kenneth's, death in the original timeline. The upheaval led to the clock tower's oldest classroom, the dreaded Carillon Observatory, making its first compromise, lifting the sealing designation orders on several individuals, including Aozaki Tuko. Due to Shinji's intervention, Zelrich personally mediated, and Tuko's sealing designation was lifted early, altering the time and process of the chaos significantly. This was understandable, though Tuko's power seemed limited. Given preparation time, even a magician could suffer greatly. Her dolls and familiars were top-notch in both individual combat and broader operations. Without her involvement, the group initiating the chaos would have to revise their plans. Surviving the executor's relentless pursuit required cunning. Thus, the timeline and process of the chaos changed. The choice of timing for the East-West cooperation was likely calculated, as the higher-ups' attention was focused on the East, inevitably weakening the defenses at the headquarters. This judgment was spot on. The precise strike plunged the Law and Politics Department, responsible for managing the clock tower, into a dilemma. They needed to secure the headquarters while ensuring the East-West cooperation proceeded flawlessly. Bartholomew mobilized all available resources, but with the enemy hidden and time pressing, it was still challenging. At this juncture, Lorelei thought of Shinji, hoping he would come to London to assist her. Such an opportunity to gain favor was something Shinji couldn't refuse. However, after hearing the full story, Shinji proposed a different plan: recall all available forces, and he would go to East Country. When it came to understanding to East, none of her subordinates could match him. This unnamed cliffside was specifically designated by Shinji as the meeting point. For this, the clock tower even made a special call to the East Country. Although the East Country was puzzled, they did not quibble over the details. After clarifying the specific requirements, they temporarily assigned 2 representatives to receive the guest. However, this caused some inconvenience for Ji Lian and Zhang Puxua. They were comfortably stationed in Beijing when they suddenly received orders to fly to Shandong overnight. Ji Lian, having lived most of his life and seen much, maintained a calm mindset. Zhang Puzhua, being younger, inevitably harbored some resentment. So, on their way down the mountain, Zhang Puzhua vented a little by demonstrating his agility. God Fist style, also known as ape fist, has footwork and body movements similar to those of an ape, naturally suited to the mountain environment. In a few blinks of an eye, he had descended from the cliff, while also explaining the reason to avoid displeasing their cooperation partner. Shaoxin, there's something I don't quite understand. Brother Puzhua, please go ahead. Having witnessed the divine speed of Achilles and Atlanta and Shiro's mystical steps, Shinji had made considerable progress in his agility, further aided by magic. Although Zhang Puzhua's agility was impressive, it still couldn't surpass Shinji's. However, out of respect, Shinji did not overtake him and intentionally kept a distance of 2 body lengths, which earned Ji Lin's favor. Why did you choose this place as the meeting point? Even if it was to show your ability to enter our country discreetly, there's no need to choose Eastern Peak. Well. Shinji hesitated slightly. There are 2 reasons. One is that my method of coming over was quite special and required a large uninhabited area. And the other? I've always heard that the scenery of Eastern Peak is beautiful and wanted to see it. I never had the chance before, and I couldn't miss it this time. I researched on my way here, and the famous 18 Bends of Eastern Peak is not far from here. If we run at full speed, we can get there in 2 hours. How about we go take a look first? Ji Lin. Zhang Puzhua. Is this guy really reliable? Chapter 660, Reliable. Is Shinji really reliable? The answer to this question was revealed 2 days later. When he walked out of a certain mountain villa, carrying a barely alive man in his hand, Ji Lin and Zhang Puzhua's doubts were completely dispelled. This was Shinji's first mission target and one of the most difficult among them. Ji Lin had reviewed the information beforehand. The target was an expert in reinforcement magecraft, capable of making his body harder than steel, akin to the traditional martial arts techniques golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Even Ji Lin, who had mastered God Fist style, would need considerable time to handle this target. One moment of inattention could allow the target to escape. Magus, unlike martial artists who rely on their bodies, have many peculiar methods. They might not be very strong, but they can cause a lot of trouble. Both men were prepared to provide immediate support in case of any unexpected events. Unexpectedly, within just 5 minutes, this young man walked out carrying the target's corpse. The body, once harder than steel, had been reduced to a wreck. The spine, both arms, and both leg bones were broken. The resilient muscles now appeared sickly and aged, unrecognizable from their original state. The Magus, who had once caused significant losses to the clock tower, struggled to lift his head, his face ashen, and managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat. What, are you? Special Envoy from the Eastern Division of the Clock Tower, Shinji Matou, greeting you on behalf of Lord Bartholomew and the Law Department. The judgment may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Enjoy your time in hell. This was the task Lorelei had assigned to Shinji and the reason he acted alone rather than with the exchange group. Unlike the other members of the exchange group, Shinji had only one task, and it was his specialty, assassination. Cooperation and exchange are not limited to cultural and technological aspects, they also include combat, which can involve friendly matches or joint efforts to eliminate enemies. Lorelei's primary task for Shinji was to kill the clock tower defectors hiding in this country. These defectors had paid certain prices to gain the tacit approval or even protection of the government and local forces. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the government wouldn't take action against them. However, if an accident occurred, that would be a different story. Playing with words and finding loopholes in rules is a forte for these people. Since these defectors' value had been exhausted, their final worth was to be handed over to the clock tower as a gesture of goodwill. Similarly, the clock tower had sent a gift to the country. They did it more directly, without any excuses, sending the law department's assassination squad to eliminate targets. Although the methods differed, one thing was certain: politicians everywhere have dirty hearts. Those fools don't keep their promises. I curse you all. The defeated Magus body emitted a sinister magical energy, but it did not harm Shinji. The malevolent energy was purified before it could approach, reverting to the purest life force. Don't waste your energy. It's useless. Since I came, I naturally made thorough preparations. Even the curse of Artemis, the boar of divine punishment, couldn't harm me. What chance do you have? Returning to the real world from the parallel world, although he lost that nearly perfect body and couldn't reach the peak state of his final battle with Shiro, it didn't mean Shinji hadn't grown. On the contrary, compared to before the Holy Grail War, Shinji's power had increased several times. Magic, origin, new noble phantasms with different functions, the teachings of the great sage Chiron, and the experience from fighting various top-tier servants, all these allowed him to possess combat power comparable to even the highest-tier servants, despite his insufficient physical strength. In the real world, apart from rare geniuses like Lorelei and those ancient monsters, few could pressure him. Casting a cold glance at the dying Magus, Shinji's hand ignited with crimson flames, reducing the body to ashes in moments. This was the extraction of the immortal blade concept, the solar flames from the sun god Surya. Master, am I seeing things? Zhang Pujua, observing from the side, gaped in astonishment. No, although I wish you were. I didn't understand why only one person was sent before, but now I do. Ji Lin shook his head and sighed. A monster, a true monster. Target confirmed eliminated. The next one is. Shinji waved his hand, scattering the ashes, and looked sideways at the two men. Zhang Pujua responded blankly, oh, the next one is in Qingshu. There's a car coming to pick us up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Then let's find a hotel and rest for the night. Okay. The hotel they checked into was quite ordinary. It wasn't particularly good, nor was it bad, but Shinji didn't mind. This was a joint mission, not a high-standard reception. He could enjoy luxuries once the mission was over. After closing the door, Shinji discreetly placed a rune stone by the door and threw another one into each corner of the room. Accompanied by a barely perceptible magical fluctuation, an invisible barrier isolated the room from the outside. Then, with a flash of lightning, fine arcs of electricity leaped from Shinji's fingertips, spreading along the barrier. Once the last arc vanished, Shinji exhaled softly. Now, any eavesdropping or surveillance devices should be disabled. Although this is just a randomly chosen hotel and it doesn't feel like we're being watched, it's better to be safe. Some secrets are best kept hidden. As he spoke, Shinji unfastened the strap around his chest and placed the backpack he had been carrying on the ground. Inside the backpack was not luggage but a coffin. Yes, a coffin. Its black surface, 4 long sides, and 2 short sides formed a symmetrical yet irregular hexagon, resembling the style of coffins popular in medieval Europe, except it was much smaller, about 1/6 the size of a normal coffin. Otherwise, it wouldn't fit in the backpack. Placing his hand on the coffin lid, Shinji infused it with magical energy. A white line appeared in the center of the previously smooth and unmarked lid. With a bang, the coffin lid opened along the line, splitting to both sides. After scanning the room with his mind to ensure there was no danger, Shinji stepped into the coffin, standing upright, stepping in, his feet touching the bottom of the coffin. In the next second, Shinji's body sank rapidly. As his hair reached the level of the coffin lid, it automatically closed, leaving the pitch-black room empty. Chapter 661, Initial Success of the Teachings. The inside of the coffin was a world of its own, quite different from its seemingly narrow exterior. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly accommodate Shinji, who was larger than the coffin itself. Saying it was a world of its own is no exaggeration. The coffin's interior formed a small world. Although the area wasn't large, it had a pond, grass, trees, wildflowers, and a pitch-black night sky with a bright, hanging moon. At the center of this world stood a miniature castle, identical in appearance to the Millennium Castle Brunestad where the true ancestor resided. However, its footprint and height were significantly reduced. Without considering its external appearance, it was essentially a 2-bedroom house. This description involves no rhetorical devices, it's a straightforward statement of fact. Shinji could swear to any being that this was indeed a 2-bedroom house because the interior layout was a complete replica of the Matou residence. Of course, a luxurious mansion like the Matou house couldn't be entirely moved inside. Only a few parts were replicated, such as Shinji's room and the sofa and coffee table in the living room, complete with a fruit platter identical to the one at home. At this moment, Arcuade Brunestad, with her blonde hair and red eyes, dressed in a white sweater, was lying on the sofa, engrossed in a handheld game console. Yes, this small world was Arcuade's creation. The appearance of the Millennium Castle Brunestad and the layout of the Matou residence were almost perfectly replicated by her will. The only things not created by her were the handheld console and some household appliances, which she couldn't understand and had to bring in from the outside. Hearing the door open, Arcuade casually pressed pause, tossed the console aside, and leaned over the back of the sofa to stare at Shinji, resembling a sulking Persian cat. "I'm so bored, Shinji. When can we go out? It's not even been a day. Didn't I prepare so many games for you? Have you already beaten them all?" Shinji sat down beside Arcuade, peeled an orange, and popped half into his mouth, offering the other half to her. Arcuade didn't take it. Instead, she leaned back and opened her mouth with an ah. Shinji, resigned, tore off a segment and tossed it up. With a flash of white light, Arcuade appeared precisely beneath the segment and swallowed it whole, then mumbled, "No, I don't know why, but I'm just bored." "If you're bored, why did you insist on coming along? And after coming, you don't want to be active during the day. If it weren't for the old man sending this coffin, I wouldn't know what to do. Because the sun is uncomfortable. Besides, I want to play in that world. If I get too far from you, I can't get in." The world was Arcuade's creation, but the space containing it was opened by Zelrich. Only this second magician could easily fold space and fit a space the size of a football field into a coffin. As for why a coffin and not something else, it was because Arcuade, influenced by human art, believed that vampires should sleep in coffins. Zelrich modified the container's appearance accordingly. This act of sending the coffin confirmed two facts. First, Zelrich had been keeping an eye on the Matou family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent the spatial tool so timely. Considering the ending of the Heavens Feel route in Fate/Stay Night, where Tosaka Rin faced judgment for using the second magic artifact Jeweled Sword, and Zelrich suddenly appeared after centuries of absence to resolve her crisis, he's likely a voyeur rivaling Merlin. Second, Zelrich had a significant relationship with Arcuade. In Tsukihime and related works, there's no direct information on this. It's only known that Zelrich visited the Millennium Castle Brunestad during Arcuade's childhood and seemed to have taught her for some time. It appears the old man didn't hold any hostility towards Arcuade for being a copy of the Crimson Moon. Instead, he seemed to care for her. It's unclear what this most enigmatic being on Earth is thinking. With the spatial tool and a small world, Arcuade wouldn't be bothered by the sun and could sleep during the day without interruption. Shinji could carry Arcuade with him without worrying about the lively princess causing trouble. Most importantly, having this UO candidate ensured Shinji's safety. Walking around casually might be an exaggeration, but moving normally without provoking anyone would be absolutely safe, no matter the corner of the real world. This confidence is why Shinji dared to come to this country, claiming to be fully prepared. After all, a black box designated by a certain mushroom, and the country with the most intact legacy of mysteries. It's said that on the XZ plateau, closest to the heavens, there are various secret realms, preserving complete circles from the Age of Gods, making it the most challenging region on Earth. This is why Shinji only brought Arcuade and no one else on this trip. Of course, Shinji would never tell Arcuade this, or she would get even more smug, like a proud fox with her tail in the air. Even without being told, she always behaves that way. Now she started calling out to Shinji again, ah. And you're not bored now? Shinji rolled his eyes and repeated his earlier action. Not bored. Arcuade responded enthusiastically. This was one of her favorite little games to play. It all started when Sakura, while snacking, pouted and asked Shinji to feed her, which prompted Fujino and others to follow suit. Arcuade found it amusing and wanted to join in, but she was seated far away, so Shinji simply tossed the snack to her, and somehow, she caught it with her mouth. From then on, she got hooked and couldn't stop. Not only did she seize every opportunity to play, but she also started tossing snacks to herself, coming up with various tricks like Serpentine Step, Cat's Water Shake, Cat's Turnaround, and Crow Takes Flight, names coined by Shinji. In his eyes, Arcuade had many similarities with Altera, especially when acting silly. Multiple people had advised her to stop playing like this, saying it was like teasing a dog, and even showed her similar footage, but the princess only grew more interested. Perhaps, to a true ancestor, humans and animals were no different, they were all life forms on Earth without any inherent hierarchy. Then you keep playing while I go to Mooncell. I promise to tell Altera what happened today. Soon, after tossing the remaining orange segments, Shinji left the sofa and headed towards his room. Humph, it's that annoying person again. You can't go, Arcuade pouted, pulling Shinji's arm. If you go, I'll come out and cause trouble for you. Unfortunately for her, Shinji wasn't fazed. If you cause trouble, I won't bring you any good food. The cuisine here is more abundant. I've already inquired, and the pancakes and baked buns here are delicious, especially those baked buns. They're golden, with a crispy crust, soft and chewy inside, savory and fragrant, just thinking about them makes my mouth water. Gulp, Arcuade involuntarily swallowed, her pout softening. I won't cause trouble, okay. Then be good and listen. Once I finish my task, I'll take you to try all the delicious food. Really? Really, as true as 24K gold. Then I'll endure a bit longer. If I can't stand it, use this to tie me up. Arcuade made a silver chain appear in her hand, the same tool she used to bind herself when she slept. The princess's teachings were starting to show results. Chapter 662, Shinji Daily, Part 1. Monster, this was the evaluation of Ji Lin and Zhang Puzhua, towards Shinji. Initially, it was just admiration for his immense strength, but over time, this evaluation took on additional meanings. Monster, as the name implies, refers to a strange creature. Exceptional strength is just one aspect, other peculiarities can also be described with this term. One morning, Ji Lin and Zhang Puzhua returned to their residence after practicing martial arts, only to see Shinji wandering the streets with a microphone in one hand and a small camera in the other. Puzhua, what do you think Shinji is up to? Looks like he's filming. Not that, your master isn't senile yet, I know what a camera is. Then you mean? I mean, why is he filming here? This is just an ordinary street, like any other in the city. Besides us and himself, there's nothing here related to the mysterious world. What's the use of recording this? If you ask me, I don't know either. Why not ask him directly? If he's filming so openly, he's sure to give us an answer. That's true. Ji Lin thought for a moment and walked up. Little Shin, what are you doing? I'm filming a personal DV, it won't take long, don't worry. As he spoke, Shinji turned off the recorder to avoid capturing their conversation. What is a personal DV? This term was beyond the old man's understanding. It means shooting a short film, Zhang Puzhua whispered. Hearing this robust yet friendly voice, Shinji suddenly turned around, his eyes shining, making Zhang Puzhua feel uneasy. Did I do something wrong? No, you're fine. Just say something. Zhang Puzhua was baffled. What was this about? Please, just say anything. It's very important to me. Ah, okay. Seeing Shinji's sincere attitude, Zhang Puzhua hesitated no more. He cleared his throat and made some casual greetings. This made Shinji's eyes shine even brighter. He kept saying, great, that's the effect I want. Without waiting for Zhang Puzhua's response, Shinji handed him a sheet of manuscript paper. Read this, just in a normal narrative tone. Read this. The manuscript was ordinary, bought from a local shop. The handwriting is a bit sloppy with many corrections, suggesting multiple revisions. The first paragraph. This land possesses the world's most dramatic natural landscapes, plateaus, forests, lakes, coastlines. This geographical diversity aids in the formation and preservation of species, providing a wealth of potential food resources unmatched by any other nation. To obtain this natural bounty, people gather, pick, dig, and fish. It is this natural endowment that has nurtured the splendid and glorious culinary culture. No problem, it made sense and was well written. Even Zhang Puzhua, a top student, wasn't sure he could match this level. But the question was, why read this? Because I'm making a personal food program. I've already decided on the name, Shinji Daily. Shinji copy Nas Daily. A program. The master and disciple found themselves unable to keep up with Shinji's thoughts. Yes, culture is magnificent, but due to cultural differences, most people can't understand it. But there's one exception, food. Culinary delights know no boundaries and have no threshold. A very compelling reason, but why did it sound so strange coming from a foreigner? Shouldn't this be a concern for those involved in politics? Moreover, it had only been a few days, and he had already come up with such an idea. Wasn't this a bit too monstrous? Recalling how this guy chose Eastern Peak as the meeting place just to see the 18 bends, it seems perfectly normal for him to do such a thing. A monster has to be extraordinary. The master and disciple from the traditional martial arts school were baffled by Shinji, but this didn't stop them from helping him. Orders from above had already been issued to accommodate the guests' harmless requests as much as possible. Thus, Zhang Puzhua became Shinji's narrator and cameraman, while Ji Lin reported the matter through special channels. A certain high-ranking official saw this and thought, this is a good thing, let's fully cooperate. Not only should we cooperate, but we can also create our own promotional program. If it works well, we can expand the promotion. Even if it doesn't affect the clock tower, boosting tourism would still be beneficial. A high-ranking official indeed considers all aspects. The next day, the central network received orders to start preparing a program team. A few months later, the new program officially aired, becoming a global hit. At this time, Shinji was unaware that his actions would cause such a ripple effect. He was still diligently recording his program. Because he was tasked by Lorelei, he couldn't do it systematically like the central network, with one comprehensive episode after another. Instead of this time-consuming method, he chose a simpler unit format, filming the local cuisine of each place in as much detail as possible, even including scenes of himself devouring food. This deviated from the proper style of Nas Daily, but as he said, who cares as long as he claimed it first? If anyone disagreed, they could just hold it in. It all stemmed from his conversation with Arcuade on his first night. The allure of food is infinite. If it can captivate the princess of the true ancestors, it can surely captivate many others. Although they couldn't taste it, he could show it to them. Initially, Shinji intended to pair photos with text but decided it wouldn't be effective, so he switched to directly filming a DV. After finishing each tape, he would make multiple copies. Besides keeping some as mementos for the 3 participants, he would first send the rest to the clock tower, then transport some to Japan. Each close friend received a copy, showing them his current situation and fulfilling the dream of being a vlogger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon, the first episode began airing. Chapter 663, Shinji Daily, Part 2. Staple foods usually provide most of the calories humans need. From the simplest pot of rice, a steamed bun, to the ever-changing delicate staples, they are all the result of hard-working labor and accumulated experience. No matter how much food and drink is consumed, the the staple food is always the main protagonist on the dining table. Crepes, one of the traditional staple foods, is said to have originated in S. Accompanied by the magnetic narration, an inconspicuous black round griddle appeared on the screen. An ordinary T-shaped wooden spatula spreads a dollop of batter quickly on the griddle. In a matter of seconds, translucent crepes took shape. Sprinkling some sauce and seasonings, the filling inside could be freely chosen. In less than 2 minutes, a fragrant, delicious, and chewy crepes was completed. As Lorelei was watching this scene, she was having lunch. Due to her busy schedule recently, she hadn't left her office and habitually had a nutritious lunch delivered. Taking advantage of a rare moment of leisure, she turned on the TV, inserted the videotape, and prepared to eat while watching. After just 2 bites, she found the food in her mouth increasingly hard to swallow. The so-called nutritious lunch consisted of bread, fruit, vegetables, milk, and meat. It was nutritionally balanced but tasted bland. Compared to the food in the video all steaming hot, her meal seemed increasingly unappetizing. What's more aggravating was that the video included not only the food-making process but also the sight of a large group of people eating. A rough count revealed more than a dozen people. The final scene was of 3 men, 1 old, 1 young, and 1 middle-aged, squatting by the roadside, their mouths full of crumbs. The young man was none other than the special envoy she had sent. That idiot. The young queen of the clock tower angrily threw her half-eaten bread onto her plate and cursed at the smiling face on the TV screen. I sent you to handle traitors, not to have fun. Even if you have fun, keep it low-key, and don't let me find out. But you filmed it and sent it along with precious magecraft materials. It's utterly despicable, yes, despicable. Having received a good education since childhood with a limited stock of vulgar words, Lorelei had already forgotten that she had praised her special envoy just the day before for his efficiency. In just 10 days, he had executed 5 traitors, even stripping their magic crests from some of them for special purposes. After sulking for a while, Lorelei took a sip of coffee and prepared to continue eating. As she lowered her head, she suddenly noticed a note tucked inside the videotape case. Casually opening it, the first thing she saw was a large smiley face drawn with 5 arcs and 3 circles, which immediately seemed punchable. There was a line of small characters on the back of the note. Hey, young lady, long time no see. Have you missed me? Who would miss you, oomph? I've missed you a lot. Let me guess, you're angry right now, right? I've told you many times that a queen must have dignity but also needs to temper her temper, or you'll age quickly. Get lost. Are you here just to annoy me? Lorelei barely resisted the urge to tear up the note. I'm not worried about aging, Magus has many ways to stay young. I know you're even angrier now, but I didn't mean it. Blame your British food for being so awful. That stargazy pie you call a delicacy. Speaking of fish, have you ever seen fish soup served in a basin? Ever heard of a full fish banquet? British food, haha, next time we meet, I'll cook a few dishes for you. I learned them from a top chef, and I guarantee you'll want more after tasting them. Is my food diet that bad? Looking at the nutritious lunch in front of her, then at the video on TV, now showing various fried rice dishes. All kinds of fried rice filled the table, making it a complete fried rice banquet. And it wasn't filmed in a fancy hotel but at a roadside stall that looked far from hygienic. If the low-end roadside stalls are this good, what about the high-end? Compared to that, her food doesn't measure up. She lost her appetite again. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about something happy. By the time you see this video, my task should be halfway done, and I will complete the rest as soon as possible. Humph, that's more like it. At this rate, the execution tasks will be completed in at most another half-month. The remaining discussions and exchanges of rune techniques won't pose any safety issues and won't take much time either. After completing my tasks, I plan to stay in for a while to walk around and explore this land. You know, I have a Buddhist lineage, and Buddhism flourishes the most here, especially the living Buddhas in Tibet. I hope to gain some insights there. You should work hard too, I'm getting so strong I'm scared of myself. Be careful not to get crushed by me. Crushed by you. In your dreams. You have no idea how vast and profound the Bartholomew crest and heritage are. When you return, I'll make sure you get a good taste of my power. However, walking around and exploring. I recall him mentioning this plan before. Well, most of the clock tower's influence is confined to Europe. Asia is our weak point, so this is a good opportunity to understand the situation beneath the surface in the East. As for safety, I'll find a chance to inform some people. Currently, we are in a honeymoon phase with them, so they shouldn't refuse this small request. The representative accompanied him to film the DV, so they seem to get along quite well. I'll stop here. I should be setting off soon. Lastly, I'm sending you a gift, the recipes of the dishes that appeared in the video. You should be able to find all the ingredients. The seasonings are in the package I sent to Waver. It would affect your image too much for you to carry a bunch of seasonings. I hope these delicacies help relieve your stress and bring you good cheer. Your friend, Matou Shinji. Miss, Mr. Velvet wants to see you, came the secretary's voice from outside the office. Please ask him to wait for 5 minutes, I'll be right there. A gentle curve appeared at the corner of the young queen's mouth, but no one was there to appreciate it. Good cheer? Yes, my mood has indeed improved now. Chapter 664, Shinji Daily, Part 3. In the realm of food, flavor reigns supreme. People have never confined themselves to a bland list of foods. With an understanding of food, they constantly seek inspiration through transformation. One of the most exquisite and representative transformations is that of the soybean. In terms of protein provision, soybean products are the only plant-based foods that can rival meat. Soy milk, tofu, dried bean curd, bean sprouts, fermented black beans, soybean paste, fermented bean curd, these are all delicious transformations of the soybean, and they are found in every corner of the world, appearing on the dining tables of millions. Shinji is at it again. It's amazing how he can find so many delicious things, Byakuya praised while sipping his soup. It was obvious that the Matou family was watching the video Shinji had sent while eating, as had become their habit. The first time they received the videotape, the whole family eagerly opened it, only to be tantalized by the images of delicious food and various feasts. The label on the tape read, Food Trip, Episode 1, indicating it was a series, with a second, third episode, and possibly more to follow. From the second episode onward, the family would prepare food beforehand to avoid getting hungrier as they watched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fujino counted on her fingers. Is it true that there are so many soybean products? There are that many, and the DV didn't show them all. Having spent a long time traveling around, Makiri knew quite a bit about cuisine. Whenever her family had questions, she would answer them. Although her answers might not always be accurate, they were generally on the right track. There are many types of tofu. I've had stinky tofu, fragrant tofu, fried tofu, tofu puffs. I only know about mapo tofu. Elsa's knowledge reflected many people. Why it turned out this way, Shinji still didn't understand. Tofu cuisine has many signature dishes, and the spicy flavor of mapo tofu doesn't suit the generally light palate. Spring onion tofu would be more appropriate. Don't just watch TV, eat your food. Sakura-chan's cooking skills are improving, Kariya said, putting a piece of tofu in his mouth and chewing slowly as the TV showed tofu. Fried tofu is Sakura's specialty, and at this moment, she was smiling as she watched Shinji eating crab roe tofu on TV. My brother is eating tofu, and I'm eating tofu too. Hey, we're in sync. But soon, Sakura's smile became strained because the DV ended with the appearance of Arcuade. The version watched by the Matou family was the most complete, including a special greeting recorded by Shinji. This time, the recording was made in Arcuade's little world, featuring scenes of Arcuade and Shinji playfully fighting over food at the table. Why didn't I go with him back then? Sakura pouted, and Kiri and Fujino showed similar expressions. What's today's theme cuisine? In the sealed unknown realm within Moon Cell, Altera closed her eyes and read the information dispersed in the air. Because it was a virtual spirit particle world, the filming and presentation methods were very different from the real world. In the real world, it was done with a camera, but in the virtual spirit particle world, it directly recreated Shinji's memories. More precisely, Shinji digitized his memories, then copied the needed segment and projected it for Altera to read. It sounds complex, but it wasn't difficult for Shinji, who could manipulate spirit particles. Altera taught him a few times, and he quickly learned. The reason for using this method was simple. When talking about food, Shinji said that words couldn't convey the deliciousness. If only you could see it. Altera said it was easy, and you could directly display the information, so she taught Shinji some spirit particle manipulation techniques, opening a new path for Shinji to explore the third magic. That's right. Nowadays, the exterior of every city looks similar. Only eating habits can serve as a distinguishing label from other places. Shinji reproduced his olfactory memories from the kitchen, and suddenly the fiery, spicy aroma filled the entire stone chamber. This is fragrant and spicy. The fragrance mainly comes from the oils and the spice primarily from the chili peppers. This cuisine is like a bomb, immediately imprinting its strong regional flavor on your palate in a striking way that you will never forget. A blush appeared on Altera's cheeks, a symptom of being stimulated by the extreme spiciness. It's indeed impactful, somewhat similar to the flavors in my dreams. I like this taste. The Huns were a nomadic people, and their diet was also strong and intense, so it's no wonder Altera liked it. It's great that you like it. Shinji smiled knowingly. Culinary culture is a form of civilization. The moment you say you like it, it means your identity as a weapon of civilization destruction is no longer pure. Although it's just a seed now, Shinji believed that one day the seed would grow into a towering tree. Speaking of which, I've also learned how to make a few Hun dishes. It's a pity I don't have the ingredients, otherwise, I could make them for you to taste. Ingredients, is that so? What kind of ingredients? Altera asked. Just the ones you saw. Ah, those. Altera clasped her hands in front of her chest and gently blew a breath. It was filled with spirit particles, and the white light within them constantly changed, eventually weaving a stove, kitchen utensils, and various ingredients beside Shinji, all exactly as he had seen in his memories. What is this? Shinji was stunned. This is the reproduction of the spirit particle information from your memory. It might differ slightly from the real items, but I processed it thoroughly to make it as realistic as possible. I hope it will be useful. Shinji picked up a kitchen knife, spun it around in his hand a few times, and muttered to himself. Yes, this is a spirit particle fictional world. Everything is based on spirit particles. As long as there is enough information, anything can be recreated, even finished dishes. No, that's not right. That way, Altera wouldn't get to experience the joy of cooking. Can't you use it? Altera looked at Shinji with expectant eyes. No, it's perfect. Shinji stuck the kitchen knife into the cutting board and began manipulating the spirit particles. With a flash of blue light, he was dressed in a chef's uniform. Please wait a moment, my beautiful lady. I will prepare a feast for you. Altera, I will make you say that phrase again. Cooking is a good civilization. Chapter 665, Chapter 665, Fear. Dragon Group. It's unclear when it started, but Dragon Group has become synonymous with the official mysterious organization. This organization spans the entire country, recruiting talented individuals from various fields and managing the nation's mysterious world. Its functions and notoriety are somewhat akin to X-Men, though the Dragon Group is much larger in scale. Of course, neither the Dragon Group nor the X-Men exist in reality. They are fictional institutions from movies and TV shows. Even if they did exist, they might not be called by those names. However, because the name Dragon Group is so prominent, Shinji habitually uses it to refer to official mystical forces, even though the formal name of the institution falls under a certain department within the Ministry of Defense. This institution, which Shinji dubbed the Dragon Group, is one of the key players in this East-West cooperative exchange. Just as Lorelei closely monitors the progress of this cooperation, tolerating rebels roaming London to ensure the safety of the exchange delegation, the Dragon Group is also keeping a close eye on the Clock Tower delegation. Are the arrangements for the exchange delegation in place? Yes, everything is in place. The technical representatives from the Clock Tower have been stationed in various laboratories, and the exchange students have been assigned to Penglai, Kunlun, and Tiamat according to their study directions, where they are interacting with our preparatory members. Remind the 3 locations once more. Times have changed, we must abandon the old notion of looking down on foreigners. Anyone who hinders this cooperation because of such views will be held accountable. Rest assured, since the Fairylands have agreed to host the exchange students, they won't treat national matters lightly. That's good. What about the progress in the various laboratories? Everything is progressing normally. The fastest progress is in the Human Enhancement Laboratory, where the combination of the Clock Tower's alchemical potions and our breathing techniques has been remarkably effective. Initial data from the first batch of test subjects show a 5% improvement in breathing technique efficiency, with potential for further enhancement. The slowest progress is in the Magic Theory Laboratory, where the differences in our systems pose significant integration challenges. However, it's not without results. The Clock Tower's modern magecraft system has provided us with many insights, aiding the construction of our modern system. What about the Rune Laboratory? Everything is normal. More than half of the materials sent by the Clock Tower have been analyzed, and some of the results have already been applied to the study of ancient script. And the Oracle Bones? No progress yet. We might need more ancient primordial runes materials, but what? However, primordial runes are divine scripts, highly difficult to decode. Even the Clock Tower hasn't fully deciphered the rune system, so achieving results might be. I see. The analysis of Oracle Bones is crucial to our rune system, so keep a close eye on it. See if the Clock Tower can share some materials. After all, they want the Star Shuttle data to repair their arc. If they can provide the information we need, it's acceptable to give them ours. The Clock Tower has already proposed a condition. What condition? Their special envoy wishes to travel around Asia and hopes we can facilitate it. Is that Shinji Matou? I've been hearing a lot about him recently. In less than a month, he dealt with all the traders single-handedly. He even started a culinary show called Shinji Daily. I watched it in my spare time. It's quite interesting. He hasn't overstepped any boundaries. If it's him, that's fine. But why would the Department of Law and Politics make a seemingly disadvantageous trade for primordial runes data? Because this special envoy is a top expert in the rune system and is said to have a close connection with Aozaki Tuko, the legendary figure who revived the rune system. That grand puppeteer whom even the second magician respects. She should now be titled Grand Rune Master as well. I see, such powerful strength warrants caution from the Department of Law and Politics. Whether we can obtain the desired information depends on our abilities. I'm becoming increasingly interested in this Shinji Matou. Where is he now? He's in XZ, currently listening to teachings at the Zouken temple. Him? Listening to teachings. Yes, it said he has a Buddhist heritage. He used Vajra body in a battle once, which, according to Mr. G's speculation, might be related to the Tiantai or Vajrayana sections. The more I hear, the more he seems like a native. Could he be from an overseas community? I think so too. We've arranged for someone to investigate, but the clock tower tightly controls his information, so. Understandable, given how valuable he is. Do you think we could recruit him? I think it's worth a try. How about I make a trip to LS? Good, go to LS and invite him to BJ. I'll personally talk to him. Alright, I'll. It seems there's an urgent communication, what? Alright, I understand, I'll report immediately. What happened? Shinji Matou is missing. What? Missing? What are our intelligence personnel doing? When did he go missing? Are there any clues? At 10 a.m. today, he was taken away by a group of monks. It seems to be related to that special area down south. They must be seeking death. That old bald monk and his bald disciples think I can't deal with them. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to use them. Never mind that, mobilize the people in the southwest, notify the ground forces in Chengdu and Lanzhou, and send law enforcement teams from Amei Golden Summit and Pure Glazed Realm. You will lead the team personally. Since those guys are being unruly, let's show them some force. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. At the same time, on the outskirts of LS, several off-road vehicles were speeding across the wilderness at an incredible pace. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the jeep in the middle. In the next second, the over 3-ton steel beast was torn apart in a burst of flames. The passengers were thrown out from the fire, rolling on the ground due to the immense inertia, their bodies battered and bloody, their fate uncertain. They all had one common characteristic, red monk robes and shiny bald heads. The only exception was a young man in casual clothes, who walked out from the flames with cold eyes, exuding a chilling killing intent from head to toe. I thought it was some living Buddha, but it's that old bastard hiding in India. To think he still harbors such wicked intentions, targeting me. Radiant with Buddha's light, achieving a gilded body. Thunder roared, and golden artifacts floated in midair. Very well, let me act as the protector of Buddhism and cleanse the sect. First, I'll send you to meet King Yama, and then I'll send him to the Western Paradise to see the Buddha. Shinji's eyes blazed with anger with Vajra's fearsome presence. Chapter 666, Chapter 666, Trip ends. When Shinji stepped into the building on West Street, a place with special historical significance, the official who had gone to find him in Tibet was being scolded. The reprimand came from the top figure in charge of the mystical realm, responsible for guarding the nation's fate. Are you stupid? He can't see the situation clearly, and neither can you. Creating such a mess at this time is very troublesome to clean up, very troublesome, understand? Why aren't you talking? You were so impressive when setting off fireworks, even recording it and adding music. Didn't you say you agreed in principle? Yes, in principle, but your approach was too simplistic and crude, lacking artistry. Please instruct us. Listen carefully. If I were you, I wouldn't have killed those llamas from the start. The old bald donkey wants to connect with the higher-ups of the clock tower. Not only wouldn't he harm Shinji Matou, but there's also a high chance he'd meet him personally. As long as he shows up, there's much more room for maneuver. Whether it's assassination, an inside-outside surprise attack, or other strategies, any would be better than causing such a big scene without even killing the target. The responsibility is mine. Shinji couldn't help but interrupt. I acted impulsively at that time. By the time I reacted, the car had already exploded, and the bald donkey in the car was dead. I had no choice but to see it through. The bomb I used was from the most orthodox Western magecraft system, which should cause some confusion. That's why it's just troublesome. Seeing Shinji speak up, the big shot in a military uniform but without rank softened his tone considerably. Different systems and high-profile methods that don't match our usual style have left a lot of room for maneuver. Although some people say it's our deliberate misdirection, they have no evidence. The old bald donkey isn't dead either, so what's left is a war of words that could go on indefinitely. Let's not talk about that. Are you Shinji Matou? Yes. Shinji nodded, neither humble nor arrogant. The big shot scrutinized Shinji carefully and finally sighed. What a pity. Pity about what? Shinji asked. You're not native. If you were, I'd cultivate you as my successor. The big shot made no secret of his attitude, appreciation for excellence and regret for not being one of his own. Okay, I already have Shursho though. Since the big shot was so direct, Shinji spoke his mind too. Is that so? The big shot gave a meaningful smile. Shinji smiled as well. Words alone couldn't make someone believe, but saying such things, coupled with previous actions, was enough to prove his considerable goodwill towards the people here. He planned to stay for a while, so building a good relationship with the authorities was essential. Although he didn't know why the big shot wanted to see him, this was a great opportunity. With this good start, the subsequent conversation went very smoothly. Both parties got what they needed and reached a high level of consensus. Want information on primordial runes? Sure. Help with ancient text deciphering? No problem. Stuck with the deciphering? No worries, I have external help. Come on, Arcuade, lend a hand. Read the world's memory and translate these oracle bones. What do they mean and what power do they hold? Don't worry, you won't work for free. Know where I am. The Forbidden City. The best chefs in here, and you can have whatever you want, all of it top-tier palace cuisine. I heard it's a good season for fugu. Ah, you've finished translating already, that was quick. I'll treat you to a feast tomorrow at noon, and I can also visit the legendary Imperial Kitchen. With Shinji's, mostly Arcuade's, help, the speed of deciphering the oracle bones greatly increased. Well, it was mostly Arcuade's work, but she didn't want to bother and stay in her coffin, so Shinji got all the credit. Since Shinji was so effective, the authority reciprocated generously. Like to eat? No problem, they changed up the state banquet menu regularly. Want to travel? Easy, wherever you want to go, they'll arrange it in advance. Want to travel freely? They'll give you a pass, go wherever you like. If you want to study Buddhism, you can choose from the 8 major Buddhist sections. If you don't understand something, arrangements can be made for a high monk to give you a lecture. Interested in martial arts? That's perfect because we need your help. Recently, young people's temperaments have been impatient, thinking themselves invincible and looking down on everyone. You can help curb their arrogance, your youthful appearance is quite deceptive. To this, Shinji responded, authorized to beat people. I like that. Thus, he beat up most of the young people in the martial arts community and even earned the title of Demon King. He also took this opportunity to spar with many renowned masters from the older generation, benefiting greatly from the experience. Shinji spent the most effort on this fiercely powerful martial art, not for himself, but for Tosaka Rin far away in Fuyuki City. Because of his interference, Rin's life had changed in many ways, mostly for the better, but some in less desirable ways, such as with Bajiquan. In the original timeline, Rin's martial arts were taught by Kirii Kodomine, a master of Bajiquan. But now, with Kirii Kodomine missing and Tokiomi's martial arts being only at a self-defense level, Rin's martial arts talent was being wasted. To correct the negative impact he caused and to ensure that the exceptional girl wouldn't be defeated by her future rivals, and also for the sake of Korea and Sakura, who cared about the Tosaka family, Shinji painstakingly acquired detailed Bajiquan materials. These included secret manuals, instructional videos, and personal insights. With these resources and Rin's natural talent and understanding, her future achievements would certainly be significant. After doing all this, Shinji's journey finally came to an end. His next step was to visit ancient land. Chapter 667, Shaun. There was a girl. She was a true genius, but because she was born into the Eltnam family, she had been discriminated against by those around her since birth. The Eltnam family was once a prestigious noble lineage among magi, wielding significant influence in Atlas Academy, one of the 3 major branches of the Mages Association. At its peak, the family even produced a magus honored with the title Atlasia, the highest honor of Atlas Academy, bestowed upon one who would act on behalf of the institution's will. However, no one could have anticipated that this prosperity would vanish overnight. The magus who bore the title Atlasia fell from grace, violating Atlas's taboos by becoming a dead apostle through external research. This disgrace caused the Eltnam family's authority to plummet, reducing them to fallen nobility burdened with an inescapable stigma, generation after generation enduring discrimination and exclusion from Atlas Academy. In such an environment, an ordinary person would have gone mad, or at the very least, been left with deep psychological scars. But the girl did not. Despite the strange look she received, she studied diligently, using her excellent grades to prove herself, all while quietly atoning for her ancestors' sins. Alone, she persevered, moving forward, ultimately reaching heights coveted by countless alchemists but rarely achieved in a lifetime, Atlas. Like her ancestor who had fallen into undeath, she earned the title Atlasia, becoming the sole candidate for the position of director. Yes, the sole candidate. If she were not, it would have been impossible for her to receive this title. The discrimination and exclusion of the Eltnam family had become a form of political correctness, a unique culture of the academy, ingrained from top to bottom, from instructors to students. In some ways, the atmosphere at Atlas Academy was worse than at the clock tower. But fate played a colossal joke on these magi. In the vast Atlas Academy, only she possessed the necessary abilities to inherit the institution, an irony that could not be overstated. No one could have foreseen this. Students, instructors, and others associated with the academy lost their composure over this improbable development, their eyes filled with protest and spreading panic. Atlasia was not just a title, its authority was second only to the director, granting the power to bestow instructor qualifications and enjoying the same privileges as a special envoy. It was truly shocking. Unbelievable. Hard to accept. Suspicious. Unforgivable. Indescribable accusations, like curses, filled the girl's surroundings, but she was not surprised, having grown accustomed to it long ago. She only found it uninteresting. Nothing had changed from before. Exclusion and isolation. While she now stood in a position with the power to exclude others, she would not do so. The girl was proud, and so was the Eltnam family. Even though they were branded as sinners, the Eltnam family was a lineage of noble blood. Abusing power for personal reasons was something she would never do, and she held no feelings for these mediocre people, despite their disbelief. The girl's relationships with those around her remained distant. It used to be others distancing themselves from her, but now it was she who distanced herself from them. Essentially, nothing had changed. The girl continued to live alone, as an excellent student, in her research lab. There was a slight change. After earning the title at Atlasia, she had her research lab, allowing her to distance herself from others even more effectively. Because no one was necessary to her, she saw no need to involve herself with anyone. She thought this way. However, inadvertently, she also harbored a bit of confusion. Was this the right thing to do? What exactly was right? What was wrong? With these troubling thoughts, she accepted the church's invitation to join the dead apostle hunting mission. The target of the mission was her ancestor, Zepia Eltnam Oberon, the 13th of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, known as the Knight of Wallachia, the very culprit responsible for the Eltnam family's downfall. That was 3 years ago, in 1998, during an unusually hot summer. The girl's name was Shaun, a name that sounded beautiful both in the east and the west. Shaun Eltnam Atlasia. The 13-year-old Shinji quickly scanned through the information on his computer, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. It's her wanted notice, this is getting interesting. In the summer of 1998, the Knight of Wallachia reappeared. The church organized a Knight Order specifically to hunt the vampire, but the outcome was disastrous. The entire Knight Order was annihilated, with only Shaun escaping. The church and Atlas Academy were desperate for Shaun to return and explain everything. However, the last survivor not only did not return but also continuously evaded the search parties sent by both sides. During this process, she violated Atlas's taboo, exchanging her research results with others. In Atlas Academy, one can research anything of interest without any restrictions from worldly ethics, but there is one untouchable taboo: imagination must not be liberated, and one's results must be kept private. Thus, Atlas, in conjunction with the church, issued a wanted notice. Since Atlas Academy and the Clock Tower are both part of the Mages Association, the Clock Tower also provided some cooperation. The latest news indicated that Shaun had come to the Far East and possibly entered Japan. Therefore, Lorelei sent an email to Shinji, asking for his help in finding her, attaching information provided by Atlas Academy. Judging by the fact that Lorelei didn't even bother to call and just sent an email, she didn't care whether Shaun was captured or not, it was just routine. It seemed the relationships among the three major branches of the Mages Association were quite ordinary. However, if you knew what kind of state Shaun is in right now, you wouldn't be so indifferent. Shinji was quite familiar with Shaun. After all, she was one of the heroines in Type Moon, appearing in the game and the manga Melty Blood. Although she was the most inconspicuous heroine, with popularity even lower than many supporting characters, she was still the protagonist of an independent work, with comprehensive characterization. Although I know this world line has incorporated all the special elements, I never thought it would include elements from a doujin game. Even though the story of Tsukihime has become unrecognizable, and one of the key characters in Melty Blood didn't participate, I don't know how the old gem managed the timeline. After thinking for a while and finding no clues, Shinji decided not to dwell on it. This wanted notice falling into my hands is a kind of fate too. I'll go back to Japan. If I don't go back, they might not be able to handle the Knight of Wallachia. At most, they could only protect themselves, and there's a chance they might get tricked. Just mentioning the Knight of Wallachia makes my right arm ache slightly. Let's collect some interest first. Arcuade. The princess, who was napping on the sofa, turned over in boredom. Let's go kill a dead apostle. Who? One of the 27 ancestors, Knight of Wallachia. Okay. Hearing this name, Arcuade also got a bit motivated. She hadn't done anything significant since waking up nearly 2 years ago. But aren't you currently wanted? A bunch of greedy fools, coveting the flame of the sun. They have good taste but lack strength, and their behavior is despicable. I want Karna to see their ugliness. How could they claim to be descendants of Surya? Shinji snorted coldly and casually closed his laptop. If they keep getting in the way, I'll clean the temple for Karna. Chapter 668, Rumors. Rumors refer to widely spread or unsubstantiated statements, usually referring to defamatory statements spread behind someone's back. Due to the social nature and inherent flaws of humanity, wherever people gather, there will be rumors. When certain strange rumors ferment, urban legends are born. This small town in Tokyo is no exception. Did you hear? Someone went missing again yesterday. Yeah, I heard. It's some female ghost causing trouble. My grandma said there's a ghost with red hair around here. It's been years. Geez, people still believe in those old legends. I didn't believe it either, but a few days ago, my dad saw it, hair as red as blood, glowing in the night. Whoa, really? Yeah, really. My dad has no reason to lie about this. Maybe your dad saw it wrong. I don't think so. He pinched himself hard at the time, and the mark is still there. Your dad is pretty harsh on himself. I think so too. So, should we go look for this red hair ghost? Why would you want to do that? Are you crazy? But you said you didn't believe it. I believe it now. This was a conversation between two female students after school one day. Neither the speaker nor the listener took it too seriously, but when it fell into the ears of someone with an interest, it took on a different meaning. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Did you just mention a red hair ghost? Can you tell me more about it? A male student interrupted their conversation. Maybe because it wasn't something particularly important, or maybe because the male student looked gentle and honest, the girl who claimed her family had seen the ghost didn't hide anything. 3 nights ago, around 10 p.m., it was on the small path to the left of the second intersection up ahead. Intersection, small path. The boy looked in the direction the girl pointed, deep in thought. Thank you. I know a bit about the ghost legend too. If you're interested, we could go to that cafe and sit down to talk about it. Another girl suggested, but before she could finish, a new voice interrupted. No need. Another girl walked over, wearing the same school uniform as the boy. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and her dignified and beautiful face was intense with a serious expression. Akiha. The boy glanced at the new girl, clearly indicating they knew each other. We have plans afterward, right, Shiki? Akiha gently took Shiki's arm, her serious expression turning into a gentle smile, but the pressure she exerted only increased. Shiki looked slightly awkward, just about to say something, but suddenly felt a pain in his waist, which forced him to nod with a forced smile. Oh, I see, you already had plans. The girl who suggested the cafe looked disappointed, pulling her companion away, and their conversation could still be heard as they left. Why did you think of asking that boy out? He looks so ordinary, nothing special. That's because you can't see it. He's very handsome, just hidden behind those big old-fashioned glasses. I can't believe someone else has the same good taste as me and is so beautiful too. Shameless. You're way uglier than her. Oh, saying I'm ugly, are you? I'll tear your mouth apart. Calm down, calm down. You may be uglier than her, but your chest is bigger. That's what I like to hear. I'll let you off this time. Hey, hee. A cold laugh and Akiha's black hair trembled and swayed. It wasn't being blown by the wind but rather forced to move by the pressure surrounding her. Calm down, Akiha. You don't want the legend of the red hair ghost to resurface in the daylight, do you? Shiki quickly tried to soothe her. Hearing this, Akiha finally calmed down. The tips of her hair, which had started to turn red, returned to their original jet black. She awkwardly coughed. Sorry, I lost my composure. As expected, Akiha is quite sensitive about her figure. Shiki's gaze lingered on Akiha's chest for just a moment, but even that brief instant didn't escape her notice. Brother dear, are you perhaps thinking something very rude? No, absolutely not. Shiki quickly shook his head. Joking aside, he wouldn't admit it even if his life depended on it. After more than a year together, Shiki had already figured out Akiha's personality. Outwardly, she was dignified and elegant, but inside, she was still the little girl from childhood. She relied on him, threw occasional small tantrums, and when upset, she would resort to force, especially when other girls got close to him. For this reason, she had transferred from a prestigious girls' school in a neighboring city to the high school he attended. The day she transferred was quite the sensation, the boys went wild. However, Akiha completely ignored them. Apart from polite interactions, the only person she talked to at school was Shiki. He sadly realized that his high school life was drifting further from the peaceful existence he sought. Sometimes, he envied Makia, and he had sighed about it more than once. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Makia's burdens were no lighter than his own. Though Makia appeared calm, his life was far from serene. After another sigh, Shiki skillfully changed the subject, a trick he'd learned from dealing with Akiha. Akiha, why did you want me to ask about the ghost? Don't tell me you. It wasn't me. Akiha knew what her brother was going to ask and directly denied it. But you've been going out every night lately. How do you know I've been going out? Was it Kahaku? It has nothing to do with them. I saw you leave the front door myself. That's because I needed to investigate something. Wait, if you saw me that late, then you must also. Brother AR, could you please explain yourself? Her hair fluttered, and the pressure returned. Her brother sneaking out at night was a big deal. What if he was mingling with some dubious woman? Ahahaha, you caught me. Shiki awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I also have something I want to investigate. Lately, I've felt something strange about this city, like a bad premonition. It's like being submerged in a tank, breathing is difficult, especially at night. I asked Toko-sensei, and she said this city is distorting. So, you notice too, brother. Indeed, something is invading the city. As the head of the Tano family and the local overseer, I must uncover the truth and prevent any abnormalities from affecting ordinary citizens. So, brother. You want to say you'll handle it? I'm sorry, but that's not acceptable. I am also a member of the Tano family, and as the eldest son, your duties are my duties. I'm the head of the family, so my word is final. Brother, your health isn't good, you should stay home and rest. Your abilities aren't stable either, are they? Besides, I'm the brother, it's my duty to protect my sister. Akiha stubbornly refused to agree, and Shiki argued with reason. Neither would back down. Chapter 669, Malevolence. Brother and sister, at odds with each other. Because in their hearts, they both considered the other an important person and didn't want him or her to suffer any harm. Finally, Akiha seemed to think of something, and her tone softened. I can agree to let brother investigate with me, but you have to promise me not to act recklessly. All right, I promise. Then brother, please make sure to protect me, and I will protect you as well. Her tone remained serious, but her brows couldn't hide her delight. Let's start tonight by investigating that ghost. About that ghost. Isn't it you, Akiha? Red hair, firelight, all are characteristics when you use your abilities. Shiki seemed somewhat confused. Due to the interference of Tuko and Shinji, the Tano siblings had been getting along very well from the start, and their abilities gradually became known to each other through daily interactions. Akiha knew about Shiki's unusual eyes, and Shiki knew about Akiha's supernatural powers and their flaws. That's precisely what puzzles me. 3 days ago at 10 p.m., I wasn't here at all, perhaps this ghost is the root cause of the distortion. Even if it isn't, it's certainly related to it. And about the missing people, I've confirmed with the police that people have indeed gone missing. Is it a coincidence? Or let's investigate with the ghost. In any case, we can't let the sacrifices continue to increase. Shiki was a good-natured person, much like Makiya, but he also had the abilities and initiative similar to Shiki Ryugi, so it wasn't hard to predict what he would do. Akiha glanced at her brother without a word, her thoughts unknown. At that moment, someone passed by them, muttering something indistinctly. That's not a coincidence, it's inevitable. The siblings were stunned. By the time they turned around, the person had already disappeared around the corner, leaving only a faint trace of purple and 2 barely visible strands. Around the same time, in the Tano mansion, in Tuko's room. Due to the particularly hot summer this year, the room's owner naturally stayed indoors. At this moment, she was holding her phone between her shoulder and ear, listlessly lying on the desk. Rumors becoming reality. Nightmares turning into reality. This is a big deal. Related to spirit particles. Indeed, I can feel an abnormal gathering of spirit particles. The concentration of spirit particles in the entire city is increasing at an alarming rate. What? Bang. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's fine, I just accidentally stubbed my toe on the desk. I'm hanging up now. You just mentioned the night of Wallachia. How do you know about that? Aren't you in India? Oh right, you're Lord Bartholomeo's favorite, and you're favored by the true ancestor. Come to think of it, that's quite impressive. Sourness. Where is that sourness coming from? Can you smell it over the phone? I'll deal with you when you get back. I understand the situation, and I'll keep an eye on it. If it's really like you said, able to materialize imaginations, then it's a human version of imaginary manifestation, which has research value. Got it, stop nagging. I'm not a child. You dare bring that up? I'm hanging up. With that, Tuko pressed the red button on her phone, grumbling. It's just a stub toe. I don't believe you've never stubbed yours, Katu. Master. A shadow descended from the ceiling, a pair of golden pupils faintly visible in the darkness. Get me some medical spray, it's starting to swell. Master, you really should be more careful. Why are you acting like Shinji? Just go get it, it hurts. Tuko waved her hand impatiently. As you command. The shadow flickered and disappeared. Knight of Wallachia, a dead apostle from Atlas. Speaking of which, what have Akiha and Shiki been investigating lately? It should be related to this matter and could be useful. But before that, I need a way to deal with alchemy. Although the aristocrats of the clock tower have always looked down on alchemy for its perceived lack of talent, the reality is entirely different. It is a field that is comparable to, yet fundamentally different from, the modern magecraft system. The Mages Association has three main branches, with the clock tower being the most high-profile, considering itself the headquarters. In contrast, the Atlas Institute is the exact opposite, thoroughly adhering to mysticism and rarely communicating with the outside world, thus earning the nickname Hell on Earth, where even light cannot escape. Atlas specializes in alchemy. Unlike the modern alchemy that became mainstream in the Middle Ages, focusing on material transformation, Atlas emphasizes the transformation of phenomena. This organization was founded to discover the origins of magecraft and the truths of the world. Although they are also called magi, due to their lack of magical circuits, many of them were ridiculed as apprentices in the past. As a result, they began to abandon reliance on magical energy and turned to various tools during their research into mysteries. This development is somewhat similar to modern technology. They utilize pseudo-spirit particles, or souls, as observable and controllable energy sources, forming a unique system and developing various terrifying weapons, the top 7 of which are said to be capable of destroying the world. We do not need to become the strongest, for the strongest are created by our hands. This is the motto of the alchemists at Atlas. Although these weapons were sealed by Atlas to reach the current technical ceiling, they sufficiently demonstrate the power of Atlas alchemy. And this time, the Knight of Wallachia, or Zepia Eltnam Oberon, is the former number 1 of Atlas. Being enemies with him is akin to being enemies with the uncrowned queen of the clock tower, Lorelei. The difficulty level of this challenge is quite high, but that's what makes it interesting. Atlas, Atlasia. Sorry, but I'll have to make use of you for a bit. Master, I brought the spray. Shall I help you treat the wound? Behind her, the figure of Katu quietly appeared. Please do, Katu, tonight keep one eye on Akiha and Shiki, and investigate some things for me. Yes, master. While Tuko secretly prepared after receiving Shinji's notification, the others were also busy. In Misaki Town, at the Rien Girls' Academy, the tall and handsome headmistress left her office with a cello case on her back. Meanwhile, 2 purple-haired girls, who were teasing a little girl in the office, hurriedly took out their phones and sent a message to a certain number after receiving some news. Dark currents surged, just like the ominous clouds hovering over this remote small town, lurking in the darkness. Chapter 670, in the alley. The alley refers to a narrow street, often a small passage between 2 buildings. Because it is narrow, few people pass through it, making it secluded and a breeding ground for the dark sides of many cities. With the development of the times and the progress of society, as the city surface becomes more and more glamorous, more and more people begin to associate this term with negative words such as delinquency, crime, underground transactions, and so on. Satsuki Yumizuka. A typical modern girl in the sense of the later generations, a typical idol image, without any derogatory meaning, purely positive. She comes from a good family, her parents are successful people with high incomes. She is sweet and cute, well-mannered, and gentle in personality, and apart from her chestnut-colored hair, she conforms to the traditional Japanese Yamato Nadeshiko image. She excels academically, and both her classmates and teachers give her high praise. Such a girl, embodying all kinds of goodness, destined to have a happy life, should have nothing to do with the increasingly derogatory place like an alley. The education she received and the common sense accumulated over time also tell her that she should not have anything to do with such a place, preferably never in her life. However, fate always likes to play tricks. On that day, the wheel of fate, which was moving normally on the main road, suddenly seemed to hit something, inexplicably turning in a direction and veering into a side road. This road is narrow and dangerous, with the risk of car crashes at the slightest carelessness. It was an evening, the girl had just finished her summer cram school class and was on her way home. Although there had been frequent reports of missing persons recently, and the police had issued notices urging everyone to be careful when going out at night, this had little impact on. The cram school was in the city center, and her home was in a high-end residential area not far from the city center. The roads she took were wide streets, patrolled by police officers all year round. In the safest area, she was not worried about anything happening to her until she saw a familiar figure. A slender figure that looked somewhat frail, with messy hair because he didn't care, a plain white shirt, and black trousers, showing none of the youthful vigor of a young man. No mistake, this kind of increasingly rare attire among young people in the city, she had only seen on one pier. A boy who was unremarkable but caught her attention for several years. His name was Shikitano. The first time she noticed him was in junior high. A boy with no distinctive features other than poor health and frequent anemia liked to sit alone in a corner. She didn't know why she noticed him, clearly so ordinary, with almost no presence in the class. Maybe it was a feeling, a sense of fragility. Staying around this boy always made her feel that even the air was so fragile, as if it would shatter at a touch. Of course, this attention was just a fleeting moment, and there was no interaction between them. She was always surrounded by many people, and he was always alone, at most having some interaction with that delinquent student. She was truly attracted to him during the winter vacation of their second year in junior high. The school's badminton club had collective activities during the winter break, and as a member, she naturally participated and helped tidy up and return various sports equipment after the activities. The warehouse used by the badminton club had a problem with its door. After many years of use, it would automatically lock if not careful when closing the door, and this lock could not be opened from the inside. The weather was very cold at the time, and the girls, who hadn't had time to change out of their sportswear, closed the door to organize the equipment to keep warm and were accidentally locked inside the warehouse. The girls cried out for help, hoping someone would come to their aid, but they also knew the hope was slim because it was getting dark, and there might not be anyone left in the school. The girls were trapped in the dark warehouse, cold and hungry, and just when they were crying, a boy's voice came from outside the warehouse. "Is there anyone inside?" Calm, even a bit indifferent, the kind of unconcern that made the trapped girls very angry. The captain of the badminton club, a senior who had been blaming herself for trapping everyone here, exploded and directly grabbed a baseball bat and smashed it against the iron door. The boy's voice finally showed some fluctuation, seemingly startled, but soon returned to calm, informing the girls that the teacher had already left. The girls, including her, were utterly desperate. They didn't want to stay there for another minute, yet they might face the worst outcome, waiting until the next morning. At this point, the boy knocked on the door again and calmly said, "If you promise to keep it a secret, this door can be opened." The captain of the badminton club got even angrier and threw another baseball bat at the door. "If it was that easy to open, we wouldn't need to ask for help." Shortly after those words, the door opened. Everyone thought it was the bat that did the trick and happily ran out, except she noticed the frail boy quietly standing behind the door, Shiki Tano. At that moment, her mind went blank. She just stood by the door crying, her eyes red and her face streaked with tears. The boy patted her head and, in a calm yet incredible tone, said, "Go home quickly and eat something." It sounded perfunctory but unexpectedly made her feel warm. Looking back, wasn't eating something meant to warm up the body? Couldn't he have expressed it a bit better? But that was exactly what attracted her to him. A school idol, a popular figure. That was merely a misunderstanding by outsiders. The real her was very timid, always yielding to others, always appearing amicable even when she didn't want to, and gradually being called an idol, not something she would choose herself. If she had a choice, she wouldn't even want to come to school. She hated this about herself, which made her especially admire people who were natural, genuine, and unpretentious. Shiki was such a person. A very ordinary conversation opened a new door in her heart. Since then, she began to pay attention to Shiki, more and more, watching him secretly, even wanting to talk to him. Later, with the help of that delinquent-looking but kind-hearted person, she became friends with him, and she realized that she liked him. It was so late, why was he here? This wasn't the direction to his home, neither the Arima residence nor the Tano residence. She quickened her pace, wanting to call out to him, but then he suddenly sped up and turned into an alley. Without much thought, she jogged after him. Tano-kun, wait. Chapter 671, The Killer. Satsuki Yumizuka, though a quiet girl, was not bad at sports. This school idol had no weaknesses. Whether in academics, sports, or home economics, she excelled in all areas and had even won awards at the school's sports festivals. Normally, it would be impossible for her not to catch up with the frail Shiki. However, things were unusually strange. Shiki moved incredibly fast, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up with that slender figure. Her shouts also seemed to fall on deaf ears. Thus, one chased and one ran, darting through the dark alleyways for a while. Suddenly, after turning a corner, Satsuki found herself having lost sight of him. That familiar figure seemed to have vanished as if by teleportation. Tano-kun. Tano-kun. Shiki Tano. She called out his name loudly, even louder than when she was trapped in the storage room. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. She turned around to see that familiar figure. A plain white shirt and black pants, slightly messy hair, and that clean, refreshing face. Unlike usual, he wasn't wearing those old-fashioned glasses that covered half of his face. "Tano-kun, you. Oh, so you're an acquaintance of his." The boy revealed a strange smile, his aggressive gaze unabashedly scanning her body. Satsuki shrank back, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. The Shiki she remembered would never look at someone like this, and more importantly, this person didn't give her that familiar sense of reassurance. "Tano-kun. Yes, it's me, but don't call me Tano-kun, call me Shiki. The bee tossed his hair, wearing the same aggressive smile as he took a step closer. The sudden demand startled her, making her subconsciously take a few steps back. She had fantasized about calling the boy she secretly admired that way many times and had even secretly practiced it when alone, but this unprompted change still made her uncomfortable. Tano-kun, what's wrong with you? Me. I'm fine. The boy continued to approach. I told you, call me Shiki. Shiki, Satsuki weakly called out. Yes, that's right. The boy seemed very pleased. Hee, his taste isn't bad, just the personality. Toe. Shiki, are you all right? You've been saying some incomprehensible thing since a while ago. I'm fine, but you're about to have a problem. Can you guess what it is? Satsuki looked at him with concern, but the boy took out a small knife from his pocket. Why do you have a knife? Can you guess? Is it for self-defense? I heard there have been frequent disappearances lately, Satsuki answered naively. Sorry, that's wrong. The boy flicked his wrist, and the knife flashed dazzlingly before her eyes. A knife is for killing, and I only know how to kill. Do you want to try it? Kill. This joke isn't funny at all. Of course, it's not funny because it's the truth. You mentioned the disappearances, right? Those were all my doing. Killing. That gentle Tano-kun, killing. Satsuki was in shock. The boy didn't give her time to react and played with the knife as he drew closer. You'll be joining them soon. Don't worry, I'm a professional killer. I guarantee you won't feel any pain. Impossible. This is impossible. Something must be wrong. Tano-kun, he. The cold gleam of the knife blade illuminated Satsuki's confusion and reflected the boy's ferocious smile. Farewell, sweet girl. The knife flashed. Danger. Get down. At the critical moment, a third voice echoed through the secluded alley. As soon as the voice rang out, Satsuki fell to the ground in an extremely awkward position, narrowly avoiding the throat-slashing knife. TCH. Missing his strike, the boy didn't pursue. He stepped on the wall with both feet, leaping over Satsuki's head like a spider, muttering in dissatisfaction. When the boy landed, another girl had already appeared next to Satsuki. This was another girl, one characterized by the color purple. She had long, light purple hair, a purple-red beret, and a dress, and while her short skirt and skin were white, they emphasized the impression of purple. Her milk-white skin and prominent nose silently indicated she wasn't Japanese. Don't be fooled, he's not the person you know. The purple girl's voice awakened Satsuki's consciousness. Yes, that's right. His smile isn't like this. You're not him. Ah, I've been found out. The boy covered his forehead with his hand and laughed loudly, surprisingly sharp, woman. I like you. It's such a waste to leave you to that idiot. The crazed laughter made the air freeze. Satsuki trembled with unprecedented fear, but she didn't run away. Instead, she got up from the ground. Perhaps she was broken, but there was something she had to clarify before that happened. Who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating him? Her unyielding eyes and stubborn attitude made the boy laugh even more maniacally. Oh, don't say that. I'm not just a simple imposter. I am Shiki-sin, the murderous impulse he fears in his subconscious, like the moon's reflection on the water. A reflection should disappear. The purple girl's voice was as cold as her expression. She spread the fingers of her left hand, and in her right hand, she held a handgun, aiming it at the boy who called himself Shiki-sin. It was this gun that had just forced Shiki to push away. How heartless. The boy shrugged lightly. Don't talk as if there's a huge difference between me and the real one. Even though this body has a short lifespan, I still want to spend it with someone I like. That's only human nature, right? Is this how you spend it? The purple girl's left-hand fingers began to tighten. Because I'm a killer, I only know how to kill. And the battlefield of life and death isn't bad either, don't you think? The boy reversed his grip on the knife, his slender body stretching naturally like a beast eyeing its prey. The only one who's going to die is you, Tatari Phantom. Her left hand clenched tightly, and the spot where the boy stood shattered. The ground, the air, the walls, all fragmented. But before that, the boy had already leaped far away, the entire movement silent except for the laughter from his mouth. Welcome to this wonderfully delightful killing space. Let's fight, woman caught in the web and weaving the web at the same time. Chapter 672, How Foolish. The killer who called himself Shiki-sin assessed the situation aptly. He and the purple-haired girl were indeed like two spiders, hunting each other within the same domain. The boy with the short knife moved in ways that far exceeded human limitations. He was a wolf spider, traversing up and down the ground, walls, and even the rooftops. To him, this wasn't a narrow alley but a vast hunting ground. Not only did he move effortlessly along the walls and eaves, but what was even more terrifying was that his entire movement process was completely silent. Apart from the snake-like shadow he left on the ground, there was almost no trace of him, fully demonstrating the eerie agility of a spider. However, such eerily swift movements did not gain him much advantage in front of the purple-haired girl. She too was a spider in the act of weaving a web. It's worth noting that while the spider analogy is a metaphor, the web weaving is a literal description. The girl's combat style involved weaving a web, using threads finer than human hair to create a crisscrossing net in the surrounding space. Do not underestimate this web. Although the threads comprising it are thin, they are as sharp as blades. Given the killer's speed of movement, even a slight misstep could result in cuts. The girl in purple positioned herself at the center of this web, patiently waiting for her prey to fall into her trap. If the prey did not take the bait immediately, she would slowly expand her web until it ensnared the target. One moved with speed almost beyond the reach of the naked eye, while the other wove her web with astonishing rapidity. The two humanoid spiders prepared themselves, cautiously probing each other. The first wave of formal confrontation arrived quickly. The instant the web of threads extended to where the killer had been standing, his dagger cut a stunning arc under the moonlight. At the same time, his mysterious movement style turned suddenly aggressive, wielding the dagger with sparks flying. The wolf spider, known for its ferocity, finally bared its fangs, swiftly cutting through the web of threads and aiming directly at the center, where the purple-haired girl's vital point was. In just a few seconds, he had found the weakest point of the web and launched a fierce attack. With a clang, the short knife collided with the girl's left hand. Yes, her left hand. Clang. The short knife aimed at the girl's head was blocked by her hand, a hand with a faint, almost imperceptible silver glow in the palm, formed by the convergence of fine threads. Relying on this, the girl dared to block the boy's short knife with her hand. For a moment, like their weapons, their gazes clashed. The killer's eyes were filled with dark, bloodthirsty desires, while the girl's eyes were cold and devoid of any warmth. The killer smiled with a hey and leaped far back in one breath. The girl moved even faster. Her left hand clenched suddenly, and the web that the killer had broken through instantly tightened, firmly sealing his retreat. At the same time, she adjusted her gun-holding right hand, aiming the muzzle at the killer's head. That's right. Everything up to this point had been within the girl's calculations. The seemingly weak breakthrough point was intentionally left by her. Although she couldn't keep up with the killer's movements, she could manipulate his actions through her setup. The killer, adept at exploiting gaps, indeed fell for the trap, rushing in. After blocking his knife, it was time to close the net. More than 10 interwoven threads transformed, resembling a cutting machine sharp enough to slice through steel. This was the method she had used to shatter the ground earlier. Yet, this cutting machine was not her final method, its purpose was merely to slow down the killer's movements. As soon as the killer's movement slowed, the girl's bullet would shatter his skull. However, the slender killer did not get slowed down by her threads as she had anticipated, nor was he cut. In the critical moment, he swung his dagger repeatedly, slicing over 10 times in a second, tearing a gap in the enclosing web and breaking through. Of course, he paid a hefty price for breaking through. His left side was covered with various cuts, and the arm he used to protect his head and face was in a terrible state, with even the bones showing cracks. The killer landed silently on the wall. Though his pale face revealed pain, it also showed more joy. His blood-red tongue swept across the blood on his lips, forming a grin more ferocious than a beast's. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, excellent. This is how it should be. Without this, it's no fun. Killing, bloodshed, this is the stage befitting the knight, the script Tatari wants to see. Woman, you and I are essentially the same. I crave killing, and you crave bloodshed, just like. Shut up. For the first time, anger appeared on the face of the purple-haired girl, and the gun in her hand roared. Naturally, it was missed. The moment she pulled the trigger, the killer pushed off with his legs, almost brushing against the bullet's trajectory as he charged once again into the web the girl had woven, from the very spot he had just escaped from. The earlier gap was left intentionally by the girl, but the opening he used to escape was torn by the killer himself. This was the only real gap in the hunting net, a flaw beyond the girl's calculations. Not good. By the time the girl realized something was wrong, it was too late. The killer's fangs were already inches away. In a hurry, the girl used her handgun to block, but it was easily bypassed. Her left hand, wrapped in threads, was similarly ineffective. Fast, too fast. Not only did the injuries not hinder the killer's movements, but they seemed to have triggered his ferocity. In that instant, the girl didn't even know how the enemy bypassed her defenses and got behind her. All she could sense was the sudden smell of blood from behind, and the sound of the dagger slicing through the air. It's over. Just as despair began to rise, the purple-haired girl felt something embrace her body, knocking her to the ground and saving her from the tragic fate of having her heart pierced by the dagger. Quickly shaking off the dizziness from the impact, the girl saw who had hugged her, it was the student who was initially targeted, the girl related to the killer's true identity, named Satsuki Yamazuka. "Are you all right?" Satsuki asked with concern. "I'm fine, but only for now," the purple-haired girl replied with a wry smile. "Why didn't you run?" I don't know," Satsuki's voice weakened. Indeed, why didn't she run? Was it because this killer was related to Shiki, and she wanted to uncover the truth about him? Or had the extraordinary battle shattered her previous worldview? Or perhaps some other reason? In any case, Satsuki had lost the chance to escape. She could only lie on the ground with the purple-haired girl, awaiting the killer's next move. How foolish. Chapter 673, Encounter in the Alley. How foolish. The purple-haired girl sighed. Satsuki also knew she was being foolish. She trembled with fear but still raised her head to meet the gaze of the killer before her. "It's okay, Tano-kun will come to save me. He definitely will, just like before." Faced with such pure eyes, even the fierce, bloodthirsty killer hesitated slightly. He covered his forehead with his injured left arm, letting the blood soak his face, and screamed hysterically. "Boring, boring, boring. Do you believe in Tano Shiki? What's so reliable about that idiot? You're about to be killed, and he's probably still asleep at home. Even so, I believe in him. I believe he will come to save me." Satsuki believed in the boy who had saved her before and believed in the one she liked. It's enviable, and at the same time, extremely boring. You hold on to your boring hope. The blood-soaked killer raised his unharmed right hand, brandishing a glistening dagger. "No, it's not boring at all. The Lord teaches us to hold on to hope." Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the dark alley, accompanied by a powerful female voice. "God rest ye merry. Let nothing you dismay." In the ancient hymn, the killer finally saw the owner of the voice. It was a young woman, taller than most Japanese people. She wore a black jacket on top and a steel skirt armor below. Her long silver hair was tied into a simple ponytail, complementing her gallant face, and exuding a sense of dashing competence. What caught the eye most was her weapon, a black shield that looked very much like a cello. Two faintly glowing crosses adorned the shield's surface. "I am Risebif Stridberg, captain of the Vestal Shield Knights. Cease your violence. If you refuse, I will consider you an enemy. TCH, a troublesome person has arrived." Despite her words, the killer showed no intention of leaving. Negotiations have failed. Beginning target elimination. With that, Risebif stopped talking, stomping the ground with a heavy thud and charging forward with her shield. Unlike the killer and the purple-haired girl, her fighting style was direct and overpowering. In the face of this human tank, neither spider webs nor their creator could withstand a single blow. The threads blocking the alley were snapped by brute force, and even the killer standing on the ground didn't dare to confront her head-on, leaping onto the wall with his bloodied body. Seeing this, Risebif slowed down and stopped in front of the purple-haired girl and Satsuki. She advised them. "Stay here and don't move. Leave the rest to me." She then looked up at the thin figure standing on the rooftop and said, "You can't escape. I never planned to run. I only have one night to live, so of course, I'll enjoy the killing to the fullest." With the cry of an owl and a maniacal laugh, the killer pushed his movement skills to the limit. It was a special form of three-dimensional movement, resembling a bird, a snake, a spider, and even some other beast. It surpassed human limits, a feat that even most martial artists couldn't achieve. The killer used such techniques to perform unpredictable actions, launching one surprise attack after another, defeating even the purple-haired girl who fought with a gun and thread. Faced with such bizarre movements, Risebif remained unflustered. She casually slung her shield over her shoulder, keeping her head tilted back as if this posture helped her locate the killer. Shadows darted, and the wind howled. The killer's movements grew faster. Though his figure was still unclear, everyone knew he was approaching. "Be careful," the purple-haired girl couldn't help but warn, lightly twitching her recovering left hand, seemingly ready to lay another web. Risebif shook her head at her. Just as the girl was puzzled, the killer's figure suddenly shifted from extreme motion to extreme stillness. Right behind Risebif, the dagger turned into a white line slashing at her throat, faster than the two girls could scream. "Got her." The killer's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement. However, in the next second, his expression froze on his face. His dagger had indeed touched Risebif's throat. With a slight movement, he could slice her windpipe and take her life. But no matter how hard the killer tried, the dagger wouldn't budge an inch. It, along with his entire right hand gripping it, was held firmly by Risebif's right hand, the one not holding the shield. This hand wore a black metal gauntlet, larger and stronger than the killer's hand, like an iron clamp, securely gripping his weapon, his sole means of attack. "Got you." Risebif lifted her head and smiled faintly at the killer. This smile sent chills down the killer's spine. This female knight was different from everyone he had encountered before. She was a true warrior, proficient in combat, knowing how to leverage her strengths and cover her weaknesses. More importantly, she would never show mercy to her enemies. Her iron wrist finally exerted force, effortlessly slamming the killer onto the ground with one hand, then swung him against the opposite wall, and then back to the ground. Over and over, the cycle repeated until the killer was a bloody mess, on the brink of death. Only then did she toss him away like a rag doll, muttering softly. That should be enough, right? Should I throw him a couple more times just to be sure? No, you can't. According to my calculations, his bones and muscles are already over 70% damaged. Another throw would kill him. I see. Risebife glanced at the purple-haired girl with slight confusion. Since you say so, it must be right. What's your name again? Oh yes, Shaun Maliciously, right. You know me. Shaun seemed to realize something, her expression changing slightly. Ah, the Maiden of the Holy Shield. 3 years ago, most of the people who went to hunt that dead apostle with you were my subordinates. I was supposed to go too, but Cardinal Jessebarn assigned me a task at the last minute, so I couldn't. Shaun Maliciously, you were the sole survivor of that hunt. I need to know everything that happened. If you refuse, I will execute the church's orders and take you into custody. Additionally, Atlas Institute has extended the same cooperation request. Seeing Risebife's straightforwardness, Shaun didn't hesitate and expressed her stance directly. I can tell you what happened, but I won't go quietly. That dead apostle Tatari is here, and I must defeat him. Chapter 674, I am you. Hearing Shaun's words, Risebife suddenly became agitated. You said that dead apostle? The Knight of Wallachia. Yes. Shaun took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. How do you know? The Knight of Wallachia is named Zepia Maliciously. Eltnam. Yes, he is my ancestor and the sinner of the Eltnam family. I have been tracking him for 3 years. 3 years ago, I couldn't defeat him, but this time, I must. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Before Shaun could finish expressing her determination, a weak voice sounded. It was Satsuki Yamazuka. He's getting away. Shaun and Risebife turned their heads to see the killer, who was supposed to be on the brink of death, suddenly get up from the ground and stagger towards the alley entrance. The place where the 3 women were located was deep in the alley, and Risebife's throw had landed the killer not far from the alley entrance. Damn. Shaun reacted instantly. He is a phantom of Tatari, not a human. If he were human, Risebife's throw would have deprived him of all mobility. But the phantom created by the Knight of Wallachia was a different matter. It was a conglomeration of rumors and malicious information, manifested into a physical entity through the sealed memories of Shiki. It was an aggregation of spiritual particles, not something to be measured by human standards. If not annihilated, he would recover in no time. Is this the time to discuss this? Chase him. Before Shaun could respond, Risebife had already started running. Oh. Shaun quickly suppressed her regret and the urge to explain and rushed out at top speed. Wait. Completely bewildered by the events of the night, Satsuki inexplicably followed. To say she followed was not entirely accurate, as the physical abilities of the 3 women created a disparity. Risebife was one of the top 10 combatants in the church. Despite carrying over 500 kilograms of equipment and body weight, she could easily break Olympic records with her speed. Shaun, an alchemist from Atlas Academy, specialized in alchemy. Her physical abilities were average compared to Risebife but still far superior to ordinary people. Lastly, Satsuki, an ordinary person, though frequently active and strong among her peers, was not at an athlete's level and certainly not comparable to Shaun or Risebife. At this pace, in less than 10 seconds, the 3 would be far apart, and within a minute, they would lose sight of each other. However, this scene did not occur because, just as the killer was about to escape the alley, a person walked by the entrance, a woman, a girl with beautiful long black hair. Get out of the way, don't block the path. The killer roared, instinctively swinging his knife toward the woman's throat. Yet, tonight seemed full of unexpected events. The seemingly frail girl moved faster than the killer. She lifted her leg, and her sandal-clad foot kicked the killer in the abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. The entire process was fluid, a sign of years of rigorous training. After knocking him down, the slender girl seemed to realize what had happened. She looked at the killer on the ground with slight confusion. I was attacked. Wait, why does this attack her? As the girl was about to approach for a closer look, a boy wearing glasses ran over, holding 2 cans, saying while running. Akiha, I got the coffee. Is there something in the alley? Handing the coffee to Akiha, Shiki peered into the alley. Then, he saw a familiar face he recognized at least 200 days out of the year. Tano-kun. The other person was quite familiar with him as well. Satsuki. What are you doing here? And who are these 2? Having been in contact with Tuko, Shiki, Shinji, and others for a while, Shiki Tano was no longer the naive boy from Tsukihime who knew almost nothing about the mysterious world. He had gained considerable understanding of both the Japanese and Western mystical worlds and could easily discern the abnormalities in Shaun and Risebife. "Tano-kun, is it you?" Satsuki asked timidly, while Shiki looked puzzled. "Why are you asking that? Is there a fake me? Brother?" Akiha tugged at Shiki's sleeve and pointed to the ground. There lay a person dressed exactly like Shiki, with the same hairstyle, no, even the same face. The person looked up and locked eyes with Shiki. "Haha, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a night this is." Shiki was dumbfounded. Akiha demanded, "Who are you? Why are you impersonating my brother?" "Impersonate? I'm not impersonating anyone, I am your brother." The killer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. "Shut up." Akiha's expression turned ice cold instantly. "I have only one brother, and I won't let you insult him." "Ah, how heartless, Akiha, I." Before he could finish his sentence, there was a bang and another kick. "I told you to shut up." It wasn't a reflexive self-defense move but a whip kick filled with anger. The killer doubled over, clutching his stomach, and collapsed limply. "What a beautiful strike, as expected of my sister, just like me. You want to die?" Akiha's hair moved as if blown by an invisible wind, its tips turning from black to red, embodying the local legend. The red-hair ghost." Satsuki exclaimed, shivering instinctively. "So, Akiha-san is Akiha." By this time, Shiki had also come to his senses. He gently patted his sister's shoulder to calm her down, then focused his gaze on the killer. "You, who exactly are you? And what do you have to do with the recent series of events?" "I am you." The killer coughed up blood while tightly gripping the knife in his hand. "I am your sin, the dark side of you that no one knows about, the urge within you that craves blood and slaughter." "Is that so?" Shiki responded noncommittally. "No matter how calm you appear, whether you admit it or not, you cannot hide the darkness and desire in your heart. I am the manifestation of that. Come on, fight with me, release that desire, release your true self." Though the killer's words were mad, they carried a bewitching power. Unconsciously, Shiki reached for his glasses, seemingly intending to take them off. Chapter 675, you can lose to anyone, but not to yourself. Brother. Tano-kun. Akiha and Satsuki both called out at the same time. Shaun hurriedly added, "Don't be deceived by him, Shiki Tano. He may have borrowed your appearance and abilities, but he is not you. He is merely an illusion created by the dead apostle." "Dead apostle?" Shiki's grip on the frame of his glasses tightened, his voice grew lower, and an unusual aura emanated from his entire body. At this moment, he bore a striking resemblance to the murderous phantom lying on the ground. "Is this all because of that dead apostle?" "Yes. That dead apostle is known as Tatari or the Knight of Wallachia. It can turn malicious information, such as rumors and inner fears, into reality, creating beings that seek blood and slaughter. However, this manifestation cannot come from anything, it needs some form of information to rely on. The killer before you appeared borrowing your image, and the recently spreading red-hair ghost is likely borrowing the image of Akiha Tano." Upon hearing Shaun's explanation, Akiha's expression turned grim. The dark aura she emitted, starkly contrasting with her usual perfect lady demeanor, made Satsuki feel very uneasy. "Is this true? The imposter with my brother's face. I told you, don't call me an imposter." The killer struggled to stand up again, demonstrating a resilience beyond human limits. Akiha scoffed, casually swung her hand, and her fingers sliced into the wall as if it were tofu, all the way to the base. She then coldly glanced at the killer. The killer swallowed hard and muttered, "So violent, how could anyone?" Halfway through his sentence, seeing Akiha's hair starting to turn red, the killer quickly swallowed the rest of his words and returned to the main topic. "As you said, I am merely an illusion manifested by Tatari. But as you also mentioned, even illusions cannot come from nothing, they need some form of information to manifest. My foundation is your bloodlust, Shiki Tano. My appearance may be fake, my existence may be fake, but this urge, this uncontrollable, overwhelming urge is real. Come, Shiki Tano, embrace the slaughter, this is your true nature." At the mention of killing, the killer fell into a frenzy, and his body continued to heal and restore itself over time. "As expected, I should have killed you earlier." Risebife complained impatiently and triggered a mechanism with her left hand, revealing a holy nail hidden within her shield. Once struck by this nail, even manifestations of malicious information could not be recovered. Just as the knight was about to strike, Shiki, now enveloped in a dark aura, intervened. "Miss Executor from the church." "I am not an executor, I am Risebife Stridberg." "Sorry, knight. Please leave this killer to me. The Tano family is responsible for managing this area, and as the eldest son, I must handle this." Moreover, since he has appeared using my image and intends to harm my friends, no matter how you look at it, I am the most suitable person to deal with this. Very well, but if you cannot kill him, I will. Risebife retracted the holy nail and stepped back, using her shield to protect Xiao and Satsuki, giving the killer no chance to launch a surprise attack. Despite her aversion to complications and her usual unorthodox methods, as a knight, she performed her duty impeccably. A knight is meant to stand at the forefront of the team, and as long as they remain standing, they will not let their teammates suffer harm. Though temporary, Risebife had already recognized Xian and Satsuki as her teammates. Shiki calmly said, "Thank you," and then addressed the killer, "I have a question." "Ask away," the killer replied, flexing his restored hands. "Do you know where the dead apostle Tatari is hiding?" "I don't know. I am an illusion, a killing illusion. Come, let's kill." The killer shook his head while urging. "You haven't fully recovered yet. Give it a moment, I need some time too." As he spoke, Shiki looked up towards a dark corner not far away. "I'd like to hear your opinion, Tuko-sensei." "Huh." Akiha was taken aback, just in time to see an eyeball flying out from the corner, prompting her to shout in anger. "Miss Tuko, you're following us." A female voice emanated from within the large eyeball. "Don't put it so harshly. If it weren't for Hisui and Kahaku worrying about your safety, I wouldn't waste such a precious mystic Kodel." "Shiki, I don't have much time, so I'll be brief." "Not much time. Could it be?" Shiki and Akiha exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of concern on their faces. "Yes, it's the illusion of the Knight of Wallachia. Is there any family in this city more suitable to serve as a vessel for rumors than the Tano family? Take you, Akiha, for example. Your recent night patrols have been witnessed, hence the birth of the red hair ghost. It's likely the same for Shiki. When people go missing, they naturally think of a killer, and Shiki has quite the potential for such a reputation." "I'm coming back immediately," Akiha said urgently. "There's no need for that. I can handle things on my end. You two focus on dealing with the situation at hand. Once it's resolved, it would be best to invite those young ladies over for a discussion about the Knight of Wallachia. You don't need to tell me. Be careful on your end, too," Akiha advised. "Don't worry about me. Shiki, remember this, your urge to kill, your dark side, they are indeed a part of you, an inseparable part. But they are not all of you, and they are not invincible. Now is the best time to overcome them. If you can't conquer this, one day, the darkness will consume you. Don't lose to yourself." "I understand." Shiki reached into his pocket and pulled out his usual switchblade. "One last reminder, the dead apostle can only manifest things within its understanding. If it can't comprehend something, it can't manifest it, such as death." "Thank you, Tuko-sensei." Shiki quietly removed his glasses and, with a reverse grip, pressed the end of the knife's handle, springing out a gleaming blade. "Brother. Tano-kun." Akiha and Satsuki looked at him with concern, to which Shiki responded with a gentle smile. He carefully placed his glasses into his pocket and stepped forward into the shattered world. "Come, killer. I've been waiting for you, Shiki Tano." The killer advanced with the same steps. "Can you defeat me? Defeat someone born solely for killing? I will defeat you." A blue light covered Shiki's eyes, a glow that comes from true enlightenment, the kind that faces death head-on. "You can lose to anyone, but not to yourself." As the words settled, their bodies instantly vanished, leaving behind only two bright, snow-like flashes of the blade. Chapter 676, Chapter 676, A Different World. The blade flashed. Fleetingly. The battle was over. Yes, it was over, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. As anticipated, this battle was expected to last for quite some time, since the killer was born from Shiki's urge to kill, both shared the same skill level and physical abilities. Given that it was a fight against oneself, each could accurately predict the other's every move. To determine the outcome, one side would have to make a mistake. However, no one expected the battle to end so quickly. In less than the blink of an eye, the outcome was decided, along with life and death. Two figures, both dressed in white shirts and black pants, passed each other, their blades unhesitatingly slashing across each other's chests. Blood blossomed, and blood gushed like a fountain. The blossoming blood belonged to Shiki. The gushing blood belonged to the killer. The killer's dagger was the first to stab into Shiki's chest. Although Shiki's knife was a fraction slower, it sliced directly from the killer's left chest to the right, cleaving him in two. Just a small knife, cutting him in two with one stroke. The upper half of the killer's body slid down, staring in disbelief at the lower half that remained standing. This is impossible. How did you do it? Nothing is impossible. The world you see is completely different from the one I see. The dagger had pierced his chest, injuring his lungs, and making it difficult for Shiki to breathe. Yet his voice remained incredibly calm, like a still pond. A different world. The killer's body began to dissipate, turning into dark, mist-like particles. What you see is a normal world, perhaps somewhat peculiar, but still whole. What I see is a fragmented world of death. Shiki's voice grew fainter until only the two of them could hear it. It seemed he was explaining to the killer, but perhaps he was just talking to himself. To see death means to lose rationality. To see death means to be unable to recover. To see death means to be forced to accept the ambiguous and fragile nature of this world. The ground feels non-existent, and the sky seems ready to collapse at any moment. You'll never understand the illusion that the entire world could end in a second. Nonsense. Hearing this, the killer, whose lower half had already dissipated and whose upper half was continually crumbling, suddenly became hysterical. If what you say is true, how could you still maintain your humanity? What have you seen? Shiki turned around, and his eyes, which could see the points and lines of death and destroy anything with a light stroke, looked indifferently at the killer. The latter, as if seeing a demon, let out a piercing scream and disintegrated into ashes, despite having remained unperturbed even after being severely injured by Risebife. Shiki lowered his head, sheathed his knife, and carefully retrieved his glasses from his pocket, placing them on his nose and ears. The fragile, fragmented world returned to normal, everything becoming beautiful once more. No, even more beautiful, because having seen death, he now cherished the normal scenery even more. You were right. Back then, even walking terrified me. If I hadn't met that person, I might have become abnormal long ago. Even so, I still feared myself, feared the urge to turn the world into that fragmented state, which led to your creation. But not anymore. I will no longer fear this part of myself, nor will I give you another chance to emerge. Thank you, Tuko-sensei. You taught me that gods don't bestow power without reason, there must be a purpose for me to have this ability. You taught me to honestly admit my mistakes and understand how to say sorry. You taught me how to be an upright adult. And he lifted his head, sincerely addressing the eyeball in the sky. Thank you too, Ayoko-sensei. Thank you for your guidance, I haven't lost myself, and I never will. However, Tuko did not appreciate Shiki's gratitude. 2. You were thinking of that idiot Ayoko again, weren't you? Humph, always falling behind her. It's annoying. Shiki's expression instantly froze. Alright, stop standing there like an idiot. Your wound is still bleeding. Ah. Only then did Shiki belatedly clutch his wound, his face turning pale. Brother. Hold on a bit, I'll heal you right away. Akiha rushed over in a few quick steps and placed her hand on Shiki's chest, activating her ability, the Tano family's inherited power, Shikigami Operation. Shikigami Operation allows one's consciousness to merge with another's, enabling various forms of exchange, including vitality. What she was doing now was sharing her life force, using her life to save his. Satsuki, slower in her movements and lacking such abilities, could only stand by and watch Akiha sacrifice for Shiki. At that moment, she understood why Akiha's transfer had felt so threatening to her. The emotions in those blue eyes were not merely those of a sibling, but something far more profound. Family love, friendship, romantic love, all fused into one, converging on the men before her, forming an invisible shield that blocked out all disturbances. Satsuki didn't want to remain passive any longer, she wanted to take action. I want to step into your world. On the balcony of the Tano family living room, Tuko watched this scene, a faint smile playing on her lips. A bunch of idiots. I gave them rune stones for healing, yet they're using life force to heal. Aren't they afraid of becoming weak and vulnerable? In the courtyard below the platform, a burly man in a suit was causing havoc. Each punch, each kick, carried immense power, and the mere shockwaves were enough to topple walls and crack the ground. The style of those punches and kicks was one that everyone in the household was familiar with. It was the martial art that Akiha practiced daily, the Tano family's traditional combat technique. And on the roof of the main mansion, red hair extended outwards, vibrant as maple leaves, fiery as flames. The figure was the recently infamous Red Ghost. Ayoko glanced casually at the ghost on the roof and carelessly lit a cigarette. So, you've recovered this quickly. The life force of Tano blood is indeed strong, making it a suitable target for manifestation. But using the owner's phantom to destroy the owner's home is a bit too twisted. Also, every time I see that long red hair, it reminds me of my idiot sister. It's annoying. Let me vent a bit, as a substitute for her. The rune etched a spark that lit the cigarette and simultaneously activated the prearranged mechanism. It was 4 slabs imbued with mysterious power, inscribed with simple yet ancient characters. Primordial Rune Activation. Perish, Phantom. Chapter 677, Chapter 677, Demon Slaying Method. Rune magic, one of the most widely spread magical systems in ancient Europe. Primordial runes directly embody divine authority, reaching the pinnacle of magic's highest peak through these original characters. Once upon a time, Tuko regarded the 3 rune stones, which bore the primordial runes passed down from Age of Gods, as her greatest trump card. Even her sister, the destructive idiot who had mastered the 5th magic 10 years ahead, dared not confront her directly. Now, Tuko's research into runes has long surpassed mere replication. She can craft those masterpieces, which originally belonged to the Nordic giants, according to her own will. Yes, right now, the 4 slabs on the mansion's roof, transforming from virtual to physical forms. This is the rawest violence, the ultimate curse. With the amplification of the formation spread throughout the Tano household and the support of the spiritual veins, the destructive power unleashed is even greater and more precise than during her battle with Ayoko. Runes swept up a storm, and magic power shook the atmosphere, roaring thunderously. The mirage-like red figure was instantly engulfed, not even having the chance to scream before being completely reduced to dust. No one knew, not even her closest ally Shinji, what the complete rune system meant to her. No one knew the extent of her power after reconstituting the runic system alone and mastering the 24 derivative runes and the 18 primordial runes. After years of research, her mastery of runes has long surpassed Shinji, surpassed Sakura, who had concentrated on rune studies since childhood, and even the Queen of the Land of Shadows has given her high praise, believing that one day she might rival her in the path of runes. Now, even if she were to battle her sister, who perfectly controls the 5th magic, she would remain unafraid. How could a Kiha phantom, who hasn't entered the red vermilion state, pose a threat? The phantom is ultimately just an echo of Kahaku and Hijui's memories, incapable of deeply tapping into everyone's potential. Such an opponent is not worth Tuko's attention. Boring. Smoke wisps slipped between her teeth as she remained lazily composed. I planned to test the phantom's resilience in various ways, but Shiki's side ended too quickly. Since that's the case, Katu, it's about time. You may use your full strength and finish the battle quickly. Order received. From behind the Makihisa phantom in the courtyard came Katu's voice. Makihisa immediately turned, throwing a heavy punch, the overwhelming force causing the air to shriek fiercely. However, this shriek met no resistance and vanished, just like before. Makihisa and Akiha's phantoms appeared at the Tano household slightly earlier than when Setsuki saw the murderer. But because Tuko was prepared, the phantoms were intercepted as soon as they appeared. Not only did they fail to harm the Kahaku and Hijui, who were the source of the malicious information, but they were also toyed with. Tuko was responsible for Akiha. There's nothing much to say. Tuko has been Akiha's tutor since 1998 for 3 years now. She knows Akiha inside out, Akiha's strengths, the essence of her abilities, and her weaknesses. Frankly speaking, Akiha is very strong, arguably the strongest head of the Tano family in a century. But no matter how strong Akiha is, she cannot surpass a Grand Magus. Tuko, who is prepared, dares to challenge a magic user, let alone a still-growing Akiha. From the start, Phantom Akiha was targeted in various ways. First, various traps left Akiha dizzy. After recovering, she faced layer upon layer of curses. Barely surviving the curses, she was sealed in an extremely cold barrier, nearly frozen solid. If not for changing circumstances, Akiha's phantom wouldn't know how much more suffering awaited. More pathetically, until she dissipated, her phantom never even touched a hair on Tuko's head. Makihisa phantom fared slightly better than Akiha phantom, but not by much. He faced Kato Danzu. Makihisa's combat style is typical of the Tano family, a strong body combined with advanced martial arts and plunder ability, making him a tough opponent for most. But this did not include Kato Danzu. No matter how strong Makihisa's body is, it's still based on flesh and blood. Katu is a mechanical doll made from a special wood long extinct, more flexible than humans, and harder than steel. Though far from a true divine weapon, it is undoubtedly stronger than Makihisa. The Tano family's traditional martial arts are indeed formidable, having been passed down since the family's inception, maximizing the unique traits of the Tano blood. But Katu's close combat skills are no less impressive. These skills were custom-tailored for her by Kashin Koji and the first Fumakotoru, combined with the weapons hidden throughout her body, making her stronger than Makihisa. As for the plunder ability, unfortunately, it does not affect Katu, who is a mechanical doll. The ability to merge with life is ineffective against her. Since her strengths surpass him, there's no need to mention other aspects. Kashin Koji's illusions, Fuma-style ninjutsu, the extensive experience Katu has accumulated over time, and of course, the Hades cloak left to her by Shinji, all these factors and specific countermeasures allowed a seemingly delicate girl to completely dominate a powerhouse who could cause chaos elsewhere. It was bad enough that Makihisa couldn't win. The critical issue was that he couldn't even see his opponent's face. Only during intense moments of the battle could he occasionally catch a fleeting glimpse of her figure. Makihisa felt humiliated. The Knight of Wallachia creates phantoms that are nearly identical to the original, including intellect and mentality. If he could, this powerful former clan head would prefer to be without intelligence, sparing himself the enemy's humiliation. By now, Makihisa knew his enemy could easily finish him off, but they chose not to, confining him within the courtyard. He couldn't win, couldn't escape, and due to the limitations of the Knight of Wallachia, he couldn't stop fighting. When he heard Tuko's words, "You are permitted to use full strength and end the battle quickly," his first reaction was one of relief. He would finally be liberated. Matou did not disappoint. With a barely perceptible sound, akin to a mechanical synthesized voice, she announced. "Assemble, wind. Activate Kashin Mystic Code. Karakuri Genpu, don't you?" Makihisa suddenly felt his vision blur. In a daze, he saw young Akiha smiling at him, young Shiki waving, and further away, Shiki, Kahaku, and Hijui. They were all so carefree, so innocent. It was a truly beautiful moment, the most beautiful scene in his memory. Chapter 678, Oja Channel, Do You Want to Learn Magecraft? Part 1. Father, come quickly, everyone is waiting for you. Father. Father. Master Makihisa. Master. The most lively, Shiki, took the lead in shouting. I remember that, in the beginning, he was still timid. I don't know when, but he became like this, causing trouble along with the naturally restless Shiki and the most obedient Akiha. Then there were Kahaku and Hijui, laughing so happily. It must not have been that day yet, when I, to maintain rationality and suppress the impulse, committed the most unworthy act. Ah, how nostalgic, those times. Makihisa's body moved involuntarily. He slowed his pace, walking over like a most ordinary parent, with a peaceful expression. However, after taking only a few steps and not yet reaching the group of children, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a common kitchen knife precisely stabbed into his heart, piercing through from the front to the back. The owner of the knife was a girl in a dark kimono. That short pink hair was so familiar, accompanying him through countless crazy nights. Kahaku. As the strength flowed away with the blood, Makihisa's face changed, finally turning into a sigh. Do you still hate me? Hate, you ruined me. I will never forgive you. Kahaku raised her head, her cute face covered in tears. Yes, after all, I did such excessive things. His hands trembled, seemingly wanting to lift them but not actually doing so, perhaps giving up or simply having no strength. But, I will only hate you, not Miss Akiha or young Master Shiki. Tears fell like broken strings, but her expression remained indifferent, her tone showing not a trace of fluctuation. So disappear, and don't disturb our peaceful life anymore. Then I can rest assured. Makihisa closed his eyes, feeling relieved. Illusions stem from reality. This moment's feelings were by no means false, it was the final wish of a man at the end of his life, the last redemption he yearned for after wandering in darkness all his life. He, content, allowed the kitchen knife to strip away his last existence, turning to ashes. A cloaked figure appeared behind Kahaku, reaching out to support the girl who had truly seen her own heart and completed the fatal blow. The golden eyes under the cloak rippled with complex emotions that even she did not understand. Gods will not give away power for no reason, but this meaning can only be decided by oneself, without interference from others or even ambiguous entities like gods. Tuko exhaled a final smoke ring and extinguished the cigarette butt. Hijui stood by, occasionally glancing at her sister below, her eyes filled with both worry and relief. In the garden, Kahaku wiped away her tears vigorously, then patted her cheeks, returning to her usual cheerful and lively self. She clenched her fists with enthusiasm and said energetically, "Let's work hard from now on. Let's start by tidying up the yard. Hijui, come help." "Coming, sister." Hijui quickly agreed, bowing hastily to Tuko before running downstairs. "Master, Kata removed her cloak, looking up at Tuko. Without waiting for her to finish, Tuko waved her hand casually. "Go, you go help too, let me be alone for a while." "Understood." The Knight of Wallachia was supposed to be a devastating disaster because it targets human weaknesses and manifests the most terrifying things in human minds. However, weaknesses are not always permanent, and fears can be overcome. When humans transcend these fears, it is no longer a disaster but a blessing. Blessings and misfortunes are interdependent. Ancient people summarized this principle many years ago. Shiki, Kahaku, Akiha, and even Hijui are examples of this. When the group that had gone out returned home, everything had already settled, and even the cleanup work was complete. Tuko, who had calculated the timing, was waiting in the reception room. Kahaku was in the kitchen preparing a midnight snack, and Hijui had just brewed some tea. Next, a historic meeting unfolded. The participants were the head of Japan's mysterious forces, the manager of the Tokyo area, the head of the Tano family, and the half-demon, Akiha Tano. A representative of one of the two poles of the mysterious world, the Holy Church, and the captain of the Vestal Shield Knights, Riseby Stridberg. A representative of one of the two poles of the mysterious world, the most enigmatic department of the Mages Association, the future head of the Atlas Institute, and the alchemist Shaun Eltnam at Malaysia. Also from the Mages Association, the highest-rated Grand Puppeteer by the Clock Tower, the Rune User, and the Grand Magus Tuko Aozaki. and several accompanying personnel. The accompanying personnel are the ones worth describing. The big names listed above, who could fill several rows on a business card, have nothing much to say. Akiha personally drove away all her clan members. Risbife did not bring any subordinates. Shaun had been acting alone for 3 years and was even wanted by the Atlas Institute. Tuko, needless to say, was known throughout half of the mysterious world as a whirlwind woman, though using crazy would be more appropriate most of the time. In other words, these high-profile women came in their capacities this time, representing only themselves. 3 of the 4 were action-oriented, not wasting time on pleasantries. It's worth mentioning Shiki and Satsuki, who accompanied them without any official status. Yes, Satsuki came along, voluntarily. She even called her family, lying that she was going to a friend's house for a sleepover. This was the first time this exemplary student had lied to her family. Because it was her first time, her family didn't suspect a thing. Everyone, including Shiki, thought her worldview had shattered temporarily and she didn't want to go home. Akiha, surprisingly, assisted this potentially significant rival, helping her deceive her family. Only Tuko, seasoned in observing young love, noticed the signs. Watching Shiki and Satsuki's increasingly peculiar expressions made Shiki uneasy, and Satsuki hid behind Shiki, trembling. Though she didn't know about the mysterious world, she knew these people could tear down walls with their bare hands, jump 10 meters high, and were essentially monsters. She feared they might eat her at any moment. Unexpectedly, Tuko did not devour her but instead said, "You're quite good. Would you like to be my disciple and learn magecraft from me?" Chapter 679, Oja Channel, Do You Want to Learn Magecraft? Part 2. Silence. The entire reception room fell into an eerie silence. A few seconds later, a synchronized exclamation erupted from everyone, familiar and unfamiliar alike. Huh. No one expected Tuko to say such a thing. This was Tuko Aozaki, after all. Even though she had left the Aozaki family and missed out on the position of magician, she still climbed to the pinnacle of modern magecraft. She was on the ceiling designation list but still lived freely. There were even rumors that the Carillon Observatory had given up on hunting her. For a magus of her caliber to take a disciple, countless prestigious families would scramble to send their children, making it the biggest event in the new century's magecraft world. Note that this is a disciple, not an ordinary student. While Tuko currently had a few students, they were all psychics and lacked the potential to become magus. Tuko served more as a guide to them, pointing them in the right direction but not teaching them much. A disciple, however, is different. That person would inherit the magus lifetime of knowledge, akin to the head of a magus family, the true successor in a martial arts school, and could even be considered an adopted son or daughter. Everyone present understood the weight of Tuko's words. That's why they were silent. That's why they were shocked. Are you serious? Akiha felt her brain couldn't keep up. Taking Satsuki-senpai as a disciple. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Tuko shrugged, her attitude not seeming particularly serious. But why her? This Miss Satsuki, like an ordinary person, Risbife, known for her bluntness, spoke up. Ah, maybe it's not my place to say that. No, Miss Satsuki is not an ordinary person. Shaun seemed to have noticed something and pointed a finger at Satsuki's forehead. Miss Shaun. Shiki quickly stepped in, pulling Satsuki out of the line of Shaun's extended finger. That's very rude. Ah, I'm sorry. I was just curious, so. I'm sorry, Shaun apologized hurriedly. The alchemists of Atlas are still the same, impulsive when they see good material. Hearing Tuko's complaint, Shaun lowered her head. Akiha retorted directly, aren't you the same? I still remember how you looked the first time you saw Katu. Tuko countered without hesitation, if you don't change that terrible personality of yours, you'll never get married. I don't want to get married. Akiha stole a glance at Shiki and hummed pridefully. Well. Tuko spoke timidly, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any superpowers like you. That's because your power is still dormant, not yet awakened, Tuko explained. Moreover, being involved in such events is not a coincidence. Even if the killer hadn't appeared, you would eventually get caught up in other mysterious events. Mysterious. The so-called mystery, simply put, is something not yet deconstructed. Superpowers and magecraft are all part of the mystery. And there's a basic rule in the mysterious world, mystery attracts mystery. Understand? When you were drawn to Shiki, it indicated that you aren't an ordinary person. Ah. Satsuki's face instantly turned bright red. It wasn't about the theory of mysteries attracting each other, it was purely because her most secret thoughts had been exposed, making her feel shy. The girl unconsciously glanced at the boy beside her and found that this dull guy remained as oblivious as ever, making her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This scene also made Akiha begin to regret why she had helped cover for her and brought her back. Tuko ignored the young girl's inner turmoil and continued, regarding your potential, Ms. Shaun, you've already detected it with your ether light, haven't you? As expected of the grand puppeteer, Shaun acknowledged frankly. The number of magic circuits exceeds 50, which is quite an exceptional raw talent. Besides that, there seems to be some special potential, but because the mental link didn't hit precisely, no further conclusions were drawn. Just as I analyzed. Tuko nodded, her gaze toward Satsuki becoming more and more satisfied. Being attracted to Shiki probably has something to do with a commonality in their abilities. As for what exactly that is, it can be slowly unearthed in future lessons. But Satsuki hasn't agreed to be your disciple yet, Shiki reminded. Won't agree. Tuko's lips curled into a mysterious smile. That's fine. For your sake, Shiki, I won't force her. However, I have two things to remind you of. First, the attraction of mysteries. As I mentioned, the incident with the killer wasn't merely a coincidence. This time you were lucky to be saved by Shiki and the others, but what about next time? And the time after that? Are you planning to protect her for the rest of your life, Shiki? Shiki opened his mouth but didn't make any promises. Satsuki's face, which had just recovered, turned red again. Akiha's expression grew increasingly stern. Second, the reason mysteries are called mysteries is because they are unknown. Therefore, the first rule of mysteries is concealment, they must not be known by ordinary people. According to tradition, ordinary people who witness mysteries must undergo mental manipulation to seal the related memories. Satsuki Yumizuka, if you have no intention of stepping into the world of mysteries, then I can only seal tonight's memory for you. Rest assured, my technique won't affect other parts of your memory. If you find my words untrustworthy, you can ask others. Before Satsuki could ask, Risebife and Shaun had already answered. She's right. That's basic knowledge. Satsuki Yumizuka, are you willing to lose tonight's memory? Tuko clasped her hands together, resting her chin on them. The lenses of her glasses, which had no prescription, reflected a glimmer of light, dazzling Satsuki's eyes. Now, tell me your answer. The answer had been decided the moment Satsuki stepped into the Tano household. She wanted to get closer to Shiki, wanted to understand him more. Someone like her could never be willing to return to being an ordinary person, nor would she want to lose the memory of tonight. I don't want to lose my memory. I agree to be your disciple and learn magic from you. It's not magic, it's magecraft, Tuko corrected. There is a fundamental difference. Shiki, you explain it to Satsuki. Not just the difference between magic and magecraft, but all the basics of mysteries. You are, after all, her senpai. Senpai. Satsuki's eyes sparkled. Don't forget that I'm also a senpai. Akiha gritted her teeth in discontent. Kohai. Satsuki playfully moved her lips, feeling for the first time that following Tuko to learn might not be so bad. Chapter 680, Strategy Meeting. Although Tuko accepting Satsuki as her disciple was big news, it was merely a small interlude tonight. The gathering of these strong individuals was to defeat the Death Apostle Knight of Wallachia that had been wreaking havoc on the city. Especially after Shaun explained the mechanism of Knight of Wallachia, their determination became unprecedentedly strong. What? Do you mean this dead apostle called Knight of Wallachia devours the blood and souls of an entire city? A phantom materialized from rumors. Shiki's face turned pale, and Akiha's complexion grew ashen. Is it possible to do such a thing? It's possible, Shaun nodded solemnly. Every time Knight of Wallachia appears, it happens. The last time, 3 years ago in Italy, I saw him devour an entire village. I was the only one who survived. How exactly did you survive? This was Risebife's most pressing question. Because I ran away, Shaun lowered her head in guilt. Tatari's barrier has a range limit. As long as you leave the barrier's range, you're safe. So, leaving the city would be safe, right? To Akiha's question, Shaun gave an affirmative answer. In theory, yes. Additionally, Knight of Wallachia is a dead apostle and cannot act during the day, so daytime safety is also assured. Shiki urged, then what are we waiting for? Quickly notify everyone to evacuate. I think that might be difficult, Satsuki, who had been quietly observing the discussion, lightly touched Shiki. For me, just a few hours ago, I wouldn't have had enough reason to leave. I think it's the same for everyone in the city. Besides, even if they wanted to leave, evacuating everyone would take a lot of time. Shiki's heart sank, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Akiha, what about contacting the government? I remember the Tano family has special channels with the government. With the Church and Mage Association as witnesses, the government should believe us, right? There are channels, but as Miss Satsuki said, evacuating so many people would take a lot of time. I'm not sure if we can make it before the barrier is fully activated. Miss Shaun, can you determine when the barrier will be activated? Shaun, who was addressed by Akiha, pointed out the window. Yes. A dead apostle's power is closely related to the lunar cycle. When the full moon arrives, a dead apostle's power is at its peak, which is also the best time for him to activate the barrier. Less than 3 days left, it's too late. Even if the government issued an emergency evacuation order, it wouldn't be in time. Akiha sighed. Although their city wasn't large, it still had hundreds of thousands of residents. Evacuating all of them wasn't like a regular earthquake evacuation, it would cause a series of problems. The only option left is to defeat the dead apostle before he devours the entire city. If Akiha had held onto a sliver of hope that they could escape if they couldn't win, that thought was now completely dismissed. The Tano family was the city's overseer. If the city were truly devoured, the family would be finished as well. Japan's mystic society wasn't dominated by one family, many forces were eager to replace the Tano family. Regarding this, I have a plan. First, we need to determine the center of the barrier. As Tuko spoke, she spread out a map on the coffee table, clearly marking the city's structure, including above and below ground. It was a military map of the entire city. Seeing the map, Akiha was initially stunned but quickly realized and glared at Tuko. Did you know this would happen? As the local overseers, the Tano family naturally had detailed maps, regularly updated. These maps were usually stored in Makihi's study, and rarely used. Now that Tuko had them, it was clear she was prepared. Immediately, Shiki and Satsuki's gazes also changed. Tuko waved her hand dismissively. Don't look at me like that. I only found out recently. How long is recently? I only found out at noon today. A certain little rascal called and told me that Knight of Wallachia might appear, advising me to be cautious and also asking for my help in finding Miss Shaun. Find me. Shaun furrowed her brows slightly. Is it because of a request from the association? That's part of the reason, Tuko admitted without hesitation. Additionally, he wanted to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? I don't know. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. I assume it has something to do with Atlas alchemy. But that's a matter for later. The immediate priority is to deal with Knight of Wallachia. Tuko slapped the map, on which several points had already been circled with a pencil. Miss Shaun, this is the map. The marked points are where I observed unusual concentrations of spiritual energy. Which one do you think is the center of the barrier? This one, Shaun pointed unhesitatingly to the very center of the city. I observed this area beforehand. It's the tallest building in the city, allowing for observation of the entire city. Additionally, since it's not yet completed, no one would disturb it. There's northwest more suitable place. Shaun's greatest asset was her computational ability. Although she couldn't sense non-human auras like the church's executors, with enough data, she could reach the most accurate conclusions. Temple, what an ironically fitting name. Tuko scoffed. Temple was the name of the still unfinished skyscraper. It was indeed extremely ironic for it to serve as a vampire's hideout. Risebife clenched her fist. Great, let's go take him down and avenge my subordinates. No, wait a moment. The enemy is one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. We can't act rashly. We must be fully prepared before making a move. Compared to a group of youths in their early 20s at most, Tuko's experience was more seasoned. First, we need reconnaissance to determine the exact nature of the enemy's presence and the best method to kill him. I've already dispatched mechanical dolls for this purpose. In the meantime, you should rest. After a busy night, your physical and mental states must be exhausted. Don't worry about safety, I've made specific adjustments against phantoms. If anything unusual happens, an alarm will go off immediately. Although your secrecy displeases me, I still appreciate your arrangements. Akiha said haughtily, and the others also found Tuko's plan quite reasonable. The first part was unnecessary. It seems they've arrived. Let me take a look. Tuko closed one eye, synchronizing her vision with that of the dolls. Chapter 681, Battle on the Temple. Hearing the unusual tone in Tuko's voice, everyone hurriedly asked. What happened? Tuko didn't answer directly but instead cursed angrily. That guy, he's stealing my prey. There was only one person in the world who Tuko would refer to in such a manner, Shinji Matou, an eccentric young man. He's back. Shiki's eyes lit up. Although Shinji was young, his strength was unfathomable. With his help, their chances of killing the dead apostles would be much higher. Unlike Shiki's joy, Akiha's attention was caught by the latter part of Tuko's statement. Stealing prey. Does that mean he's on the top floor of the temple, battling the phantom? With one eye closed, Tuko leaned back on the sofa and listlessly lit a cigarette. Although I knew he was coming back, I didn't expect him to return so quickly and directly find the dead apostle's main body. I've said it before, that's my prey, and I can handle it. Miss Tuko, could you project the images captured by the doll? You mentioned that Knight of Wallachia is a formidable enemy, and we need to gather as much information as possible. If necessary, we can provide support to your friend. Shaun's suggestion was reasonable and received unanimous approval. After considering for a moment, Tuko had Hizui fetch a crystal ball and link the doll's vision to it. Everyone then saw the tallest building in the city, the temple tower. Since it wasn't yet completed, a third of the rooftop was covered with scaffolding. Black and red steel bars crisscrossed, appearing somewhat eerie and terrifying under the night sky. However, this eeriness paled in comparison to the thing hovering in the center of the rooftop. It was a mass of predominantly black mist, difficult to describe in shape, as tendrils of black fog continuously flowed in from all directions, causing the mist to constantly change shape, looking extremely bizarre. Is this the true form of Knight of Wallachia? Riaspife asked. Shaun nodded solemnly. Yes, to be precise, it's the incomplete true form. The continuously flowing mist is the malignant information spread throughout the city. When the amount of malignant information is sufficient, that mist-like thing will form a black hole-like sphere and begin to wreak havoc. At that point, the entire city will turn into a sea of blood. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became grave. Where's Shinji? Where is he? Shiki asked. There. Somehow, Tuko manipulated the doll to zoom in on the image in the crystal ball. Soon, everyone saw Shinji within the scaffolding, along with the phantom moving rapidly around him like a giant spider. That was the materialized urban legend killer, a slayer born from Shiki's dark side. Didn't Tano-kun exorcise him? Satsuki's voice trembled. Exorcising doesn't mean it can't be recreated. If the dead apostle can create one phantom, he can create a second one. Isn't that right, Miss Shaun? Shaun nodded again, confirming Akiha's guess. The essence of the phantom is a collection of malignant information. As long as the information persists, the phantom can be recreated. Is that person going to be okay? He looks even younger than me. Kind-hearted Satsuki unconsciously worried about Shinji. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Shiki gently patted her shoulder. Shinji is much stronger than I am. Satsuki, remember, in the world of mysticism, the more harmless someone looks, the more dangerous they often are. Tuko took the opportunity to lecture her disciple, and just as she finished speaking, Shinji, surrounded by the three-dimensional maneuvering gear, suddenly stepped in one direction, covering a distance of 3 rooms in a single step. When both his feet landed, his left hand was gripping the killer's neck, and his right hand was holding a short knife, which he thrust into the killer's heart. A second later, Shinji flicked both hands, discarding the fog-formed phantom, and annoyingly said a few words. What is he saying? Not worth a fight. It only copied Shiki's form, not his essence. Don't bring out such a low-level phantom if you don't want to embarrass yourself, more or less that's what he said. Shaun translated Shinji's words by reading his lips. The more she translated, the more bitter she felt inside. Low-level. Embarrassing. Then what did that make her, who was almost killed by the phantom? Trash. As she was sinking into despondency, a new phantom appeared in the crystal ball. A slender female figure with enchanting red hair, surrounded by a fiery glow. This was the red-haired ghost, materialized from Akiha. As the red ghost hair fluttered, the air in front of her began to distort, melting even the steel bars in her path. The scaffolding, with its pillars destroyed, collapsed under the strain, emitting a series of ear-piercing screeches of bending metal before toppling in a matter of seconds. However, none of the spectators were worried about Shinji. Given the speed he had shown earlier, the few seconds of collapse were more than enough for him to escape. Indeed, when the dust from the collapsing scaffolding cleared, the demoness was headless, leaving behind a headless body dissipating into mist, and Shinji casually flicked his knife. This time the copy is decent, but a phantom is still a phantom. It can't tap into the original's potential. If Tano Akiha could fully exert her power, it might make me take her seriously, but as it stands, it's still far off. Are there any others? This time, it was Akiha who felt stung. Heat emission was one of her most commonly used attack methods, not her strongest, but seeing it so easily countered and the phantom slain by Shinji still made her feel terrible. A half-baked amateur, is that all I am? But, fully exerting my power. As Shinji wished, a third phantom appeared. Both Akiha and Shiki's faces changed. It was the previous head of their family, Akiha's father, Makihisa Tano. Compared to the inexperienced Akiha and Shiki, Makihisa was more seasoned. His moves might not be flashy, but they were highly practical. After a series of more than 10 exchanges, not only did he fend off Shinji, who wielded a knife, but he also gradually gained the upper hand. However, this was only temporary. As Shinji changed tactics, increasing the distance and switching his short knife for a slingshot, Makihisa's phantom met its end. With divine gunblade comparable to firearms and rune bullets with various effects, 3 shots shattered the phantom's head. Seeing this, Satsuki couldn't help but cover her mouth, feeling nauseous. Yes, the phantoms eventually disintegrated into spirit particles, but at the moment of destruction, they still splattered blood and brain matter. Such a graphic scene was too much for a schoolgirl to handle. Can't you use a less violent way to kill? P.S. Shinji was venting his anger to Makihisa. Chapter 682, Justice from the Heavens. Regarding the internal complaints about his methods of killing, it was naturally impossible for Shinji, far away in the city center, not to hear them. Even if he did hear, at most, he would apologize to Satsuki and then continue at his own pace. The combat training he received from a young age emphasized simplicity and efficiency. He wouldn't change, nor did he want to. Apologizing was already a rare display of consideration for a girl. If it were a stranger, he wouldn't even bother to say a word. However, trash talk was still routine. Makihisa Tano is a good choice, but it's a pity. In this city, no one has seen Makihisa Tano at his peak anymore. I should commend Miss Akiha for this, otherwise, it would have taken more effort. Since the destruction of the Nanaya family, the Tano family's position had become increasingly solidified, and Makihisa himself rarely took action. As Akiha relocated the clan members out of their old home, she became the only person in the city who had witnessed Makihisa fight, and that was in a teaching capacity. Under such circumstances, how much power could Makihisa exert? A phantom based on this model was naturally no match for Shinji. Well then, the warm-up ends here. I don't believe the mighty knight of Wallachia only has this much skill. The title of dead apostle ancestor would cry. Stretching towards the twisted black fog, Shinji's actions and expressions exuded absolute confidence. The black fog suddenly contracted and then expanded wildly. Though Tuko and the others couldn't hear the sound, they could still feel the contained fury. When had the Knight of Wallachia, which even the Holy Church's top brass handled with caution, ever been so belittled? The expanding black fog elongated, eventually forming misty threads around Shinji. The three closest threads twisted and transformed upon touching the ground, finally manifesting into three phantoms: the killer, the red-hair ghost, and Makihisa Tano. When quality isn't enough, quantity makes up for it, a timeless strategy in the history of human warfare. The first to act was the killer, once again employing a spider-like maneuver to surround Shinji. Makihisa's phantom followed, forcing Shinji into a hard confrontation with the most direct approach. Shinji seemed unwilling to engage directly, preparing to evade, but the red ghost had already accumulated enough heat, sealing his retreat with a high-temperature blast. The three phantoms didn't fight independently but instead worked together. Makihisa charged head-on, the killer provided high-speed support, and the red ghost bombarded from a distance. The three-pronged attack complemented each other's strengths, perfectly fitting the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Although Akiha and the others had anticipated multiple phantoms, they were still shocked by the phantom's coordinated assault. While calculating how they would respond if they were in his shoes, they watched the crystal ball image intently to see Shinji's reaction. Shinji's response was simple. He spread his hands apart. With the knife in his left hand aimed at Makihisa, who was just a step away, a black slash radiated from the knife tip a second before Makihisa's punch landed, instantly splitting him in two. His other hand targeted the distant red ghost. As she launched her high-temperature attack, a golden lightning bolt shot out from Shinji's hand. The lightning's speed was so fast that the heat hadn't even spread before the red ghost was turned to charcoal. Without the long-range support of the red ghost and the frontal assault of Makihisa, the killer, who only relied on speed, posed no threat. Shinji used mana burst combined with a flash step to catch up to him and kill him with a single stroke. The Knight of Wallachia was fed up with Shinji's trash talk. Before he could speak, the dispersed fog had already materialized new phantoms. Though the types of phantoms remained the same as before, their numbers multiplied tenfold, 30 phantoms in total. The legendary dead apostle was finally serious. Is this even possible? Several gasps and sounds of inhaling sharply echoed in the Tano family's reception room. A single phantom wasn't terrifying, nor was the ability to continually revive. However, the ability to replicate multiple phantoms at once was truly frightening. Judging by the lack of significant reduction in the black fog of the Knight of Wallachia, creating phantoms of this magnitude was not a major effort. Even Risebife, who ranked among the top 10 in the church and had stained her hands with the blood of countless heretics, couldn't help but sigh. I see, so that's why my subordinates were completely wiped out. Though her knight order consisted of elite members, they were still flesh and blood. They couldn't outlast the infinitely regenerating and replicating phantoms, which was precisely the terror of the Knight of Wallachia. Toko-sensei, quickly inform Shinji to retreat, Shiki said anxiously. Even if he can handle this wave, there will come a time when he can't hold out. Toko's attitude was quite the opposite. She reached out and tapped on Shinji's image. There's no need for that. Look closely at his expression. Does he look unsure to you? Well. Indeed, Shinji not only showed no sign of panic but was instead eagerly examining the phantoms that surrounded him heavily. Then, Xian began her lip-reading translation. My, what a grand scene. Even I would get a headache facing so many people. Fortunately, I came prepared. As Shinji spoke, he raised his right hand high, pointing to the nearly full silver moon in the sky, and enunciated each word. Heavenly. Descent. Justice. In the bright moonlight, a spot of white appeared, whiter and purer than the moon itself, standing in stark contrast to the black fog at the center of the rooftop. Along with the white light came an ear-piercing explosion, the sound of some massive object tearing through the air at high speed, like a meteor falling from the sky. Amidst the rumbling, the white light plummeted, its target unmistakably the temple building where Shinji stood. The pure light illuminated the entire rooftop and, in the next second, exploded with terrifying wind pressure, sweeping everything off the rooftop. The steel scaffolding, construction materials piled in the corners, the 30 phantoms, and the black fog controlling them, even the rooftop itself, were blown away and destroyed by this white meteor. When the crystal ball's image was restored, the temple rooftop was no more. Amidst the rubble and ruins, a black-haired, black-eyed boy brushed the dust off himself, clicking his tongue in admiration. Seems like I overdid it a bit. But this can't kill you, can it, Tatari? Before his words had even faded, a cold wind blew, and strands of black fog once again gathered from all directions, coalescing into the indescribable, twisted mass in an instant. The same place, the same form, as if nothing had changed. Chapter 683, Moon Descend. Even this can't kill him. More than one person felt powerless. Among those gathered in front of the crystal ball, except for Satsuki, none were weak. Although they were not at the scene, the footage clearly showed how powerful Shinji's move, Heaven's Judgment, was. It was a destructive force that even grand magecraft might not achieve. Yet, such an attack, which destroyed 30 phantom assaults, did not harm the dead apostle. At least, it appeared that way. Miss Cheyenne, what on earth is going on? Akiha asked. Not just her, everyone wanted to know. Without an answer, defeating the Knight of Wallachia was out of the question. Surprisingly, Cheyenne, who always answered questions, said nothing this time. Miss Cheyenne. Miss Cheyenne. Akiha turned her head to see Cheyenne's pale face, her body curled up tightly and trembling all over. Miss Cheyenne, are you all right? It was only then that Cheyenne came back to her senses. She put her hand to her mouth and bit down hard. After biting for a while, she released and replied. I'm fine. Fine. Risebife's gaze fixed on Cheyenne's bitten left hand, a strange look on her face. I'm just a bit overworked. Cheyenne's expression returned to its usual sternness. It's a common problem for alchemists from Atlas. Overexerting mental power results in this. Then you should rest. Hearing Tuko say this, Risebife stopped pressing the issue. Ah, okay. Cheyenne nodded quickly, casting a sidelong glance at Tuko, only to find her looking back with a meaningful expression, causing Cheyenne to be startled. Could she have figured it out? Miss Akiha, what did you just say? I wanted to ask how the Knight of Wallachia survived the previous attack. I don't have a definitive answer, but based on current information, it is highly likely that the Knight of Wallachia has assimilated with nature, becoming a phenomenon, like a mirage. Then how can we defeat him? Shiki couldn't sit still. Until just now, he thought he could use his mystic eyes to deliver a fatal blow. As long as it's alive, no matter what it is, I'll kill it. This was Ryugi Shiki's evaluation of the mystic eyes of death perception. But can phenomena be considered alive? Even if they are, can he understand their death? I don't know. Shaun sighed. It was the first time they had seen her show such a clear emotion, an emotion called despair. The transformation of Tatari has exceeded my calculations. I always thought Tatari would have to wait until the next cycle to reappear once its body collapsed. She had spent 3 years scheming and betting everything to defeat the Knight of Wallachia, but now. At this moment, Tuko suddenly spoke. It's not time for despair yet. Look closely. Look closely. At what? Of course, the crystal ball. More specifically, Matou Shinji in the crystal ball, still displaying a composed attitude. Even as the Knight of Wallachia reformed and the phantoms reappeared, his face still bore a smile, like a judge at the edge of a stage, passing judgment on the performers. First, I must admit, you are an extraordinary monster, able to assimilate yourself with nature in such a way, extending your existence indefinitely. Perhaps your combat prowess isn't top tier among the dead apostles, but your ability to prolong your life is undoubtedly the best of our time. With your talent, if you hadn't chosen this path, you would undoubtedly have led an era. Hey, don't rush to take such a high stance. I know your pursuits and greatly admire them. Unfortunately, our positions are different. You are a dead apostle, and I promised 2 people that I would help them hunt dead apostles. Are you ready to die here? You will soon know what method I will use. Shinji once again pointed his finger towards the sky. Heaven's Judgment, second shot. Moon's crown, shooting right at your face, in the name of the moon, I'll punish you. Under the moonlight once more, a pure white manifestation appeared. However, this time it wasn't white light or a meteorite, but a person, a woman. Dressed in an elegant, noble white gown, with smooth golden hair flowing to her waist, and golden eyes radiating endless majesty. The moonlight bathed her, gathering at her feet as she walked down, descending to the mortal realm. At the first sight of this woman, everyone had the same thought: this woman was the incarnation of the moon. The moment the woman descended, the black mist suddenly began to boil, as if in fear, or perhaps in questioning. Who exactly are you? The Judge of the Moon, Crimson Moon, such a title is fitting, isn't it? As soon as these words fell, a strong wind erupted from the center of the black mist on the rooftop, a mist that could reform into a black hole regardless of the attack. Under the influence of this strong wind, the black mist was swept away in a matter of seconds, along with the reappearing phantoms. When the black mist dissipated and the phantoms crumbled, a man suddenly appeared on the rooftop. The man wore a scholar's robe popular a century ago, wrapped in a large cloak, his yellow shawl constantly trembling. His handsome face, twisted in anger and astonishment, turned the man's entire aura into madness. Seeing this person, Shaun stood up from the sofa at once, shouting in disbelief. How is this possible? Zepia Eltnamat Lasia. Has the Knight of Wallachia reverted to its original form? Not only Shaun, but Zepia himself was also shouting. Impossible, absolutely impossible for such an absurd thing to happen. Even if you are a royal of the true ancestors, you can't revert me, who has become a phenomenon, back to my original form. Ignorant. The princess arrogantly raised her snow-white neck, looking down on Zepia from a high position. Wake up from your dream, dead apostle. It's your freedom to believe that having infinite time will let you comprehend the sixth magic, and betting on that minuscule possibility has nothing to do with me. However, even if you spend millions of years, you will never comprehend the sixth magic. This form is your end, the end after seeking miracles and failing. What did you do? Zepia roared hysterically. Don't you understand? Fool. Look up. Arcuid raised her hand in the same gesture as Shinji. The crimson moon is hanging above you. At some point, the bright moon in the sky had been dyed with a vivid red, the once slightly imperfect moon now perfectly round. It was the legendary blood moon, also known as the crimson moon. The crimson moon was not only Arcuid's title but also the name of this extraordinary spectacle. The crimson moon descends. Chapter 684, Chapter 684, The One Who Truly Controls Fantasy. Upon seeing the crimson moon, ancient memories buried deep in Zepia's brain resurfaced. Isn't this from when I created the Knight of Wallachia? Under the crimson moon, the pure white princess stood with her arms crossed. Do you remember now? You drew power from the crimson moon to make yourself a phenomenon, a power that would last until the moon reappeared. But the crimson moon should still be in the future. My drive formula should last 1,000 years, and until then, I should maintain my Tatari form. To Zepia's question, Arcuid merely gave a cold laugh. When the drive formula ends, you revert to your original form, don't you? Zepia's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could ask, she continued. If the 1,000-year drive formula doesn't yield a correct answer, Knight of Wallachia will revert to the dead apostle Zepia, as per your contract with Alt Rouge. Wait, does this mean? That's right, this is the end of your tedious journey. Rejoice, for this is a sight you'd have wasted 1,000 years to see. Impossible. Zepia swung his hand violently as if to assert his judgment. Time travel belongs to the realm of magic. How could you bring the moon from 1,000 years in the future? This is a world where falsehoods become reality. For a short time, there is nothing I cannot do here. According to the Knight of Wallachia, both you and I are false rulers. The difference is, my imagination is superior to yours, making your imagination a poor delusion. The Knight of Wallachia is merely the king of false words, capable only of converging rumors and manifesting fear. Compared to a true ancestor who can alter reality with thought, there is an insurmountable gap. The Tatari reality marble he created became a domain ruled by Arcuid. Using this domain, she created a miracle she normally couldn't, a crimson moon that should appear in 1,000 years. Realizing this, Zepia trembled as he asked, then, my wish. The end of the drive formula is the end of humanity. Her voice grew colder, her lofty demeanor becoming more distant. A barren araya is no problem, but living a predetermined life is also a form of suffering. For someone as helpless as you, I have no interest in using my power any longer, especially as your script is unpleasant. Let it end here, Knight of Wallachia. As an alchemist and one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, Zepia Eltnam Oberon had failed to unravel the mysteries of the sixth law, leading to the dissolution of his body. Anticipating this result, he completed the drive formula named Tatari, successfully maintaining his existence in the world by spreading his powerful dead apostle spirit particles, reassembling under certain conditions to continue his challenge. Repeating this endlessly, the Tatari would last until the world's end. He dreamed of achieving the sixth law after countless cycles, but Is this the result of infinite time? Facing Zepia's final question, Arcuade delivered her last judgment. Indeed, even after countless loops, it's just an impossible daydream. As Tatari, your aimless wandering is meaningless. You're merely a legend in human lore. A legend can disappear at any time, and yours will end tonight. Upon hearing Shaun's recount, Shiki could hardly believe his ears. Disappear, does that mean we can defeat Tatari tonight? Exactly. Shaun was also both shocked and delighted. Right now, he's neither Tatari nor Knight of Wallachia, but the dead apostle named Zepia before he became a phenomenon. If he's in a physical state, there's no mistake. If we destroy him now, the dead apostle named Tatari will cease to exist. Zepia himself was aware of this, but instead of giving up, he convulsed, laughing maniacally, his twisted face more grotesque than any grimace. Ha 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 ha. Is that so? Is that how it is? It's unattainable. Are you saying that even if the Tatari lasts for thousands of years, it's still unattainable? Crimson Moon. But I won't be destroyed. I am immortal. Even if tonight comes to an end, I won't be destroyed. Accompanied by endless laughter, an immense killing intent erupted from Zepia. In other places, killing intent was intangible, but in this world where falsehoods became reality, killing intent also became reality. If I kill you, the illusion will disappear. If I still can't achieve the sixth law after that, then this Knight of Wallachia will end here. Princess of the true ancestors, I will drain your blood and use that power to research the next method. This was the last method Zepia could think of, his final struggle. If it was with the earthly god-level power of the last true ancestor, with the ability to alter reality through imagination, there might still be a way. My name is Knight of Wallachia, an immortal existence who has become a phenomenon. Even with the 5 existing magics, I cannot reach a deeper mystery. With a human body, it's unattainable. So be it. With a discarded human body, it's still unattainable. So be it. If it belongs to the realm of the gods, ha 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 ha. The completely mad alchemist began to advance, step by step, towards the arbiter under the crimson moon. The black mist that had been dispersed earlier reappeared and gathered around him at an astonishing speed. Tuko, who was synchronized with her puppet, suddenly clutched her forehead, detecting a massive magical response. Malicious data exceeds the threshold. Damn, does he still retain such powerful strength? I'm afraid so. The Knight of Wallachia was already one of the 27 ancestors before becoming a phenomenon. Shaun also seemed to sense the change through special means and appeared even more distressed than Tuko. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go support them immediately. Risebife picked up her shield and headed for the door. We're going too. Akiha and Shiki exchanged a glance and hurried after her. Shiki turned back and asked, what about you guys? I'm going too. I have to go. Shaun bit her left hand again. I have to defeat him myself. But your body. It's fine, I'll recover soon. Shaun's steps were shaky at first but quickly stabilized. Tuko gazed thoughtfully at Shaun's back and finally did not rise. I'll stay here and continue monitoring. If anything unexpected happens, I'll notify you immediately. All right. Akiha nodded. Kahaku, get the car, we need to get there as fast as possible. Yes, miss. Tuko-sama, Hizui, please take care of the house. Understood, sister. The twin maids bowed in succession without the slightest hesitation. This time, there was no pretense or stiffness in their actions, only genuine sincerity. Tuko disconnected the image on the crystal ball. She first waved at the space behind her, then drew a series of incomprehensible runes in the air, and finally lay down on the sofa with her eyes closed, muttering to herself. You little brat, if you lose, just watch how I'll spank you. Then, she saw the astonishing change occurring in the boy, a development she had never anticipated. Chapter 685, Etherlight Weave. On the top floor of the temple building, black fog churned and condensed, dyeing the body of the Knight of Wallachia completely black. A voice, long since driven mad, emanated from the twisted black fog, ancient and insane, resembling some mysterious incantation. The flower of the soul, brilliant yet withered. The honey in the vessel, extolling its rotten maturity. Without exception, all are allocated. Alas. This is a priceless omen. The barbarian brain is transformed, the masses agree, this has been so for 1,000 years. Learn, eat, live, kill, praise this matter for another 1,000 years. Beautiful, is it? The poison has finally invaded the limbs, causing you all to evolve into beasts. Self-deception evolving. Cut, 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 sever. Sever, 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 sever. Again. With the blood of the crimson moon, I shall reach the 6th. He 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 he. Amidst the maniacal declaration, Zepia swung his claws towards his chosen prey, also his last hope, the princess of the true ancestors. Among the three major departments of the Mages Association, the individual combat ability of the alchemists of the Atlas Institute is the weakest. This was well reflected in Sepia. Neither his charging movements nor his claw-swinging techniques had any semblance of form. Of course, the lack of form did not mean the threat was low. Sepia was no longer the pure alchemist he once was, but a direct dead apostle of the Eclipse Princess of Black Blood Alt Rouge, sister to Arcuade. The greatest characteristic of dead apostles is their bodies far surpassing that of humans in strength. Without mystery, even a martial artist with years of training would find it difficult to withstand his claw. Fortunately, his opponent was no ordinary person. A streak of light intercepted from the front, and a youth bathed in Buddha's light blocked the vampire's path, punching him back. Who allowed your filthy existence to touch her? Your opponent is me. Nuisance. Sepia patted the struck area, his eyes, completely consumed by red, one fixed on Arcuade, the other on Shinji. The princess of the true ancestors, a being who has slaughtered countless vampires, would you fear a dead apostle like me? Or have you spent so much power maintaining the Crimson Moon that you are not willing to fight me? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Arcuade, unmoved, stood amidst the ruins. To touch me, you must first get past my knight. Is that so? 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 Whether I win or lose, you won't make it easy for me. Both red eyes fixed on Shinji, and so did the hideously twisted face. A human with a body age of only 14 is crowned with the title of knight. If the princess knew, she would laugh. The princess, a term of endearment for Alt Rouge. This black princess also has two knights, the 6th ancestor Black Knight Strout, and the 8th ancestor White Knight Blood, both high-ranking among the 27 ancestors. How could a 13-year-old boy compare to them? To Sepia's doubts, Shinji replied calmly. Whether I have the qualifications to be crowned knight will be proven by your rotten body and moldy blood. Very well, before the main act, let's have a rehearsal. I hope this rehearsal isn't too boring. The rehearsal is called slaughter. With that, Sepia extended his right hand and clenched it forcefully. The space around Shinji was instantly divided into countless sections by invisible threads, a technique identical to the one Shaun used against the killer demon. So this is the famous ether light. Surrounded, Shinji was not flustered, observing closely through soul vision. So, how will it attack me? Simple, like this. Sepia snapped his fingers, and several new threads silently sliced through the air, attacking Shinji's blind spot. Shinji shifted his body, dodging the threads. While visual perception has blind spots, soul vision does not, so he naturally wouldn't be caught off guard. It doesn't seem that impressive. No matter how powerful the attack, if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. As you said, if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. But do you think I can't hit you? Huh. Just as Shinji sidestepped, the entire web formed by the ether light weave began to change. The first wave of sneak attacks was dodged, but then came the second, followed by the third, the fourth. No matter how Shinji evaded, the thread clung to him like a bone-sucking parasite, not letting go. In an instant, Shinji had already dodged more than 10 waves of sneak attacks. Did he see through my movements? For a non-mainstream magus like you, it's probably hard to understand. As if to return Shinji's earlier insults, Sepia did not rush to attack but started to explain. For alchemists, analytical calculation ability is fundamental. Every alchemist at Atlas can think at speeds tens or hundreds of times faster than ordinary people. An excellent alchemist can even divide their thoughts and independently handle various matters. Predicting an enemy's movements with superior thinking speed and analyzing the probability of changes, that's how Atlas alchemists fight. Isn't that just a human computer? You don't have to make it sound so complicated, Shinji retorted while dodging. You can understand it that way. But even among computers, there's a difference in capabilities. My incompetent descendant struggles even against a killer demon, whereas I can predict all possible actions you might take and respond accordingly. This is multiple future prediction. By launching multiple attacks from blind spots and then striking at the gaps in the enemy's movements, there is bound to be a hit in one of the multiple future lines. And that's now. Sepia extended his left hand, spreading his 5 fingers evenly. From the tip of each finger, a light weave shot out, and the trajectory of the light weave coincided perfectly with Shinji's movement path. Even though Shinji corrected himself at the fastest possible speed, he was still a step too slow and was hit in the thigh by one of the light weaves. The light weave itself did not cause any damage, but... Now you can't move. Sepia raised the corresponding middle finger of the light weave, shaking it back and forth in front of Shinji. This is the end, unknown knight. It's unfortunate, but you don't have the qualifications to be the princess's knight. As for why you became a knight, I'll find out for myself. Chapter 686, Chapter 686, The Illusory Duel. Ether light weave, a mystic code that forcibly intervenes using pseudoneural spirit fibers woven from the 5th imaginary element, ether. It can interfere with reality by pulling like a thread or cutting like a blade, and it can also serve as a medium to invade others' bodies and souls. When the spirit fibers come into contact with the human body, they infiltrate the nerves and mimic a new nerve. Through this nerve, one's thoughts can be transmitted to the other person's body, thoughts can be read, and even a secondary command center can be established to forcibly control the person's body and soul. The brain is the sole command system governing the body, but through the pseudonerve, a second command system can be created to replace the original, making the fake circuit the main line, much like a hacker in a computer network. The difference is that a hacker invades a computer, while Zepia invades the human brain. Finally, the spirit fibers that reach deep within the body will begin to forge a pseudo-thought protocol from the brain's marrow, including information and the soul's blueprint. Of course, reaching the final step requires a long process as it needs to break through countless barriers, including rationality and instinct, which is difficult even for Zepia. In contrast, simply immobilizing a person and reading their memories is not particularly difficult for this top alchemist from the Eltnam family. He acknowledged Shinji's strength, but in the realm of spirit fibers, he was the master. It should have been so, and the boy hit by the ether light weave indeed froze in place. However, just as Zepia further manipulated the light weave, he suddenly found he couldn't read any information at all, as if he was connected not to a person but a stone. How can this be? What did you do? The triumphant expression froze on his face. Shinji stretched lazily with a smile and casually waved, cutting off all the ether light weave attached to his body. Nothing much, just created a barrier with spirit fibers to block your invasion. Coincidentally, manipulating spirit fibers is also my main focus. Then why were you dodging earlier? If he could create a barrier, there was no need to dodge. Because I wanted to test my reflexes. I've heard of Atlas's multiple future predictions but never experienced it. You played me. Zepia finally realized that Shinji's earlier words were deliberate. Shinji shook his head and said sincerely. No, you misunderstand. I wasn't entirely playing you. I also needed time to understand the principle of ether light weave. At the moment of impact, I indeed couldn't move. Thanks to you, I had plenty of time, otherwise, I might have paid a price. Impossible, you cracked ether light weave in such a short time. Although he had left the Eltnam family, Zepia still valued the secret mystic code of his family highly. A secret that countless people couldn't obtain was cracked in such a short time. Of course not, but I didn't need to crack it. I just wanted to understand the principle related to spirit fibers. I'm not interested in ether. As for why I could understand it, it's simple. In this aspect, I've gone further than you. As Arcuade said, in the same field, there can only be one master, the other must be the loser. To prove his point, Shinji voluntarily walked into the web of light weave, letting the weave touch his body. Zepia didn't want to believe it, but he couldn't deny it. Initially, he indeed received some of Shinji's body information, but now he couldn't sense anything. At this moment, he had only one thought: he would rather have been played. But he quickly suppressed this thought. Zepia, as one of the 27 ancestors with modern magus status, had immense strength and willpower. Don't get too cocky. You've only cracked one technique of ether light weave, far from its essence. Let me show you the true usage of ether light weave. Misfortune, intelligence, lies. Duplicate, homologous. Countless ether light weave gathered in Zepia's hands, forming human shapes with his chant. Among them were people Shinji recognized, such as the Tano family, and those he didn't, like clergy in church robes. These human shapes were similar to the previous illusions but different. Similar because they had entities, different because they were more real. Without soul vision, Shinji would have mistaken them for the actual people. This is the true utility of ether light weave, a perfect duplication of targets, a unique skill that the Knight of Wallachia couldn't achieve, only usable by Zepia Eltnam at Leisure. Although such duplication requires substantial computational power and can't be done indefinitely, Zepia's thought acceleration could always pull out a strong team. Fighting him meant fighting a whole team of strong individuals, which is why Shaun said he was a calamity even among the 27 ancestors. Self-proclaimed White Princess Knight, are you ready? The finale of the rehearsal. Hey, your mind does contain all sorts of beings. As expected of someone who could drag a god out for a fight if they wanted to. In another place, encountering so many strong opponents would indeed be troublesome. Surrounded by a group of imposing strong individuals, Shinji not only showed no fear but instead displayed an eager expression. But unfortunately, the battlefield is here. The domain you've painstakingly created to turn falsehood into reality is exactly the home ground I've been dreaming of. The third magic activates: origin, transformation. I've watched your illusions for so long, now it's time for you to see mine. Then you'll understand the fundamental difference between us. Mist gathered from all directions, its turbulent and converging form identical to Zepia's when his ideals shattered, except for one difference: the color of the mist. The mist Zepia manifested was a twisted black, while Shinji's was a pure blue, the radiance of his soul and the most widespread color on this planet. Cut. 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 Zepia instinctively sensed danger and quickly issued commands. As the creator of Tatari, he knew better than anyone how to deal with this mist formed by spirit fibers. In an instant, flames surged, winds howled, lightning flashed, and black keys shot out. Almost every figure with long-range attack capabilities launched their attacks immediately. The already dilapidated top floor of the temple sustained further damage, becoming riddled with holes. Chapter 687, Shinji Matou, Adult Form. Zepia's attack indeed had an effect. After a barrage of heavy bombardment, the deep blue mist was dispersed. However, what was revealed was not the figure of a boy, but a young man. Standing 180 centimeters tall, clad in a tightly fitting pure white ceremonial outfit that accentuated his well-proportioned physique, he perfectly matched the image of the pure white blood prince. With hair and eyes as deep as the ocean, his handsome face combined the ruggedness of the West and the softness of the East, exuding an intense sharpness. It's the first time I'm appearing in this world in such a state. Feels pretty good. This is. Zepia's crazed and twisted face showed unprecedented seriousness. What's wrong? Can't recognize me now that I've matured. The young man stretched his body, the joints in his frame making slight cracking sounds. Is the difference that big between my former and current selves? The difference was indeed significant, but with Zepia's computational analysis ability, it took less than a millisecond to discern the young man's identity from details like his eyebrows. The issue was the form of the young man's existence. This isn't a phantom, nor is it a perfect replica. This is reality. Impossible. 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 Etherlight can't do this, Tatari can't do this, even phantasmal realization can't accomplish this. How could your spirit fibers, no, your soul? Madness and confusion. Shinji, in his youthful form, brought Zepia a shock comparable to the arrival of the Crimson Moon. The Atlas Institute was originally focused on spirit fiber research, and Zepia was an expert in this field. Because of his knowledge, he could see through Shinji's form of existence. There were no traces of false information or manipulation. If it weren't confirmed that this was a form composed of spirit fibers, he might have thought it was a real person, the original form. That's why I said it's a fundamental difference. Just because you can't do it, and phantasmal realization can't do it, doesn't mean I can't. My spirit is essentially this form, now I just manifested it. Thanks to the spirit fiber environment you provided, otherwise even I couldn't complete such a manifestation. Indeed, his form was that of a servant. In a parallel world, the spiritual foundation set for Shinji by Justice using the Great Grail persisted even after the war ended. As long as there was a suitable spirit fiber environment, it could reconstitute the spiritual vessel and manifest again. Examples include the fictional world and the Tatari environment filled with vast amounts of spirit fibers controlled by Zepia. Spiritual foundation. Manifestation. Despite the shock, Zepia's rapid thinking never ceased. Through a few terms in the conversation, he analyzed an even more shocking fact. This is the realm of the third magic. Could it be? Just as you pursue the sixth law, I also seek the third magic. Although it's not complete yet, I am indeed on the path of soul materialization. What you see is one of the results. Having become a calamity and a phenomenon for so many years, this was the first time he had seen someone else also pursuing magic. However, this encounter did not bring mutual admiration but rather anger born from mutual conflict. As someone who also seeks miracles, why do you hinder me? You should be my understanding ally. Why stop me? No, you're mistaken. I'm not your understanding ally. Though our goals may be similar, our paths are different. As for why I stopped you, haven't you heard that magics can conflict with each other? The first magic and the fifth magic, due to their similar nature, are bound to clash eventually. And from the way you challenge the sixth law, it seems inevitable that it will conflict with the third magic. Of course, these reasons are secondary. The main reason is that your existence and your script displease me and the princess. So, I will destroy you. Shinji's response completely dashed Zepia's hopes and fanned his anger to a raging inferno. Foolish. Shallow. Why? Why? Why can't anyone who seeks magic understand? The sixth law is necessary, it is essential, kihihi, since you can't understand, there's nothing more to say. Originally, I only wanted to devour the princess, but now I've changed my target. I'll devour you and use your soul to perfect the sixth law. If you can, then come and try. My name is Zepia Eltnam Oberon, an alchemist from Atlas. I will complete the eternal existence of the sixth law. The vampire, cloaked in black, moved his hands, and his duplicates moved like puppets along with his fingers. My name is Shinji Matou, a special agent of the Clock Tower's Department of Law, the guardian knight of the last true ancestor, Arcuate Brunestad, and a pursuer of the third magic. Shinji in white spread his arms wide, releasing a magical power no less overwhelming than Zepia's. Now, for the final act of this rehearsal. Let the battle between seekers of magic begin. Sever. 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 The knights of the Holy Church charged at Shinji in squads. They were knights under Risbife, and while their combat power might not match the famed executors, they were far superior in group combat. Even Zepia, transformed into the Knight of Wallachia, took a considerable amount of time to eliminate them. Especially their group charges, which crushed countless phantoms. However, Shinji was not a phantom. He was now a genuine servant, standing at the pinnacle alongside Jeanne d'Arc and Artoria. With numerous noble phantasms, he was least afraid of being besieged. Now, he was about to use his most secretive noble phantasm, one that was most fitting for his enemies. Pierce, Khazikli Bey. Magical power spread and the spirit fibers condensed by faith materialized into reality. Stakes. 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 Countless black iron stakes burst from the ground, filling Shinji's view like thorns. The knights' charge was formidable because their formation was both offensive and defensive. However, their defense did not account for attacks from underground, and they were almost instantly impaled by the stakes. The stakes continued to rise, lifting all the knights off their feet, and hanging them high in the air. Shinji, who created this scene, stood atop the highest stake, looking down at Zepia. This is the true Knight of Wallachia. I dedicate these stakes in homage to Vlad III, the Lord Impaler. Chapter 688, Chapter 688, Noble Phantasm vs. Phantom. Zepia earned the alias Knight of Wallachia because of his first manifestation after embodying Tatari and becoming Disaster. The manifestation occurred in Wallachia, Romania. This is the place where the faith of Romania's greatest hero, Vlad III, converges and the origin of the vampire Count Dracula legend. The vampire legend has been passed down locally for generations. Zepia exploited this deeply entrenched, centuries-old rumor to manifest Count Dracula, completely consuming a local village. By the time the church's knights arrived, only scattered human skins remained on the roads. But that was ultimately a manifestation based on a rumor, a false product. What Shinji was using now was the crystallization of faith, the essence of Vlad III's life, a real noble phantasm. Although not within Romania, where the noble phantasm would have its greatest power, it still possessed the strength to annihilate servants. How many more so unprepared knights? After annihilating the knights in one strike, Shinji continued to extend the stakes, encompassing all remaining phantoms. However, having learned from the previous example, Zepia, with computing power comparable to a supercomputer, quickly made adjustments. The remaining phantom either jumped into the air or cut off the tips of the stakes to avoid the attacks from below. The most formidable among them was the phantom of Akiha Tano. Her red hair flicked, her body radiated high heat, and the stakes melted as soon as they approached. This was the stakes' only weakness. Single stakes were too fragile and not difficult to destroy. Regrettably, this isn't Romania, so I can't use the King of Execution. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to use any other noble phantasms. Seeing this, Shinji regretfully withdrew his hand. But this is fine too. You have more people, and I have more noble phantasms. Let's see if your numbers are stronger or if my noble phantasms are superior. As he spoke, the phantom of Akiha Tano charged ahead, enveloped in thousands of degrees of heat, evaporating the stakes she passed, including the giant iron pillar under Shinji's feet. Good timing. Shinji laughed, a flash of white light under his feet. Winged shoes condensed, lifting his body higher. A shadow silently glided through the air, appearing behind Shinji in an almost impossibly contorted position for a human, and a dagger in hand stabbed down like lightning. Shinji seemed to have anticipated this. He pointed a finger, and a golden rod floated in the air. Fine golden electric light instantly filled the 10-meter space centered on him. The phantom's movements were momentarily halted by the divine thunder. Seizing the opportunity, the stakes once again unleashed its power, piercing through all phantoms within the divine thunder barrier. Go. With a soft command, the concentrated thunder of the divine thunder barrier converged. The next second, a golden serpent tore through the air, striking directly at the core of the phantom army, Zepia. Simultaneously attacking with the thunder serpent were the ever-extending stakes. Rotate, sever. Sensing the terrifying power and mystery within the thunder and stakes, Zepia dared not be careless. He gritted his teeth, and the ether light we formed from the fifth element was unleashed madly, forming just in time. The defeated phantoms reappeared, using their bodies as shields to block the lightning and stakes. The ether light weave continued ceaselessly, and the destroyed phantoms resurrected again as shields. Cheater, Shinji scoffed coldly. The two key elements of the phantom army were the ether light weave and Zepia's computational power. The former, due to being within Tatari, could continuously replenish. The latter was even more exaggerated. Although the exact data was unknown, Shaun, who had lesser computational power than Zepia, could divide her thoughts into 7 parts for high-speed calculations. One could only imagine Zepia's prowess. Moreover, after becoming a dead apostle, his recovery rate greatly increased, and he wouldn't feel fatigued even if he kept his thought circuits running all night. With these two assurances, Zepia was not afraid of the phantoms being destroyed. He could just create more. He was least afraid of attrition battles. This was also the advantage of the vampire race. Most historical defeats by vampires were due to being dragged into attrition battles. To defeat these vampires, the best way was to find a method to limit their recovery abilities, either by using a noble phantasm that could restrain recovery, sealing them directly, or overwhelming them with higher output. Shinji didn't know how to seal, and Zepia, having suffered in close combat before, didn't engage in melee again, leaving only the last option. This is my favorite thing. As Shinji spoke, he slapped the end of the golden rod, throwing the Buddhist artifact like a baseball. Zepia tried the same trick again, having the phantom form layer upon layer of barriers. However, the golden rod didn't hit any of them. Instead, it burst into dazzling light just before impact. Indra's thunder, broken phantasm. Art is an explosion. Using spiritual particles to create a container, and using mana and faith as ammunition to unleash the power of the noble phantasm all at once, simple and crude, yet extremely effective. The lightning blinded their sight, and the thunder deafened their hearing. At this moment, the only theme on the top floor of the temple was explosion. No, the top floor of the temple was already a thing of the past. Under the destructive force of Indra's thunder, the highest building in the city lost another layer. Of course, neither Shinji, who was in midair, nor Arcuade standing on the building's exterior wall, were harmed. Before using Broken Phantasm, he had calculated everything. Since returning from the parallel world, he had never slackened, researching diligently every day. To this day, he was fully aware of the explosion range and effects of all his bombs. As soon as the explosion neared its end, he swung the harp and charged toward the center of the blast. Zepia's spiritual particles were still intact in his mental scan. The regenerative ability of a dead apostle at the level of the 27 ancestors rivaled that of phantasmal species, almost reaching the level of a true ancestor. A cold gleam sliced through the smoke and dust kicked up by the explosion. Visual obstructions could not stop Shinji's advance. At this moment, only one last barrier stood before Zepia. If he broke through this barrier and struck Zepia with the scythe blade, the battle would be over. The scythe blade fell. With B-rank strength, the thrust from the winged shoes, gravitational acceleration, and quadruple reinforcement from body enhancement magic, Shinji's power was amplified to a terrifying height in an instant. Such a strike was far beyond what that phantom could withstand. However, this strike was indeed blocked. Blocked by a hand that felt somewhat familiar to Shinji. The smoke and dust scattered. Chapter 689, Seeking Your Death. The clash of power against power created a terrifying wind pressure, which swept away the dust in the air, revealing the true form of the hand's owner. A pure white ceremonial dress, flowing golden hair, a flawless figure and face, and those golden eyes exuding supreme authority, identical to the adjudicator who stood on the outer wall overlooking the battlefield. Cast. With Zepia's declaration, Phantom Arcuade grasped the scythe's blade with her other hand as well. With both hands exerting force, she lifted the other end of the scythe and then slammed it down heavily. Luckily, Shinji reacted quickly, dispersing the physical form of the harp in time. Otherwise, the slam would have been enough to shatter his grip and break his arm. Although he appeared in the form of a servant with superhuman physical qualities, he still couldn't compare to a true ancestor. Even though this was just a replica, her physical attributes were identical to the original. Don't underestimate people, seeker of the third magic. How does it feel to be attacked by your princess? If you want to defeat Knight of Wallachia, you'll have to defeat your princess first. The voice was incredibly familiar, one he heard every day. The speaker wasn't Zepia, but Arcuade, whose voice had also been perfectly replicated. Shinji, continuously stepping in midair to create distance, furrowed his brows tightly. Arcuade was on a completely different level compared to the phantom he had dealt with before. No matter how strong the phantom were, they hadn't reached the level of a servant. Shinji was confident in defeating any number of them, but this phantom, even if it was just a part, could rival a top-tier servant. If its completion was high enough, it could even surpass the realm of a servant. Or will you be killed by the princess? As she said this, the Phantom Arcuade forcefully pushed off the ground with her legs, appearing in front of Shinji in the blink of an eye, demonstrating the overwhelming agility that came with the exceptional speed. Following the agility came the display of strength. EX rank strength could block Shinji's full power single-handedly and could also directly crush his body. The beautiful fingers curled into claws and slashed down in midair. Shinji hurriedly clasped his hands together, manifesting the shield of Athena, while simultaneously reversing the thrust of his winged shoes to maximum. This was the best way to counter the claw attack. Knowing each other for 2 years, Shinji had often sparred with Arcuade and gradually figured out some countermeasures. The reason he didn't retreat immediately was because of this experience, and he did not believe that Zepia could perfectly replicate a princess with specs higher than the original Arcuade. The expected claw strike did not arrive. Arcuate claw inexplicably grazed the shield and struck to the side, the powerful force creating a sharp whistle as it cleaved through the air, yet it still failed to hit its mark. Oh. Shinji raised an eyebrow. Phantom Arcuate, controlled by Zepia, also uttered a puzzled tisk sound. Still can't fully control the strength, huh? But next time, it won't miss. The second claw strike was launched, directly blasting Shinji away and piercing through the outer wall of the temple building. Die. No, the one who will die is you. Faced with the Phantom Arcuate's arrogant declaration, the battered Shinji revealed a confident smile. As expected, you're just a king of falsehoods. No matter how you disguise yourself as a true ancestor, it's just a dishonest lie, a clumsy magic. That power is too immense for you, Zepia, you'll never become a true ancestor. You're just seeking your death. You really can talk. A visible whirlwind rose around the Phantom Arcuate, causing the rubble on the ground to tremble continuously under immense force. Even if it's false, I am now the executor hunting dead apostles. Let's hunt with this false power, O false moon. Reality was overturned. Above the temple building, a massive fireball suddenly appeared over everyone's heads. No, it wasn't a fireball, it was a meteorite. The Phantom Arcuate used her power to manifest a meteorite. Although the meteorite wasn't large and it fell slowly, it still possessed a destructive force comparable to broken phantasm. Ahahaha, crush, crush, crush. Under the meteorite, the Phantom Arcuate laughed maniacally. Shinji also laughed. He held his shield in one hand and opened his other palm, revealing a deep blue glow swirling within it. I was waiting for you to use marble phantasm. The blue glow flashed and exploded upon contact with the air currents surrounding the Phantom Arcuate. The scattered light points blossomed like fireworks in the night sky. Within the fireworks, the Phantom suddenly began bleeding from her 7 orifices. Following that, the meteorite above her had also exploded, creating a massive fireworks display 100 times bigger, dissipating into the night. UI hashtag UNUD, and did S hashtag end it, hashtag %WhatL, hashtag, is at T and 90/. Zepia finally stopped speaking through the Phantom Arcuate. However, his sentence was mixed with various languages, such as Tagalog, French, German, Japanese, and Italian, along with many unintelligible syllables. Fortunately, Shinji had inherited Scathacka's knowledge crystal, which made him fluent in many languages, otherwise, anyone else wouldn't have understood what he was saying. Nothing much, just added a little something to your marble phantasm. How does it feel? Shinji leisurely sat in the gap he had created, not launching any further attacks, just watching Zepia, whose face was pale and who was babbling nonsensically. That was a sign of mental attack and brain disorder. 2 years ago, during his first battle with Arcuate, at the end of the fight, one of them activated magic while the other initiated marble phantasm. The interference resulted in both of them being blasted unconscious and suffering severe mental damage. If even Arcuate was affected, how could Zepia's phantom escape? After a brief exchange, Shinji had already determined that while the Phantom Arcuate was almost indistinguishable from the real one, Zepia couldn't control this power. The missed claw strike was the best evidence. The fact that Zepia didn't create any other phantom afterward indirectly proved that his computational power had reached its limit like a balloon stretched to its breaking point. At this moment, what would happen if more gas was injected into the balloon, especially gas that conflicted with the existing gas? The answer was simple: boom, explosion. So, the Phantom Arcuate exploded, her blood spraying like a fountain. The meteorite also exploded, disintegrating before it could interfere with reality. Shinji didn't explode because he had learned from his previous failure, maintaining a sufficient distance and not entering the range of the phantasm. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm going to tear your flesh into pieces. Zepia, clutching his head in pain. The uncontrollable power ravaged the ground and walls, resembling the scale of an earthquake. Chapter 690, The End of Zepia. Out of control and even more terrifying. Not considering control and manipulation, your phantom is truly perfect. Among all the fakers, you are the strongest, no doubt about it. Shinji clicked his tongue as he watched the exaggerated scene below. Princess, I request permission to use the chains of earth. Granted, Arcuate nodded slightly in agreement. Ensure the enemy is annihilated, my knight. Yes, my princess. Shinji clenched his right hand into a fist and struck his left chest. Reveal yourself, silver chains that bind the true ancestor. A silver chain, 2 fingers thick, appeared out of thin air. Under Shinji's command, it wound around the Phantom Arcuate like a serpent. The phantom continuously unleashed powerful energy and illusions, but they could not stop the chains from binding. The moment they touched the chains, they disintegrated into nothing, helplessly watching as the chains tightly bound them. What is this thing? Perhaps because Shinji's projected thoughts were not grand in scale, or perhaps because Zepia had divided his thoughts to create a safe zone unaffected by the mental backlash, the vampire who was nearly turned into an idiot regained his speech and mobility. didn't I just say? Chains of earth, chains specifically designed to bind true ancestors. The chains Shinji first saw in the Millennium Castle Brunestad, filling the entire sealing chamber, were these very chains. They were weapons created by Arcuade, specifically for sealing the powers of true ancestors to the greatest extent. Arcuade is the executioner of vampires, and her targets include not only dead apostles but also fallen true ancestors. True ancestors are nature's offspring, possessing nearly perfect bodies that can alter reality with mere thoughts. Their only flaw is an ever-increasing bloodlust. Once they cannot suppress this urge, they fall and become dead apostle. Fallen true ancestors are still true ancestors, but without the need to suppress their bloodlust, their powers are fully unleashed, making it difficult even for Arcuade to kill them. Thus, she created chains specifically for true ancestors. After she drank blood because of Roa, the chain's target also included herself. Each time she killed Roa, she would return to the castle, heavily binding herself to the throne to suppress her powers and bloodlust. She intended to enter eternal slumber this way once Roa was permanently eradicated. For true ancestors, blood is a drug. As long as they don't drink blood, the urge will increase, and once they do, resisting it the next time requires twice the mental effort. Arcuade knew that she would one day be unable to resist the bloodlust, so she entrusted the chains, in a seemingly joking manner, to Shinji. If she ever lost control, whether due to bloodlust or any other reason, he should use the chains to seal her. With Arcuade's naivety, she naturally didn't think to name the chains. Shinji named them, inspired by Gilgamesh's beloved noble phantasm, Chains of Heaven. The Chains of Heaven are divine weapons that become stronger the higher the target's divinity. True ancestors are considered divine but exist differently, without divinity, hence the opposing name. Until now, Shinji had never used these chains, until this moment, to deal with the false true ancestor. The bound phantom Arcuade weakened due to the chain's seal, unable to move. Shinji once again gripped the noble phantasm harp and approached the struggling, seemingly broken alchemist. Ah, what a sight of pain, sorrow, and joy! This splendid battle will be reduced to ashes. Vermin. Spin. Reverse the second hand. Reverse creation. Reverse the world. Spin. 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 Night Ruler the Blooder Dealer. A black mist enveloped the vampire, spreading and dyeing everything around it black. However, this level of attack was of no concern to Shinji. The purest solar flame manifested, sweeping away the black mist and restoring clarity. Information condensation. Cast. Cut. 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 Zepia had not given up, using his last computational power to create a new phantom, one that once again left Shinji in shock. Of course, it couldn't be Arcuade again. If Zepia could replicate her again, Shinji would immediately summon Pegasus and retreat. He was stunned because this phantom was someone he was still very familiar with. Although he had only spent a little over 3 months with this person, they had a profound impact on his life. This person taught him martial arts, this person taught him magecraft, this person granted him knowledge, and this person truly made him understand what it meant to be strong and how to become strong. Her name was Scathach, the immortal queen of the land of shadows. I didn't expect to see you here. Shinji involuntarily stopped and murmured. He stopped, but Zepia did not. The phantom Scathach's red twin spears, like 2 bolts of lightning, struck at Shinji's vital points with the force of a storm. Forehead, throat, heart. Left shoulder, side abdomen, groin. Upper left, lower right, 6 consecutive strikes. This was a feat that only a divine master whose spear skills had reached the divine realm could achieve. Useless. With a sigh, several arms formed from spirit particles appeared around Shinji, stopping the spears just inches from him, binding both the spears and the phantom herself. This must be using the opportunity of the first strike to capture the deepest impression of a strong person in my memory. It's a good idea, but I have to say, you chose the wrong person. Shinji's main body swung the scythe, slicing the replica in half at the waist. Her strength is indeed great, and she means a lot to me. Unfortunately, in my memory, due to certain reasons, could only exert a very limited portion of her power, while I was no longer the person I was back then. Even if you could perfectly recreate her, you still wouldn't be my match. And her greatest wish was for me to kill her with my own hands. Whether you're trying to play the strength card or the emotional card, it's all meaningless. Then, the arms of the divine form extended continuously, severing all ether light weave and cutting off all of Zepia's escape routes. Shinji would not give the enemy another chance. It's over, Knight of Wallachia, Zepia Eltnam Oberon. With a series of flashes, the noble phantasm harp endowed with the refraction of longevity effect was swung repeatedly, dismembering the powerful dead apostle who once brought countless horrors and held the 13th seat among the 27 ancestors. Chapter 691, Chapter 691, The Final Calculation. Restore. 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 The vampire, divided into more than 10 pieces, screamed in pain, desperately trying to regenerate. However, there was no sign of the separated parts coming together, blood continued to ooze out, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Why can't I recover? Why? Why? Because this scythe is not man-made, but a noble phantasm born from a heroic legend. Its name is Harp, and wounds inflicted by this scythe cannot heal. For certain reasons, the great hero Perseus lent me this noble phantasm, giving me a chance to access the third magic. Disappear, for from the moment you became a calamity, this world had no place for you. Confirming the enemy couldn't recover, Shinji's pressing stance relaxed a bit. Hearing this explanation, Zephyr seemed to give up struggling. His scattered body sprayed blood as it melted. Is that so? It's useless, everything is, key. With only his head left, the laughter grew sharper, increasingly inhuman. So, everything was pointless. Indeed. Key. Already brainless. Already monstrous. Already mindless. Already dead-brained. Key. Indeed, flawed. Indeed, defective. Indeed, regrettable. Key. I don't know what you saw, but humans are such beings, flawed, unstable, brainless. Shinji sighed, snapping his fingers behind him. A blue magical barrier enveloped Arcuade, isolating her senses of smell and taste. By now, Zephyr's body had completely melted into blood, the blood he had stored from his hunts in the city. All of it was released due to Shinji's cuts, mingling with the chaotic spirits and sharp, intermittent sounds. Hee. Sticky. Ha. Gushing out. Blood. Flowing. Ah, these blood drops, these blood stains. This lifeblood flowing to the ground. Blood flooded everywhere, quickly covering the entire floor and spreading madly outside the building along the battlefield's destruction, like a river of blood. In the river of blood, the only clean spot was where Shinji, wrapped in servant body, stood. He looked up at a nearby building position and asked. Zepia, what do you seek? What am I seeking? What do I desire? Ah, I remember now, I want change. The meaningless muttering and shouting stopped. The vampire, with only his head left connected to the blood sea, spoke intermittently. His face was indistinguishable, replaced by a simple mask with 3 curved lines representing eyes and a mouth, both crying and laughing, looking so ridiculous and pitiable. I saw it. You, also pursuing magic, will sooner or later see that result too, that unchangeable thing called extinction. In the past, the ancestors of Atlas sought a stable world by trying to read the future to manage the world, but the future they saw was extinction. Zephyr, where do you seek? Second question. Think. Simulated various methods, tried all means, devised countermeasures. But the more efforts made, the more futile it became, the future only cruelly added more terrifying endings, making us lose heart. Seeing the future of extinction, the alchemists of Atlas crazily challenged the future, and eventually went mad. Yes, they all went mad. Every head of Atlas who had challenged the future went mad without exception. So, I finally believed that unless I became a vampire to enhance my abilities, there was no other way but to reach the 6th law. Crying and laughing, the reason for the twisted face beneath the half-crying, half-laughing mask was revealed. Zepia, where is the end? Third question. I just want a future that can't be calculated. On the brink of disappearance, his original wish resurfaced. Then calculate once more, alchemist. Calculation is merely deriving results from existing data. Even Atlas, with countless secrets, can't collect all the data of the entire planet. Even if all data is collected, there are parallel worlds and mysteries beyond the planet. You are just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well you drew, not knowing the sky is far broader than you imagined. The second magician is still constantly trying, constantly filtering, introducing variables. Besides him, others are also continuing their efforts. Myself included, and even the whole world, are their attempts. Include all these variables and calculate again. The second magic, the third magic, the eye left by an alien supercivilization on the moon 400,000 years ago, the prototype of the Atlas Central Computation Device, UO, Gaia, Alea, and many more known and unknown mysteries, include them all. Even if there was a previous assumption, as long as there is a slight deviation from that assumption, the result might change. Shinji's words seemed to carry some mysterious power, shattering Zepia's mask and bringing a hint of clarity to his increasingly muddled eyes. The simulations of Atlas are far more complex and perfect than you think, but the direction is not wrong. Endless unknowns and variables. Very well, then I will use my remaining resources to predict once more. Exclude the defective areas, resegment the thoughts, concentrate data in the first area, update in real time in the second area, process calculations in the third area, and summarize and verify in the fourth area. The future simulation begins. Read, read, read. Defect, defect, defect. Complete, complete, complete. Import, import, import. Simulate, simulate, simulate. Prove, prove, prove. Warning, warning, variable conflict. Error occurred. An error occurred. Initiate emergency plan, isolate the first area, abandon the second area, compress personality to open the fifth area, transfer all resources to the fifth area. Conclusion. 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 No change. Nothing has changed. Meaningless, 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 meaningless. The results of the calculations had a tremendous impact on Zepia. The brief clarity faded, and even his final head began to be assimilated by the blood sea. Key 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 key. Key 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 key. Eat. 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 Devour even the marrow. Redemption is impossible, entertainment does not exist. Boring, boring, boring. Humans are truly boring. Boring, boring, boring. Self-destruction is inevitable. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Ah ha 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 ha. Elplum, the longest-lasting head of Atlas, seemed unable to escape his destined end, completely descending into madness. P.S. Most of the big shots in Type Moonverse are trying to find a way to prevent the future Land of Steel. Chapter 692, Chapter 692, Hope for the Future. Seeing Zepia like this, how could Shinji not guess the result of the future simulation? Ah, it failed. The end couldn't be avoided, could it? The end of the planet, the Land of Steel. Although it was known long ago that avoiding this inevitable conclusion was an almost impossible task, even the Jewel Old Men and that guy couldn't succeed after hundreds or thousands of years of effort. What chance do we have? Foolish. The illusion ceased, and the red that stained the moon slowly receded, restoring its original pure and incomplete moonlight. Under the bright moon, the pure white princess looked indifferent. With birth comes an end. Our endpoint is always extinction. The toil due to seeing an obvious future, I don't sympathize with it at all. You can't say that. Shinji put away the harp and shook his head. Even if they know that life will eventually end in death, living beings still feel fear. This is an unavoidable instinct of life. The shorter the life, the closer it is to death, and the more fearful it becomes. The reason I work so hard on the third magic is largely because of my fear of death. That's why I can never understand humans. I can't fully understand the thoughts of the immortals either. Take it slowly, there's still a lot of time. But before that, I need to clean up this mess. Although the night of Wallachia has ended, Tatari hasn't completely dissipated and might be used to cause another round of anomalies. According to memories from a past life, Melty Blood is a series, and the chaos caused by the night of Wallachia was just the first installment, the no-subtitle chapter. The sequels happened because others used Tatari. The most memorable one for Shinji was Dust of Osiris. After the night of Wallachia dissipated, Shaun inherited the seat of the 13th ancestor, stronger than the night of Wallachia. She could mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone using human blood and attempted to initiate a grand forbidden spell to seal reality into fantasy, a world where the end was altered to complete the fantasy. The scale of the anomalies was larger, involving more people, making the game more interesting. But games are games, reality is another matter. The actions of Dust of Osiris, Shaun, were too dangerous, and Shinji had to eliminate this threat. Sorry, Arcuade, but I'll have to use powers that may discomfort you. He had long prepared the method of elimination, a golden divine spear over 3 meters long with a blade length of 1 meter, the Immortal Blade. This is the famous Brahmastra from Indian mythology, containing the purest solar power. In a sense, it's a more effective weapon against the dead apostles than the harp and Shinji's secret trump card. Due to its overwhelming presence and power, Shinji would only use it when he was sure it could destroy the Night of Wallachia in one blow. Now is the time. With the flames of the sun, dispel darkness and falsehood. Shinji injected all his magic power into the spear, forcefully stamping his feet on the ground, and leaped high. In the next second, the golden spear, dyed red, blossomed with an avalanche of brilliance, striking Zephia's final existence. Brahmastra Kundala, oh, Brahma, curse me. The sun. An indispensable entity for the entire planet, providing heat and life, symbolizing hope and life, and also representing power and destruction. It gives humans the hope of life and delivers death to vampires who defy natural laws. The stream of light surged. The solar flame swept. The power of Brahma's noble phantasm and Karna's life were unleashed, transforming into the solar power that incinerates all things, radiating outward in a circle, engulfing the upper floors of the temple building, the blood-covered ground, and the night darkness. As the reinforced concrete continued to evaporate, the last existence of the Knight of Wallachia was fully exposed to the scorching impact, screaming in terror, as Shinji said, "Life fears death, an instinct that can never be erased." The sea of blood was continuously burned. Just before the central, solid part of the sea of blood was about to be completely evaporated by the solar flames, Zepia's eyes, not yet melted, regained clarity once more. Oh! Oh! What a dazzling light! It had been a long time since he had seen such brilliance. In the past, he often basked in such light, reading, studying, or simply resting. The memories were so vivid and strong, pulling Zepia back to the days long gone. Since when had he given up this everyday experience that every human has? Ah, it was when he inherited the name Eltnam and glimpsed that lifeless land. It was a miserable sight, the planet on the brink of death, a powerful, indescribable being descending from the sky, wantonly destroying everything on this planet. To change this outcome, he kept challenging, kept calculating. With changes in abilities and methods, the simulated scenes indeed changed. But those changes were insignificant, the planet's death outcome remained unchanged, and humanity's end remained unchanged. At some point, he concluded that the Earth had no future, and humanity had no future. Perhaps only a miracle could change it, but the known 5 great magics had already been included in the calculations. A new miracle, a completely new magic, was needed for this. Who decided there are only 5 magics? Even the magicians themselves haven't concluded that, so what do the conclusions of others matter? As long as there is the slightest possibility, I will strive for it. The name Eltnam is all about making the impossible possible. No one has achieved it. I will achieve it. No one has proven it. I will prove it. I will use all available resources, and leverage all attainable powers, even if it means breaking taboos and being shunned by the world. Perhaps those mad predecessors thought the same way. Unfortunately, after pouring all my strength and efforts into countless schemes, it all turned out to be nothing but an illusion. It's over, it's all over. In the final simulation before the end, the scene I saw was still that miserable sight. My future, humanity's future, the planet's future. Once the simulation program starts, it won't stop. Zepia could only force himself to watch this scene that he had seen countless times. Desolation. 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 Death. 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 The end. The end. The end. No change. No change. No change. No matter how much I complain or lament, the scene plays out according to the set program, replaying over and over. Until the very end, it disintegrates into countless fragments, drifting into the unknown distance. Wait. That is. At the last moment, within one of the extremely tiny fragments among the countless pieces, Zepia saw something different. There was refreshing greenery, warm sunlight, and humans who had not perished. At the edge of the fragment, figures were advancing one after another. They might not be tall or grand, perhaps not even alive, but they all had an indomitable spirit, challenging destruction. Ah. I see it. I see it. A sigh. It was something unseen in countless calculations, and compared to the whole planet, a fragment is incredibly small, but it brought Zepia a new meaning. Its name is hope. A different future. The thing I have longed for. So, I did take the wrong path. But, it's not too late. The last remaining I shed 2 lines of tears, something incompatible with blood and vampires. The flames of the sun finally arrived, taking his last existence to the other side. Chapter 693, Chapter 693, Legacy and Reward. Shinji slowly descended from the sky, catching the now dull immortal blade just as the sun's flames were exhausted. His face, which had been filled with regret, now alternated between expressions of surprise and confusion. A different future. Was it just a hallucination brought on by his intense wish before death? Or did he see a different scene? It doesn't matter whether it was or wasn't. Humanity will face extinction one day, just like the planet. The pure white princess descended from her high vantage point and landed beside Shinji. The important thing is, what do we do with what Zepia left behind? Suspended in the air were 2 crystalline droplets, spinning and still bearing the marks of Zepia's soul. What is this? Shinji first cast a protective spell on himself and tentatively reached out to touch one of the droplets. As he made contact, a message flowed into his mind. I see, it seems he did see it. What is this thing? Arcuate asked. A legacy, and a reward. A blue light of soul energy swirled in Shinji's hand, firmly encasing the 2 droplets. The legacy is his accumulated knowledge and techniques over the years, as well as the equations for his final prediction of the future, meant for his descendant, Shaun Eltnam at Leisure. Because the gift is a polymer of spirit particles, it will dissipate quickly without someone to sustain it, so he hoped I would preserve the legacy and deliver it to Miss Shaun. As for the reward, he left his experiences from the pursuit of Sixth Law, an offer too tempting to refuse, but what? Never mind, I'll explain when I see her in person. By the way, Arcuade, could you help me search for any remaining blood, especially any mixed with spirit particles? Sure. When it comes to sensitivity to blood, who could surpass a true ancestor with an insatiable thirst for it? With a wave of her hand, she sliced open a floor tile, revealing a thick substance, half crimson and half pitch black. Seeing this strange blood, a hint of curiosity flashed in Shinji's eyes. It is here. In this state, haha, no wonder Zepia chose this descendant. Even a small oversight could leave a hidden danger. Sensing the threat, the half-red, half-black blood began to melt and burrow deeper. Unfortunately, it was just a mass of blood and hadn't reached its future potential. Shinji easily froze and sealed it with runes, storing it in Cabesis. Mission accomplished. Now for the cleanup. Whoever named this building temple clearly isn't from the world of mysteries, and the conflicts in the mysterious world shouldn't affect ordinary people. Let's restore everything. Archie nodded. Pure white light spread outward, reversing time wherever it touched. Ruins and debris were reassembled, and the floors demolished by noble phantasms were restored. In just a few seconds, the entire building was completely rebuilt, as if tonight's battle had never happened. As the white light vanished, the princess and her knightly protector returned to the rooftop. With the end of the night of Wallachia, the conclusion of Tatari, the dissipation of marble phantasm, and the cessation of soul materialization, the city's anomalies finally came to an end. The otherworldly realm centered on the building gradually calmed. Without the high concentration of spirit particles, Shinji, who had appeared in his servant form as a young man, reverted to his youthful self. Arcuade also reverted, her long, flowing hair became short again, and her elegant, regal gown turned into a contemporary, breezy summer outfit. Similar to how Shinji used magic to recreate his true soul form, Arcuade used marble phantasm to manifest her essence, the true form of the natural sense, the dignified yet cold copy of the Crimson Moon. In this state, she could come infinitely close to the Crimson Moon and summon the 1,000-year-old Red Moon. In this form, Arcuade's presence and power were much stronger than her usual self, but Shinji still preferred her usual self, the willful one, who liked to act spoiled, feared boredom, clung to him, and was easily jealous. Just like now, as soon as she reverted, she pouted and glared at Shinji with her newly red eyes, muttering under her breath. If you have something to say, just say it, Shinji yawned. If you won't say it, I'll sleep for a bit. When the sun comes up, it'll be your turn. The red-haired woman who appeared at the end, what's her relationship with you? Arcuade finally spoke up, and Shinji was puzzled. Huh? Why did you suddenly think to ask about that? I feel she's very dangerous. Just tell me quickly. Your feeling is correct. She is indeed very dangerous. And she is. Scathack. Never heard of the name. Seeing Arcuade's bewildered face, Shinji helplessly covered his forehead. If you haven't heard of her, just read the world's memories. No. Arcuade refused without hesitation. It's too troublesome, and I'm exhausted. Summoning the Crimson Moon was tiring, and you even made me restore the building. If I use any more power, I might not be able to resist biting you. Biting, in this context, meant sucking blood. Arcuade extremely detested blood-sucking, so Shinji used this term as a euphemism, and over time, Arcuade began to use biting instead too. This was one of the changes in Arcuade since meeting Shinji. Previously, Arcuade both hated and feared her blood-sucking impulse. But Shinji believed that it was a natural part of her race, an unavoidable reality. So he began to slowly guide her, and now Arcuade could actively face this innate impulse, even working with Shinji to find ways to suppress it. Hearing Arcuade's words, Shinji knew she had indeed reached her limit. It makes sense. Tonight, eliminating the Night of Wallachia seemed like Shinji did all the heavy lifting with Arcuade merely observing coldly. In reality, it was quite the opposite, the observer was the real hero. Without the Red Moon she summoned, no matter how many noble phantasms Shinji unleashed, he wouldn't have been able to kill the phenomenonized Zepia. At best, he could have protected himself and endured the night in the virtual world. Summoning the Red Moon from 1,000 years in the future was a tremendous drain on Arcuade. Just as Zepia had analyzed, she indeed had no strength left for combat and had to rely on Shinji. Of course, because Arcuade's appearance was so deceptive, whether her lofty demeanor earlier or her current lively enthusiasm, she gave the impression of being in good condition, causing Shinji to subconsciously overlook her weakness. In the future, he needed to pay more attention and not be fooled by her energetic facade. The princess was unexpectedly prone to overexertion. Chapter 694, Who's Stronger? Realizing Arcuade's weakness, Shinji lost the mood to tease her. She is the ruler of the land of shadows, someone who placed herself in a magical realm to transcend human wisdom, possessing terrifying skills that touch the divine. She is an eternal queen, ageless and immortal. Sounds pretty impressive. Arcuade tilted her head slightly. Ah, very impressive. I haven't seen anyone more formidable than her, well, among humans. Hesitating for a moment, he chose humans because he wasn't sure if the current real Scathach was stronger than the wizard Marshal Zerlrech. Judging purely by the destructive power of Gi-Balg alternative and second magic, the wizard Marshal might be stronger, but no one could guarantee that Scathach didn't have even more powerful techniques. After all, she was always growing stronger. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a lack of confidence. Even if he stepped into the realm of magic and awakened his origin, could he surpass her? Hey, who do you think is stronger, me or her? Seeing Shinji's changing expression, Arcuade for some reason developed a competitive spirit. You and her, that's a tough question to answer. Shinji stroked his chin and thought carefully. Although the Type Moon fans loved comparing power levels, these two women had extremely high potential and fluctuating abilities, making it hard to compare. The current you would lose to her true form. In Moon Cell, where you have the ultimate one, you would win. I see. And if I reclaim the power Roa stole from me? Well, it depends on the environment. In the land of shadows, she has a higher chance of winning. On the moon, you have a higher chance. In the present world, you win at night, and she wins during the day. Of course, the more likely outcome is a prolonged battle, since both of you have nearly immortal bodies. This is just my personal opinion, though, not necessarily accurate. Is she really that formidable? Arcuade was skeptical. Yes. Shinji nodded. She is a godslayer, having killed gods. Do you think that's impressive? You seem to know her well. Arcuade's lips pouted more and more. No one in the present world knows her better than I do. She is my... Come out. Halfway through his sentence, Shinji suddenly turned to look at the nearby staircase, gripping the divine gunblade and silver rune bullet in both hands. In the next second, the just restored iron door opened slightly, and a familiar voice called out from inside. Shinji. Shiki. The gap between the door and frame quickly widened, and the owner of the voice pushed the door open. It was indeed Tano Shiki. It is you. Of course it's me. Teacher Tuko's eyes have been watching here all along. And we saw through the crystal ball. But until we see for ourselves, we can't be completely at ease. Now that you've seen, put on your glasses. Being stared at like that gives me the creeps. Shiki wasn't wearing his glasses and was holding the Nanaya knife. Although Shinji knew he was being cautious and wanted to confirm his identity with the mystic eyes of death perception, being stared at by those eyes made Shinji feel incredibly fragile, as if he could be cut open at any moment. More importantly, Shinji was worried that Shiki might lose control of his impulses under the stimulus of death. Although Shiki had been training with Ryugi Shiki and Tuko for several years and could control himself better now, in extreme situations, the inversion impulse could still erupt, such as prolonged exposure to death or an overly strong presence of non-humans. Both conditions were currently met. Sorry. Shiki quickly averted his gaze but didn't put on his glasses. What about that vampire called Knight of Wallachia? Dead. And you guys over there, stop hiding and come out. Is it dead? Akiha peeked out from the staircase. Didn't you see through the crystal ball? Ah, the Tano residence isn't close to here. You probably rushed over before seeing the end. That's correct. When Knight of Wallachia turned into a human, we hurried over as quickly as possible to provide support. That was me driving, speeding, and running red lights the whole way, and it only took less than 10 minutes. Kahaku's head also popped out. You're amazing. Aren't you afraid of having your license revoked? Shinji joked half-seriously. For the sake of the young mistress, I would charge forward even if it means being smashed to pieces. That is the duty of a maid. Kahaku struck a dramatic pose, though her exaggerated act implied that she had truly let go of her past hatred. Well done, Shiki. Shinji secretly gave Shiki a thumbs up. Shiki, completely clueless about the situation, could only scratch his head awkwardly. Is that Knight of Wallachia dead? Dead, not even dust left. If you don't believe me, ask Tuko. At this point, Shinji frowned and activated his mental scan. No, it's not Tuko. This feeling is ether light. Shaun Eltnam at Leisure. A third head. No, at this point, there was no need to hide. Everyone lurking in the shadows stepped out. Besides the resources he had reviewed beforehand, there was another familiar face, Risebife, whom he had fought 3 years ago. Wow, almost all the relevant characters from Melty Blood showed up, especially Shaun and Risebife, those close friends. They missed each other for some reason in 1998, and 3 years later, they met again. Judging by their positions, they indeed had great chemistry. Northwest doubt about their close friendship. If Satsuki Yumizuka were added, the back alley alliance would be complete. Xiaon had no idea what Shinji was thinking. She first glanced at Arcuade, who was annoyed at being interrupted, then addressed Shinji. You know me. I've seen your profile and received a request to find you. Truly, it was effortless. Wait, Miss Xiaon is under the protection of our holy church. I, Riesbeif Stridberg, will not allow any unidentified individuals to approach her. Magus, state your affiliation and purpose. Riesbeif stepped in front of Xiaon, making Shinji want to retort, all right, I get it, you two are close friends, do you have to show off so much? Shinji Matou, affiliated with the clock tower. Our headquarters received a request from the Atlas Institute to help find Miss Xiaon. The Holy Church also accepted the same request, and Miss Xiaon is a crucial witness for us. No matter what, I must take her back to headquarters. Riesbeif's stance was firm and unyielding. P.S. Shinji was in disguise wearing Hade's cloak when he first met Riesbeif. Chapter 695, Chapter 695, The Perpetually Troubled Shiki. Due to Xiaon's prolonged disappearance, the Atlas Institute became anxious and sent out requests to all its contacts, which led to different factions working on the same task. Historically, such situations were not uncommon, leading to the unwritten rule that whoever arrived first would take the lead. Of course, being unwritten meant it could be violated, and many were unwilling to give up. At times like these, the age-old rule prevailed, might make right. Whoever had the stronger fist got to call the shots. Riesbeif's intentions were clear, either you back down, or we fight. Shinji didn't mind a fight. Back then, he was holding back from testing himself and concealing his identity, which caused him to be at a disadvantage. If he fought with all his might, the outcome would be uncertain, especially since his strength had increased several times over. However, knowing the church's ways, even if he defeated Riesbeif, they wouldn't let it go easily, leading to inevitable trouble. So Shinji chose. I see. In that case, forget it. The headquarters doesn't prioritize this task. Just record a video later, I'll go through the motions. Huh. Riesbeif, who was adjusting her stance and ready for battle, was stunned. After a moment, she sighed in disappointment, remembering the superficial unity among the three major departments of the Mages Association. All right then. Seeing her reaction, Shinji, who had interacted with her before, knew what she was thinking and secretly laughed, though he showed no emotion on his face. Okay, Shiki, can I borrow a room to record a video? I also have some things to discuss privately with Miss Xiaon. Privately. The two increasingly close women exchanged glances and frowned simultaneously. To be precise, with Arcuade as well. Does it involve me? Arcuade, who had been named, perked up again, and Shinji quickly calmed her down. Yes, I need your help with something later. Please be quiet for now. Okay. You wouldn't refuse, would you, Miss Xiaon? Shinji made a serious face. While the others couldn't understand, Xiaon seemed to catch on and nodded silently. Great. Sorry to trouble you again, Shiki, Miss Akiha. You're always welcome to visit. Considering you helped eliminate the anomaly. The same answer, but different ways of expressing it. Master Shinji, Miss Arcuade, please follow me. Kahaku, slipping into her maid role, led the way. Just as Shinji was about to take a step, Arcuade suddenly leaned heavily on him from behind. Hey. It's dawn. I'm so tired, I don't want to walk. Carry me. The willful princess whispered into Shinji's ear, her voice growing softer until only warm breaths remained. Behind her, the darkness gradually receded, and the sky began to lighten. Vampires were more sensitive to the sun than any other creatures. You. Recalling her actions that night, Shinji didn't say much more. He gently touched her head with his forehead. Thank you for your hard work. I'll wake you when we get there. Hey, Shinji. The drowsy princess suddenly opened one eye. Why haven't you told me yet? What exactly is your relationship with that woman? You're still asking even now. Tell me. All right, I'll tell you. She's my Shirsho. Half of what I can do, she taught me. I went through a lot when I first started learning from her. What kind of things? I'll tell you later. For now, just sleep. Okay. A man and a woman, speaking softly in the first light of dawn, created an inexplicably harmonious scene, prompting everyone who witnessed it to instinctively lighten their steps. Walking at the back of the group, Xiaon shaded her eyes with her hand and glanced back at the rising sun. In a voice only she could hear, she said. Is it over? Hard to believe, but they do indeed have the strength for it. They, or rather, she might truly have the ability to solve my problems. I take back what I said earlier. I mentioned adding Satsuki Yumizuka would complete the back alley alliance. Now, there's no need to add her. Satsuki Yumizuka is already here, having experienced the event firsthand and serving as the catalyst for this meeting. More crucially. What? You said you took Satsuki Yumizuka as an apprentice. When Tuko mentioned this news, Shinji's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he forgot what he was about to say next. What? Is there a problem? Tuko stood with her hands on her hips, protectively placing Satsuki, who felt awkward under Shinji's gaze, behind her. Although the number of her magic circuits can't compare to those of long-standing family heirs, she's still higher than you. Moreover, for me, the number of magic circuits isn't the most important, precision and uniqueness are. Satsuki's uniqueness is enough to qualify her for a ceiling designation. Shinji didn't doubt this. Satsuki Yumizuka indeed had the qualifications. Although she was a character whose role was cut down, her talent and potential were beyond doubt. Take, for example, the side story in Tsukiheim. After being turned into a vampire by Roa, she crosses the levels of ghoul and living dead in just one night, directly becoming a dead apostle and freeing herself from Roa's control. If she hadn't been eliminated by Shiki, or someone else, later, she could have quickly ascended to the level of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Even more astonishing, Satsuki comprehended the reality marble on her own. Among all the characters in the Type Moon universe, her talent and potential were top tier. If someone like her isn't qualified for a ceiling designation, who is? Although the qualifications for a dead apostle and a magus aren't identical, there are many overlaps. One couldn't help but admire Tuko's keen eye for talent. Still. You just freed yourself from a ceiling designation, and now you've taken on an apprentice who qualifies for one. I'm afraid you'll be hunted again. Hunted? Satsuki shivered. She had only been Tuko's apprentice for a few hours and didn't yet understand the dark and brutal world of mysteries. Don't be afraid, Tuko reassured her, patting her shoulder. This is Japan, not Europe. Their reach doesn't extend here. Besides, you have Shiki. Ah. Me. Humph. Satsuki blushed, Shiki was surprised, and Akiha was furious. Though Kahaku and Hijui remained silent, their expressions changed. The internal strife within the Tano family escalated, making Shiki's future appear increasingly turbulent. Chapter 696, Half-Vampire. Ignoring the reactions of Satsuki and Shiki, Tuko continued. If that doesn't work, we can rely on him. Shinji, let me ask you, if my disciple is being targeted by those people, are you going to help or not? I didn't say I wouldn't help. Shinji pressed his temples. I just hope you tell me in advance so I can be prepared. You didn't tell me you were coming back this time either and even snatched my prey. Ah, my bad, I promise it won't happen again. I won't let them target your disciple. Feeling Tuko's resentment, Shinji didn't dare to retort and immediately surrendered. Given our relationship, I should show my appreciation for your disciple. Miss Satsuki, do you believe in Buddhism? I do. Although she did not understand why Shinji asked this, Satsuki still answered. That makes it easier. Shinji reached into his backpack and took out several pendants. These are jade Buddhas that have been blessed. Wearing them is good for your health. If I remember correctly, the monk who blessed them is from Borobudur Temple, and they're quite effective in matters of fate. Choose one that you feel connected to. Thank you, Mr. Matou. The word fate made Satsuki's eyes light up. She seriously selected one, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed. Seeing her devout expression, Akiha couldn't stay quiet. I also want one. What are your conditions? No conditions needed, they are gifts for you all. Everyone gets one. Taking this opportunity, Shinji distributed the souvenirs. Shiki, Akiha, Kahaku, and Hijui each got one. 4 girls and 1 boy seeking fate, the focus instantly shifted to Shiki. How clever of me, someone praised themselves, completely unaware that the future chaos he would face would be much worse than Shiki's. The Tano family's conflicts could wreak havoc on a city at most, but if the girls around Shinji went crazy, the whole world could be in trouble. The scene was indeed thrilling. Successfully diverting attention, Shinji carried the sleeping arcuade on his back and, accompanied by Tuko, entered the workshop with Shaun. Yes, Shinji had changed his mind. The conversation with Shaun was top secret and couldn't be known by outsiders, so security was paramount. No place in the Tano house was safer than Tuko's workshop. Considering Shaun's physical condition, Tuko's knowledge and skills might come in handy. To be direct, Miss Shaun, your condition is very bad. Your existence is transitioning from human to dead apostle. After activating the bounded field, Shinji's first words made Shaun's face change. Don't rush to deny it, and no need to explain. If I'm saying this, I'm confident. You've been tracking the Knight of Wallachia for 3 years, not just because he's a disgrace to your family, but because he bit you 3 years ago, am I right? Shaun lowered her head without speaking. For an alchemist with high-speed thinking abilities like her, not answering often meant tacit agreement. Just as I thought, Tuko nodded secretly. With her understanding of the human body, she had noticed something unusual about Xiao at first sight, which is why she helped cover for her. Xiao's previous weakness in biting her hand was not due to overthinking and using pain to stimulate herself but to suppress her blood-sucking impulse. 3 years ago, the Knight of Wallachia appeared in an Italian village. The church noticed the anomaly and urgently sent a hunting team. Xiao, who had doubts about her lifestyle and wanted to gather information, joined them. In the end, the team was annihilated, and only Xiao survived. However, Xiao's survival was not as she had previously claimed by escaping the range of Tatari. Instead, she was bitten by the Knight of Wallachia during her escape, losing part of her blood. When she woke up, Tatari had dissipated, and her body started losing temperature bit by bit. However, Miss Xiao doesn't seem to have fully turned into a vampire and still retains part of her humanity. Generally, after being bitten by a dead apostle, the human part would disappear within hours. The stronger the dead apostle, the shorter the time. To Tuko's confusion, Shinji provided an explanation based on his memory. Because the Knight of Wallachia exists in a very special way, he has become a phenomenon. When not meeting the conditions for manifestation, he essentially doesn't exist, so Miss Xiao doesn't lose her life as quickly as others bitten by vampires. Her transformation is very slow, and even today she's not fully a vampire. If I had to say, she's half dead, half vampire, half human. At this point, Xiao no longer hid the truth. Mr. Matou is right. The reason I've been hiding for the past 3 years is because I was bitten. During these 3 years, I've been researching how to stop my transformation into a dead apostle, and even further. I don't want to give up my human identity, I don't want to become a vampire. No matter how slow this transformation was, Xiao could still sense the changes in her body. She feared people would notice her abnormalities, so she didn't return to Atlas Institute or seek help from the church. The Eltnam family couldn't bear to be further disgraced because of her. Since her body still retained some human parts, she didn't give up. To this end, she broke taboos and exchanged technology with the outside world. She sought the Knight of Wallachia to solve the problem at its source. She had been striving and persisting. Like Arcuade, she had been suppressing her blood-sucking impulses for the past 3 years. The difference was that her impulse came from her body, not her spirit. Vampires rely on blood, not nerves, to connect their body parts. A vampire's body is several times stronger than before, and maintaining such a body requires a vast amount of energy and nutrients. Therefore, she needed fresh blood. She needed to suck blood. However, due to her attachment to her human identity, she endured it. When she couldn't bear it anymore, she bit herself and sucked her blood, temporarily numbing herself to get through the increasingly intense impulses. This persistence and resilience were the most dazzling aspects of Xiao and made Tuko look at her in a new light. Incredible. Have you made any progress over these 3 years? The blood-sucking impulse is triggered by good intentions, that's all. Saying this, Xiao looked very dejected. Over 3 years, she had tried countless times without any progress. Her heart, like her body, was dying bit by bit. This challenge against the Knight of Wallachia was her last effort or surrender. As her transformation into a vampire intensified and her abilities strengthened, she increasingly felt the gap between her and her enemy. If she couldn't defeat him, perhaps ending it here wouldn't be so bad. She hadn't expected the challenge she faced with a resolve to die would end this way. Her near-extinguished persistence now saw a new hope. Chapter 697, Mahoyo. The so-called New Hope doesn't just refer to Shinji and Arcuade teaming up to kill Zepia, thereby completely severing the influence of the idea blood, hemonomic principle. Vampires turn others into their thralls by injecting their blood into them after sucking their blood. The blood injected by the vampire into the victim is the idea blood, hemonomic principle. A vampire's power is closely related to their blood, and the quality of the blood directly affects the strength and transformation speed of the new vampire. With Zepia's death, the vampire blood within Xiao would lose its power and vitality. Although this wouldn't completely stop her transformation into a vampire, it would buy her more time. This was the first point. The second point, and the source of Shinji's confidence that Xiao wouldn't refuse him, was the presence of the last true ancestor, Arcuade. How did the dead apostles originally come into existence? True ancestors, when they sucked blood, created degraded versions of themselves, the first dead apostles. Subsequently, dead apostles began to turn others, and Magus studied and replicated this process. The origin of dead apostles lies with the true ancestors, specifically their blood. Obtaining the blood of a true ancestor might cure vampirism. However, for the past 800 years, true ancestors either died or entered eternal slumber. The only active vampire princess had accumulated just 1 year of activity over those 800 years. Xiao had no hope of finding her. No one knew how happy Xiao was when she witnessed Arcuade's descent. There were also concerns. The power of a true ancestor surpassed that of the Knight of Wallachia. Could she gain the cooperation of such a being? Fortunately, the guardian knight of the true ancestor, a magician named Shinji Matou who seemed very close to her, wanted to talk. If she could seize this opportunity. Since Mr. Matou knows my situation, you should know what I want. Since you're willing to talk to me in this manner, I must have something you want as well. Miss Xiaon is so frank, I should also show my sincerity. As Shinji spoke, he reached out and pinched Arcuade's nose. Wake up, wake up. So sleepy, the sun hasn't set yet, let me sleep for 10 more. Arcuade mumbled like she was talking in her sleep. For the Earth's beloved daughter, not breathing was no issue. 10 minutes. 10 hours. I'll just take 10 minutes of your time, wake up. Not even, 1 minute. Then your dinner and midnight snack are gone. Helpless, Shinji had to use his trump card. How could you? Arcuade occupying Tuko's bed finally opened one eye, halfway. Alright, Shinji is so annoying. Just 10 minutes. 10 minutes plus an extra meal tonight. Deal. Can you see what's happening to her? Shinji pointed to Xiaon. Yes, bitten by Zepia, transforming into a dead apostle. Although she only glanced briefly, Arcuade sharply grasped Xiaon's state. Can you turn her back into a human? Impossible. A human who becomes a vampire can't revert to being human, just like time can't be reversed. That's not necessarily true. Tuko suddenly interrupted, instantly attracting the attention of 1.5 vampires. Oh. What do you mean? Reversing the time of the entire world is impossible, but reversing or accelerating an individual's time isn't. I've personally seen such an example. You've seen it yourself? Hearing Tuko's words, Shinji was initially stunned, then quickly nodded as if recalling something. Ah, that's right, it is possible. Time reversal is akin to a miracle, and miracles do exist in this world. Miracle, you mean? Xiaon's mind raced, and she quickly concluded. Magic. Yes, magic. The second magic. When it comes to interfering with time, the first thing that comes to mind is the second magic, parallel world interference. It sounds like a manipulation of space, but Xiaon knows that time and space are inherently one. No, it's the fifth magic. Tuko shook her head, the transparent surface of her glasses reflecting a layer of hazy light. That was the most painful failure of her life. From a young age, she was cultivated as a potential magician. Before she turned 18, her goal was to inherit the fifth magic from her grandfather. However, on her 18th birthday, her grandfather suddenly changed the heir to Aoko Aozaki, who had been living an ordinary life. This act was a denial of all the efforts in life that Tuko had put in since she was 4 years old. Unable to accept such a reality, she experienced a split in personality and broke off from her family, traveling alone to study at the clock tower. During her studies abroad, she researched puppets, runes, magical engravings, and phantasmal species, using any means necessary to gain power, all to return to her hometown of Misaki City and duel with her sister who had inherited the fifth magic. In the late 1980s, Tuko finally completed all her preparations and returned to Japan with numerous trump cards, causing a commotion. At the beginning of the turmoil, Tuko, with her thorough preparations, fought against Aoko and her old friend, the witch Kwanji Alice, who had the heritage of fairy tale mystery, and a mysterious boy named Sujuru Shizuki, who accidentally got involved. Tuko held the upper hand. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. First, Sujuru Shizuki suddenly erupted, defeating Tuko's greatest trump card, the highest-ranked phantasmal species, Luff Beowulf. Then, Aoko, determined by Sujuru Shizuki's death, activated the fifth magic to interfere with time, throwing Sujuru Shizuki's death into the distant future and gaining 10 years' worth of experience, ultimately defeating Tuko and cursing her never to step into Misaki City. Although the essence of the fifth magic has no definitive explanation to this day, it is possible to interfere with time to achieve the future or change the past. This experience was processed into a game called Mihoyo, which on the Holy Night, and Shinji thus knew Tuko's backstory. Additionally, he combined the fact that both Aoko and the final boss of Fate/Grand Order Part 1, Goetia, had the ultimate move Ars Almadel Salomones, deducing that the fifth magic might be related to the quantum time lock, the foundation of human order. If this deduction is correct, the fifth magic indeed has the potential to rewrite the past and overturn the future. Shinji never imagined that Tuko would voluntarily bring up the matter of the fifth magic. He invited her to the conversation without any connection to the fifth magic, simply wanting to rely on her puppet-making skills as a bargaining chip to assist Xiaon. Tuko, this is nothing. The past always needs to be faced, and seeing Miss Xiaon, I somehow thought of my past self. The same persistence, the same tenacity, especially those eyes that held doubts but stubbornly forged ahead. Such a state is very dangerous, one wrong step and she could go astray. She doesn't want Xiaon to walk down the wrong path. Chapter 698, Shinji's suggestion. In certain fields, those who achieve great success often possess a tenacity that refuses to accept defeat. This is a good trait, but when tenacity turns into obsession, it becomes very dangerous. Zepia, who was just killed before dawn, is a prime example of such obsessive madness. Tuko Aozaki once teetered on the edge of obsessive madness. Fortunately, she recognized it in time and found her path. Xian, however, still lingers at the crossroads of fate. According to the development in Melty Blood, Xian might recognize her true self, return to Atlas to research a way to remove her vampirism and become an outstanding alchemist. Alternatively, she might follow a different branch of fate, becoming the successor of Knight of Wallachia, transforming into a dead apostle more terrifying than Sepia. The previously mentioned Dust of Osiris is one possibility for Xian's ultimate form, one where she never visited Japan and lived in Atlas Academy. Although Dust of Osiris is essentially blood extracted by Sepia and materialized using the Tatari function after Sepia's death, and this blood itself was also absorbed into Shinji's magic bag, the opportunity for Xian to recognize her true self has been disrupted by changes in the world line. Originally, she would have sought out Shiki in her search for Arcuade, forming an alliance to defeat vampires. In the process, Xian would gradually be moved by Shiki, finding solace and thus continuing to seek a way to become human again after the incident. But now, with no connection between Arcuade and Shiki, Xian's transformation ended before they even began. There's a real chance she might truly give up on being human and become a vampire. Shinji approached Xian hoping to prevent this outcome. Unexpectedly, before he could even broach the subject, Tuko had already become a guiding light, and in such a manner. The newest magician. Xian quickly sorted through the information in her mind. Aoko Aozaki, the user of the fifth magic, is one of the 4 existing magicians, with nicknames like Miss Blue, Witch of Destruction, and Magic Gunner. Look at these nicknames. Aside from the first one, representing the highest rank primary color, blue in the Clock Tower's color assessment, a color Tuko desperately desired, the other 2 are not flattering. In fact, like her sister, Aoko is also a troublesome individual, a significant headache for the Clock Tower. When she mastered magic, she followed tradition and went to the Clock Tower to register, but found the registration process too cumbersome. She gave up on registering and left with her suitcase for an impromptu trip. Such behavior naturally caused some discontent and inevitable trouble, but she resolved all issues with her fists and magic bullets. She earned the nicknames Witch of Destruction and Magic Gunner during that time. Aoko's talent as a magician is average, but she has an unparalleled talent in destruction. Her favorite attack method is forming a barrage of magic bullets, delivering a storm-like assault. Hence, the nickname Magic Gunner is easily understood. I remember She is my sister, but I've severed ties with my family and have a terrible relationship with her. If you find her, don't mention my name, otherwise, she won't help you and might even hit you. My sister is very rough. Even in her warning, Tuko didn't forget to tarnish Aoko's reputation, despite the latter's reputation already being bad enough. I'll keep that in mind, thank you very much. Xian bowed according to Japanese custom. No need to thank me, Tuko waved her hand. I'm just telling you that the fifth magic can reverse processes, but it doesn't necessarily mean it can restore your humanity. Even if it can, that idiot might not help you. And based on her last use, it would accelerate the universe's destruction. Oh, I wonder what kind of expression that idiot would have upon hearing such a request. Accelerate the universe's destruction. Seeing Xian's strange expression and combining it with Tuko's last words, Shinji finally confirmed that Tuko was still Tuko, unchanged. She wouldn't help others without a price. What seemed like free assistance always had her motives, like causing trouble for Aoko. Oh, by the way, I don't know where that idiot is now, but I know her credit card company. They must have a way to find her, otherwise, they'd have to bear all the bills and card charges themselves. Since Tuko was defeated by Aoko, she frequently caused trouble for Aoko, often spending extravagantly and charging it to Aoko's name. Even with Shinji's support and Fujino helping manage finances, Tuko still occasionally spent money in Aoko's name, as if she couldn't function otherwise. These sisters truly leave one speechless. Despite many uncertainties, Xian decided not to delve further. As long as there was hope, it was enough. Next, she needed to deal with the church and win over Aoko Aozaki. As for finding Aoko Aozaki, Xian wasn't worried. With her ether light, she could easily read others' memories. As long as Aoko wasn't hiding in a coffin like Arcuade, she couldn't escape Xian's search. Of course, those are matters for the future. For now. Mr. Matou, shall we continue our previous conversation? All right. I wanted to give you some suggestions. Do you want to hear them? Of course. As Ms. Tuko said, the fifth magic might not solve my problem, so more guarantees are necessary. My approach is similar to your initial thought. Although Arcuade said reversal is impossible, that's from the perspective of a true ancestor, not a human. Humans have evolved from a species on this planet to now being able to rival the planet itself. At this point, Arcuade let out a displeased snort from her nose. Shinji casually tapped her forehead and continued. Facts are facts, regardless of right or wrong, and they must be acknowledged. The development of humanity to this point is a miracle in itself. So even if Arcuade thinks it's impossible, you need not feel discouraged. Besides, when the true ancestors first appeared, did they anticipate that magus could transform into dead apostles through magical rituals without being bitten by a vampire? If I remember correctly, at least 2 of the 27 ancestors were transformed through rituals and are still alive today. The 2 dead apostles he referred to are NRV and QSR Chaos, the 10th ancestor, also known as Fabro Rowan, and Kabak Alcatraz, the 27th ancestor, known as the dead apostle of the Millennium Lock. If humans can transform into dead apostles through such means, then reverting to humanity shouldn't be an impossible task. I can't argue with you, Arcuade said, turning her head away in a huff. Chapter 699, Legacy. All right, don't get upset. I'm just talking about possibilities, not saying it's already achieved. Having spent almost 2 years living with Arcuade, Shinji had long since gotten used to handling the sulky princess. Besides, we can't achieve it without your help. Me. Arcuade immediately forgot her displeasure. Yes, you. How can I help? By providing samples, namely your blood. No way. Arcuade shook her head without even thinking. Why not? The blood of the true ancestors is what causes the birth of the dead apostles. Analyzing the source is the most efficient and potentially successful method. I don't want to give my blood to other people. A very Arcuade-like response indeed. Shinji patiently persuaded, my princess, now is not the time to be difficult. If the research succeeds, it will provide another way to deal with dead apostles, which benefits you as well. That does seem to be the case. Arcuade thought for a moment and nodded. But my blood represents my power. Even a tiny bit can turn a human into a powerful vampire. Miss Xiaon hasn't drunk blood for 3 years. I believe she can be trusted. Shinji gently looked at Xiaon, who raised her hand, both moved and solemn. I can swear in any way possible. I can also sign a binding contract or document. But I still don't want to. Then, how about adding my guarantee? Tuko interjected, I'll be responsible for managing your blood. You. Arcuade's pupils instantly turned golden. You don't need my blood, because you are already fixed. This fixation didn't refer to her seemingly young appearance. There are many magecraft that slow aging, and in some sense, the quest for immortality is even considered a driving force for magical progress. But Tuko had long transcended this field. She was completely fixed. All right, I agree, but only 1 drop. That's enough. I'll get the container. As Tuko spoke, she was about to head to the nearby lab. Arcuade was mistaken, Tuko wouldn't ingest the blood of the true ancestors, but that didn't mean she didn't need it. She was very interested in the existence of the true ancestors themselves. Understanding their blood could further enhance her doll-making techniques, which was why she was willing to vouch for Xiaon. No need. Shinji waved her off. Ordinary containers can't preserve true ancestor blood. Arcuade, make one using the materials from the chain of earth. All right. Arcuade said as she used her nail to cut her skin, letting out a drop of bright red liquid. The moment the blood left her skin, Arcuade's body instantly healed. At the same time, silver metal rapidly formed around the blood, converging into a thumb-sized sealed container that enclosed the blood. I'm going to sleep now. Don't bother me again, or I'll get angry. With a flash of silver light, the container holding the true ancestor's blood fell into Tuko's hand. Arcuade then pulled the blanket over her head and fell silent. As Xiaon looked at the container in Tuko's hand, wanting to say something, Shinji spoke first. Miss Xiaon, this is the best outcome. Tuko's understanding of the human body is unparalleled. If she can't cure you, then you'll have to rely on magic. Moreover, Japan has weak influence from both the Mages Association and the Holy Church. For someone in your position, there's Northwest safer place. I understand. What do I need to give in return? Talking to someone as intelligent as Xiaon was the easiest. Just give a hint, and she would understand. You should discuss that with Tuko. If you need the protection of the Tano family, talk to Shiki and Miss Akiha. What about you? I don't need anything. Originally, I was interested in Atlas's research on spirit particles and the Eltnam family's ether light, but someone has already paid me, and they paid too much. I don't like owing favors, so I'm collecting it from you. Paid you? Could it be? Yes, it's your late ancestor, Zepia. He left an inheritance. Hearing Shinji say this, Xiaon showed clear signs of inner conflict. What, don't want it? Haha, that would make things easier for me. Honestly, I'm a bit uneasy about handing this inheritance over to you. You're too much like Zepia, equally outstanding, equally granted at leisure. Stop it. Equally stubborn, even your ways of living are the same. I said stop it. The usually calm Xiaon suddenly became agitated. Don't compare me to him. At least I'm not. Not what? Not a vampire. Is dragging that body around really suitable? I haven't. Haven't what? Haven't you drunk blood? I'm not talking about appearances but the essence. Shaun Malaysia, have you ever wondered why Zepia annihilated the entire extermination squad 3 years ago but spared you? Shinji's question made Shaun shiver. She instinctively responded, because I am Eltnam. Is that it? Is that the whole truth? It's one thing for others to say that, but you, with your high-speed cognitive abilities, capable of deriving conclusions from information, can't come up with any other explanation. Or is it that your instincts are resisting this conclusion? Because once you accept it, the existence known as Shaun Malaysia would collapse. Enough, what exactly are you trying to say? Shaun grew increasingly agitated, almost hysterical. Zepia spared you because you are essentially the same. You are both of the same kind. Shinji's words hit Shaun like a thunderbolt, rendering her mind blank and halting her thoughts. We, of the same kind. No, that's impossible. We are not. Think about it, Miss Shaun. How different is your way of existing from Zepia's? Have you ever considered how many minds you've invaded since you were born? Just because others can't see it doesn't mean I can't, your ether light that spans the entire city, connected to your hand. This is. You've never thought about it, right? Because you consider it natural. You've long been accustomed to taking others' information. If taking information is acceptable, why isn't taking blood? Isn't that contradictory? To be blunt, wouldn't becoming a dead apostle be more convenient for an alchemist in pursuit of truth? You should be able to feel your increase in power. The contradictions buried in her heart for the past 3 years were finally exposed. Shaun's face turned pale, and her legs gave out, causing her to collapse to the ground. Chapter 700, The True Self. Conflict. Number 1, stop. The ether light of the Eltnam family is considered heretical technology because it can secretly steal the refined wisdom that others have spent their entire lives honing. Contradiction. Number 2, stop. If this secret of the Eltnam family were exposed to the outside world, it would have been banned long ago. But Atlas is different, it allows all heresies, and all anomalies, and has no constraints except for that one prohibition. Growing up in such an environment, I naturally thought it was reasonable. Error. Number 3, stop. No matter how fearful or hateful, there is nothing wrong with the mystic code of the Eltnam family. No one has the right to deny Eltnam, not a single alchemist can surpass us. Alarm. Number 4, stop. However, from birth until now, all the knowledge, thoughts, concepts, and principles I have acquired were not produced by Shaun Eltnam. They were all borrowed or read from others. Disorder. Number 5, stop. Infiltrating other information centers is equivalent to immersing oneself in another's self. This is an extremely difficult task because a mature self will expel any cognition and concepts different from its own. But because of Eltnam's ideology, I have always considered this normal, so I could unguardedly absorb information from that person. Distortion. Number 6, stop. We, the Eltnam, are life forms that cannot exist without information. We are beings that cannot survive without taking something from others. The reason I left Atlas was also because I had doubts about myself and needed to acquire more information. Correction. Number 7. If this doesn't make us the same kind, then what does? In that case, why reject taking blood from others? From an existential perspective, dead apostles are far superior to fragile, short-lived humans. Why cling to being human? Because I have always denied this, even when I sense the error, I continue to deny it. How foolish. Cut. Sever. Ah. Roaring, madness, hysteria. An unusual aura filled Tuko's workshop, a black aura that did not belong to humans, carrying the bloodthirsty scent of a vampire. When the contradictions deep within her soul were brutally exposed, when the last shred of her facade was stripped away, Shaun's soul finally fell into chaos, and the last line she had always held onto crumbled. She finally gave up resisting and willingly began transforming into a vampire. Her 10 fingers twisted, her nails lengthened, turning into claws. Her expression became ferocious, fangs grew, baring her teeth. This was the true form of a vampire on the hunt, the mortal enemy of humans, and a threat to humanity. Seeing this scene, Tuko sighed deeply. Was it necessary to go this far? This is too much, it doesn't seem like you. It was necessary. She is the successor chosen by Zepia, and she has even greater potential than him. If she can't overcome this hurdle, she will eventually become a greater disaster. Shinji also sighed. The repaired Indra's thunder manifested, and the divine thunder barrier unfolded, firmly restraining the girl who had not yet fully transformed into a vampire. What's your plan? Are you going to kill her with your own hands? Was all that set up for nothing? Of course not, it's up to you now, Miss Life Coach. Me again, huh? Who else but you? If you hadn't warned them about going down the wrong path, I wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. You are shameless. Tuko was both annoyed and amused. I've never been ashamed of it. Shinji took pride in his response. Just tell me if you're going to help. I never said I wouldn't. Tuko's attitude mirrored Shinji's when he had dealt with taking in an apprentice earlier. But I can't do it alone, I need your cooperation. Tell me what to do. First, beat her until she's barely hanging on. That's easy. Shinji raised his hand, and the lightning from Indra's thunder became more intense. The divine thunder instantly pierced through Shaun's body, leaving her charred and severely injured. What next? Next, it's time for the life coach to step in. Speaking of which, why didn't I have someone to guide me back then? Tuko lit a cigarette and walked over to the heavily injured Shaun. Wake up, if you keep going crazy, you'll die. Ugh. Perhaps sensing the threat to her life, the madness in Shaun's eyes slightly subsided. Good, there's still hope. Now, listen to what I have to say. It's not too late to make a decision afterward. First, I need to correct a fundamental error, not just you and Zepia, but all humans are beings who cannot exist without information. When humans are born, they can't speak. Why do they learn to speak? Because they acquire information from their parents. The language spoken by the parents determines the language the child learns, gradually becoming instinct. Everything learned during growth is the same. You think you've stolen the refined wisdom that others have spent their lives honing. Aren't others the same? The textbooks students use, the skills and experiences teachers pass on to their disciples, aren't these the same? Humanity has grown to its current state by relying on the transmission and development of such wisdom through generations. It's not just you Eltnums. Why do you think you're special? Myself. Shaun's lips barely moved as she struggled to speak. The fact that you can converse with me proves yourself. It might not be as strong as others, but it exists. And is your self really not strong? Your persistence over the past 3 years, regardless of right or wrong, for whatever reasons, is born from your own will. I can assure you that over 95% of humans would not be able to resist the impulse to suck blood for various reasons. So, there's no need for you to be conflicted. Then why me? Because you're just afraid of your nature, and that's why you're using this way to escape. I'm afraid. Yes, she was indeed afraid. She didn't want to recognize that she was the same as Zepia because even if she did, she couldn't change it. She had been born and grown up this way, and now she couldn't and didn't want to change this way of living. So, she escaped. From Atlas. From Italy. And from her true self. What should I do? Who knows? That's something only you can figure out. Tuko lit her cigarette. However, one thing is certain, acknowledge your true self, recognize your weaknesses. Then, answer me, do you still want to become human again? Chapter 701, We Are Different. My true self keeps taking over, constantly absorbing information, even now. Although human survival depends on taking, I do so more frantically than others. Zepia was right, from this perspective, I am indeed similar to him. This is my essence. I realized this reality a long time ago but kept running away from it. Zepia turned into a vampire and became the Knight of Wallachia. What about me? Will I follow his path? Will I turn into a vampire? Become a disaster? Do I hate drinking blood? As Shaun fell into confusion again, Tuko spoke up once more. Don't overthink it. No need to calculate. High-speed thinking and segmented thinking are unnecessary. Only by completely abandoning rationality and relying on the answers derived from your feelings can you find your true self. This theory, incompatible with the environment of Atlas, and this approach, completely contrary to her cognition, an option that shouldn't have appeared, yet it moved Shaun deeply. High-speed thinking halted. Segmentation thoughts 1 through 7 completely shut down. Rationality was unnecessary, rely entirely on feelings. Ask yourself. Do I hate drinking blood? The answer is surprisingly simple. I hate drinking blood. I hate drinking blood, and I hate myself. I hate constantly seizing information, and I hate this insatiable body that cannot survive without taking human blood. Hate. It's obvious, isn't it? Smoke rings spilled from Tuko's lips, drifting into the air like the fog in Shaun's heart. Hate is just hate. Often, there's no reason because humans are such strange creatures. This is what is called humanity, the so-called self. With a self, even if you and Zepia share the same essence, you are different individuals with different futures. It's time to wake up, confused girl. Yeah, it's time to wake up. Thought areas 1 to 7 recovered. The constantly repeating voice in her mind grew weaker, gradually becoming noise. This was the correct way to treat external information. It was only due to her weakness that the noise found an opportunity to infiltrate. When acknowledging her weakness and correctly understanding herself, this noise was merely pure static. I, Cheyenne Eltnam Atlasia, have not shamed myself to the point of being controlled by such a thing. My weakness is a fact I have long known. Even so, I must learn to be strong, so as not to hate myself more, to bid farewell to my weak self. Ether light connected, targeting my body, repair commencing. The limbs pierced by lightning were stitched and mended at an astonishing speed, finally restored to their original state, leaving Shinji speechless. Oh my, does ether light have such a use? Because ether light was originally developed as alchemy for medical purposes, as a neural simulation, it later evolved into a tool for interfering with thought and reality. Invisible threads accumulated more and more, first restoring the body, then the damaged clothes. Indeed, if even humans can be perfectly replicated, repairing the body and clothes is nothing. Have you finally regained your sanity, Cheyenne Eltnam Atlasia? Please correct your statement, Shinji Matou, Cheyenne said, springing up from the ground. Although driven by the impulse to drink blood, it doesn't mean I lost my sanity. The brain of an alchemist is not something you magi can understand. Shinji touched his nose awkwardly at her sharp words. Hey, I've been disliked. Well, it's only natural to be disliked after using such methods. But even if you dislike me, I still have to say it. Miss Cheyenne, Zepia's legacy involves not only the issue of becoming a vampire but also the truth behind the madness of Atlas's previous directors. I have to be careful. Are you ready to accept all of this? Of course, don't underestimate me. I am the heir of Eltnam. The alchemist who had recognized her true self exhibited an unprecedented sharpness. The intense self-confidence she exuded at all times was eye-catching. Great determination and spirit, but let me say this up front. If you do not escape the fate of Atlas's previous directors and end up going mad like Zepia, I will kill you using methods beyond your calculations and analyses. The method Shinji referred to was the blood that survived the purging of the noble phantasm. It was the blood taken from Cheyenne by Zepia 3 years ago, originally Cheyenne's human life, which would evolve into the dust of Osiris if left undisturbed by Tatari. With this, even if Cheyenne lost control, Shinji wouldn't be afraid. He could just create another Cheyenne to deal with herself. There was a part of Zepia's reward related to this. Unaware of this intention wrapped in a spiritual barrier, Cheyenne responded confidently. When that day comes, I will be prepared. Neither you nor the true ancestor will have a chance. I look forward to it. Shinji's expression remained unchanged as he extended his hand. A crystal-clear drop formed from aggregated spiritual particles floated in midair. Take it. This is the legacy Zepia left for you. I hope you can forge a different path. I indeed accept this legacy. Cheyenne moved her fingers, and the ether light interlaced and finally formed a light cocoon that securely enveloped the inheritance crystal. Miss Tuko, I need a quiet room to digest the information within. Follow me. Tuko gave Shinji a look that said, we'll have a proper talk later, and pushed open a side door. After they left, Shinji silently walked to the window and let out a long breath. Finally, it's over, this chaos and the future chaos. Next, I need to find a way to keep Cheyenne in Japan. I hope the relationship between Risebife and Cheyenne can outweigh their duties and avoid any unpleasant incidents. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to report to Lorelei. This time, it got a bit out of hand. Ah, my low-key plan. Saying this, Shinji took out a satellite phone from his pocket and dialed a secret line prepared by the Department of Policies. My lady, it's me. No, I'm not in India right now, I'm in Japan. You gave me a mission, right? I found the target, but the Holy Church people got there first. That's what I thought too, so I had the church people record a video with Miss Cheyenne. I also have good news for you. Don't be too surprised when you hear it. I killed one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Hello, my lady, are you listening? Tonight, Lorelei was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 702, The Burial Agency. The situation Shinji feared did not occur. Possibly due to the massive shock caused by the elimination of the Knight of Wallachia, the issue of Cheyenne's handling was put aside, allowing her to stay in Japan temporarily, residing at the Tano household. Although not many people were involved in this incident, each one had significant backgrounds and identities. The day after the Knight of Wallachia was eradicated, the Holy Church, the Clock Tower, the Atlas Institute, and the upper echelons of Japan's mystical world all learned of this explosive news, causing a commotion. That was one of the infamous 27 dead apostle ancestors, a being that had caused numerous calamities, a powerful dead apostle that even the church had turned a blind eye to. If the manifestation of the Night of Wallachia 3 years ago had not been in Italy, close to the Holy Church's headquarters, the Church would not have even sent a punitive force but merely sent people to clean up afterward. Now, such a monster was dead. Dead in Japan, in an inconspicuous small town. Killed by 2 people. What a joke. This was the first reaction of those who heard the news. The 27 dead apostle ancestors were legends that had circulated in the mystical world for over 1,000 years, synonymous with power and terror. Though half of them had been suppressed by the Holy Church, casting a shadow over this legendary name, it was the result of the Holy Church's relentless efforts over millennia. Even so, it was only suppression and sealing. Since the title of 27 ancestors became known, the Holy Church had eliminated only one ancestor, the 11th seat, Stanrobe Calhoun. And even that elimination was not complete, as the grudge of Stanrobe Calhoun remained, turning into a vortex of destructive power known as the Stantia, the first wraith, which would take about 200 years to dissipate entirely. And now you're telling me that such a level of monster was suddenly eliminated? Everyone's first reaction to this news was disbelief. Fortunately, the news provider held significant status in various major factions, so the message was not immediately dismissed as false and thrown into the trash. After an in-depth investigation, the major factions learned that one of the 2 people who eliminated the Night of Wallachia was the last true ancestor, Arcuaid Brunestad. Now there was no doubt. Although the true ancestors did not have a prominent reputation and were active for only short periods, those familiar with vampires knew the power of these natural-born vampires. This particular true ancestor was the strongest among them, an executioner specializing in killing vampires. No one found it surprising that she accomplished such a feat, except the Holy Church. To be precise, it was the Holy Church's deepest dark side, an independent agency with immense authority, known as a final force that could rival the combined forces of other Holy Church departments. If the Holy Church was the exorcism group, then the burial agency was the Holy Church's demon-killing group. They did not uphold legal or theological doctrines but operated purely on the principle of strength, practicing thorough meritocracy. The organization required its members to have the ability to kill heretics effectively. Strength was the primary criterion, while faith and character were secondary. Anyone capable of eliminating targets the Holy Church found inconvenient was welcome to join, regardless of their identity, even if they were only nominal believers. It is no exaggeration to say there was not a single normal person in the organization, both in terms of strength and personality. Some members were even non-human. They were not exorcists banishing demons but executioners slaughtering demons. They were heretic inquisitors with special authority, but in practice, they executed targets without trial, earning them the label of a hitman group. Their actions were always, kill first, report later. The organization's name was the Burial Agency, and more than half of the Holy Church's actions against vampires came from them. Naturally, the report Risebye submitted to the Holy Church was also placed in the hands of the leader of the Burial Agency, the first seat, and the strongest member, known as Narbarek. Narbarek was not a personal name but a title inherited by the family name. Just as Lorelei Bartholomew automatically inherited the name Lord Bartholomew upon assuming the title of head of the Bartholomew family, each generation of the Narbarek family members who became the director also inherited the name Narbarek. The current Narbarek was a woman who looked relatively young, with long hair that covered her right eye. She glanced casually at the copy of the report on the desk and lost interest, saying, "Hand this over to your master and seal. Let them handle this matter entirely." From the darkness emerged an elderly priest wearing a cassock and small round glasses. He bowed to the young woman at the desk and turned to leave. The priest's master was an extraordinarily handsome youth whose gender was indiscernible, dressed in a special ceremonial robe that could never appear in public. The reason was that the robe was too luxurious, with gold embroidery on the highest quality pure white brocade, and it exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. The robe alone was worth as much as the entire assets of a small organization. Of course, for this young man, wiping out a small organization like that would be easier than obtaining this ceremonial robe. Accepting the report from the elderly priest, the young man thanked him gently. "Thank you for your hard work. Please continue to keep the director occupied. Find as many tasks as possible to keep him busy. No matter what, that person's hobby is fighting others. If he has free time, it will be a disaster. I don't want to be caught by her again. It's worse than facing 100 strong enemies." The old man nodded, standing quietly in front of the young man. The young man continued, "Inform me of any developments promptly. Although there might be a considerable distance between us, distance is not an issue for us." A gentle smile appeared on the old man's face, while continuous squeak, squeak, squeak sounds came from the corner behind him. Someone pushed open the door, bringing light into the dark corner. The source of the squeaking sound scurried away along the wall. From their short limbs, large bodies, and long tails, it was obvious they were a group of rats. The old man turned around, his always kind gaze pausing on the face of the person who opened the door. After a slight nod of acknowledgement, he left the room. The young man, with hands adorned with rings exuding the same luxurious and mysterious aura, picked up the report and chuckled softly. Now, let's see what kind of trouble that troublesome director has stirred up for us. Chapter 703, Chapter 703, Miriam Solomon and the True Ancestor. Damn director. The director naturally referred to the leader of the burial agency, the current Narbarek. Damn was how the young man described the director, and judging by his tone, there was no hint of a joke in this descriptor, it was a genuine wish for the director's death. The other person in the room showed no dissatisfaction or opposition. After all, this was quite common in the burial agency they belonged to. Not just the 2 people in the room but all 8 members of the burial agency, 7 regular members and 1 substitute, wished for the director's demise, except for Narbarek herself. This was because the director had an extremely vile personality. Enjoying killing was one thing, but the key issue was that when there was no one to kill, she would find different ways to bully the other members of the burial agency, making everyone's life miserable. If Narbarek did not possess top-tier power and had not sealed several of the 27 ancestors, these outliers would have sent her to hell long ago. For now, since their fists weren't as strong as hers, they could only vent through words. Cursing their leader out of habit, the young man flipped open the report and exclaimed upon reading the first paragraph. "What? Miriam, what happened?" said the other person in the room. This was a young girl dressed in a black nun's habit. Compared to the overly luxurious ceremonial robe worn by the young man called Miriam, the simple black outfit with white trim and a cross emblem on the chest was the normal attire for Holy Church members. The girl appeared to be a few years older than Miriam. If Miriam had just crossed the threshold of youth, the girl was nearing the end of that stage, about to graduate from girlhood into young adulthood. The girl's style somewhat resembled Shinji's, with an Eastern face but Western features, short blue hair and blue eyes. The difference was that Shinji's blue was ocean blue, while the girl's blue was sky blue. Shinji had curly hair, recently straightened, while the girl had straight hair. Something big happened. Ha ha ha, this is truly interesting. Miriam laughed heartily, not hiding his delight. For you to laugh like that, it must indeed be significant. The girl was accustomed to Miriam's demeanor. Of course, one of the 27 ancestors was eliminated. Completely eliminated. The 27 ancestors. And eliminated. That is indeed big news. Which one? The easiest to eliminate is still living well. Hey, is it okay to be so blunt? There's nothing wrong with it because I dislike you. Ugh, so harsh. Miriam smiled as he let out a sorrowful wail, seemingly enjoying this kind of exchange with the girl. But compared to this one, I am indeed easier to eliminate. You admit it. The girl's sky blue eyes showed a hint of curiosity. The girl knew very well how troublesome Miriam in front of her was. Although his current body was not strong, he didn't rely on his body for combat. He relied on a massive group of familiars and 4 great demon beasts that acted as his limbs. Each demon was terrifying enough to rival god-level phantasmal species, not to mention he had collected countless treasures over his long life. Even without relying on familiars and demons, taking him down wouldn't be easy. The girl was certain that if she attacked Miriam now, there would be only one outcome: she would be suppressed. Because Miriam was also one of the 27 ancestors, the 20th seat, also known as the Crown, Miriam Solomon, and simultaneously the 5th seat of the burial agency. The burial agency was such a bizarre organization where even heretics could join if they had the power. I have no choice but to admit it. Miriam gently stroked the gem ring on his right index finger. After all, that was an existence that had turned into a phenomenon. I see, the 13th ancestor, the Knight of Wallachia, who appeared near the Vatican 3 years ago. We happened to be on missions away from the headquarters then, so the Holy Church organized a temporary punitive force, which was completely wiped out. So what? We've always had a mutual dislike for the higher-ups, except for the director. Everyone is waiting to laugh at the higher-ups. Even if the director took the Holy Church's secret treasure, she probably couldn't handle the Knight of Wallachia that had turned into a phenomenon. As far as I know, the only one who could deal with that one is the Eclipse Princess of Black Blood. The Eclipse Princess of Black Blood, also known as Princess Alt Rouge, had made a pact with the Crimson Moon, the Knight of Wallachia. How on earth? Japan. The ancient dead apostle, fixed in the form of a young boy, continued reading the report. Suddenly, his arm trembled, and he let out an incredulous yet delighted ah. It's her. As he spoke, Miriam's face rapidly turned from pale to bright red, and the girl seemed to hear a pop sound. Seeing Miriam like this, the girl had a premonition. She reached out, took the report, and her gaze fixed on a name. Arcuade Brunestad, of course, it's her. Only she could make you show such an expression. The girl knew that Miriam Solomon was a direct dead apostle of the original true ancestor, Crimson Moon Brunestad, and harbored a pure admiration for his master, being the most die-hard supporter of the Crimson Moon faction. After the Crimson Moon was blasted to dust by the Old Man of Jewels, Miriam went into seclusion. When Arcuade was born, this admiration and loyalty transferred to the Crimson Moon's clone, Arcuade. She woke up from her slumber and went to Japan. How did she get to Japan? No one prepared identification for her, no one taught her modern social knowledge, no one bought her a plane ticket. Is she all right? Won't she cause any trouble? Miriam muttered incessantly like a mother hen looking after her chick, rendering the girl speechless. Do you think she can't survive without you? Miriam paused, muttering to himself, could it be Black Wing? No, it wouldn't be him. Then who could it be? Someone who knows the location of the castle stands by her side, and can arrange her identity. Assisting the princess in integrating into society had always been Miriam's duty. Whenever the princess awoke from her slumber, Miriam would rush over to teach her common sense, arrange her identity, buy plane tickets, and even provide funding. But this time, he knew nothing about her awakening. Whenever it comes to her, you become like this. If you keep reading, you'll find out. It's that woman who can easily charm ignorant poor souls. The girl spoke with annoyance. Compared to Miriam himself, she had a stronger aversion to the true ancestor he admired. See, I was right. There's a guy who calls himself her guardian knight. Humph, and he's only 14. Chapter 704, The Eighth Candidate. Guardian Knight. What a nostalgic title. Becoming the princess's guardian knight isn't a simple task. Miriam snatched back the report and carefully read the subsequent parts. Summoning the Crimson Moon, dispelling phenomenons, independently killing Zepia. While this strength may not match the dull-witted Black Knight and White Knight, it barely qualifies him to protect the princess. You're not angry. The girl's tone carried a hint of surprise. Why should I be angry? Miriam retorted. Isn't it great that the princess has found a qualified guardian knight? Someone to take care of her, someone to protect her. It makes things easier for me. The girl was speechless again. Earlier, he had acted like a love-struck innocent boy, yet now, the princess with another man, he wasn't even a bit jealous and was genuinely happy for her. Indeed, human thoughts are hard to understand for a dead apostle. The girl decided not to trouble herself further and decisively changed the topic. Do you think Zepia was independently killed by him? Look here, the intelligence department has marked it as questionable. Even without the phenomenon, Zepia is still an ancestor. It's not a matter of belief, it's a certainty. Look here. Miriam pointed to a line in the battle description passage. The princess summoned the Crimson Moon. With her current state, this is her limit. Without anyone else's help, this is the only answer. As a direct dead apostle of the Crimson Moon and collaborator of Arcuade, Miriam was well aware of Arcuade's current condition. Thus, even though all major forces that knew about the Knight of Wallachia being eradicated credited Arcuade for the main effort and doubted Shinji's prowess, Miriam did not doubt it. So you're saying this guy named Shinji Matou already possesses ancestor-level strength? According to the data, he's only 14. This is the interesting part about humans. Despite being clumsy and having various issues, they possess infinite potential. If it weren't so, humans couldn't have become the world's masters. At this point, Miriam finally displayed the maturity and experience befitting his identity. Moreover, how do you know the intelligence is accurate? It clearly states behind Shinji Matou's name, Clock Tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association. It's not surprising if they manipulated the information to deceive the Holy Church. That's indeed possible. Hearing this, the girl also realized. The Mages Association, which has been at odds with the Holy Church for so many years, can cultivate such a monster. This 14-year-old might just be a disguise, he could be a monster like you. A monster, perhaps. Whether he's a monster or just 14, this person is worth noting. We might encounter him in the future. Besides, I have another suspicion. This guardian knight who suddenly appeared beside the princess might be connected to the second magician. He, sigh. Mentioning this elder who truly stood at the pinnacle of the world, Miriam sighed helplessly. The master he admired, the perfect and mighty Crimson Moon, whom even the son of God he once was could not defeat, was destroyed by Kister Zelrich Schweinord, who was still human at the time. And he, along with other servants, had no way to retaliate, not even a thought of revenge, due to the overwhelming disparity in power. Although also one of the 27 ancestors, every ancestor knew that Zelrich, like the primordial one, existed on a different dimension. The second magician, what are the chances? The girl's voice also grew more serious. I said it was a guess, so of course, there's no certainty. But the director passed this report to me, hoping I'd investigate this knight's background. So, I'm your observer. After all, only the director and I know your true identity and your relationship with that woman. It's mutual observation. The director wouldn't make it that easy for you. Members of the burial agency were a bunch of eccentrics. To prevent them from not taking tasks seriously or going rogue, the organization had a unique task mechanism. One person executes the task, another monitor, and if any deviation is suspected, there is punishment. The benefit of this system was that it kept these monstrous members in check, preventing major trouble. The downside was obvious, the elite-oriented burial agency had even fewer hands. Thus, mutual observation came about. As the name suggests, mutual observation meant members had different tasks but close destinations, each monitoring the other. At this point, Miriam smiled and glanced at the girl. Still haven't figured it out. The princess leaving the castle is a significant signal. For many years, she has only left for one reason. You mean Roa? The girl's previously gentle expression instantly turned ferocious. Yes, the only thing that can wake her up is Roa, squeezing every bit of value out of us. The director knows how to play her cards. But you won't refuse such a task, will you? I won't. Roa must die, and it must be by my hand. For my father, my mother, for everyone who died at my hands, for everything that happened to this body. Neither will I. So, let's just say thank you to the damn director for this one time. The cold killing intent emanating from the girl starkly contrasted with the Miriam's gentle smile, making the atmosphere in the room increasingly eerie. First, we head to Japan to meet the author of this report. Risby Stridberg, captain of the Vestal Shield Knights. She's a celebrity within the Holy Church and has some connection with you as well. What connection? You both have killed the same number of vampires and are both experts in the use of sacred texts. There's a saying among the higher-ups that you two are the twin stars of the Holy Church's new generation. You must have heard that. I've heard it, but it's meaningless. I joined the burial agency for two purposes, to kill Roa and to atone for my sins. Nothing else matters. Such a life would be very dull. I don't want to say the dead are gone, but your life is far from over. My life ended the moment I was possessed by Roa. The girl's expression was indifferent, her eyes desolate. Still so stubborn. Miriam stood up, seemingly losing interest. Suit yourself. Seal, finish up your current work and then we'll depart. I remember your previous task was to evaluate a candidate. Yes. I heard this candidate voluntarily applied. Yes. Haha, it's been years since we've seen someone Southwest eager to court death. Didn't you tell her that previous candidates either went mad or were tortured to death? I did, but she insisted, and she's only one step away from success, as long as she can pass the director's test. So, you've already approved of her. Interesting, interesting. What's her name? Karen Hortensia, the dark nun who sold her soul and body to a demon. Chapter 705, Chapter 705, Future Plan. Such misfortune. Vacationing in Hokkaido during the hot summer should have been a pleasant experience, but Shinji didn't feel any joy at all because of the string of events that had recently occurred. The beginning of it all was when he and Arcuade teamed up to eliminate the Knight of Wallachia. Originally, this was a good thing. They extinguished a disaster before it could manifest, ensuring the safety of Tuko and Shiki, and incidentally earning some merit with Lorelei to prevent her from constantly complaining that he was just wandering around the world without doing anything worthwhile. Shinji knew very well how hard Lorelei worked. Unlike other lords, the Bartholomew family governed the Department of Law and Politics, which aimed to maintain the survival and order of the Clock Tower and the Magical Society. It was the darkest of the 13 departments. The Bartholomew family, including Lorelei's father, had a notorious reputation in the world of the occult. Yet, from such a family emerged an anomaly, Lorelei, who was once an outstanding young lady and now a lofty queen. If the Bartholomew family, adept at political maneuvers and manipulation, was a bottomless quagmire, then Lorelei was the lotus that bloomed from it. Of course, living in such a family and inheriting the lordship, it was impossible to remain untainted. Lorelei was not ignorant of political maneuvers and tactics, but she preferred to overwhelm her opponents with sheer strength rather than relying on such methods. Under her leadership, the Department of Law and Politics, which had been gloomy for countless years, saw a new wave of vitality and vigor. The older the organization, the harder it is to shake it. The amount of effort Lorelei put in to bring about this change was imaginable. Shinji stopped his travels in India and returned to Japan to eliminate Zepia to support Lorelei. According to Shinji's original plan, he would return quietly, eliminate the Knight of Wallachia in this area that had been cleared by Akiha and was mysteriously barren, and then let Lorelei announce the big news. Since he entered the city quietly and avoided making any noise, no one would know, let alone witness it. Lorelei could calmly manage the information, perhaps attributing the credit to the brigade or even taking a break and then claiming he had encountered and eliminated the Knight of Wallachia upon his return, ensuring his reputation would skyrocket while he remained in the shadows, earning great rewards silently. It was a perfect plan. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Shinji's plan went awry from the beginning. Perhaps it was fate, but people related to the anomaly gathered around, and they had already started fighting the Knight of Wallachia before Shinji found its main body. Moreover, they witnessed Shinji and Arcuade's performance. This was very awkward. Tuko knew his nature and watching him show off was fine, but being seen by outsiders was problematic. The resulting reactions were the real issues. First, the plan to earn merit and boost Lorelai's reputation was ruined, along with his intention to stay low-key until adulthood, even more so because the last true ancestor, Arcuate Bernestad, who usually acted alone, now had someone with her to eliminate the Knight of Wallachia. The Holy Church and other forces wouldn't miss the chance to investigate who this person was, making it impossible to stay low-key. In desperation, Shinji urgently contacted Lorelai, Kenneth, and Old Jewel. He asked the two lords to manage the information and draw the mystical world's attention to Arcuate as much as possible, ideally depicting him as a lucky tag-along. If that didn't work, they should focus the attention on him alone to avoid implicating his family. He also asked Old Jewel to keep an eye on the Matou family and Fuyuki City to prevent anyone from targeting his family. The three prominent figures agreed without hesitation. Especially Lorelai, who directly made a detailed plan for Shinji, including protection for his parents, arrangements for his sister Sakura's studies at the clock tower, and Shinji's plans. It seemed less like an emergency plan and more like a long-prepared scheme. Alright, it's not like, it truly is. Lorelai's pride wouldn't allow her to conceal something like this. Compared to working behind the scenes, she prefers that this one young man, whom she cannot surpass, step into the spotlight and become her right-hand man. Shinji had always declined due to his age, but now that she finally got this opportunity, how could she not take full advantage of it? Shinji was touched by her goodwill and regard, but he still had concerns. These concerns stemmed from the Fifth Holy Grail War in 2004, 3 years later. Since returning from the parallel world, he and Justice had been preparing for this Holy Grail War. Most of the resources Shinji earned from working for Kenneth and Lorelai had been invested in these preparations, supplemented by continuous financial support from Tokiomi, and the weakening period of the Tosaka family following Tokiomi's death provided great convenience for this arrangement. If not for this incident, Shinji was confident he could fully dominate the Fifth Holy Grail War and ultimately purify the Greater Grail, regardless of how much the plot deviated, unless the opposing masters summoned top-tier servants like Gilgamesh or Ozymandias, while his side ended up with Astolfo or Matahari, who are essentially useless in battle. But this possibility had already been ruled out. Shinji ensured he had 3 catalysts to summon top-tier servants, Artorias' scabbard and fragments of Karna's chariot, the latter being spoils of war he acquired in India while dealing with some scoundrels claiming to be descendants of Surya. Additionally, he and Sakura had sealed the room where Scathach once resided, which means 3 top-tier servants, all strong contenders for the highest-ranking classes. Even if Rin Tosaka, obsessed with the Holy Grail War, used the world's first snake skin shed left by Tokiomi to summon Gilgamesh, Shinji would not be intimidated. At worst, Karna could take the rider class by using his chariot, or remain as Lancer, while Scathach could become caster. Top-tier servants are overwhelmingly powerful regardless of their class. With 3 top-tier servants, and formidable magi like himself, Sakura, and Kiritsugu, it would be hard to lose unless they made foolish mistakes like Gilgamesh. Chapter 706, Chapter 706, The Magician Takes Charge, All Misfortunes Are Averted. Of course, achieving a good prep time requires an indispensable prerequisite: the situation in Fuyuki City must remain unchanged. More accurately, the outside world must still perceive the Holy Grail War as a small-scale magical ritual in the Far East. The clock tower routinely sends 2 magus to go through the motions, and the Holy Church routinely dispatches a supervisor. Other than people like Kenneth, who rushes over on a whim looking for trouble, no major unrelated figures would typically come to participate. However, if Shinji steps into the spotlight and becomes a well-known figure in the world of mystery, things could get complicated. As everyone knows, fame attracts attention, and along with it, people will dig into your background, experiences, and even the city you reside in. Although the Ainsburn, Tosaka, and Matou families have hidden the secrets of the Holy Grail War very well, there's no guarantee that this concealment can withstand the intelligence departments of the Mages Association or the Holy Church. If they discover something, they wouldn't need concrete evidence, just a certain level of suspicion. The situation of the Fifth Holy Grail War would then head into unknown territory. Not to mention, the 2 representatives decided by the clock tower for dispatch could become a significant variable. Originally, the 2 masters were a self-important, widely ridiculed nouveau riche called Atram Galiasta, master of Castor Medea. He angered Medea with his foolishness and was killed by his servant. In the Fate series original game, he doesn't even show his face until the latest UBW arc, where he gets a bit of screen time. Such a first-class idiot is bound to self-destruct without any intervention. The other is Bazette, recommended by the behind-the-scenes manipulator Kodomine Makiri, spanning across the 4th and 5th wars. This woman is much more formidable than Atram Galiasta. She is an ace enforcer of the Sealing Designation Enforcers, the Department of Spiritual Evocation, and the Astronomical Observatory, one of the few top fighters among the new generation at the clock tower. She can fight on par with combat-oriented servants and possesses secret relics comparable to noble phantasms. Shinji remains cautious of her among the few. However, this woman has a fatal flaw: she's too naive. With a bit of scheming, she can be tricked to the point of losing her way, the type who would help count the money after being sold. In the original timeline, she, like Atram Galiasta, had no role in the main story. Before the story even began, she was schemed against by Kodomine Kirii, who recommended her, had her arm cut off, and lost her command seals and servant. Dealing with such a fool is as easy as pie. But what if the clock tower knew this wasn't a small-scale magical ritual, but a ceremony to achieve the third magic? What if it could even reach the root? What kind of participants would that colossal entity, which controls 90% of the magus in Western Europe, send? What heroes would they prepare to summon? Look at the parallel world's Holy Grail War. The Sophia family, one of the 12 lords, prepared fragments of the Round Table and summoned top-tier catalysts like Karna and Achilles within days. Kenneth, no matter the world, always managed to get a piece of Iskandar's cloak. Lord Animosphere of the astrology department had one of the 10 commandments worn by Solomon, the king of magecraft. Two beings on par with Gilgamesh and Karna, paired with masters like Kiritsugu and Kairi, would make it uncertain whether Shinji could secure victory, even if he held onto his predetermined master-servant lineup. After all, there's no rule that masters can't have helpers. Mercenaries, enforcers, a brigade, any of these could cause more destruction than Kiritsugu and Nya combined. Moreover, can Shinji, or rather, the three families, truly hold onto their rightful participation slots? It was previously mentioned that these slots could be taken, either before or during the war. Compared to those colossal entities, the three families are still too weak. The only fortunate thing is that during the Great Holy Grail's dormancy, no one can see its true nature. The Old Men of Jewels also promised to keep an eye on the matter, so Shinji isn't overly panicked. However, this concealment has its limits. The more active Shinji is, the greater the variables. Therefore, after confirming Tuko's situation, Shinji quickly left the Tano residence and headed to Hokkaido. Leaving the Tano residence was to avoid giving spies from various factions a chance to spot him, and going to Hokkaido was because Aoko Aozaki was currently there. Shinji's goal wasn't to build a relationship with Aoko Aozaki. Given his current high-profile actions with Arcuade, if word got out that he was in contact with the newest magician, he might as well ask the Old Men of Jewels to move the Great Holy Grail. Trifaz in Romania would be a good choice. Arcuade's castle, the Millennium Castle Brunestad, is there, and the Kazikli Bey can exert full power there. Of course, Shinji would only choose this as a last resort. Romania is not like Japan, it is not within his sphere of influence. Moreover, the Mages Association and the Holy Church have significant influence there and might monitor spiritual veins for anomalies. Shinji came to Hokkaido to leverage Aoko Aozaki's deterrence. That's right, deterrence. The Witch of Destruction is a notorious problem child among major factions, with an unpredictable personality and movements, disliking constraints and surveillance. Since her rise to fame, spies from all over the world have been severely beaten by her. Over time, an exclusion zone formed around Aoko Aozaki, and even if someone knew she was nearby, they wouldn't dare to scrutinize her too closely. In Japan, besides those forbidden zones and secret realms, the areas around Aoko Aozaki are where spies act most cautiously. Thus, having recently made big news, Shinji Matou temporarily settled on the northern coast of the country, quietly observing the turbulent undercurrents in the outside world. On the other side, Lorelei, Kenneth, and Zirich also fulfilled their promises. Kenneth discreetly released various pieces of information, mixing truth with falsehood to confuse and mislead people about the Matou family's background. Lorelei secretly dispatched 2 members of the brigade to Fuyuki City to guard the Matou residence, handling spies in the shadows. She also sent a letter to the Matou family, describing Shinji's recent situation and issuing Matou Sakura's school admission notice. Zelrich made the most brilliant move, appearing publicly at the clock tower and announcing his intention to take on a disciple. This attracted the entire world of mystery's attention, reasserting his presence and reminding many of a crucial fact: the Tosaka family, the managers of Fuyuki City, was established by his disciple. Anyone planning to cause trouble in Fuyuki City should consider if they are tough enough. This is truly a case of the magician taking charge, averting all misfortunes. Chapter 707, Chapter 707, Late Night Diner. Late Night Diner. As the name suggests, it's a diner that only opens late at night, operating hours are exclusively in the evening. It sounds like an ordinary night stall, but in Japan, this is a unique cultural phenomenon that belongs exclusively to this overseas island nation. Unlike regular nighttime restaurants and bars, the menu at such diners is extremely simple, just a piece of paper with a few items listed in order. XX set meal, XX yen. XX noodles, XX yen. XX alcohol, XX yen. The items are generally limited to single digits, usually 5 to 6 items. Additionally, you can order dishes not listed on the menu, as long as the ingredients are available and the owner knows how to make them. Don't expect to find any delicacies here. These diners are small, ranging from a dozen square meters to 30 or 50 square meters at most. The ingredients are common, easy to store, and not prone to spoilage. Some even use whatever is cheapest. You might wonder if such diners have customers or whether they can keep running. In other countries, unless there are no other dining options nearby, such diners would struggle to survive. But in Japan, these diners are quite popular, and the longer they stay open, the busier they become. This has a lot to do with Japanese society and culture. The social norm in Japan is not to go home after work but to find a place to drink and eat with clients or a few colleagues, only returning home around 8 or 9 o'clock. If you don't do this, you'll seem useless, and your colleagues will ostracize you, your boss will look down on you, your family will resent you, and your company might even fire you. This custom started in the last century during Japan's economic boom when evening socializing became mainstream. In many companies, expense receipts for socializing could even be tax deductible. This custom has been passed down as part of the culture. On the other hand, Japan is a fast-paced country with a lot of pressure. After a day of work and life, people accumulate various pressures and grievances that need a place to be vented. The lower one is on the social ladder, the greater the pressure, so these cheap diners that provide a place to vent are very popular. Perhaps what customers are consuming is no longer food but a sense of home. Located in Iwate Prefecture, Hokkaido, Grievance Pavilion is one such ordinary late-night diner. Grievance Pavilion didn't originally have this name, it was something more ordinary. The owner was an elderly man in his 60s, but recently a young man took over, seemingly not a local, with a bit of a Kansai accent. It said he's a relative of the old owner, having drifted aimlessly for years without success, and took over when the old owner became too frail. He renamed the diner to its current name. Initially, regulars were worried that the familiar place would become unfamiliar. But soon they found that although the name changed, the decor remained the same, familiar faces were still around, and the young man cooked and worked just like the previous owner, speaking and acting with a seasoned maturity uncommon among young people today. Running a diner isn't easy. Apart from dealing with official matters, there are also yakuza. Every year, there are reports of conflicts between business owners and yakuza, often resulting in bloodshed, mostly involving young people. But this young man is different. No matter the situation, he remains amicable, resolving issues with a few words. Even the usually arrogant yakuza members become polite when they visit, sometimes sitting down to eat just like the other customers. The same recipes, the same taste, and more importantly, the familiar feeling never disappeared. The small ripple of a name and owner change faded over time. Soon, regulars found the new name very fitting, as everyone came here to vent their grievances. The young new owner also brought many surprises. Unlike the previous owner, who only cooked local dishes, the new owner could cook a wide variety, including dishes from Kanto, Kansai, Hokkaido, Okinawa, and even some foreign cuisines. Curious customers asked the owner, "You're so talented, why not go somewhere better?" The young man just smiled and replied, "I just picked up a bit here and there while drifting aimlessly. It's not as impressive as you say, and I don't have a chef's certificate. Besides, if I leave, who will cook for you?" Then came the regulars' various jokes and memories, slightly livening up the atmosphere at Grievance Pavilion. But these were rare moments. Most of the time, the atmosphere at Grievance Pavilion was so calm it was almost dull. Customers would walk in, quietly order a drink, sake for the older ones, beer for the younger ones, and order dishes they'd requested many times before. Then, they'd drink and eat while quietly venting their grievances. Only when someone had something to celebrate or the young owner, bored, created a new dish would there be a different atmosphere. Regulars called these moments surprises. The last surprise was 8 or 9 days ago when the owner somehow acquired a few small bottles of a drink called soju. It looked like sake but tasted much stronger, with an alcohol content of 52%, 3 to 4 times that of regular sake. It's impressive he managed to get such a thing, proving his wild connections were not just talk. Of course, there were regrets too. After all, he was young and not very skilled at some dishes known only to older folks. Whenever this happened, the owner would sincerely apologize and humbly ask for advice. If the customer didn't know, he would take the time to visit local elders. Soon, a new item would appear on the unwritten part of the menu. This earnest attitude made the diner's reputation grow in the neighborhood, attracting more business. Some regulars even thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to marry their eligible daughters to the owner and began subtly probing this idea. But they quickly dismissed such thoughts because this seemingly ordinary young man had an unbelievably beautiful girlfriend. Every time it approached midnight and most customers had left, a girl who liked to wear white would walk into the diner, shouting energetically in a way that clashed with the diner's atmosphere. "Hey, I'm hungry, Shin, Haruki." Or, "I'm so bored, play with me, Haruki." Whenever this happened, the young owner would respond with a karate chop, a menu, or tossing a tomato or apple. "Stop messing around, how many times have I told you not to disturb others, Kazusa? Wait a while if you're hungry, I'll cook for you. If you're bored, come help me wash dishes." And so, the diner gained another vibrant figure. Chapter 708, Grievance Pavilion. Many people are unaware that late-night eateries, like the Midnight Diner, have an unwritten rule: they only serve regulars. When strangers walk in, the owner usually ignores them. Don't misunderstand, the owner isn't being cold or impolite, they simply don't know how to handle unfamiliar faces. The patrons at these places usually eat whatever is available without making specific requests. When faced with someone they don't know, the owner doesn't know how to welcome them, so they just put on a blank face. The kinder ones might prepare a sign explaining the house rules. On the counter of the grievance pavilion, there is a wooden sign with the following rules. Feel free to express any grievances. Please come alone. If you see someone you know, pretend you don't recognize them. Don't spread what you hear here, forget it as soon as you leave. At first glance, it might seem strange, but given the name Grievance Pavilion, it makes perfect sense. The Grievance Pavilion is a place where anyone, be they a hero or a rogue, can come and vent without being questioned about their background or past. As long as you're willing to talk, everyone here, including the owner, will be a good listener and won't spread what they hear. It's worth mentioning that this sign was what kept the regulars coming when the store first changed its name and owner. New patrons, upon seeing this sign, gradually joined the ranks of the regulars, and the reputation of the Grievance Pavilion spread silently but swiftly, much to the surprise of the new owner, Hiroshi Kamaya. Don't be mistaken, Hiroshi Kamaya is an alias for Shinji Matou. To avoid being tracked by intelligence agents, Shinji and Arcuade couldn't use their real names, which also allowed Shinji to play with some references. However, this time Shinji didn't play with his voice actor reference but rather one related to Arcuade. Arcuade's earliest voice actor, Hitomi Nabatame, is most famous for voicing Kazusa Toma from the renowned White Album series. Since Kazusa is part of the White Album trio, Shinji naturally became Haruki Kitahara, the only male in that trio. Shinji came to Hokkaido to evade spies sent by various forces. Initially, he just wanted to find an inconspicuous place to lay low, study magic, venture into Moon Cell, and wait for the storm to pass. Running a midnight diner was a complete accident. One day, they were attacked by a horde of hostile lifeforms, disorder programs, in the spirit particle construct world. Although each lifeform wasn't strong and could be easily destroyed with a single shot or claw, their sheer numbers made them overwhelming. Surrounded and frustrated, Arcuade decided to call it a day, and Shinji initiated a forced logout. It was still dark outside, and Arcuade didn't want to sleep, so Shinji suggested they go out to find something to eat. They ended up at a midnight diner. To be honest, the food wasn't great. Shinji barely ate a few bites before giving up, but Arcuade, with her natural physique, devoured everything without hesitation. While Arcuade was engrossed in eating, Shinji, with nothing else to do, began to observe his surroundings. Shinji had known about the fame of midnight diners in his previous life because of a popular manga that was later adapted into films and TV dramas. After crossing into this world, Shinji tried it out of curiosity but was sorely disappointed. Nowhere near the midnight snack Sakura-chan used to make, a complete waste of time, was Shinji's evaluation before he went abroad for his food vlog, back when he was more of an eater than a cook. This time, if it weren't for the lack of other options, he wouldn't have brought Arcuade to such a place. But after observing for a while, Shinji changed his mind. It was the right choice, he should have come earlier. It wasn't that he lowered his standards, but rather his perspective had changed. He remembered a comment from his previous life: in a midnight diner, you don't savor the food, you savor the vicissitudes of life and human warmth. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he didn't have the experience to appreciate the subtleties of life's flavors. But now, having stepped into the realm of the third magic, he could draw power from thoughts and emotions and thus sense those hidden melodies behind lives, whether humble, ordinary, or brilliant. At that moment, Shinji had a new realization. Among the 5 remaining magics, only one is related to the human heart and emotions, the third magic. Thoughts turned into power, hearts creating miracles. Without fully understanding the human heart, one could never truly complete the third magic. Thus, no matter how hard the Ainsburns tried, they could never reach the level of a magician. For Shinji to complete the third magic, he too had to delve deeply into the human heart. Where is the human heart found? In the lowest layers of society, the more you are among the common folk, the more you can see the full spectrum of life, midnight diners being a prime example. Zelrich had once told him that magic, unlike magecraft, wasn't about diligence, environment, or even talent. The key was a sudden flash of enlightenment. Without enlightenment, even someone with the exceptional talent of Sepia couldn't unlock the door to magic. With enlightenment, even a mediocre student like Aoko Aozaki could become a magician. Like the sudden enlightenment in Buddhism, when it happens, a mortal can become a Buddha. Without it, even a great monk is just a monk. Of course, such things are rare and unpredictable. Shinji could only think about it, but if there was an opportunity to perfect his magic, he wouldn't pass it up. If he truly became a magician, the Holy Grail would be nothing. He could easily create one by hand to give to Justice, another for Rin Tosaka to fulfill her wish, and a final one for Lorelei, hosting the Holy Grail War right at the Clock Tower's main campus. He could live his life like the old man of jewels, using the world as his chessboard and all beings as his pieces. Not satisfied. Upset. No problem, challenge me at the Clock Tower, solo or in a group, your choice. Arrogant. No, not at all. Magicians have that kind of confidence. The old men of Jewels and Aoko Aozaki did the same and never suffered for it. In the Nasaverse, figures like Gilgamesh, Shiro Amiya, and Sieg aren't the real cheats, the true cheats are the magicians, beings of limitless potential. Of course, these were just Shinji's fantasies, with an almost zero chance of coming true. But that didn't stop him from trying to understand the human heart and perfect his magic. Initially, he roamed the streets, observing various lives. Later, he found this inefficient and bought an old, long-standing midnight diner in a mixed area to start his life as Haruki Kitahara. Chapter 709, Chapter 709, The Gap of Miracles. Late at night, the silence of the small shop was broken by the voice of Tomikazusa, no, Arcuade. Haruki, I've finished washing the dishes. Ah, you're daydreaming again. Don't disturb him, he's not daydreaming. Another voice sounded, belonging to the third person in the shop, or more accurately, a spirit. It was Justice, the legitimate lover who had come from Fuyuki City out of concern for Shinji. Both Shinji and Arcuade had changed their names and disguised themselves. Justice was no exception. She placed her physical body in the small world created by Arcuade and accompanied Shinji in spiritual form. When the shop was empty, she would materialize to help with cleaning and sometimes even take care of the shop in Shinji's stead, also under a disguise and a new name. Yes, she was the last member of the White Album trio, Kitahara Haruki's legitimate lover, Setsuna Ajiso. Shinji intended to fully embrace the White Album theme, of course. As for the relationship drama, that wasn't possible. Justice and Arcuade were both immortals, and their views on love were different from humans. During the New Year period, the household was a constant scene of dramatic conflicts. Justice always observed quietly, never getting involved, and would gently console the losers. Arcuade, after the harem ending of the Tsukiheim seal route, publicly declared her acceptance of a harem, stating, I don't mind if you have other lovers, as long as you love me. Here, there were no conflicts between Kazusa and Setsuna, they got along very well. What is he doing? Toma asked. Listening to the Symphony of Souls, Setsuna replied. I don't understand, Toma shook her head. Improving the third magic, Setsuna rephrased. Got it, Toma pointed towards the curtain at the door. But there are customers outside. At this hour? Setsuna wrinkled her high nose and then quickly dispersed her physical form. Next time, tell me sooner. Well, you didn't ask, Toma muttered softly. Hey, Haruki, there are customers. Ah. At this hour? Kitahara Haruki, or rather Matou Shinji, had the same surprised expression as Justice. It was understandable. The restaurant industry had specific time segments. Even a late-night diner had peak and low periods. Peak time was generally from half an hour after opening until 1 in the morning. After that until 5 in the morning was relatively quiet, sometimes with no customers for an hour. Justice usually took care of the shop during this period, while Shinji and Arcuade would clear fictional world instances. Initially, Arcuade was against Shinji opening a shop because it was boring and severely cut into their time exploring fictional worlds. However, when Shinji said it helped perfect the third magic, she reluctantly tolerated it. The princess had become more understanding, perhaps influenced by Sakura and Fujino, who were exceptionally good girls. Justice entered spirit form, and Shinji casually wiped the counter, just sitting and waiting. This mode of not needing to greet customers, just taking simple orders, and letting them eat was a key reason why he chose a late-night diner, easy and effortless. So this is the grievance pavilion those punks talked about. Not impressive. The voice outside the curtain sounded like an adult woman, not very old, with an energy and vigor that was incongruent with the quiet late-night street. From her words, it was clear she was a new customer who had come based on a recommendation. Late-night diners didn't make it onto any media, relying purely on word of mouth. The recommendation seemed to come from a Yakuza member. Could she be a woman involved with the Yakuza? As Shinji irresponsibly speculated, he looked at the last few bottles of hidden liquor under the counter. The small bottles of cheap wine and vodka he had bought were mostly consumed by those Yakuza members. He wasn't sure if they genuinely liked the strong liquor or were just showing off. He hoped this woman could drink enough to clear out the inventory so he could bring in new stock. What should he get next? Cheap sweetened wine. Homemade rice wine from the local vendors. Maybe a bit of both. While he pondered, the curtain lifted, and a woman matching the voice's impression walked in. Shinji glanced at her casually, his hands on the counter suddenly trembling, the cloth in his hand quietly slipping away. Long black hair reached past her waist, swaying slightly with her steps, and she carried a brown suitcase, seemingly just back from a trip. But these weren't the reasons for Shinji's near lapse. What truly shook him was her face, a familiar yet unfamiliar face. The familiarity came from Aozaki Tuko. The woman's features, including her eyebrows and nose, were very similar to Tuko's. The unfamiliarity came from her eyes, a pair of blue eyes, clear and bright like a sky washed by rain. It's her. Shinji harbored a secret about the grievance pavilion. The name Grievance Pavilion wasn't Shinji's original creation, it came from a fan-made manga he had read in a previous life, which also bore the same name. The 4 rules of the shop were also derived from the manga. Originally, he couldn't remember them clearly, but somehow, when he decided to name the shop Grievance Pavilion, the vague memories inexplicably became clear. Perhaps this was fate. To be fair, that single-chapter manga wasn't particularly well drawn, nor was the plot especially remarkable. Despite this, Shinji never forgot it because of the author's heartfelt wish embedded in the story. The manga's story was simple: the Aozaki sisters, Tuko and Ayoko, accidentally met at the Grievance Pavilion. Under the deliberate guidance of the shop owner, they mocked and complained about each other, almost coming to blows, but ultimately reconciled. Like the author, who went by the pen name Werewolf, Shinji also hoped that these 2 equally talented and divinely favored legendary sisters could make amends. He knew very well that their relationship wasn't as bad as they described it. They always cared about each other. What they lacked was an opportunity, a chance for 2 equally proud, equally stubborn women to open their hearts. Shinji hoped to create such an opportunity. So, when he decided to open a late-night diner, the name Grievance Pavilion naturally came to mind. He hoped that, like in the fan-made manga, one day the sisters would meet unexpectedly, speak openly, and restore the closeness they had in their girlhood. Because they were sisters, true sisters born of the same parents. Although too many accidents and trials had brought things to this point, there was no need for it to be this way between them. Tuko had mentioned more than once that watching Shinji interact with Sakura reminded her of herself before she left the Aozaki family. Shinji had also thought more than once about helping her reclaim her former self, even if only for a moment. So, even knowing it might upset his regular customers, even knowing it might affect his business, even knowing he couldn't seek out Aozaki Ayoko, he still chose this name. Longing is strength, emotions create miracles, perhaps this wish could indeed create a miracle. Now, it seemed that the door to what could be called a miracle had opened just a crack. Chapter 710, Aozaki Ayoko. Miracle, initial signs. Is it fate? Or causality? Is it a coincidence? Or is someone secretly guiding or even manipulating the world line? None of this matters. Shinji only knows that Aozaki Tuko's sister, the other half of the Aozaki family's peerless pair, has come to the Grievance Pavilion and is now standing in front of him, looking at him and his shop with a peculiar gaze. This Grievance Pavilion, hee. Hey, shop owner, do you know me? Whether it was daze or excitement, or perhaps bewilderment, it was all a momentary thing. When Aozaki Ayoko started speaking, Shinji had already adjusted his mindset. He pointed to a wooden board beside him without answering. Please feel free to complain. Even if you meet acquaintances, pretend not to know each other. Interesting rules, and it seems there are quite strong compulsory inscriptions attached. And it seems you and this young lady here also. Aozaki Ayoko, standing at the pinnacle of mystery as a magician, saw through the secrets of the Grievance Pavilion with just a few glances. Miss, you're putting me in a difficult position. Acquaintances must pretend not to know each other, let alone probe into someone else's past. This place is just a small shop providing food and a place to vent for the tired and weary, nothing else. Shinji's reminder did not make this magician known for a freewheeling way stop, instead, it piqued her interest even more. She put her suitcase on the ground and sat across from Shinji, her blue eyes staring at him playfully. What if I insist on asking? Then there's nothing I can do but ask you to leave. Shinji's expression remained unchanged as he calmly picked up a cloth from the floor. Arcuade tilted her head, her disguised black eyes glaring at Ayoko without blinking, occasionally menacingly baring her teeth. The atmosphere in the shop gradually became tense, but Shinji felt no waves in his heart. In fact, he even found it a bit amusing. He knew Aozaki Ayoko quite well. One of Type Moon's 4 main heroines, the protagonist of Mahutsukai no Yoru, the earliest created but latest named heroine of Nasukanoko, and the first female character to serve as the main viewpoint in a canonical work. She first appeared in Type Moon's debut work Tsukihime, appearing as Tano Shiki's teacher at the beginning and end. Though she only had a few lines and silhouettes, she left a deep impression. Her personality is carefree and unrestrained, and she loves freedom. Beneath her beautiful exterior lies a clumsy and solitary heart. Her dashing style is sometimes accompanied by impulsive and reckless actions. To summarize in one sentence, she is the standard hot-blooded shounen manga protagonist. Such a person would never start a fight with Shinji here. The Grievance Pavilion is surrounded by residential areas, and with Ayoko's destructive talent, if a fight broke out, the nearby residents would suffer, easily causing hundreds or thousands of casualties. Even if Ayoko did get hot-headed and decided to cause trouble, Shinji wasn't particularly afraid. While magicians are indeed powerful, they aren't invincible. The combination of himself and Arcuade might not lose, and even if they did, they could escape. Even if they couldn't escape, they wouldn't die. The 5 great magics each have their mysteries, but one thing is universally acknowledged: the second magic is the best for running away, and the third magic is the best for survival. Having spent some time as Katahara Haruki, Shinji now is hard to kill, whether in the fictional world or the real one, as long as he doesn't want to die. As Shinji expected, Ayoko didn't get hot-headed. She waved her hand dismissively, looking disappointed. Forget it, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just dealt with some punks earlier. When I heard them mention the grievance pavilion, I came to check it out. Turns out I was meddling. No, I should say I saved those idiots. Miss, please don't imagine us as monsters. We are honest business people who don't engage in illegal activities. And Kazusa, stop baring your teeth. You don't look scary at all. Shinji continued to act nonchalant, while Arcuade let out an "oh" and lay on the table out of boredom. The grievance pavilion, an important base for perfecting the third magic, could never be just an ordinary shop. Besides the ever-growing strength of Shinji, there were his contract Spirit Justice and Gaia's daughter Arcuade. The shop itself had many modifications. The counter and stove were reinforced by Arcuade using marble phantasm. Underground, there was a bounded field set up by Justice using infinite threads. The sign next to the counter, crafted by Shinji himself, looked like an ordinary wooden board with 4 sentences written on it. In reality, the paint on the board was infused with Shinji's blood and magically processed, giving these 4 rules real compulsive power. Anyone without magical resistance would be involuntarily influenced by this compulsion while inside the shop, compelled to share their story and gradually forget it after leaving. Even those with intentions of extortion would become just like any other customer once inside. That's why Shinji could claim he was an honest businessman who did not engage in illegal activities. Because the 3 of them used high-level mysteries, even people related to the mystical world would hardly notice it, until they encountered a magician like Aozaki Ayoko. Whether you engage in illegal activities or not is none of my business, and those punks are none of my business either. As you said, I'm a customer and you're the shop owner. I want to order something. All right, customer, what would you like to eat? Shinji draped the cloth over his shoulder and stood up. I'll have some salmon. Sorry, we don't have that. Then, some sushi. Apologies, we don't have that either. What do you have then? I'm very sorry, but we've almost run out of ingredients. What's left is here. If you don't mind, you can pick from these and I'll make something for you. As Shinji spoke, he pointed, and Ayoko turned her head, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Cheap soba noodles, cold leftover rice, vegetables that had been out all night, a few eggs, and some not-so-fresh refrigerated meat. What can you make with this? We can cook noodles, fried rice, fried eggs, and we can do some simple grilling, like grilled meat and vegetables. Grilling, huh? Ayoko seemed to remember something, her expression softening. All right then, but I have high standards for grilled food. If it's not tasty, be careful, I might not pay and just eat for free. I can't guarantee the taste, but I think it should satisfy you. Shinji bent down to take out the grill plate, his calm expression now tinged with confidence. During this time, he had learned far more than just magic. He had ventured into many areas that magic could never touch. Chapter 711, The Power of Sentiment. Grilling meat isn't that difficult. In the late-night diner, there are often some snacks like frying, grilling, and roasting, with tools readily available. Slice the refrigerated meat into thin slices and marinate it with sauce. During this time, brush oil on the grill pan, place it on the stove and calculate the marinating time and the temperature of the grill pan. Put the meat on the grill pan and turn it over regularly. Although it takes a bit more time compared to other dishes, there's only one customer in the store right now, so time is not a concern. Red and yellow flames spread across the black grill pan, occasionally flickering over the edge, bursting into sparks with a slight crackle. The meat slices, soaked in sauce and turning brown red, gradually lightened in color under the high temperature, with the surface texture becoming more pronounced. A drop of fat seeped from the edge of the meat slice and sizzled, releasing the aroma of sauce and meat that instantly filled the nose and stimulated the taste buds. Here's your grilled meat, please enjoy. Shinji placed a pair of chopsticks, a dish of dipping sauce, and a cheap porcelain bowl in front of Ayoko. Ayoko sniffed, then exhaled the breath through her nose. It looks pretty ordinary. Shinji smiled without speaking. It was indeed very ordinary. Although it was described enticingly, anyone who had eaten grilled meat knew that it was the most basic method of grilling meat, nothing special. If you don't want to eat it, I will. Arcuade, sitting next door, snorted. The princess had one good trait: with her around, there was no need to worry about waste, as she could eat everything and always conduct clean and quick decomposition work. Over time, she got used to finishing all the food everyone couldn't eat. Why should I give you what I ordered? Ayoko glared at Arcuade, picked up a piece of meat, rolled it in the dipping sauce, and put it in her mouth. At first, she remained indifferent, but after chewing a couple of times, her expression subtly changed. It seemed somewhat nostalgic, and perhaps a bit confused. After swallowing a piece, she glanced at Shinji in surprise and picked up a second piece. Shinji still said nothing, quietly adding more ingredients to the grill pan. The ingredients were still the same cheap ingredients, the method was still the simple method, and the taste wasn't anything special, but in the mouth of a specific person, it had a different flavor. In the era before Shinji's time travel, people often said that the snacks, small eats, and dishes they ate when they were young or years ago were delicious. Unfortunately, they were no longer available, otherwise, they could eat several plates. It sounded so reminiscent. But were those things from years or decades ago really that delicious? Is there nothing comparable now? The answer is, of course, no. If they were really that delicious and memorable, why did they disappear in the river of time? And why can't you remember when they disappeared? So, many times, what you miss is not the long-gone food, but your past, your childhood, adolescence, or youth that only exists in memory and can never come back. What you remember is not the taste of the food is just a carrier. What it carries is a term that has been increasingly heard in later generations, even becoming a consumer product, sentiment. What Shinji needed to do was to awaken the sentiment deeply buried in Ayako Aozaki's heart. That way, even if it was not delicious, it would taste good, and even if the mouth was full of bitterness, the heart would still feel a slight sweetness. Of course, Shinji's cooking skills alone were not enough to achieve this. At most, he could only achieve half. This is not to say that his skills were lacking, after all, he was specially trained in the imperial kitchen, so he couldn't possibly be bad at grilling meat. However, no matter how good the grilled meat was, it might not be able to touch the heart of a deliberately provocative woman. The reason it was only half was because he could grasp the taste preferences of Ayako, which were similar to those of Tuko. The other half required a different kind of power, a magic that could touch people's hearts, which was what Shinji had gained during this period. His magic was no longer limited to drawing power from thoughts. He could capture more emotions and even use his own emotions to influence others. Although it was challenging to touch the heart of a magician, he did succeed in using magic paired with food to awaken Ayako Aozaki's sentiment and memories from 10 years ago, or even earlier. At that time, she was still a girl, living a carefree life. Do you have any alcohol? Yes, what would you like? White liquor or beer? At this moment, Shinji knew he was on the right path. Even a magician is not heartless. Whatever, the stronger the better. How about trying some Russian vodka or Korean wine? You have such good stuff here. Just a few small bottles. The Yakuza members seem to like them quite a bit. I'll take them all. For the sake of the alcohol, I won't hold it against you for meddling with my mind earlier. Even though the fifth magic and the third magic belong to different fields, a magician is still a magician. After breaking free from the memories, Ayako quickly identified the cause of her taste surprise. Thank you for your understanding, Shinji nodded slightly, taking out the strong liquor he had placed nearby. Ayako roughly twisted off the bottle cap and took a large gulp, her eyes half closed and half open. The alcohol is good. Hee hee, grievance pavilion, I might as well complain a bit too. What should I talk about? At moments like this, Shinji would entirely enter a state of serene detachment, like a high monk. Emptying his mind allowed him to better listen to others' hearts, and those who wanted to vent didn't need him to speak. They just needed a listener. I'll talk about what happened to me today. Ugh, today was awful. When I left the house in the morning, the weather was fine, but it started raining after just a few steps. I gave my umbrella to a kid who got caught in the rain after school a few days ago and haven't had time to buy a new one. In the afternoon, I received a bill from the credit card company. That hateful sister of mine used my name to spend recklessly again. She spent over 100,000 this time, which is just too much. Hey, shopkeeper, are you listening? Yes, I'm listening, Shinji replied in a low voice. Not only am I listening to your words, but I'm also listening to your true feelings. Why do I have such a sister? Because of fate. The Buddha said that it takes 100 lifetimes of practice to share a boat, and 1,000 lifetimes to share a bed. Becoming blood-related sisters requires even more, and longer. Then we must have been enemies for many lifetimes, so we have such a cursed relationship. A cursed relationship is still a relationship. Then never mind, I'm done talking. The alcohol is finished. In front of the empty grill pan, Ayako dropped the last empty bottle and slapped down a 10,000 yen bill. That's it, I'm leaving. I haven't given you your change. Put it on the tab, I'll be coming by often. Thank you for your patronage. As Shinji spoke, Ayako had already picked up her suitcase, lifted the curtain, and walked out of the shop. Shinji let out a gentle breath. She's really like the wind, just like her sister. Hey, Haruki, do you know her? Arcuade, who was washing dishes, asked. She should be Tuko's younger sister, Ayako Aozaki. Justice suddenly appeared beside Shinji. Justice, contact Tuko and tell her you've made a new discovery regarding the third magic. Ask her to come and stay with you for a while. What are you planning? To give them a chance to vent. After all, I named this place Grievance Pavilion for a reason. Some things just need to be talked out. The sisters have been estranged for so many years, it's time to reconcile. Ayoko Aozaki, you say you wish you didn't have such a sister, but deep down, you can't let her go. Tuko, it's the same for you. Silly sister. Foolish younger sister. They're the same. Chapter 712, the foolish older sister and the silly younger sister. Is reconciliation that easy? Justice had her doubts. As Tuko's best friend, she had heard countless complaints from Tuko about how much she disliked her younger sister, how terrible her personality was, and how the expression of gritted teeth was something Justice could never forget. Although Shinji said that was just a superficial phenomenon, Justice found it hard to believe. In her heart, Shinji and Sakura were the positive representations of siblings, while Tuko and Ayoko were the negative examples of sisters. However, since Shinji said so, she was willing to give it a try. After all, there was nothing to lose, possibly, maybe, perhaps, maybe. Taking back her words, it wasn't like that at all. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the two sisters, Justice trembled all over, not daring to take a single breath. Fortunately, a spirit body doesn't need to breathe, or she would have fainted on the spot. These sisters were truly terrifying. As the saying goes, enemies always meet. On the second day of Tuko's arrival, Ayoko came to the shop again. It was late at night, again at a time when no one else was around, and she ordered a bowl of soba noodles. She had just taken a couple of bites when Tuko arrived, also there for a late-night snack, and to check out what kind of place Shinji was running. She lifted the curtain in the same manner as Ayoko. A customer at this hour. Before she could finish her sentence, Tuko froze, and Ayoko, who was slurping noodles, also froze. After 2 seconds, Tuko crossed her arms, took off her glasses, and her face twitched continuously, emanating a coldness more piercing than a Siberian chill. Ayoko's reaction was even more dramatic. Her long black hair instantly turned red, veins bulging on her forehead, and her expression could easily become an emoji without exaggeration. Her aura, like her hair color, was like boiling magma ready to erupt from this human-shaped volcano at any moment. Cold wave, magma. Ice and fire are two extremes. Just as ice and fire were about to clash, a thump sound broke the nearly frozen atmosphere, Shinji's hand tapping on the counter. This is the Grievance Pavilion, not a dueling arena. Eating and complaining are welcome, anything else, please take it outside. You. Tuko raised an eyebrow, about to say something, but swallowed her words upon meeting Shinji's gaze. Please follow the rules of this establishment, thank you. Tuko, her momentum suppressed, silently put her glasses back on and dejectedly sat on the other side of the long table. A bottle of sake, and you decide on the side dishes. Enjoy. A serving of tamagoyaki and a bottle of sake. Tuko poured herself a cup of sake, downed it in one gulp, poured another, and drank again, faster and faster. On Ayoko's side, she also sped up her noodle eating, slurping down long strands as if competing with Tuko. The atmosphere in the shop grew increasingly tense due to the alternating sounds of drinking and slurping. Soon, the sounds reached a critical point and erupted simultaneously. Ugh. Cough, cough. That's right, Ayoko choked from eating too fast, and Tuko choked from drinking too quickly. Seeing this, Shinji sighed helplessly. Customers, eating too fast is bad for your health. None of your business. The sisters replied in unison, then started glaring at each other for saying the same thing. Don't say the same thing as me. Are you kids? If you have complaints, speak them out. This place is for venting, Miss Red Hair, you go first, just like when you talked about your idiot older sister. Hearing Shinji say this, Ayoko's hand slipped, and her chopsticks fell into the noodle soup. Tuko, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of sake, speaking in a sinister and eerie tone. What a delightful topic, idiot. You should listen to, glasses-wearing customer. That sister is really annoying. Shinji winked at Tuko, ignoring Ayoko's forceful table slap in protest. Look at the fourth rule, read it. Elder siblings should take good care of their younger siblings, right? But that sister, when this lady here encounters trouble, she just listens with a blank expression and gives bad advice. Yet she always acts so impressively. If she's really capable, she should come out and help. So all my good intentions back then went to waste. Tuko muttered softly. Feeling this resentment, Ayoko lifted her noodle bowl to cover her face and slurped the soup. Shinji wasn't about to let Ayoko escape, and he complained deliberately. Seriously, as an older sister, you should be more considerate of your younger sister. But acting like a child, refusing to admit defeat, and competing with her in everything. I think there was more, what was it again? At this point, Ayoko couldn't hold back anymore. She slammed the bowl on the table and shouted. That person is spending money everywhere in my name. Humph, talk about money, and your mind becomes narrow. Tuko picked up her sake cup and looked at Ayoko provocatively. With a reckless, self-righteous sister like you, I pity your older sister. Don't bother. She's the worst sister in the world, not worth any sympathy. I want to return those bills and credit card statements to her. Oh, it's impressive that a credit card company can send bills to a wanderer like you. Does your cardboard box have a house number? Will you pay the money back or not? Huh? A deadbeat who doesn't repay debts. Talking about money, huh? Do you know how much Mystic Eye's killer is worth, you ignorant savage? Thump, thump. Seeing the two of them getting closer and about to start a fight, Shinji began tapping the counter again. But after just 2 taps, Ayoko smashed it with a punch. This is a residential area, what are you trying to do? Tuko lit a cigarette and reminded her. Anyway, I'm just a savage. Ayoko didn't give in verbally but sat back down and handed the broken signboard to Shinji. Shinji placed a bottle of beer in front of Ayoko. Here, have a cold beer and cool down. We've talked a lot about Miss Red Hair's issues. Let's switch topics. Smoking lady, haven't you complained a lot about your silly younger sister? Poof. This time, it was Ayoko's turn to spit out her drink, and Tuko dropped her cigarette. Do you know how to switch topics? You annoying shopkeeper. Sorry, I'm just a clueless shopkeeper. Shinji shrugged and pretended to be dumb. I only know that since Miss Red Hair has vented so much about her sister, it's only fair you vent about your younger sister too. You did this on purpose. Tuko picked up her cigarette and glared fiercely at Shinji before looking at Ayoko. The latter wiped her mouth and put down her beer bottle. Say what you have to say, no one's stopping you. Chapter 713, Chapter 713, let's settle this. Say what you have to say, no one's stopping you. You said it. Tuko exhaled a smoke ring, her eyes drooping and her mouth curling up in a malicious smile. Ayoko's expression stiffened, and just as she was about to stop her, Tuko began spilling the beans. So, should I talk about when she was 5 and hid her wet bed sheets in the backyard leaves and burned them, only to get a severe beating from our father? Or the time in 5th grade when she was so drowsy she ate the chalk the teacher threw at her? Right, how about when she was in her 2nd year of middle school and received a love letter from a senior who was gay? Ayoko exploded again, but this time it was not just anger but also embarrassment and shame. I don't want to hear it. None of them. You can't say any of them. But this is the grievance pavilion specifically for venting, and the owner allows me to complain. You traitor, treating your cute little sister who trusted you and told you everything like this. Oh well, I'm the worst sister in the world anyway. With nothing left to say, Ayoko resorted to cursing. You should just get nasopharyngeal cancer, oral cancer, lung cancer, and die. Tuko was indifferent, doesn't matter, I just get a new body, even if I had cancer all over my body, what could it do to me? The two faces drew closer, Ayoko's spit sprayed onto Tuko's face, and Otuko's smoke ring blew into Ayoko's. Although they were cursing, the melody of their souls was not dark but warm and nostalgic, making Shinji sigh. Sisters are something special. Huh. The sisters spoke in unison. Northwest matter how close friends are, they need a process from being strangers to being familiar. But sisters don't need that, they are born as intimate friends. Shinji smiled at the Aozaki sisters, who even argued with impeccable synchronization. Are you dumb? What's so good about it, / it's more like they're born troublemakers. Even if you come early, that person always wants to compete for what you have, / even if they come late, the good stuff always goes to them. Always acting self-righteous and bossy, / always unreasonable and reckless. In short, having an older / younger sister is just a nuisance. The sisters smiled simultaneously, reaching a consensus. Yes, it's better to get rid of the older sister, / indeed, it's better to get rid of the younger sister. Then their smiles turned into exaggerated expressions, their gazes clashing like fire and ice before they each looked away after a few seconds. Ayoko crossed her arms and complained in a disdainful tone. That person always puts on a cool face trying to act tough. If she's so great, she shouldn't always miss out on what she wants. Tuko bit her lip hard, her face turning pale. However, Ayoko's next words made her paleness turn into a blank expression. I'd rather continue being an ordinary girl who is loved. Back then, I was loved by my parents and cared for by those around me. Whose fault was it that made me run into this absurd world? Still saying such things now, that's my sister for you, always taking others' things and acting justified. A carefree childhood, leisurely teenage years, becoming a magician, inheriting the family business, and even the color I wanted, everything good went to her. Unnoticed, the cigarette had burned out and was about to burn her lips, yet Tuko didn't notice. Meanwhile, Ayoko, who had been sitting with her arms crossed and head held high, gradually softened, her head lowering, left only with a look of loneliness as she listened to Tuko's barely audible, perhaps one time in a lifetime, heartfelt words. I might be jealous of her. That hopeless fake, always showing off and messing around, disappearing to cause trouble somewhere, just thinking about it gives me a headache. The cigarette fell. Red hair turned black. The little grievance pavilion returned to silence, but this time the atmosphere was not heavy but softer, more warm. Ayoko, with her head buried in her arms, suddenly lifted her suitcase and slapped a bill on the counter. Leaving already? Shinji asked. The drink isn't finished. With the place stinking of smoke, who could still drink? Accompanied by her final complaint, Ayoko lifted the door curtain and walked out. Thank you for your patronage. Shinji spoke with a half-smile, looking at the remaining Tuko with the same expression. Feeling awkward under his gaze, Tuko asked, what, exactly do you want? Nothing, just thought it would be better to talk things out. The teasing on Shinji's face gradually faded, replaced by warmth in his eyes. 100 looks back from past lives for a chance meeting in this one. Cherish it while you can. Mind your own business. Tuko slapped the table and stood up to leave. After taking a few steps with her head down, she found Ayoko blocking her path with her long hair swaying. Speaking of which, it's been many years. Yes. Tuko stopped, her slender eyebrows arching upwards. Are you looking to settle this? Sure, where to? There's a bar street not far ahead. Bring it on, I'll make sure you drink until you're kneeling on the road. Ayoko's face lit up with excitement, and Tuko wore a similar expression. With just you. I'm the grilled meat emperor's big eater. I'm also the grilled meat emperor's big eater. Let's pub crawl the place tonight. No problem, watch me drink all the bars and izakayas dry. The confident, cool older sister and the spirited, high-spirited younger sister seemed to have returned more than 10 years ago. That year, the older sister was 16, and the younger sister was 14. That year, the older sister read at home while the younger sister caused trouble outside. That year, the sisters loved to hide in the study, whispering secrets no one else knew. Their expressions back then were just like the two walking side by side now. Time cannot flow backward, but hearts can remain unchanged. Do you see it? Justies. Inside the complaint pavilion, Shinji quietly smoothed the gap in the door curtain. Justies beside him nodded with a smile. It's my first time seeing Tuko without her glasses, showing such an expression. Katu is left at the Tano residence by Tuko to monitor spies from all sides. You follow them quietly, just in case they drink too much and no one pays the bill or they collapse on the roadside. They're both drinkers and big eaters, even if there's a winner, the victor will likely be barely conscious. Got it. Pure white spirit particles drifted out, transforming into a spectral shadow to protect the sisters who were no longer young. The melody of their souls is truly beautiful. The color of their souls is truly beautiful. Who says primary colors are the highest? Who says orange is the flawed red? A soul has never been something that can be judged by simple colors. In the now empty grievance pavilion, Shinji closed his eyes, letting the light of his soul spread outward like the tide. Chapter 714, Chapter 714, I will kill him. What happened afterward no longer matters. Who won and who lost cannot explain anything. Ayoko Aozaki remains Ayoko Aozaki, the newest magician and heir to the Aozaki family, unable to return to the ordinary girl she was before she was 16. Tuko Aozaki also remains Tuko Aozaki, the grand puppeteer and traitor to the Aozaki family, unable to return to inherit the Aozaki family and master the fifth magic. These sisters, whose personalities, essences, and even appearances are so similar, used this way to let go of their stubborn pride, marking the end of their long-standing Cold War. Perhaps in this lifetime, Tuko will never return to Misaki City, nor will she return to the Aozaki house filled with countless memories. But as long as Ayoko is willing to call her sister and be called sister by her, that is enough. However, for Shinji, the outcome of this pub crawl holds significance. After all, most of Tight Moon's works feature these sisters, and their battles always pique the curiosity of the fans. Through his mental link with Justies, Shinji knew the result immediately. Tuko Aozaki versus Ayoko Aozaki. In the latest bout between the sisters, Ayoko couldn't get Tuko to kneel and vomit, instead, she was the one who knelt and vomited first. Of course, Tuko wasn't much better off, she vomited as well, though she did it while leaning against the wall. This small difference decided the victory. Tuko won, Ayoko lost. When Shinji returned to their house, the sisters were hugging each other, wrapped in the same thin blanket, sound asleep. It was only at such times that the sisters could be as close as they were in their youth. Exchanging a glance with Justies, who was washing the sisters' clothes, Shinji carried the fresh ingredients he had just bought from the morning market into the kitchen and began to work. The midnight snack was just a warm-up, the real showcase of his skills would come at dawn. Last night, because of Tuko and Ayoko, he didn't accompany Arcuade into Mooncell for exploration. She must be in a bad mood now. To cheer her up, a hearty breakfast was essential. Additionally, he had to prepare a hangover cure for Tuko and Ayoko. People who drink too much, especially those who get thoroughly drunk, feel very uncomfortable when they wake up, experiencing headaches, dizziness, fatigue, dry mouth, stomach pain, and other symptoms. If left unattended, these symptoms could last a whole day or even longer. But with prior preparation, they could recover quickly. After bustling for over an hour, Shinji picked up the tray and, together with Justice, who had just finished drying the clothes, entered the small world. What followed had become a routine. Arcuade was sulking, leaning by the window and constantly looking out. As soon as she smelled the food, she pounced over but was casually dodged by Shinji, who stuffed a bread roll into her mouth. By the time she swallowed, Justice had already placed the tray on the table. This might seem like an odd scene, but it was their usual way of interacting. And so, amidst playful banter, they finished breakfast. Arcuade burrowed into the bed like a cat, closed her eyes, and soon drifted off to sleep. Shinji would then chat with Justice for a while longer until she urged him to rest. Only then would he cheekily ask for a good-night kiss or hug before heading to his room, carrying this warmth and gentleness to the sealed stone chamber, using these beautiful emotions to touch Altera. Yes, he wanted to color Altera's blank slate with his hues, but these colors had to be bright and beautiful, not dark and ugly. Shinji wasn't amnesia-stricken Hakuno Kishinami, who could act impulsively and perform flamboyant actions like human slides or giant deity exploration, but he had one advantage: time. He had enough time to slowly paint and influence, believing that one day, even the weapon of destruction would bloom brilliantly. Altera, do you remember the story I told you about those sisters? I remember. The story has a continuation. Really? Tell me, did they reconcile? Of course, they did because they are sisters. Ah, that's wonderful. As always, sitting at the top of the temple with her knees hugged, Altera breathed a sigh of relief and showed a pure, beautiful smile. Since they used to get along so well, they'll get along well in the future too, right? They definitely will. Shinji's voice spread to Altera through the light of the soul. How did they reconcile? Well, that's a long story. The Aozaki sisters, far away on Earth, naturally wouldn't know about Altera's concern and anticipation. Even if they did, they wouldn't have the mood to think about it. Because they were feeling awful, dizzy and parched. Ugh. They reached out to rub their eyes. As their blurry vision gradually cleared, they saw each other's figures reflected in their blue and orange eyes and realized they were entangled together. Thud. Ah. Aoko instinctively shrank back, accidentally tumbling off the bed. Tuko also wanted to move but, having a less robust physique than Aoko, was a step slower and narrowly avoided the mishap. The scream and fall cleared their heads a bit. Where is this? Why am I? And my clothes? What happened while I was passed out? Ah, it's all your fault, Tuko. Aoko clutched her head and wailed. Tuko gave her sister an exasperated look. After all these years, you're still so impulsive. This is my place. My friend brought us back, and it was probably that person who changed our clothes. They were following us the whole time we were drinking yesterday. Your friend. Aoko got up from the floor, leaning against the wall, skeptical. Did you think I'd drink so much without precautions? Do you think I'm as careless as you? It's a miracle you haven't been sold off after wandering around for so many years. Humph, sold me. Who could even manage that? Bold words. Tuko habitually reached for her glasses on the bedside table. If no one had been following us last night, the bar might have held us to pay our tab. Then, well. Aoko couldn't argue and tried to change the subject. By the way, is your friend a man or a woman? Tuko pushed up her glasses, a mischievous glint in her eyes. A man. What? A man. Aoko exploded on the spot. A man undress me, and. Yes, Justice changed their clothes thoroughly, from inside out, meaning Aoko was wearing nothing but a nightgown. Where is that man? I will kill him. Chapter 7:15, Chapter 7:15, Get yourself together. Don't be mad, Tuko said, trying to suppress her laughter while adding fuel to the fire. At least someone brought us back, saving us from sleeping on the streets or even being sold. But he shouldn't have done that. Aoko was practically gnashing her teeth. What should he have done? Let you sleep in clothes splattered with vomit. And it looks like he only changed our clothes and did nothing else. Thinking about it that way, it's not so bad. My friend looks pretty good, you know. I even joked before about introducing you to him. You really ought to get married. How dare you talk about me? If I remember correctly, someone here is 2 years older than me. Wait, introduce him to me. But your clothes were also. At this point, Aoko finally caught on. All right, you tricked me again. What exactly happened? Having been caught, Tuko couldn't hold back her laughter any longer, letting out a series of chuckles. Hee hee, you caught on pretty quickly this time. Seems like you've grown quite a bit, even physically. Tuko. All right, I'm just teasing. The owner of this house is a man, but it was a woman who brought us back and changed our clothes. Maybe. Tuko leaned over, peeking through the gap in the curtains toward the balcony. Sure enough, they've been washed. Really? Ayoko turned to look out the window, seeing her clothes hanging out to dry. Wow, they are there. Now do you believe me? I believe you. In Japan, a man doing laundry at home was a rare sight. Where's your friend? I want to thank her. Given the amount of time, she might have gone out, Tuko said, wobbling as she left the bed. Ugh, I need to get something to drink, my throat is so dry. And something to eat, my stomach feels awful. The sisters each leaned against a wall, moving with difficulty. At this moment, they weren't legendary magicians or grand puppeteers, just two ordinary women suffering from the effects of alcohol. As they opened the door, they both paused and sniffed the air simultaneously. Sniff, sniff. Smells so good. Is someone cooking? They exchanged glances. Then, the younger sister, facing the door, reached behind her older sister to take a note from the door. There's a note. Let me see, there's brewed tea on the coffee table, porridge in the rice cooker, and more food in the fridge if needed. Just heat it in the microwave. At the bottom was a cheeky doodle of a smiley face. Glug glug. Slurp slurp. Burp. Ah. That's much better. Alive again. Hey, Tuko. What? Your friend is considerate, huh? Changing our clothes, brewing tea, making porridge. How did you make such a friend? The warm porridge soothed their stomachs, and the hot tea cleared their minds. Feeling somewhat better, Ayoko began to gossip. Tuko gently picked up the casually written note, her eyes warm. He just showed up, and before I knew it. Why don't I have friends like that? But the handwriting on this note doesn't look like a woman's. It wasn't written by a woman. Huh. The note, the cooking, and the tea were all done by the man who owns this place, but it was a woman who changed our clothes. Oh, I forgot the owner here is a man. He doesn't seem to be around either. At this time. Tuko glanced at the clock on the wall, he should be at the shop preparing. The shop. Recalling previous events, Ayoko had a vague guess. That grievance pavilion. Yes, Tuko nodded lightly. That explains it. No wonder the food tasted just right for her. No wonder he said so much last night. No wonder Tuko looked at him so oddly. So that's how it is. But, for a man to prepare so much for a woman. Tuko, does he, like you? Tuko didn't respond, staring blankly at the note in her hand. Tuko. Tuko. Huh, what's up? I asked if he likes you. Your reaction, could it be that you like him too? I don't know. Tuko rested her chin on the dining table, her whole demeanor exuding a sense of defeat. I thought so, how could you possibly, hey. Ayoko intended to tease her sister, expecting her to dismiss it with a, how could that be? Instead, she got a completely unexpected response, rendering her speechless. You. What about me? You really. I'm a woman too, you know. Many times I just put on an act, just like you said. Ha. Ayoko's mouth hung open, her face full of disbelief. I must be dreaming. Saying that, Ayoko pinched herself hard, then gasped in pain. It's not a dream, it's real. That shop owner must be someone special to make you like this. Just a little rascal. Ordinary rascals don't have such charm. I'm starting to get curious. Of course, he's not an ordinary rascal. He's a special rascal who made me owe a huge debt the first time we met, one I can't repay in decades. Debt? You could easily escape that unless you don't want to. It's not just money. More things are hard to repay, he helped me lift the ceiling designation. Ayoko felt today's shocks were the second most in her life, only surpassed by being designated as the heir. Really? I've never heard of anyone managing that. It's true. It was confirmed by the Lord of the Department of Law and Politics. When did this happen? 1999, I haven't seen an executor since. So you fell for him. If it were me, I'd find it hard to refuse too. Then why haven't you accepted him? Is there something wrong with him? Looking up, Ayoko saw the clothes drying on the balcony, and a sudden realization struck her. A woman. There's another woman here. Yes, that must be it. He's a playboy. Tuko looked at her sister, torn between amusement and exasperation. Ayoko, do you think I'd stay around him for so long if I cared about that? If I did, I'd have left long ago. Then what do you want? Tuko didn't answer, just lay there. If she knew, she wouldn't be in this state. At that moment, a pair of hands reached over from across the table, grabbed Tuko by the collar, and lifted her. Get yourself together, Aozaki Tuko. This isn't like you. Chapter 716, see you again. You need to pull yourself together, Aozaki Tuko. This isn't like you. Aoko shook Tuko by the collar. The Tuko I know is always decisive whether it's a good idea or a bad one, good or bad. Once you decide, you act, even if it means losing or dying. Because that's how my sister is. In her urgency, Aoko called out that long and used word, sister, the one she admired, trusted, and respected since childhood. Even when breaking ties with the family, accused of killing their grandfather, she didn't refute. She left for London alone, taking on debt to enter the clock tower, confronting Magi to gain power, sparking the chaos of Mihoyo's story. She was always strong, proud, and aloof, refusing to explain, covered in scars, bloodied yet unyielding. Such a sister, hated by many, moving forward alone, how can she be so weak now? Then what do you want me to do? Tuko let her crazed sister shake her. Make a decision. Confess, reject, or whatever. Just don't be like this. It's pathetic. Show some of that fighting spirit. 10 seconds. If you don't decide, I will. Only 10 seconds. Isn't that too short? Not at all. 10, 9, 8, 7. Fine, I'll decide. Maybe worn out by Aoko, Tuko scratched her head ungracefully. That's the Tuko I know. So, confess or reject. I'll punch anyone who objects. Aoko finally released her, ready to fight. The Witch of Destruction saying she'd punch someone was enough to make even Zelrich would think twice. Neither, Tuko shook her head. Then what? I'm going to take a gamble. Gamble on what? Fate. Didn't he talk about destiny, past lives, reincarnation last night? I'll bet on it. The stake is myself. If we're fated, when I see him again, I'll give myself to him. If not, there's nothing more to say. Tuko headed to her room, Aoko quickly following. You're leaving. Yes, leaving Hokkaido now. I've been tied to you for so long, I've forgotten my own heart. I need to leave to truly understand myself. Even if I lose, I want to lose completely. Is this okay? Aoko watched her in shock. You told me to decide. Why hesitate now? Tuko countered. No, it's just different from what I imagined. If you could guess so easily, how could I be your sister? Oh, right, you made me decide, so bear the responsibility. What? Responsibility? Yeah. Since 1995, I've been living off his allowance, and his little lover manages my income. Without that, I'll be broke, so I'll have to rely on you for a while, dear sister. Wait, that sounds weird. Is he supporting you? If you want to see it that way, that's fine, Tuko said shamelessly. Regret making me decide? A bit. Too late. Once I decide, I don't change. Wow, you're so decisive in a place like this. Aoko wanted to bang her head against the wall at this point. Fine, let's go. It's been a long time since we last. Ah. Did you just say you have living expenses? From 1995 to now. Yeah, what about it? Then why are you still spending money in my name? The person who can help you with the ceiling designation can't be stingy. You pay me back. I don't have money, but I have a life to give. Tuko put her hand on her hip and played rogue. If you're capable, then kill me. I'll kill you. Aoko pounced on her with her teeth and claws bared, but before she could touch Tuko, she was stopped by the next sentence. Your face changes as soon as you mention money. How did you call me just now? Sister. It's been so many years since I've heard you call me sister. Call me a few more times, maybe I'll be in a good mood and pay you back. Tuko, you. Not calling me sister anymore? Little sister. Ugh. I'm such an idiot to worry about you. Aoko went crazy. You know it. All the fighting and bickering aside, once Tuko made a decision, she would act on it immediately. Aoko was the same, since she had forced her sister to make a decision, she would be responsible to the end. By the time Shinji returned, the house was already empty, leaving only the unclean bowls, chopsticks, and teacups on the table and the overturned note. A line of words was added to the originally blank back. I'm gone, don't look for me, see you if fate allows. It was signed by Tuko Aozaki. Compared to previous signatures, this one was particularly flamboyant, and one could feel a sense of unrestrainedness just by looking at it. Well, she's gone. Shinji put down the note and sighed with a complicated look on his face. Why did she leave as soon as she arrived? Did something happen to the Tano family? Asked Justice, who was unaware of the situation. Not them, she's gone, and she's never coming back, not to the Tano or the Aozaki. But didn't she just take Miss Satsuki as her disciple? How could she just? That's the nature of Tuko, she's the wind, and she can't stay in one place forever. I guess this day would come when I signed the contract with her. I guess Aoko's arrival awakened her true nature. How could this be? We've always considered her family, why? Justice was a little distraught, she had always regarded Tuko as her friend, and now she was suddenly gone, which was hard for her to accept. Shinji gently took Justice into his arms. It's okay, even if she's gone, she's still family. Don't you feel it? The longing contained within, she will come back, someday. Justice let out an she didn't even wash the dishes, she won't last long. Even if she can hold on, I have my ways, she can't run away. Shinji grinned, his teeth flashing coldly. Half a month later, Tuko received an envelope from Danzakatu, who had rushed to meet up with them. In the envelope was a photo of a drunken Tuko and Aoko hugging each other, head to head, face to face. On the back of the photo was a familiar slippery face and a message. Have a nice trip. Aoko. Go kill him, I won't stop you. No. Why? Don't drag me into your flirting. Chapter 717, The El Meloy Classroom. The El Meloy Classroom is a fascinating place. Despite bearing the name of the Lord of the Department of Mineralogy, it doesn't belong to that department. Instead, it's affiliated with the smallest and most obscure department within the clock tower's 13 departments, the Department of Modern Magecraft. Generally, classrooms like this have no future. They hide in dark corners, clinging to past glories, barely clinging to life. When they finally can't hold on any longer, they disappear completely, becoming history. No matter how brilliant and dazzling they once were, there are no exceptions. This time-honored organization, this ancient city, has buried too much glory and splendor. However, this classroom is different. Initially, it was also on the verge of decline, barely surviving. The ancient classroom, which should have been presided over by the Lord, fell into the hands of a newcomer, a rookie who had just obtained the qualification of a third-rate lecturer and was at odds with the original master of the classroom. At that time, almost everyone watched with amusement. Even the enemies who intended to carve up the El Meloy were lenient towards the classroom, intending to take it as entertainment. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the better. The classroom miraculously stabilized in the hands of that rookie. Then, with its almost unorthodox new teaching methods, it quickly spread its fame and firmly established itself in the resource-scarce department of modern magecraft. Those enemies, seeing that the situation was not good, were about to strangle the reborn classroom. However, the former master of the classroom, Lord El Meloy, who had been missing for many days, miraculously returned. Not only did he extinguish the rebellion with thunderous momentum and deter the enemies, but at the beginning of the new century, he first reached the top of the grand status with an epic-making thesis and then married the Sofieri family's daughter, which was also a lord family, pushing the prestige and power of the El Meloy faction to an unprecedented height. Strangely enough, the core of the El Meloy faction, the El Meloy classroom, seemed to have been forgotten by this legendary lord. It was neither regarded as a hero and returned to the Department of Mineralogy, nor was it regarded as a traitor and suppressed. It did not receive any assistance and was left to fend for itself. Until the autumn of 2004, the department and the classroom, both bearing the name of El Meloy, still maintained a strange state of non-hostility, no goodwill, and no contact. The new master and the original master of the classroom had never even appeared together in public, which inevitably led to speculation. Some say that Lord El Meloy has always been conflicted. On the one hand, the El Meloy faction was on the verge of decline, and many talented students and individuals had distanced themselves from it. Only the student stood up and saved some face for the faction. On the other hand, this student was the one he was least optimistic about. Not only did he give him a mediocre and incompetent evaluation, but he also embarrassed him many times in public. As a result, this student used his actions, in another way, to give him a hard slap in the face, saving face while slapping him in the face. In the end, he could only deal with it in this way, not pulling, not hitting, not caring. It has also been said that this is a conspiracy of the El Meloy faction. On the surface, they are distancing themselves from the relationship, but in reality, they have reached out to the Department of Modern Magecraft. Otherwise, how could the current master of the classroom, a young man with mediocre magic talent and an ordinary magic crest, become the master of the Department of Modern Magecraft? Yes, after nearly 10 years of hard work, the young man who was not yet 20 years old has become the master of one of the 13 departments of the clock tower. Although it is the smallest and the only new department without a lord, the master is the master. This young man has also become the most dazzling figure after Lord Bartholomew and Lord El Meloy. He is called the Crownless Lord and the commoner noble by many young people, and is also the most sought-after target by young women in the clock tower. This one cannot be mentioned in public, otherwise, he may be attacked and retaliated against. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with the El Meloy faction, it cannot hide the fact that the El Meloy classroom is flourishing. Today's El Meloy classroom is full of talents. The master of the classroom, the crownless lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft, Waver Velvet, who is known for his easy-to-understand lectures, is undoubtedly the top attraction. In addition, there is a group of senior lecturers who are out of tune with the mainstream of the Magecraft society but are themselves of high quality. Now that we've talked about the teaching staff, let's talk about the students. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. The teachers are all eccentric people who are unorthodox to some extent, and the students can't be much better. The El Meloy classroom has always been called the Problem Child Detention Center, and it houses all the problem students who give other departments headaches. However, it is undeniable that these students are talented and excellent. If they weren't, the Department of Policies, which is in charge of the management of the clock tower, would have expelled them long ago instead of sending them to the El Meloy classroom. And Waver just has the ability to tap their potential and teach them. Many of the former problem children who have graduated from the El Meloy classroom have already obtained the evaluation of phase rank and even cause rank. These achievements are shocking and intimidating to many enemies. Of course, Waver has suffered a lot to teach these problem children. Smoking, frowning, gray hair, all of this is half due to overwork and half due to being angered by the problem children. Waver, who is infinitely youthful on the outside, has sighed countless times while holding a cigar in his mouth, frowning, and looking at the students outside the window. Today is no exception. The most dazzling one is undoubtedly the boy with short blonde hair and blue eyes, who looks very sunny and cheerful. He is sitting on the railing of the corridor singing. Go, go, our Big Ben star, our clock tower super no. 1. He is the best student in the El Meloy classroom at present, and also the #1 problem child, known as the genius idiot Flat Escardos. He has no common sense, likes to cause trouble, and likes to give people nicknames. According to incomplete statistics, most of his nicknames circulating outside are given by him, such as Big Ben Star and Master V. The second is a handsome young man with blonde hair, but the difference is that Flat's hair is straight, and he is curly. Flat has blue eyes, while his eyes waver between emerald green and ultramarine. Sven looks thin and small, but his limbs are perfectly shaped, like an ancient Greek statue, strong and with a touch of wildness. No, not wildness, this guy is a beast, a humanoid beast. The way he kept twitching his nose, bending over, his eyes glowing green, almost on all fours, was like a crazy husky. Gray. Where's Gray? Where did my dear lady go? Most of his classmates sighed that he looked good, and it would be great if he didn't have such strange behavior. However, he is still quite popular among some girls who believe in judging people by their looks and bloodline. It seems that there are also quite a few parents who have instigated their daughters to take advantage of the situation to get a hold of him. His name is Sven Glaschite, from an ancient family of Magus with some kind of beastly bloodline. He is known as the twin jewels along with Flat, a young man, well, with the same level of problems. The rest of the students don't look very serious either. Some are fighting, some are sleeping on books, and some are practicing magecraft in broad daylight. Waver. Aw, my stomach hurts again. Chapter 718, 3 protagonist auras in 1. Stomach pains, sometimes after overworking. Sore waist and legs, lack of energy, as if the body has been hollowed out. That's right, it's a stomachache, not a kidney deficiency. Kidney deficiency is normal for any man, except for Waver, because he has no time. Anyone who works more than 10 hours a day and works overtime all day long will not have the energy to exert themselves. Falling asleep on the bed and sleeping soundly is the best choice, and Waver is basically in this state all year round. The few holidays were obtained by the two lords, Bartholomew and El Meloy, either explicitly or implicitly, through persuasion or coercion. The entire clock tower is very strange. Why does this young man work so hard? Obviously, he has reached the limit of what an ordinary magus can achieve, but he still hasn't relaxed at all. Greater ambition. It's not that no one has ever doubted it, but they quickly gave up on this view, because Waver did not do anything beyond the duties of a lecturer. His energy is only on the students in the classroom, and once the students graduate, Waver never takes the initiative to contact any of them. No matter what choices the students make, whether they join El Meloy or factions hostile to El Meloy, Waver ignores them and never takes advantage of it. Have you ever seen an ambitious person who doesn't win over talent? Even someone as strong as Bartholomew wouldn't do such a thing. So, what exactly Waver Velvet wants to do has become a well-known mystery in the clock tower that has nothing to do with mystery. It is listed as one of the 7 wonders along with the mystery of why Her Majesty the Queen of the Clock Tower has not yet set a date for her marriage, the truth of the riots at the beginning of the new century, and 4 other mysteries. Flat and Sven, triple the homework, double for everyone else. Waver gritted his teeth, clutching his stomach. I say, aren't you asking for trouble? Double the homework, and your workload will follow. Are you punishing the students or yourself? You are just being tough on the outside and soft on the inside, using various ways to tap the potential of students. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's not worth hurting your body for it. Don't forget, the order that one gave you is to live first, and then to spread his reputation. Death from overwork itself is a violation of the order. Waver's true intention is very simple, to become a worthy subordinate of the man who changed his life, the conqueror King Iskandar whose back he has been chasing. All the kings under his command are famous heroes. If he is still so useless, how can he be worthy of following that one? How can he be worthy of seeing the ocean at the end of the world? How can he stand in that hot sand? Except for Waver himself, only Shinji Matou, who was sitting in the office, knew this original intention that had not changed for 10 years. Compared with when he first arrived at the clock tower, Shinji's body has developed very well, although the childishness on his face has not completely faded, the mature edges and corners can be seen, and his body has become more and more tall and strong, completely different from the poor guy in the original work who only knew how to eat, drink, have fun and pick up girls all day long. If you want to punish them, just throw them to me for a few days, I guarantee they won't have the energy to fool around. It's not that I don't have the energy to fool around, I don't have the energy to study, because I can't get up, who can stand your Spartan training? Waver looked away, puffing on his cigar. As a cloud of smoke lingered, Shinji began to count his fingers. Miss Lorelei, the veterans of the brigade, half of the enforcers are no problem, and Sakura-chan. Speaking of his sister Sakura, Shinji has been having a bit of a headache recently. Since Lorelei sent someone to deliver the clock tower admission letter 3 years ago, she has always wanted to come to study abroad, saying things like, "Brother can, I can too, I want to share the burden for brother." But Shinji never agreed, and of course, there were many reasons. For example, someone must take care of the family, I ran away, I can only leave it to you. For example, if you leave, what about your mother and your sister? Uncle's magecraft is no longer up to par. The most important thing is that Fuyuki City has an old man with jewels watching over it in secret, and it is safer to put it here than anywhere else. Although Sakura finally chose to compromise, she and Rin agreed that when she turned 18, she must come to the clock tower to study abroad. Shinji also agreed. Anyway, the Holy Grail War is over, there is no need to hide it, as long as his sister is happy, then leave it to Waver to tutor. Scat Hack leads the way, and the old man with jewels occasionally points out, plus Waver's discerning eye fueling the flames, what height will my sister reach in the future? No matter how you look at it, it's the starting point of the color position, and the grand position is not impossible. It's a bit exciting to think about it. Waver didn't notice Shinji's leisurely and fascinated attitude, he was terrified by the names. Stop, don't use your super soldier standards to demand other magi, it's not Captain America. Captain America can't beat me. What about Sentry? This one, we might not be enough to beat him together. But he's mentally unstable, maybe we can do something about that. The Ghost Rider will do. Why don't you say Beyonder? Wait, we're getting off track, why are we talking about superheroes? Didn't you just come back from America? I remember you went to Snow, yes, Snowfield City. I've never heard of this place, and I don't know what you're doing there. To be a homeless person. Huh. Don't you know? A transmigranter, Japanese high school students and American homeless people are the three major protagonists' auras. Now that I have all three auras in one, it is the best time to reach the peak of my life. Shinji had a, you know what I mean, look on his face, while Waver looked at him with the expression of looking at a mentally challenged person. Young man, you've read too many novels and comics. Are you, a senior otaku, qualified to say that to me? At least I won't confuse it with reality. Besides, you are at most a Japanese high school student plus an American homeless person. What does a transmigrator have to do with you? Shinji smiled slightly. Japanese high school students and American homeless people are just additional auras later on, only the transmigrator is his main job, the origin of everything. Just kidding, going to America to be homeless is just incidental, my real purpose is to investigate something I care about. I received news that someone wants to recreate the Holy Grail War in America. Are you sure? Waver's expression changed instantly when he heard Holy Grail War. Not so sure. I went to investigate, and although there are some abnormal places, I haven't seen any traces related to the Holy Grail War yet. Snowfield City, USA, is the location of the heterogeneous Holy Grail War described in Fate/Strange Fake. Although it is not well known, the Holy Grail War that took place here is more interesting than any other. Not only did the number of participating servants reach 13, but the level was also terrifyingly high, it was a battle of gods. In addition, this Holy Grail War itself also has the nature of changing matters, and Eisenburn, who failed in the Fifth Holy Grail War, seems to want to tamper with the ending through this Holy Grail War. More importantly, if this line does not change, Sigma, who Kiritsugu and Mia have been looking for 10 years, will also appear in this Holy Grail War. Therefore, Shinji made a special trip to Snowfield City on the eve of the Fifth Holy Grail War, hoping to make arrangements in advance. However, after wandering around Snowfield City for dozens of days, he still found nothing. Not to mention the layout, he didn't even find any signs of the Holy Grail War, except for the slightly strange flow direction of the ley lines and the overly dense cameras in the city. There was nothing else to discover. Reluctantly, he could only leave the United States. However, he was not discouraged. The heterogeneous Holy Grail War took place after the Fifth Holy Grail War. Not only was there a hentai loli with a higher level of illusion than Merlin behind the scenes, but the Old Men of Jewels and the Millennium Lock were also secretly fueling the flames. It's not surprising that he couldn't catch the tail, he could just enter the game himself when the time comes. As long as the Fifth Holy Grail War can develop according to his wishes, even if a group of bigwigs gets involved, Shinji is also sure to make the situation develop according to his wishes. Chapter 719, Chapter 719, The One Who Supports Waver. Shinji didn't casually mention this matter to Waver, he had deeper considerations. One of the participants in the variant Holy Grail War, the character with the most screen time, was Waver's top problem student, Flat. The servant Flat summoned was also related to Shinji, Berserker, Jack the Ripper. Flat participated because he got the information from Waver. In other words, news of the variant Holy Grail War would first reach Waver's ears. By giving Waver a heads up, if it indeed came true, Waver would contact him, ensuring that Shinji wouldn't miss the chance to stir things up. Waver's reaction was just as Shinji expected. He looked thoughtfully at the safe in his office and said in a deep voice, "I understand. I'll keep an eye on it. Just keeping an eye on it is enough, no need to focus too much. If you want to participate, you can this winter. You really want to see him, don't you? You want to tell him about your achievements, right?" Shinji was referring to the Fifth Holy Grail War that he and Justice had been waiting for a long time. This. Waver didn't answer immediately. He was silent for a while before sighing, "I'll think about it. All right, I'll save a spot for you." This wasn't the first time Shinji tried to persuade Waver, nor was it the first time he received such a response. Knowing Waver had concerns, he didn't push further, stopping at this point. He had said all he could and done all he could. Whether Waver would come or not was up to him. With the nature of Waver and King of Conquerors, winning was straightforward, and losing was accepted gracefully. Such a master-servant pair was what Shinji most hoped to have as participants. Regardless of alliance or success, they wouldn't become obstacles to purifying the Holy Grail. "Thank you. No need to be polite. We've known each other for 10 years, Lord Elmeloy too. I've told you how many times, don't use that title. Why don't you ever listen? You didn't listen when two lords and I asked you to take a vacation." Shinji was responding in kind but thought in his heart that because of his interference, Kenneth was still alive and had reached the pinnacle of his life. Waver could not inherit the name Elmeloy, the famous Elmeloy II of the previous life would not exist. At least let me remember him. Why has it come back to this? Weber conceded, "If you want me to take a vacation, help me grade assignments and share the courses. Teach the history of magecraft and the evolution of magecraft. You know more about these than specialized history lecturers. I don't know where you learned all this knowledge. Because I have a Shursho who has lived from the age of gods to the present and has always kept an eye on the modern world, such words couldn't be spoken. Afternoons are fine. I don't have any plans recently. Whether you have plans or not isn't up to you, it depends on the young lady's side." The young lady, of course, referred to the current Lord Bartholomew, Lorelei, who stood at the top of the clock tower and was also Shinji's only employer at the moment. Since Kenneth successfully reached the grand position, he gradually reduced other activities to focus on academic research. Under his leadership, the entire Elmeloy faction also gradually settled down, rarely participating in factional conflicts. Other factions wouldn't provoke the Elmeloy faction, which had the Grand sitting at its peak. In such an environment, Shinji, who always restrained himself and didn't want to be in the spotlight, had little use. The interactions between the two gradually shed the interest-based relationship and turned into pure personal exchanges. On the contrary, as Lorelei deepened her control over the political and legal department, she encountered more of the dark side of the clock tower, giving Shinji more room to maneuver. Although Lorelei's greatest hope was for Shinji to step forward and formally become her right-hand man, Shinji refused. In the end, they each took a step back. Shinji would continue to hide in the shadows of the political and legal department until he came of age, ensuring a sufficient workload each year. After coming of age, he would officially join the political and legal department to work for Lorelei. Only a handful of people knew about this, and Waver was one of them. Hearing Weber's teasing, Shinji rolled his eyes. Hey, I'm helping to ease your pressure. How can you?" Before he finished, there was a knock on the door. "FXXK, did you jinx it? It's impolite to swear in front of a lady, Mr. Matou." A young female voice, still somewhat childish, came from outside the door. Although it sounded gentle, it couldn't deny that she seemed to be teasing. The voice carried excitement, but whether it was barely concealed or not intended to be hidden at all was more debatable. This voice belonged to only one person Shinji knew, Rhaenys Archazort. Originally the heir to the Archibald family's branch, Archazord, she gave up her inheritance shortly after Kenneth's return and joined the then weak El Meloy classroom without hesitation, becoming Waver's adopted sister. Long time no see, Miss Rhaenys. Long time no see, Mr. Matou. Her beautiful blonde hair spread out at the door, and her porcelain-like white hands elegantly lifted her skirt. Her flame-like eyes paused briefly on Shinji before turning to Waver. Good afternoon, dear brother. Generally speaking, being greeted by such a beautiful young lady would be a delightful thing, but Waver looked like he had seen a huge problem. His brow furrowed deeper than when he faced the problematic students in the courtyard. Seeing Waver like this made Rhaenys even happier. Dear brother, you're frowning again. That will cause wrinkles. I wouldn't want you to become an awful middle-aged man by the time I get married, it wouldn't be a good match. Miss, please moderate your jokes. Waver addressed Rhaenys as Miss to keep a respectful distance. However, Rhaenys didn't care for that at all. She put on a pitiful look, with obvious sorrow on her pretty face. Jokes. Oh, my dear brother, it's so hurtful for you to say that. Don't you understand my feelings yet? Miss. Waver raised his voice. Rhaenys finally reined in her behavior, quietly complaining, so unromantic. I'm really worried about my life after marriage. Waver felt his stomach ache worsening. All his students combined didn't trouble him as much as this girl in front of him. At most, the students had problematic personalities, but she had risen to the level of a demon. Imagine a girl who has been talking about marrying you since she was 7 or 8 years old, and has kept it up for 6 or 7 years. What made it worse was that her demonic side was only aimed at him. Outside, she always maintained the demeanor of an elegant and proper young lady. Her achievements and reputation were impeccable, and she could often directly issue orders on Waver's behalf, earning her the nickname, the woman supporting Waver and Waver's young wife by many people. To this, Waver could only say, who would want to marry this little demon? I'm not ready for an early grave. Chapter 720, Shinji Case Files. Rhaenys is now a little devil and will inevitably become a big devil as she continues to grow. This raises a question, knowing she is a devil, why does Waver continue to interact with her for so many years? First, it's important to clarify that as one of the few clock tower lecturers with common sense and normal human ethics, Waver is not a masochist, just a hard worker. The answer is clear, Rhaenys has an accurate grasp of human nature, especially Waver's personality. Her devilish behavior always stays within Waver's tolerance range, similar to another world's Nishikata from teasing Master Takagi-san, who excels at teasing. She always makes Waver's stomach, head, and body ache but never drives him to the point of truly losing his temper. Like now, before Waver's patience reaches its limit, Rhaenys decisively shifts to the main topic, handing over a document. Castle of Separation Adra. I remember there seemed to be some connection with that place. Why was this sent to me? Perhaps it's inconvenient for them to intervene, or they know we're short on funds and are helping us this way. By them, she meant the current Lord Elmeloy, Waver's Professor Kenneth. Their relationship wasn't as distant as rumors suggested, nor was Waver just a faction member or pawn. Kenneth might have once considered bringing Waver into his faction, but after personally witnessing the teaching methods of the Elmeloy classroom, he abandoned the idea. The Kenneth who was reborn after the Holy Grail War saw further than any other lord. He knew that for the clock tower to develop, it needed reform, and Waver was the leader of that reform. Involving him in factional struggles would only rob the clock tower of its future. Therefore, once the situation stabilized, Kenneth cut all apparent ties with Waver. If he wanted to offer support, he would do so in indirect ways. For instance, Waver had just completed the renovation of the modern magecraft department and bought 2 nearby spiritual grounds, incurring significant debt and even mortgaging the Velvet family's magic crest for a large loan. While worrying about repaying the debt, Kenneth, through secret channels, sent an invitation to Rhaenys, whom he had high hopes for as the future lord. It was an invitation about inheritance. Castle of Separation Adra, the legendary residence of the magic crest tuner Girion Ashbourne. Ordinary tuner can suppress magic crest rejection issues, while skilled tuner can repair crest damage to some extent. Girion, the legendary tuner, could freely adjust magic crests. It said that no matter how troublesome the damage, he could resolve it. With such precious skills, Girion Ashbourne must have amassed considerable wealth. Notably, Girion had no descendants or disciples, so before his death, he left a puzzle. Whoever could solve it would inherit everything he had. After reading the documents, Waver rubbed his temples and asked Rhaenys seriously. Miss, are you serious? Of course, my dear brother. Rhaenys elegantly lifted her teacup and took a small sip. This is the conclusion I reached after careful consideration. If you've thought it through, why accept? You should know that castle isn't simple. Waver's voice showed a hint of irritation. If we can obtain the wealth and technology of Castle of Separation Adra, you can pay off the debt, and our Velvet family can become a top Magus family. Rhaenys's voice remained calm. We, huh? Shinji let out a subtle laugh, earning a glare from Waver. Great profit often comes with great risk. We don't need to take such a big risk. But your crest, that's the most precious thing your mother left you, isn't it? Although Mr. Melvin is trustworthy, it's still best to keep it in your own hands. Miss. I've decided, dear brother. If you don't agree, I'll go myself. I have some talent for puzzles. Don't joke. Waver's shout echoed through the office. This isn't something we should be involved in. I won't go, and you can't go either. Brother. As the siblings stared at each other, Shinji's phone rang. Sorry, I need to take this call. Hello. Oh, it's you, Lady Lorelei. So, how did you like the tea I brought back? You being satisfied makes it worth the detour I took. Is there something urgent you need my help with? What's the rush? Why is it Castle of Separation Adra again? Yeah, I just heard about it. Quite surprising. So, what do you need me to do? Grab the inheritance. I see. All right, I understand. I'll take care of it. No need to prepare an invitation for me. I can get one myself. Just leave it to me. Settled then, bye-bye. After hanging up, Shinji found himself under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes. Waver and Rhaenys had somehow leaned in, their heads close together. Does the Castle of Separation Adra matter involve the Law and Politics Department? This is bad. No, it's worse than you think. Castle of Separation Adra is tied to the dark side of the Law and Politics Department and seems to be slipping out of its control. Lady Lorelei wants me to investigate secretly. Waver, interested in coming along? You handle the brains, I handle the brawn. We get Ashbourne's inheritance, real estate is yours, I'll just take some of the portable treasures. Brother, say yes. This is a rare opportunity. Rhaenys urged. As the one who had first introduced Lorelei and Shinji, she knew this young man, only a few years older than her, was a monster on par with the queen who ruled the clock tower. With his protection, the trip to the Castle of Separation Adra would be safe. Well. Waver crossed his arms and thought for a long time before shaking his head. No, it's best to avoid touching the dark side of the Law and Politics Department if we can. I appreciate the offer, but, Rhaenys, this is the end of the matter. Give the invitation to Shinji. That's my decision. Yes, brother. Rhaenys nodded, understanding now wasn't the time to be stubborn. Mr. Matou, here's the invitation. Shinji stared dumbfounded at the envelope with the special crest. Hey, Waver, this is supposed to be your gig, your case files. Why are you passing it off to me? Is this how it becomes the case files of Shinji instead of El Malloy too? You can't just do that. Chapter 721, Grey. The Case Files of Lord El Malloy II is one of Type Moon's works. It narrates a series of events involving Waver Velvet after the conclusion of the Fourth Holy Grail War. Set in the Clock Tower, the story uses mystery and magic to explore human nature. It is a work meant to be savored slowly, and it was one of Shinji's favorite works in his previous life, outside of the main 4 Type Moon works. However, because of its focus on mystery, its style is quite different from most of Type Moon's other works, and it isn't as well known in the Type Moon fandom as other Fate-branded works. Nonetheless, it is of high quality, at least better than a certain Fate/Apocrypha. The first volume of the Case Files of Lord El Malloy II begins with the Separation Castle Adra arc, where a nearly 30-year-old Waver showcases a mature charm and wisdom that set him apart from other male protagonists in the Type Moon universe. Shinji had originally looked forward to witnessing this charm up close and dispelling the recent overworked-to-death image, but to his surprise, Waver had refused. No, thinking about it carefully, this choice is true to Waver's character. In the original timeline, Waver had a mountain of debt after Kenneth's death, forcing him to take on all sorts of troublesome requests. But in this timeline, Waver doesn't have as much debt, and the loans he took out for the Modern Magecraft Theory department were manageable, with no need to take on additional risks, especially those associated with the dark side of the Law and Politics department. Avoiding political struggles and focusing on teaching was Kenneth's wish, Waver's principle, and the foundation of the El Malloy classroom's independence from any faction. Understanding this, Shinji stopped insisting and accepted the invitation. So, it's okay for me to attend in the name of the classroom. Waver nodded indifferently. No problem. Your associations within the Clock Tower are mostly tied to the Modern Magecraft Theory department. Outsiders will just think I wasn't interested and send someone else, unless you cause some major incident. I haven't caused any trouble for 3 years now. Don't worry. Mr. Matou, since we're providing you with the name and the invitation, and taking on some risk, you should also offer something in return. Miss. Before Waver could speak, Shinji interrupted. Miss Rhaenys is right. Reciprocity is only fair. The inheritance issue at Adra is under the jurisdiction of the Law and Politics Department. After the event concludes, I'll secure something for you, What do you think of the Adra castle itself? Rhaenys shook her head. I don't like that twisted castle. What do you prefer? I think the tuning for repairing magic circuits is quite nice. If we could obtain that, it would be great. You're sharp, indeed, the little housekeeper of Waver. Hearing Shinji's praise, Rhaenys' eyes narrowed into crescent moons, while Waver covered his forehead, looking as though he couldn't bear to watch. I can't guarantee that, but I'll do my best. If not, I'll get you more resources. Those, like tuning, never go out of style. Thank you, brother Shinji. Heh, now you remember to call me brother. Shinji laughed. Ahahaha. Rhaenys laughed playfully and soon stood to leave. This timely and appropriate attitude made her very pleasant to deal with, which explained why, in the original timeline, after Kenneth's death and the subsequent turmoil, the remaining El-Maloi faction had gathered around her. Once she turned away, Shinji's smile slowly faded, turning into a barely audible sigh. Sorry, if you knew the true nature of that tuning, you wouldn't say that. You can have anything from Adra except for that. After this event is over, Lady Lorelei will probably be furious again. This world of magecraft needs a good shake-up. As Rhaenys opened the office door, she stopped at the entrance, seemingly speaking to someone. Oh, you came too. Yes. Another girl's voice, timid and lacking confidence, starkly contrasted with Rhaenys. How's your apprenticeship going? Hasn't that insidious master been mistreating you? Well, compared to life in the countryside, it's much easier. Is that so? That's good then. You know, speaking of my brother, he does have quite a few students, but he rarely takes in live-in apprentices to help with housework. In a way, you're like the last line of defense. Yes, it's a heavy responsibility, isn't it? I'll do my best. It's a shame to cover such a cute face with that hood. This feels like the main wife admonishing a concubine, Shinji thought to himself. Beside him, Waver had already given up trying to think. Excuse me. The timid girl entered the office. Seeing this girl, Shinji felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Her outfit was just like his own used to be. A dark cloak enveloped her entirely, hiding her appearance, her presence barely noticeable, perfectly mastering the art of stealth like a grand assassin. Master, your disciple, Gray, is here. Come to think of it, you haven't met her yet. This is my new live-in apprentice, Gray. Gray, this is my friend, Shinji Matou. Hello, Miss Gray. Hello, Mr. Matou. The girl bowed politely. Perhaps her movement was a bit too vigorous, causing her hood to slip, revealing a glimpse of her face. Shinji placed a hand on Waver's shoulder. Sorry, Miss Gray, I need to talk to Waver. Could you step outside for a bit? It won't take long, just a few minutes, please. Gray looked to Waver for permission. Receiving it, she quietly left the room. I need an explanation. I was just about to give you one, Waver said, his expression unchanged. She is a descendant of the Arthurian family, a guardian of King Arthur's tomb, Gray as in grave. So, she looks exactly like Artoria because of some genetic drawback. Indeed, the girl's face was a perfect replica of King Arthur Artoria's. The only difference was that Artoria had blonde hair, while this girl's hair was gray, matching her name, Gray. No, Waver shook his head. Her resemblance wasn't this strong originally. It changed suddenly about 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you mean? Yes, the incident we both know about. She has an unusual spiritual vessel quality, probably influenced by that. I see. Shinji released Waver's shoulder, thoughtfully gazing at the door. As expected, she just looks like her personality is completely different. Waver, let me take care of her for a while. There are things you can't teach her that I can. Chapter 722, Ad. As a seasoned Type Moon fan and a devoted follower of the case files of Lord El-Maloi II, how could Shinji not recognize Gray? He knew Gray even better than Waver, who had only recently taken her in. His previous actions were deliberately done to show Waver that Gray's identity was complex and that she harbored significant secrets. This secret hadn't been unraveled before Shinji crossed over, but that didn't stop him from making such a decision. Because she was a descendant of Artoria and had a similar constitution, modern methods of teaching were unsuitable for her. Only someone like Zelrich or someone with similarly unique qualities like Shinji could truly unlock her potential. Waver didn't immediately agree or refuse but asked, "What can you teach her?" This. A surge of magical energy erupted from Shinji, transforming into a gust of wind that blew Waver's long hair into disarray. And this. Shinji mimed holding and wielding a great sword. She doesn't use a sword, Waver said. Then what does she use? Many things. Her weapon is quite special, it can change into various forms. I've seen it become a scythe and a large shield. How convenient, I know how to use those too, Shinji continued his demonstration. Waver, despite not being versed in martial arts, could see through his discerning eyes the professionalism behind Shinji's movements. You are a monster. Thank you for the compliment. I'll continue to do my best. Unlike magic, martial skills emphasize teaching through example rather than explanation. Believe me, Waver, there is no one more suitable in this world to teach martial arts than me. Knowing Shinji was telling the truth, Waver hesitated no longer. I can entrust Gray to you for a while, but I have 3 conditions. Name them. First, you must ensure Gray's safety. Of course. Second, Gray must not leave my sight for too long. She is my apprentice, and I must take care of her. No problem. Lastly, both Gray and her guardian must agree. All right, I agree. What? Let this guy be Gray's martial arts instructor. I don't agree. A lively male voice interjected. This was the guardian Waver had mentioned, though Shinji hadn't seen the person, only heard the voice. Upon informing Gray of Shinji's proposal, this voice quickly spoke up, even faster than Gray's response. Why? Shinji wasn't angry, he looked at the source of the voice with interest, Gray's right hand. You look like a bad guy, and you have an aura of malicious danger, even more annoying than that prematurely aging teacher. TSK, such a sharp tongue, hitting 2 targets at once. Hey, incompetent teacher, have you given up and resorted to self-destruction? The voice became more and more excessive, and Waver finally couldn't stand it any longer. Gray, could you please hand that over? Sure. Hearing Gray's response, the voice immediately became panicked. Wait a minute, Gray. Are you betraying me? Gray ignored his protest and shook her right hand. With a crisp sound, the fixture came off. From within the dark cloak rolled out a long cage that resembled a birdcage. Inside the cage was a box composed of several pieces, resembling a Rubik's Cube. However, this box was far more intricate and complex, exaggeratedly engraved with eyes and a mouth. As soon as it fell to the ground, the eyes opened wide, and the mouth kept moving non-stop. The voice they heard earlier came from this mouth. He, or rather it, was named Ad. You jerk. We've lived together for over 10 years, I thought we were friends. You know I don't have many friends, and now you should at least hesitate a bit out of decency before betraying me. Wait, there's still time, quickly reconsider and hide me away, please. I'm begging you. The cage began to tremble as if shivering continuously, clearly showing his fear of Waver. Waver ignored Ad's pleas, grabbed the top of the cage abruptly, and shook it like a cocktail shaker. Ad continuously banged against the cage, crying out in agony. As the eyes on the cubic box spun, Waver seemed to think it had learned its lesson and threw it back to Gray, but Shinji intercepted it midway. Let's have a chat, Ad. There's nothing to talk about between us. No matter what you say or do, I won't agree. Acting tough after being so scared earlier, Shinji said with a smile. I've always been tough. Is that so? As expected from someone in the legend of King Arthur. Mid-sentence, Shinji stopped speaking and silently mouthed a few words. You. Ad's tone instantly changed, becoming even more panicked than when he was begging earlier. What about me? Shinji wore a confident smile. How much do you know? Not much, I'm not clear about Gray's situation, but I know a bit about you, something about a weapon, a tower, and faraway lands. Who exactly are you? Who I am isn't important, what's important is my connection to her. An ancient aura emanated from Shinji, making Ad's eyes widen to the extreme. This is. So, still opposed. Enough, I agree to let you be Gray's instructor, but I still don't like you. Understandable, an overprotective brother would always feel uneasy seeing another guy near his sister. Don't worry, I won't take up too much of Gray's time. I'll just teach her some basics, she'll have to explore and develop the deeper aspects herself. Now, Gray, are you willing to accept my guidance? I may not be as good a teacher as Waver, but I've been trained by several masters and am confident I'm better than most lecturers at the clock tower. Shinji handed Ad back to Gray with a smile. Gray accepted with both hands, her gray-green eyes looking nervously at Shinji. Can I ask a few questions? Go ahead. Ad is. Ask him his secrets yourself. If he doesn't want to tell, I can't say much. Then, her you mentioned earlier, is she King Arthur? Yes, King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon, likely your ancestor. Shinji didn't hide the truth. Do I resemble her a lot? Gray's voice trembled inexplicably. Very much so, almost identical except for your hair color. I see. Hearing this, Gray's voice became increasingly downcast. Chapter 723, From Nero to Okita. Do you hate looking like her? Yes, I hate it. Are you willing to teach me because of her? Shinji wasn't surprised by Gray's attitude. Anyone would be unhappy if they suddenly started looking like someone else, even if that person was their ancestor. That's only one of the reasons. There are two other reasons. First, your constitution is similar to mine, which means conventional teaching methods won't work for you. I don't want your talent to go to waste. Second, Waver is great at many things, but his combat skills are poor. You getting stronger would help protect him better. I'm sorry my combat skills are so lacking, Waver shrugged helplessly. As for your appearance, you shouldn't be too concerned. You're not the only one who looks like King Arthur. There are many others, and they are all famous historical figures. Really? Ad showed interest, and so did Waver. Who are these people? Don't be impatient. Everyone, sit down. Now, as a temporary history lecturer of El Meloy classroom, I, Matou Shinji, will give you all a lesson. Shinji cleared his throat and stood in front of the two and Ad, beginning his lecture. Gray's face, I like to call it the saber face. The first person with this face appeared at the start of the AD era. She was the fifth emperor of the Roman Empire, Nero Claudius Caesar. Next, in the 5th century, there was King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon, and her child Mordred. Then, in the 15th century, there was the French heroine, Jeanne d'Arc. After that, in the 19th century, there was the famous samurai of the Edo period in Japan, Okita Tsuji. And finally, there's you, Gray. Among you six, the one who resembles your ancestor the most in appearance is Mordred, and the one who resembles her the most in temperament is Jeanne d'Arc. As for you, you are most like Okita Tsuji, meaning you resemble her the least. How do you feel now? It sounds like nonsense, but why do I feel it's true? Ad commented. I think so too. What Shinji said must be true. Waver remembered clearly that during the Holy Grail War 10 years ago, the French Marshal Gilles de Rais summoned as Castor, had mistaken Artoria for Jeanne d'Arc. Are they the same as me? Gray lowered her head as if asking or lamenting. That I don't know. Maybe they just looked alike, or maybe they were in the same situation as you. Or maybe they all have a blood connection. Britain was initially a Roman territory, so perhaps the tyrant Nero left descendants here. Then, King Arthur's descendants might have moved to France and given rise to Jeanne d'Arc. Eventually, they traveled to Japan during the Age of Exploration and became the ancestors of Okita Tsuji. If you think about it, Rome is quite amazing. I've decided, from today on, I'm a fan of Rome. The office door had somehow opened, and a blond boy stood at the entrance, eyes shining as he spoke passionately. Flat, you were eavesdropping again. Waver's forehead veins bulged, and Flat quickly waved his hands. Whoa, Professor, it wasn't my fault this time, it was Lucienne. Don't call me Lucienne, the dog. My name is Sven. Sven Glaschite. How many years will it take for you to remember that with your empty head? Another voice rang from the entrance hall, belonging to the second problem student. But Lucienne is Lucienne. Just like Charisma Professor, Master V, Great Big Ben London Star, Magica Disclosure. You're just referring to Velvet Sensei. And you made up Great Big Ben London Star. Charisma Professor was Lucienne's idea. Ugh. Sven groaned in response to Flat's retort. Could it be that in Lucienne's hometown, there's no concept of nicknames? How could that be? His roar turned into a magical howl, heading straight for the back of Flat's head. This was not magic, but a kind of beast instinct, formed by a beast-like, ferocious killing intent. It flowed within Sven's blood and flesh, and it would spread out whenever his emotions were stirred. Flat was hit directly, but he didn't even notice the killing intent that could easily take a person's life, because his naturally strong magic circuits deflected the curse. It was because of such abilities that they were called the Twin Jewels. Even with age restrictions, these two could rank among the top in the entire clock tower, both in terms of talent and troublemaking. Seeing this, veins popped up on Waver's forehead as he said, word by word, get out. But Grey Deer is still. Sven looked at Grey with a burning gaze, resembling a lecherous old man stalking a pretty girl on the street. Waver finally couldn't take it anymore. I take back what I said before. You deal with them. At least keep them quiet until tomorrow. No problem. Shinji cracked his knuckles and grinned. Class starts now. The best way to deal with these naturally stubborn types who don't listen to reason is with fists. Before he finished speaking, Shinji had already appeared at the doorway, reaching for Flat's chest. Flat yelped and backed away, while Sven did the opposite, swapping places with Flat and blocking Shinji's right hand with his left fist. Not bad, but not enough. Magic surged from Shinji's hand, overwhelming Sven's arm. Just as Sven opened his mouth to chant a spell, Shinji's left hand was already gripping his throat. Holding Sven with one hand and grabbing the back of Flat's neck with the other, Shinji spun them around wildly. Human windmill. He shook them until they were dizzy and foaming at the mouth, then threw them onto the floor like discarded bags. All done, Grey, did you get that? If these two cause trouble again, just do this. But. Grey hesitated. This is for your teacher's stomach's sake. You don't want him having stomach pains every day, do you? I'm afraid I won't do it well. If you can't do it well, then very few people in this world can. Listen, Gray, your constitution is special. You might not be able to use magecraft like a normal magi, but you're well suited for this method of directly amplifying and releasing magic. You just lack proper guidance. Come on, lady, tell me your decision. I'm willing, instructor. Gray didn't hesitate anymore. She respectfully bowed to Shinji. Chapter 724, Chapter 724 Training. A cool breeze swept through Britain in mid-September. Walking through the mixed forest of rowan and oak trees on a slightly damp path in such weather should have been a pleasant experience. That's what Gray originally thought. She used to live in the countryside and loved such outdoor activities. She could play for a whole day without feeling tired. But today, after only an hour of walking, she felt extremely exhausted. The distance covered in this hour was more than she usually covered in 5. How is it? Can you still hold on? Do you want to stop and rest for a while? Shinji, who was a few steps ahead, turned his head and asked. No. Instructor, I can still hold on. Looking at him, who had walked the same distance as her but was still breathing evenly, with only a slight blush on his face, Gray gritted her teeth, panting. Very good. Shinji nodded in satisfaction. The growth of a warrior is a process of constantly tapping into one's potential and surpassing oneself. The closer you are to your limit, the more you have to persevere. These are the words my Shirsho taught me 10 years ago, and now I pass them on to you. Yes, I remember, instructor. It seems your Shirsho has some skills, much better than that incompetent middle-aged man. Ad's voice came from under Gray's cloak. Even though she was drenched in sweat, she still didn't take off her cloak. Although most of the time what you say is unpleasant, this time you are right. Shinji turned his head and continued to move forward at a steady pace. Oh, you didn't refute it. Who is your Shirsho? It was not difficult to hear from these words that Ad had already recognized Waver's level as a teacher. I won't tell you. Shinji played coy. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. This old man doesn't want to know either. Hey, Ad. You want to talk again? Then this old man will reluctantly listen. No, I'm asking you to keep your voice down. We're almost at our destination. You don't want to be discovered by irrelevant people and then taken away for dissection, do you? The last threat made Ad shut up immediately. According to Gray, Waver almost dissected it when they first met, which directly led to Ad's psychological shadow of Waver and dissection. It was at this time that Gray's breathing suddenly became abnormally rapid, and the flush on her cheeks gradually spread to her forehead. Shinji knew that this was a sign that her magical energy was exhausted and she was beginning to draw on her life force. This was a very special training method. During the movement, various types of magic power needed to be continuously injected into the legs to move at high speed, which not only exercised physical strength but also tempered magic power, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Scathach used to train Shinji this way, and Shinji also used it on Gray. The difference was that Shinji couldn't hold on for more than 10 minutes, while Gray persisted for more than an hour, which showed that Gray had fully inherited Arturia's enormous magic power. It's almost time to slow down. If this continues, it will cause damage to your body. Training must be controlled to a certain extent. Excessive training is tantamount to self-destruction. Yes, instructor. Don't worry, slowly slow down, adjust your breathing. Very good, that's it. Pay attention, don't let out your breath in a hurry. This is the best time to tap into your body's potential. I'll teach you a set of meditation methods, which, combined with the breathing method I taught you before, can greatly improve your recovery speed. Follow my rhythm. Breathing is the process of communication between man and nature. When your breathing is in harmony with the breathing of nature, you can draw strength from nature. As expected of Artoria's descendant, Gray was indeed very talented in this aspect. Under Shinji's guidance, she quickly entered a state of oblivion with the oak tree behind her. Hey! Ad's voice sounded again, unlike the usual venomous tongue, this time revealing a different kind of seriousness. What's the matter? What exactly is your origin? This set of meditation methods is not a product of modern times. Whether it is or not is not important, what matters is that it is suitable for Gray. When she has mastered everything I have taught her, she will almost be at the level of a knight of the round table, don't you think? There's no problem with joining the knights, but to be with, no, you're trying to get information out of me. You're also trying to find out about me. We're even. Humph, I'm warning you, don't get any ideas about Gray. I'm not interested in minors. You know that's not what I'm talking about. What is it? Your shameless appearance reminds me of someone. Who? Could it be one of Gray's ancestors, the origin of Prince Charming, Gawain, known as the Knight of the Sun? Look, I can also use the power of the sun. Shinji stretched out a finger, the tip of which was surrounded by the swirling flames of the sun. Ad laughed out loud. You. Prince Charming. No, it's the first knight, Lancelot, known as the Knight of the Lake. Well, I think I'm quite similar to him, especially since we're both very handsome. Ha 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 ha, you must be trying to make this old man die of laughter. Ad laughed so hard that he was out of breath. Then it must be the king's brother-in-law, the one who accompanied the king the longest, the loyal and courageous knight, K. FXXK, I shouldn't have talked to you. Ad stopped laughing. Not going to talk. Ad responded with actual silence. Then let's not talk about it. It's not me who will be at a loss anyway. It's a pity. I wanted to tell you some stories about her. Humph, I know her better than you do. Ad couldn't help but retort. Are you sure? Then have you seen what she looks like when she grows up? Grow up? That's impossible. If you know the legend of King Arthur, you should know that her body stopped growing when she pulled out Caliban. After Caliban broke, Excalibur had the same effect. Ad said with certainty. Yes, you are right, but you forgot one thing, Caliban is man-made, and the effect of stopping growth was also added by that person. Do you think he has no way to undo it? You mean? Ad thought of something. Hee, you care a lot, don't you? You must care a lot, right? Shinji put his hands on his hips, his face full of malice. But I'm not going to tell you. Ha ha ha, regret it as much as you want. And then keep thinking about it until you can't sleep at night. Ha ha, serves you right. You bastard, are you playing me? What if I am? Come out and hit me if you can, just a friendly reminder, Gray is about to wake up. You just wait and see. Ad's roar echoed through the mountains and forests, waking Gray up from the aftertaste of her meditation. Instructor, I'm well rested. Then let's go, the legendary Castle Adra is very close now. Let's take a slow walk there. Yes, instructor. Chapter 725, Chapter 725, The Castle of Separation Adra. Can this be called a castle? Standing before the moat, no, the protective lake, Gray's eyes widened. Shinji beside her also had a look of astonishment. The Castle Adra looked astonished and too bizarre. The surroundings were so beautiful. As described in fairy tales, there was a quiet and deep forest, a vast and tranquil lake, a heavy drawbridge paved on the lake surface, and a marble castle. Everything should have been so perfect, not losing out to any existing famous city. However, the style of the castle itself was so distorted, so grotesque as if deliberately intended to arouse people's unease. Yes, it was deliberate. Excluding the strong visual impact brought by the castle itself, upon careful observation, it was not difficult to find that the stacking of each piece of marble was carefully calculated. The slanted spire, the half-collapsed city gate, the continuous and distorted city wall, and the mansion behind the city wall connected with the surrounding mountains to form a whole. It made the entire castle look like it was excavated from the mountain, rather than built by hollowing out the mountainside. On this basis, observing from a distance again, there would be discoveries. This castle was like a giant, with the spire as its spine, the castle gate as its ribs, the wall as its shoulders, and the residence as its heart, presenting a scene of inside-out horror, with skin and muscles peeled off from the skeleton. So it's called the Castle of Separation. What a bad taste. It makes people want to blow it up. Instructor, isn't that a bit too? This time I support him. This castle gives me a very bad feeling, both hypocritical and sacred. As they reached the castle, Ad deliberately lowered his voice. Hypocritical sacredness. Gray muttered to herself, why is that? Because giants are the children of angels. A new visitor stepped onto the drawbridge. This was a typical Western nobleman, about 25 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a pure white suit with a tie clip inlaid with precious gems, which perfectly matched his temperament, making him look calm and dignified. The most impressive thing was his eyes, which were clear eyes rarely seen in a magus. From this point alone, it could be judged that he, like Shinji, was an anomaly among magi. Children of angels. A girl in a white dress emerged from behind the young men. She was probably only half Gray's age, about 7 or 8 years old, and her shy appearance resembled a fledgling bird taking its first flight. It was recorded in the Apocrypha of the Bible that the children of angels and humans could be as tall as 3,000 cubits. Ah, I know, that's 1,300 meters, right? That's right, you're quick-witted, Rosalind. The young man touched the girl's head, the indulgence in his eyes reminding Shinji of the scene of himself getting along with Sakura. Instructor, is he telling the truth? Gray asked in a low voice. It's true. It comes from the Book of Enoch, but hearing it from his mouth makes me a little skeptical. Why? Because he is the famous the knight, Haina Astari. Haina Astari, from the Astari family, a prestigious family of alchemists. The family itself was not conspicuous in the clock tower headquarters, where prestigious families were everywhere. Haina became famous because of his own experiences. Despite coming from an orthodox magus lineage and possessing first-class aptitude as a magus himself, he gave up magecraft and went to the Holy Church to become an executor. Later, for some reason, he returned to the clock tower and became the favorite of many lords, which caused the relationship between the Holy Church and the clock tower to become very stiff for a time. It was said that assassins were even sent to take Heine away, but in the end, the assassins were all defeated by Heine, and the matter came to an end. The fact that Heine joined the Holy Church showed that he was a very devout believer. It was surprising that such a person was familiar with the Apocrypha that the Church did not recognize, and even spoke about it so naturally to his sister. While chatting, Heine also noticed the young man and woman in front of them and naturally walked over. "Good afternoon, you two. I am Heine Astari, and this is my younger sister, Rosalind." "Good afternoon, Mr. Heine." "Good afternoon, Miss Rosalind." "I am Smith, and this is Gray. We are members of the El Meloy classroom." To facilitate Shinji's secret activities, Rhaenys had prepared several fake identities for him. "So you are students of Professor Velvet. Didn't the professor come? It's a shame. The professor was going to come, but he received a temporary cooperation project, so he sent his disciple, Miss Gray, and I to represent him. So she's Professor Velvet's disciple. The professor is the best teacher in the clock tower. It's a dream of countless people to become his disciple. Miss Gray's future achievements are limitless. You're too kind." Gray shrank back, obviously not used to this kind of social interaction. Shinji quickly smoothed things over. "Excuse me, Mr. Heine. Miss Gray has only been in London for a short time and hasn't fully adapted yet. I'm very sorry about that. It's disrespectful to the host to chat at the door. Shall we go in and talk? Please." As they spoke, the two men walked in front, leading the two shy ladies into the castle. Behind the gate was a simple and spacious forecourt. The owner of the castle didn't seem to be very interested in this place and only did the minimum of maintenance. Perhaps some flowers were planted, but the exact location of the flower garden was unknown, and only a faint fragrance could be smelled. In front of the main castle used as a residence, stood a butler in a suit. Seeing the four of them coming, he bowed respectfully and opened the door. Behind the door was an unusually spacious hall, filled with angels. Statues, murals, paintings, chandeliers, and all kinds of artwork. The poses and materials were all different, and the types of angels depicted were also different. Cherubs with bows and arrows, valiant archangels with swords, and principalities holding staffs of authority. It was not just these classic images of angels, but also many unknown and more bizarre angels. For example, the thrones with four faces like xenomorphs, the seraphim like six-winged snakes, and of course, the most ancient image of angels, the Ophanim. It was the burning wool logo suspended in midair, its exterior covered with countless eyeballs, staring at everything on the ground. That's right, this was the image of angels that was first recorded, not the humanoid form that people recognized, but closer to the original duty of angels, vessels of divine power. The so-called angels were beings who carried divine power with their bodies, just like how modern magi used their own magic circuits to perform magecraft. Another name for the Castle of Separation Adra was the Castle of Angels. Chapter 726, Chapter 726, Celebrities Gathering. Angels were not only a concept in religious systems but also one of the foundations of magecraft. They represented mystery. Even inanimate objects like sculptures and murals, even without magical power, possessed a shocking power when many angelic elements were gathered together. Without targeted training, one would fall into a state of respiratory distress or even suffocation the moment they stepped into the hall. This was the case for Gray. She felt that the air in the entire room was a viscous liquid, and she was the one drowning. Fortunately, at this time, the breathing technique she had been practicing on the way here started to work automatically, relieving the pressure on Gray. Noticing that Gray's breathing gradually calmed down, Shinji nodded secretly. "Your reaction is quite fast, but the direction is wrong. Meditation is more suitable for dealing with mental pressure than breathing techniques. Look at Miss Rosalind." Gray turned her head and found that Rosalind did not fall into the same predicament of respiratory distress as herself, and she couldn't help but feel useless. "Why am I so stupid?" "You're not stupid." Shinji shook his head at her. "You're just receiving too much information in a short period, and your brain's processing speed can't keep up. You'll get used to it after a while." While Shinji and Gray were observing the Astari siblings, the other side also observed them. Heine asked, "What are you two?" "Completing the homework assigned by the professor. Miss Gray has a rather special constitution and is not suited to traditional magus training, so the professor specifically found a breathing technique for her." "I see." Heine sincerely praised him. "Professor Velvet is dedicated to teaching his disciples. Your diligence is also admirable, Rosalind. You should learn more from them." "Yes, brother." Rosalind nodded vigorously. "Oh, that commoner lord didn't come himself." There were spiral staircases on both sides of the hall. An old voice came from one of them, accompanied by the creaking sound of metal friction. It was a wheelchair, and sitting in the wheelchair was an old man with white hair. Pushing the wheelchair behind him was a young man who looked like an assistant. The wrinkles on the old man's face were layered one on top of the other, making him look more like a mummy than a magus. He was conservatively estimated to be over 80 years old. His 10 fingers, like dead trees, were all wearing rings, and the magnificent color set off the aura of time on him even more profoundly. An existence almost comparable to this Castle Adra, a magus in the truest sense, a creature that was still human on the surface but had already approached something inhuman on the inside, let out a low laugh. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. He still has some self-awareness. A guy who still hasn't been able to ascend from the position of lecturer should stay in the classroom and teach peacefully instead of running to the castle of my old friend, Jirian, to seek something that doesn't belong to him. This is. A rare trace of displeasure appeared in Gray's voice. Although she had long known that her teacher had no talent in magecraft, it was still a little hard to swallow being told that to her face. Orlok Kasarmand, an expert in papilio-magia magecraft, with considerable influence within the clock tower. It is said that he is an old friend who has known the owner of the castle for many years, and the two often discuss and research magecraft together. Shinji looked at the old man with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Papilio-magia sounded related to insect magecraft and was an evolved and upgraded version. He wanted to know if the old man's papilio-magia could make the ugly magecraft developed by Zouken Matou complete its transformation and truly break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. The old man didn't care about Shinji's gaze, he just fumbled with the armrest and winked at the person behind him. At least he has a good eye for picking students, let me introduce you. Then, a young man in strange clothes rushed towards Gray and Rosalind. Oh, there are beautiful ladies here. He was about the same age as Heine, wearing a pure white linen robe, a fist-sized conch shell hanging around his neck, an eye patch over his right eye, and a polygonal box tied to his head. He greeted the girls energetically in heavily accented English. I am the ascetic monk, Jirubu Sagan Takuto, pleased to meet you. Gray was not used to dealing with this kind of person and looked at Shinji with pleading eyes. Shinji immediately stepped forward. How rare, to see an ascetic monk of Shugendo here. You're quite knowledgeable, young man. You even know about such a niche sect that's not very common even in Japan. My name is Johnny Smith. I once practiced as a monk under the Tamil Buddhism. Shinji put his hands together, and the other party did the same, returning the Buddhist greeting. So you're a practicing monk from India. Although I've heard that monks from some Japanese sects don't exclude women, it seems that your Shugendo is not one of them. It's not that we don't exclude them, it's that we regard women as taboo. But faith and one's preferences are two different things. There's no need to be so rigid with the precepts when we're abroad. So, you two, how about making friends with me? Jirubu took a step forward with a grin, trying to bypass Shinji. Shinji shifted to the side without changing his expression, blocking his way. So you're a monk who breaks the precepts. That's going too far, young man. Once you enter Buddhism, you should abide by the precepts. That way of speaking is as annoying as those old geezers. As he spoke, Jirubu suddenly jumped up, his body almost defying gravity, floating lightly over Shinji's head. From a magical point of view, this was a type of movement magecraft. Within Shugendo, it was called the flying crow or Tengu flying slash technique, a type of Jyo-Jiryoku. On high blossoms the boundless brilliance, casting its light, illuminating heaven and earth, guiding all beings. Shinji kept his hands clasped together as a solemn golden light emanated from his body. Jirubu, who was in midair, touched the light and was thrown straight back down as if he had hit an invisible wall. Ugh. Ow wow wow, I surrender, I surrender. I was just talking. I'll obey the precepts, I'll obey the precepts. Seeing Jirubu awkwardly raise his hands, Shinji dispelled the godly thunder barrier. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head towards the door behind him. A man was peeking his head in from the doorway. He was a man who seemed very out of place in the castle. His free-growing beard looked like it hadn't been groomed in months, and his dirty, loose-fitting nomadic clothes couldn't hide his muscular physique. Although he was only slightly taller than Heine, he was twice as bulky. Seeing this man, Heine's expression immediately darkened, and his voice became sharper. I didn't expect him to come too. The master killer among magi, the spellcaster, Pfluger. No, it's not just him. Shinji's gaze passed over the open door, looking further out. So, I'm the last one. Accompanied by an elegant yet ornate voice, a beautiful figure walked into the hall. Chapter 727, Chapter 727, Luvia of this world. So, I'm the last one, the graceful figure said after ordering her attendants to wait behind. If Heine was the standard noble son, then this one was undoubtedly the perfect young lady. Her sapphire blue dress, the ribbon of the same color, and the ivory-handled parasol were already gorgeous enough, but they were only a foil to the beauty of this young lady. Ooh, Jirubu exclaimed in admiration. This time, no one bothered to say anything because it wasn't just him. Even Gray and Rosalind, who were also women, showed varying degrees of amazement. The young girl, only 17 or 18 years old, had captured the attention of everyone present. As expected. "Were you lured here by the scent of beautiful treasures?" the old man in the wheelchair said with disgust. "Is there a problem, old man?" The girl responded to his provocation with a smile. The way she walked over was as if she were the master of this castle. A sound like the churning magma of hell erupted from the old man's throat. Oh, I was talking about your greedy blood. Livia Gelita Edelfelt. What an honor." The girl in the blue dress, Livia Gelita, responded to his words with a smile. This was an invisible contest. If the brief exchange between Shinji and Juruba was considered a physical fight, then this was a battle of wits, using expressions, words, and aura as weapons to strike at the opponent. Generally speaking, the older party had the advantage in this kind of battle. However, even when facing Orlok, who was old enough to be her great-grandfather, Livia refused to be outdone, displaying the unique grace of a natural-born prodigy. Instructor. Gray instinctively looked up at Shinji. When in doubt, ask the teacher. This was the habit Gray had developed since coming to London. Shinji was also used to answering the questions of his mystical novice student, Gray. The Edelfelts is a prestigious magical family from Finland, known for their jewel magecraft and being treasure hunters. Treasure hunters, I like that term. What treasure hunters? They're nothing but hyenas. Livia nodded her head slightly, while Orlok snorted coldly. Shinji continued, the current head of the family is currently in semi-retirement, leaving his daughter to travel around. That's Miss Livia Gelita. It's said that she's the most outstanding successor in the history of the Edelfelts. Like our professor, she also has various nicknames, such as Finland's Rising Star, Forklift Lady, World's Most Elegant Hyena, By the time he realized he had misspoken, it was already too late. If you were to ask any Fate fan about Livia, the first thing they would think of would be Rin Tosaka's rival, a hot-tempered rich girl who would pick a fight at the drop of a hat. How many people would remember that Livia wasn't usually like that at all? As long as she didn't encounter Rin Tosaka, she was always the epitome of a lady, an elegant noblewoman. Shinji was no exception. Especially after witnessing the bickering between her and her rival in a parallel world, Livia's fiery image had already taken root in his mind. Even when he saw her looking like a goddess, he couldn't help but associate her with the image in his mind. Ha ha ha, hyena, forklift. How fitting. Orlok laughed out loud unkindly, and the others present couldn't help but chuckle as well. Livia's smile froze on her face, and an astonishing amount of magical energy gathered around her. Similar to Rin Tosaka, they were perfect young ladies most of the time, but when their taboos were touched, they would transform into tyrants. Unfortunately, Forklift Lady was Livia's taboo. As it was a public occasion, Livia barely managed to maintain her ladylike image and didn't immediately explode. She just stared at Shinji, saying word by word. "This, gentleman, may I ask, where did you hear this nickname?" "This, that, I can't remember for the moment." Shinji scratched his cheek awkwardly, trying to bluff his way through. However, Livia wasn't willing to let him off so easily. "You can think about it slowly if you can't remember. Or should I take your actions as a provocation against me?" "I didn't mean it that way," Shinji said with a wry smile. "Then what did you mean?" "It was just a slip of the tongue." "A slip of the tongue? So you're saying that's what you think?" Magical energy gathered at Livia's fingertips, forming a pressure that filled the air. At this point, Shinji wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to say so much? "You've slandered a lady. Are you ready to face the consequences?" The atmosphere changed. A spiral began to accelerate in front of Livia. It was Gander, a classic Nordic curse-based attack spell and Livia's most frequently used. An ordinary Gander would damage the target's health, lower their resistance, and make them sick. But when used by an expert like Livia, it could cause direct harm. In the next second, a dark curse bullet shot out. Judging from the location the curse bullet was aimed at, Livia didn't want to take Shinji's life, just teach him a lesson. Unfortunately for her, Shinji's body had been strengthened by the golden apple. Magic of this level was deflected by his magic resistance before it could even get close. Livia didn't believe it and increased her magical output, but it still had no effect. "So this is the so-called most outstanding successor. No wonder people call you a nouveau riche family," Orlok sneered, adding fuel to the fire. The others weren't as calm as the old men. Everyone in the hall was a first-class magus and could naturally see the destructive power contained in the curse bullet. Yet, such a bullet was easily deflected by Shinji. Perhaps this was a genius no less talented than Livia. They had to re-evaluate the intentions of the El Meloy classroom. They were not here for a simple visit. After several failed curse bullets, Livia's expression gradually became serious. A sapphire, the same color as her dress, appeared in her hand. Call. Awaken. With a whisper from her delicate lips, the sapphire burst into light. Magical energy 10 times stronger than the cursed bullet swirled around the girl's body, accelerating. This was magic powerful enough to break through an enemy's magic resistance. Luvia was finally getting serious. Shinji sighed. It's about time to stop, Miss Luvia. I apologize for my slip-up. Please don't escalate this conflict. Luvia didn't respond and repeated her previous chant. Call. Awaken. Seeing this, Shinji shook his head helplessly. Not only was the type of magecraft she used similar, but her hot-headedness and stubbornness were also very much like Rin's. They were truly worthy rivals and relatives. Chapter 728, Chapter 728, Hishiri Adashino. The Tosaka family, managers of Fuyuki City, and the prestigious Edelfelt family from Finland are relatives. Tosaka Rin and Luvia Gelida are distant cousins. This was a secret Shinji had recently learned from Korea, a secret hidden by the Edelfelt family. The Tosaka and Edelfelt families had no connection until the Third Holy Grail War in the 1930s. This was the largest Holy Grail War in Fuyuki's history, a divergence point in world lines, and a turning point for everything. The Edelfelt family, known as treasure hunters, somehow got wind of the Holy Grail and intended to claim it. They sent the family's heirs, twin sisters of that generation. As a result, the sisters turned against each other, the younger sister died in battle, and the elder returned alone to Finland, or so the Edelfelt family unilaterally announced. In truth, the younger sister didn't die. She remained in Fuyuki after the war, becoming the wife of the then head of the Tosaka family, that is, Tosaka Tokiomi's mother and Tosaka Rin's grandmother. This explains why the founder of the Tosaka family, Tosaka Nagato, had black hair and eyes, while Tokiomi and Rin have azure eyes. Moreover, Rin once mentioned she was one-quarter Western, and Tokiomi had indicated they were distant relatives of the Edelfelt family. The reason for claiming the younger sister died in battle is unknown. Perhaps the elder sister lied to the family for her sister's happiness, or maybe she was thoroughly disappointed in her sister and used this method to sever ties. Shinji leans towards the former, because both the Tosaka and Edelfelt families have sister complexes. Rin's feelings for Sakura are undeniable, and Luvia is also good to her sister. Moreover, in a parallel world, after the Matou family's decline, Sakura was eventually sent to the Edelfelt family, becoming twins partnered with Luvia, likely due to that sisterly bond. To this, Shinji can only say, birds of a feather flock together. With Luvia in this state, there are two options, either let her vent and feel better or knock some sense into her. Letting her feel better would mean Shinji wouldn't, so he had no choice but to apologize. Miss Luvia, please stop your magecraft immediately, or I'll have to retaliate. The response was a super curse bullet the size of a head. Faced with this instantaneously lethal attack, Shinji still showed no intention of dodging. He even said to Gray, "Gray, watch carefully." As he spoke, Shinji raised his right hand, fingers together in a knife hand strike, and lightly swept it through the air. With a boom of air, the curse bullet exploded. The negative curses and compressed mana it contained spread through the air, forming a temporary mist between them. Luvia immediately took out a light green jewel, pouring out mana to manipulate the atmosphere. Before she could disperse the mist, a black shadow had already passed through. It was Shinji. Call. Luvia decisively abandoned dispersing the mist and compressed all the mana she had poured out to form an air barrier, blocking Shinji's approach. Shinji neither stopped nor changed direction, heading straight for the barrier. His hands, infused with mana, were like two iron hammers, brutally smashing through the barrier's obstruction. One more step and he would be right in front of Luvia. The consequences of such a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus getting so close were easy to imagine. This was the moment Luvia had been waiting for. When constructing the barrier, she had intentionally strengthened its physical defense. Although Shinji displayed tremendous power and speed, his forward momentum would inevitably be affected when tearing through the barrier. This was Luvia's chance. The instant Shinji was affected by the recoil of the shattering barrier, Luvia made her move. She casually tossed the jewel, now reduced to powder from mana depletion, into the air to attract everyone's attention. At the same time, she spread her arms, lowered her center of gravity, and crashed into Shinji's side just before he could take a step. Her two arms, seemingly delicate but sturdy, clamped around Shinji's waist like iron pincers. Don't underestimate the treasure hunters of the Edelfelt family. With a haughty voice, Luvia exerted force with both hands, about to flip Shinji head over heels, the signature move of the Lancashire style. However, Shinji's lower body stability was terrifyingly good. His two legs seemed rooted to the ground like trees. Miss Luvia, I mentioned that nickname, how could I not be prepared? You seem quite skilled in wrestling. I'm sorry, but so am I. As he spoke, Shinji landed an elbow strike on Luvia's back. The force wasn't heavy, but it sent a numbing sensation through Luvia, involuntarily loosening her grip slightly. Taking advantage of this gap, Shinji placed one hand on Luvia's shoulder and grabbed her belt with the other, lifting her and throwing her towards the second-floor viewing platform. There stood the last guest, or rather, someone other than a guest. Pale fingers traced the English oak handrail, staring this way. The woman wore glasses. Her black hair was much longer than Luvia's, reaching her ankles like a black waterfall. She wore an ethnic costume that matched her long hair. The woman raised her long sleeves, decorated with vibrant flowers, like two colorful clouds, and gracefully caught the falling Luvia. "Hey Akaga Yuzen kimono, I didn't expect to see clothing from home here," said Jirubu, of Japanese origin, while rubbing his chin and nodding to the black-haired woman in acknowledgement. The woman set Luvia down with a dance-like movement and said to Shinji, "A beautiful strike." "Excuse me, that was Mongolian boke," Shinji said, shaking his shoulders. He had originally intended to respond with the Pancration etiquette, but he wasn't Shinji now, he was Johnny Smith, so he had to make up a wrestling technique he knew of. The woman pushed her glasses up expressionlessly. The butler who had greeted everyone at the main castle earlier had somehow already moved to the woman's side. "I am Hishiri Adeshinoi, appointed by the Department of Policies at the Clock Tower to serve as the estate administrator for the designated Jirian Ashbourne," she said. The magus stirred once again. Hey, of all things, it's the Department of Policies. These unorthodox folks who've reversed means and ends. Department of Policies, this was a term with special meaning for them. Except for oddballs like Shinji, no one wanted to be associated with that department. Even Luvia, the center of attention, set aside her pride in front of the Department of Policies. Hishiri looked down at the magus below and took out a letter from her bosom. This letter looked very similar to the invitations all the guests held, however, next to the Ashbourne family seal on the envelope, there was also the seal of the Clock Tower's Department of Policies. Then, Hishiri opened the envelope in front of everyone and announced, "I hereby make public the last will of Jirian Ashbourne. Ask the name of the angel." Hishiri's voice carried strange magic, making one almost see the image of a very neurotic old man half reclining in bed. That was the former lord of the castle Adra, Jirian Ashbourne. Using all his strength, the old man spoke his final words. "Those who cannot answer the question shall be stripped by the angels." As if it were a spell, the final incantation of the magus who had collected so many angels awakened this castle. Rustle, 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 rustle. From the floor, from the walls, from the ceiling, it seemed as if angels were floating out like bubbles. This illusion refused to dissipate. In this scene between reality and illusion, the woman's and the old man's voices overlap, speaking the decisive words. "The one who grasps my angels in their hand shall be the inheritor of the castle." P.S. There's no direct evidence that Rin's grandmother and Luvia's grandmother are sisters, but considering personality issues and a series of hints, this speculation is almost certainly correct. Chapter 729, Get well soon, my princess. The candles on the candlestick emitted a faint light, illuminating the room that was, as expected, filled with angels. Angels were depicted in the paintings on the walls, the carvings on the wardrobe, the ceramic dolls on the shelves, and even on the glass lampshades. The late Jirian Ashbourne had thoroughly indulged his interest in angels, with angelic elements permeating the entire castle, including the guest rooms. This was Gray's room, and she was sitting on the bed in the center. Shinji sat on a sofa at the side of the room, leaning over the coffee table, writing and sketching. After Hishiri Adeshino announced the will, the two started wandering around the castle. They spent several hours exploring every corner before returning to their assigned guest room. 2 people, 1 room, the guest rooms corresponded to the invitations, with 1 room per invitation. Of course, there were servant rooms next to the guest rooms, specifically prepared for servants accompanying the mages. However, Shinji didn't use it. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Gray, he hadn't even laid hands on the girls at home who climbed into his bed, so why would he do anything to a girl outside? Moreover, she was a descendant of Artoria. With that relationship, Shinji would never do anything inappropriate. The reason Shinji shared a room with Gray was entirely for safety reasons. Gray was strong, in terms of combat ability, no one in the castle except Shinji was stronger than her. But Gray had a severely serious flaw, she lacked combat experience and relied only on brute force, making it easy for others to figure out her capabilities. In a real fight, she could potentially lose to anyone, except the 8-year-old little girl Rosalind. Shinji had promised Waver he would ensure Gray's safety, and unless he lost his mind, he would never let Gray stay alone in an unfamiliar castle. As for why he brought Gray along knowing there was danger, it was of course for training, a tradition of Scathacker's practice. Good, it's done, Shinji casually tossed aside the pencil, first twisting his body to stretch on the sofa, then rolled up the paper spread on the coffee table and threw it to Gray on the bed. "Here, help me check if there's anything wrong." Gray caught the roll of paper and meticulously opened it. It contained a pencil sketch draft, an internal structure map of the castle Adra. "Hey, you've been busy all this time just drawing a map." Ad, placed on the bedside table, spoke up. "Yeah, what about it?" Shinji lazily leaned back on the sofa, one hand reaching into his backpack beside him, searching for something. I thought you had already solved the puzzle. I'm not Waver. Solving puzzles isn't my forte. I prefer action over thinking. I didn't realize you were so self-aware. Nonsense. I'm not like you. If you're so capable, why don't you solve it? This isn't my strong suit either, Ad replied candidly. But it feels a bit unsatisfying to just give up like this. Who said anything about giving up? Shinji smiled mysteriously. You think I spent all this time wandering around the castle just to survey the layout? Then you were. Shinji didn't answer directly, instead smiling as he said, Gray, remember this, everyone has their area of expertise. Waver teaches I fight people, naturally, everything goes smoothly. On the flip side, do you think Waver could block Miss Luvia's jewel bullets? Gray shook her head. So professional matters should be left to professionals. We just need to wait for the professionals to solve the puzzle. But what does it matter to us if others solve it? Gray didn't understand. Young lady, let me tell you something very important. Waver, myself, and the entire El Meloy classroom are anomalies in the world of magecraft. The mainstream magical world is one of survival of the fittest, dark and cruel. Fighting and killing over the slightest disagreement is common, just like what you experienced today. Do you believe that I'm not the only one waiting in the shadows? Once someone truly solves the puzzle, it won't be long before a chaotic battle breaks out involving everyone. Rather than being passively drawn in, it's better to take the initiative. It's never wrong to have a few tricks up your sleeve. Perhaps because Shinji had said a bit too much, Gray couldn't digest it all at once. Or perhaps it was because what she had seen and heard was so different from her saber-face ancestors. Gray sat motionless on the bed. Shinji snapped his fingers, startling Gray out of her confused thoughts, and continued. Don't worry if you can't understand it all at once. Take it slow, just remember one thing, being prepared is never a bad thing. If you can't accept it and feel we should follow Jirian Ashbourne's will, we can help the person who solves the puzzle and collect a fee in return. Gray was stunned once again. Ad laughed beside her. Didn't expect that, did you, stupid Gray? Regardless of which choice we make, we first need sufficient strength. Otherwise, even protecting ourselves becomes a problem. Power itself has no right or wrong, it's how people use it that matters. I'm stronger than Heina and Luvia, so I can teach them a lesson without causing them harm. If I lack strength, do you think I could sit here talking to you unscathed? Gray shook her head, then nodded. I understand. What do you understand? I will practice diligently what the instructor has taught me. Indeed, you're not stupid at all. Here, a reward for you. Shinji finally pulled his hand out of the backpack, tossing out a white cloth bag. What's this? Gray quickly caught the bag. It looked small but felt quite heavy. These are life runes. Before sleeping, place one by your pillow and activate it with mana. It helps relieve fatigue. You've had a lot of physical activity today. Without this, you'd inevitably have sore muscles. If there's nothing else, get some rest early. We need to wake up early for training tomorrow. Thank you, instructor. All right then, I'm going to wash up. You carefully recall my 2 battles today. I want to hear your thoughts tomorrow morning. Yes, instructor. With Gray's spiritless response, Shinji picked up his backpack and walked into the bathroom. He closed the door, stood in front of the mirror, and raised his left arm, which had the relic embedded in it, creating a barrier around his body. She's truly a good student, so I can't let her see what's coming next. It would ruin my image. He opened the backpack, which, unsurprisingly, contained the miniature coffin surrounded by a row of medical blood bags. The moment he placed his hand on the coffin, an ominous blood-red light spread. Shinji's expression suddenly turned ferocious, his eyes clouded, and his throat emitted low growls like a beast. He eagerly grabbed a blood bag, biting it open forcefully, letting the blood moisten his mouth and throat, only to quickly spit it all out with a bleh. He repeated this several times before his expression returned to normal. While wiping his mouth, he patted the coffin. Even O-type blood tastes this bad. When will this chronic torture end? When you get better, I'll settle this score with you properly. So you must get well soon, okay, my princess. Chapter 730, someone died. From the second day onwards, the atmosphere in the castle began to grow tense. After breakfast in the dining hall, everyone entered the standard state of mysticism. Each person tried their best to maintain a solitary state, not communicating with the outside world. Even meals were delivered to their rooms by the castle servants. This morning's meal became the last meal everyone attended together. It was the prelude to the battle for Jirian Ashbourne's inheritance, as well as a signal and farewell between Magus. If there were any exceptions, it would probably be only Shinji and Gray, the 2 young people who had no intention of solving the mystery from the start. However, because everyone else maintained their mysticism, the 2 were essentially isolated. They didn't mind this. Judging by how Gray wore her hood all day, not showing her face, it was clear she wasn't good at interacting with people. The more people around, the more uncomfortable she felt. Shinji, knowing something was amiss, took the opportunity to teach Gray, not expecting her to be of much help, but at least hoping she wouldn't drag him down in battle. Soon, an incident occurred. Someone died. In the dead of night, before dawn, in the center of the Great Hall, at the location of the stairwell, there stood a huge angel statue, the angel holding a sword and scales. Among the many angels, this was the symbol exclusive to Michael, the scales judging the sins of the dead, the sword repelling Satan. But this time, Michael's sword pierced not Satan, but a woman. A furusode kimono hung on the angel statue, adding to the mystery. Even the blood that stained the angel's sword couldn't diminish this beauty. Even though the blood had begun to coagulate and turn black, the fact that the impaled woman was so captivating remained unchanged. Hishiri Adashino. All the invited magus recognized the identity of the deceased. MMPH. Gray involuntarily covered her mouth. As a gravekeeper, she wasn't unfamiliar with corpses, but the body before her was somewhat different. Her eyes, those beautiful black pearl-like eyes, had been cruelly gouged out. "I'll get her down," Hyena gently reached out towards the statue. No one objected. The magus was long accustomed to death and knew how to handle such situations, except for Rosalind, who was still a child. Metallic threads as thin as hair extended from Hyena's hand, instantly cutting through the statue's sword. He gently caught Hishiri's body. Not caring about dirtying his suit, he carefully placed the body on the floor, hesitated for a moment, then lifted the kimono wrapping the body. "Excuse me." Still, no one spoke. While Hyena examined the body, the magus also used their methods to confirm the woman's cause of death. The eyes had been violently gouged out by what seemed to be large claw-like implements, and a large area of the back had also been stripped away, presumably the magic crest. Normally, as long as the magic crest remained, a magus wouldn't die easily. Even if fatally wounded, they could cling to life for a while. In the sleeve of the kimono was a letter containing an invitation identical to those of the other invitees, the only difference being the name of the invitee and the corresponding angel name. Someone involuntarily recited the last words they had heard yesterday. "Ask for the name of the angel. Those who cannot answer the question shall be stripped by the angel." Angel name. Stripped. They had thought this sentence itself was also a puzzle, but it turned out to be such a simple and brutal literal meaning. The pattern of stripping was soon deduced by the magus, related to each person's angel name. The angel names of the Castle of Separation followed the Kabbalistic system, one of the foundations of magic. Hishiri Adashino's angel name was Ha'asaya, an angel with Aries as its ruling sign. Aries is the first house of the zodiac, and according to the theory of the macrocosm corresponding to the human microcosm, the protected part is the head, and Ha'asaya specifically protects the eyes. Aries the first house, Ha'asaya strips the eyes. The invitation was not just an invitation but also a death notice, foretelling how you would die. So who would be next? Taurus. Or another Aries? After all, there are 72 angels in the Kabbalistic system, and which part would be stripped next? Silence. A strange atmosphere permeated the air. There was no fear, no sorrow, only distrust of those around and an equal measure of excitement. Gray, with her strong spiritual medium constitution, cut these emotions, but she didn't understand them. After returning to their room, she voiced her confusion. "This is quite easy to understand," Shinji replied while making some preparations. Among those gathered at the Castle Adra, Hishiri Adashino was the only one who knew Ashbourne's secret technique and had no need to obtain it. She was also a symbol of the rules. Her death indicates two things. First, there is an extremely valuable treasure here, otherwise, no one would dare risk being hunted by the Department of Policies to kill Hishiri Adashino. Second, with Hishiri Adashino dead, the rules enforced by the threat of the Department of Policies are gone. What follows is the reality of the magical world I told you about the day before yesterday, survival of the fittest. Gray recalled the various voices she had heard not long ago, and the emotions they revealed. Self-importance. Hostility. Curiosity. Greed. These emotions intertwined, like a gathering of demons laughing loudly on a stormy night. At this moment, Gray finally understood that this was not simply solving puzzles and treasure hunting, but something much deeper. The mystery was no longer something waiting to be solved, but a kind of bait, an ominous shadow. "Instructor, what should we do? Everyone is getting restless, so naturally we can't sit idle. Take this, bring the map I drew, and keep a close eye on one person." "Who?" "Hyena Istari." "Mr. Hyena." There was obvious hesitation on Gray's face, showing that she had a very good impression of Hyena. "Instructor, do you think he's the one who killed Miss Hishiri? Because he was the first to discover the body." "No, quite the opposite. I think he might be the next victim." A certain elementary school student who never grows up told us that the first to discover the body is often not the culprit. Ahem, sorry, I forgot you're not that otaku waver, you don't read the manga. Seriously though, on the night the body was discovered, my intuition told me that Heine left his room very early and didn't return until the body was found. If he were the culprit, there would be no need to risk suspicion by being the first to discover the body. If he's not, then he might have discovered something, and it would make sense for the real culprit to silence him. Miss Rosalind is only 8 years old, how could she bear the shock of losing her brother? Ho ho, I didn't know you had such a hobby, Ad's voice rang out, spoiling the mood. Chapter 731, is someone dead, or not? Get lost, I'm not a sister complex and lowly complex freak like you. Shinji never held back when it came to the overly talkative Ad. Ad didn't mind. They hadn't known each other long, but they were already used to this insulting way of talking, like friends who enjoyed trading barbs. Then why are you helping that pair of siblings? Are you really that kind-hearted? You're wrong this time. I am that kind-hearted, I have a sister too. Seeing how Rosalind clings to her brother reminds me of my sister. In the world of magecraft, siblings are often emotionally distant, and cases of fratricide aren't uncommon. In such an environment, the affection between Heine and Rosalind is especially precious. Shinji doesn't want to see such pure feelings nipped in the bud, so he's willing to lend a hand to the siblings. Ad could understand such feelings, but what came out of his mouth was another matter. Oh, so you're a sister complex too? Look who's talking. I'm not a lowly complex. My sister is a year older than Gray. It's all the same, all crows are black, and no one's better than the other, Ad chuckled weirdly. I don't mind you helping those siblings, but why don't you go yourself? Because I have more important things to do. Treasure hunting is just a secondary goal for me here. My main purpose is to investigate something, and now is the best time. You don't need to know the specifics. It's the dark side of the clock tower. I promised Waver I wouldn't let you get involved in these things, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to let you come with me for training. Hearing the seriousness in Shinji's voice, Ad didn't say more. Gray carefully put away the map and runes on the coffee table and asked. When do we start? Tonight at 12 o'clock, no, 10 o'clock. Watch until dawn. If nothing happens, come back and rest. Remember, when you're monitoring, don't look directly. Use your peripheral vision. Don't show yourself unless you're in danger, and don't do anything unnecessary. Yes, instructor. In case of a fight, protect yourself first before thinking about saving others. If you can't win, run. There's no shame in that. If necessary, crush the runes I gave you, and I'll come to support you as fast as possible. Yes. The designated time quickly arrived. Gray, who had rested for an afternoon and half an evening, silently left her room. Watching the girl disappear into the darkness, Shinji nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The concept of secondary attachment after concept extraction is successful. The concept of Hades' cloak is working, although not as effectively as the original version. But Gray's presence is already low, so even Magus specializing in perception will find it hard to detect her existence. Gray had always lived in the countryside and had no experience in covert operations. Shinji let her monitor a world-class Magus because of the rune hanging around her neck. That seemingly ordinary and inconspicuous sphere contained Shinji's latest research results in magecraft. 5 years ago, in the decisive battle with Shiro, he had grasped the method of extracting concepts from broken noble phantasms and applied it in battle. After 5 years of research, his understanding of noble phantasm concepts had deepened. He could now isolate concepts and attach them to other carriers. Although the duration wasn't long, the attached mystery wasn't as conspicuous as a noble phantasm. When necessary, these one-time weakened versions of noble phantasms could be remarkably effective. Touching the dagger that temporarily replaced Divine Gunblade through his clothes, he walked down the grand staircase to the hall connecting various parts of the castle. Michael's statue still stood in its original place. The blood on the statue had been wiped clean by the servants, and the severed sword had been repaired by Heine's alchemy. It looked no different from before, as if the tragic incident from a dozen hours ago had never happened. Hishiri Adashino. Stopping in front of the statue, he uttered that name, strange even among the many peculiar Japanese names, the curve of his lips revealing a hint of the bizarre. A member of the Department of Policies, whom Magus all turned pale at the mention of, died just like that. Hee hee. The laughter, whether amusement or pitying, sounded particularly eerie in the silent night. After laughing for a few seconds, Shinji turned and walked towards the deepest part of the hall. There was the castle's storage area, one room of which was used as a temporary morgue. Hishiri Adashino's body was placed there, waiting for the Magus examination and the eventual arrival of relevant personnel from the Department of Policies. The body had been processed and wouldn't naturally decompose or emit the stench of death. The dead woman lay there like a life-sized doll. Shinji walked to the bedside and pulled off the white sheet covering the body. He looked at the eyeless sockets on the woman's face. His eyes, disguised as black, showed no fear or disgust. Instead, he looked like a collector who had found a coveted treasure, carefully examining every detail of her face. Suddenly, he covered the upper half of the woman's face with his hand and spoke as if talking to someone. You know, human eyes are strange things. Sometimes they can detect the slightest difference in a smile, but other times they completely miss obvious changes. They often do this in the news, right? They mosaic people's eyes, and suddenly you can't recognize the person's true appearance. It's really strange. A person's eyes only take up a fraction of their face, but when they lose their eyes, people's ability to identify unfamiliar faces decreases dramatically, as if they've lost their entire face. Don't you think it's strange, Miss Hishiri Adeshino? There was no response. Only Shinji's voice echoed in the empty morgue, but he showed no signs of stopping. There's another interesting thing. The first lesson for Magus is to recognize death. Every Magus is accustomed to dealing with death. But except for a small number of necromancers, most Magus still hate death and corpses. After examining the body in the hall, they never touched it again. And the dramatic way of death, gouging out the eyes and hanging the body on the angel statue, greatly affects people's judgment. Humans are visual creatures after all. When their vision is strongly impacted, they subconsciously ignore many things. So, they didn't notice that this corpse is different from the Hishiri Adeshino they met yesterday. For example, here, Miss Hishiri Adeshino's flying sleeves were really beautiful. Such beautiful flying sleeves couldn't be waved by such weak wrists. As he spoke, Shinji bent down and lifted the hanging sleeve of the kimono embroidered with gorgeous flowers. As the sleeve swayed, the shadow behind him also began to sway, as if blown by the wind. Chapter 732, Are you threatening me? The wind started to blow. In the closed room, it blew from behind Shinji, who was examining the female corpse's wrist, towards the back of his head. He maintained his lowered head posture, casually waving his empty hand as if annoyed by the strange wind behind his head. But with this casual wave, he grabbed something. Shiny, flexible, with a fine texture, it was a piece of fabric, or more precisely, a piece of high-quality silk, with hand-painted patterns that were completely out of place with the marble floor and surrounding walls. Although the patterns were different, the similar texture told Shinji that this was the same type of silk. Using silk again, Miss Adeshino, you seem to have a particular fondness for this type of kimono. The silk fragment in his hand twirled as he turned around, smiling slightly at the corner behind the door. A woman stood there, wearing a different style of luxurious kimono, with unusually long hair reaching her ankles, and slender limbs that blended in with her attire and hair. The only flaw was that the kimono sleeves were asymmetrical, with one sleeve shorter than the other, and that missing piece was in Shinji's hand. When in a foreign land, one tends to use familiar things to reminisce about home. Indeed, but hearing such words from a magus is still somewhat surprising to me. We are not ordinary magi. Yes, you're different from ordinary magi. Your goal has always been to maintain the clock tower, while the pursuit of magical mystery is secondary, so you can focus all your efforts on researching methods to not die. And the Department of Policies has no shortage of corpses, magi corpses. Finding similar bodies isn't a difficult task. Having her method exposed by Shinji, Adeshino Hishiri didn't get angry or frustrated. Instead, she revealed a seductive smile different from her public appearances and praised him. You truly have a keen eye. Although I was worried that the method of exchanging corpses might be a bit careless, in the end, we managed to deceive successfully. I didn't expect Mr. Smith to see through the ruse. Because I'm not an ordinary magus either. An ordinary magus wouldn't be able to cut off my sleeve so easily. Impressive dagger skills. All of Adeshino Hishiri's kimonos were made of the finest Yuuzhan silk, which even Shinji would find difficult to tear with one hand. So, the moment he touched the flying sleeve, Shinji used a dagger he had hidden in his sleeve. You flatter me, Miss Adeshino. I've only mastered a bit of it. Let's get to the point, Mr. Smith. You saw through the deception but didn't expose it, and you came here at this time. It can't be that you simply couldn't sleep and wanted to find someone to chat with. If we can resolve this through conversation, that would be ideal. I hope we can resolve this through conversation as well. What does Mr. Smith want? The Ashbourne family's legacy, the magic crest restoration tuning. Towards the end, Adeshino Hishiri's tone became more enticing, but Shinji remained unmoved. I'm not particularly interested in that. Then what are you interested in? You. Me. That's right, you, Miss Adeshino. Adeshino Hishiri hadn't expected Shinji to answer like this. A flash of surprise crossed her face, but in the next second, it transformed into a captivating charm. Era, it's not nice to tease an older sister like this. The woman twisted her slender body, releasing her charm while approaching. But soon, her steps halted because a cold gleam pierced through the darkness, carving a brief but insurmountable chasm between them. Shinji had once again brandished his dagger. Please restrain yourself, Miss Adeshino. You're the one who said you were interested in this big sister, little brother. Or do you prefer younger girls, like the one who came with you? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm still a pure child. Seeing Shinji's coy behavior, Adashino Hishiri finally retreated. At this moment, she had only one assessment in her mind. Shameless. Extremely shameless. What do you want to get from me? That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Going to great lengths to invite people here, then going to great lengths to fake your death in a way related to the angel names, what exactly do you want to get from us? And what is this castle of separation hiding? Why are you asking these questions? Adashino Hishiri put away her seductiveness and returned to her original composure in response to Shinji's questions. Curiosity. Curiosity not only kills cats, it also kills people. The magi who came to this castle all have considerable curiosity. Do you want us to be killed by our curiosity? Come to think of it, except for Gray and me who are temporary replacements, everyone who came here is a troublesome figure who can influence the clock tower and is difficult for the Department of Policies to control. If a few such people were to disappear, the Department of Policies would probably have an easier time in the future. Thinking deeper, the Ashbourne family has been famous for 100 years, and everyone believes they can repair magic crests here, but interestingly, no one has ever seen a successful case firsthand. Even if the damage to magic crests is not something to be publicized, there can't be any rumors at all. The circle of magi is both large and small. To be able to hide information while continuing to spread the legend of magic crest repair, there's only one possibility, an organization with influence throughout the entire Mages Association, such as the Department of Policies. Why would the Department of Policies help the Ashbourne family? Could the magic crest repair be just a hoax? Mr. Smith, Hishiri Adashino interrupted Shinji's words. Do you have any evidence? No, Shinji shook his head frankly. Thank you for telling me such an interesting story, but without evidence, it's just speculation. Whether as a detective or a puzzle solver, you don't make the grade. You're right, but often a guess is enough. Humans are inherently subjective creatures. Yet many tragedies stem from subjective guesses. Miss Adashino, are you threatening me? Shinji narrowed his eyes, the dagger in his hand wavering slightly, emanating a menacing sharpness. It's advice. Stop here, Mr. Smith. Don't investigate further. Just treat this as a vacation. What if I say no? Then I can only say it's regrettable. Adashino Hishiri's sleeves moved without wind, and even the patterns on her kimono seemed to come alive. You're quite confident, Miss Adashino. Because I'm from the Department of Policies. The Department of Policies doesn't pursue mystery, only the power to manage mystery. I see. Halfway through his sentence, Shinji suddenly began to charge forward. At the same time, Adashino Hishiri swung her other intact sleeve. Chapter 733, Dark Hand. Hishiri Adashino was cautious and clever enough. She kept a close eye on Shinji, watching every muscle in his body. As a magus capable of faking her corpse, she could predict body movements by observing muscle conditions. She was prepared the instant before Shinji took a step. The sleeve wave was just the first move, aimed at buying time to activate her spell. The real killing technique was the spell pre-inscribed on her kimono. Unfortunately, she made one mistake. Her analysis of Shinji was based on his battle with Luvia 2 days ago. Although she had increased the data by 50%, Shinji had suppressed his speed and strength to less than half that day to demonstrate for Gray. In other words, she underestimated Shinji. The sleeve failed to block him. Just as the spell was about to form, Shinji was already in front of her. He grabbed her neck and slammed her against the wall behind her, his fierce magical energy completely dispersing the spell on the kimono and the mana Hishiri Adashino had gathered. Sorry, but I'm more confident than you. I'll give you 30 seconds to rephrase. Saying this, Shinji released his hand and instead held a dagger to her heart. Magi from the Department of Policies were hard to kill, but that didn't mean they could survive having their hearts shattered or skulls pierced. Hishiri Adashino didn't rush to speak. She first covered her neck with her hand, coughed twice, and then took several deep breaths, seemingly unconcerned that her chest movements might touch the dagger. Even restrained, her expression remained calm. This isn't necessary. Oh. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and dispose of your body? After all, everyone in town knows you're already dead, with your corpse lying right behind us. You won't kill me. Why do you say that? Because I'm from the Department of Policies. That reason doesn't work on me. If I attack you, I'm confident I can prevent the Department of Policies from tracing it back to me. As if fearing she wouldn't believe him, Shinji pushed the dagger forward a few centimeters, its sharp tip piercing through the kimono's surface to reach her skin. Surprisingly, Hishiri Adashino not only remained calm but nodded seriously. I believe you have that ability. Then why are you so composed? Because I also have a guess. Let's hear it. The Department of Policies aims to perpetuate magecraft and the clock tower, using any means necessary. But the current Lord, Lord Bartholomew, the reigning queen of the clock tower, has a different view. She acknowledges the department's ideals but disagrees with some of their methods. Since taking office, she's been seeking reforms and has gained much support and following. Among her supporters, one person is the most mysterious. He has never publicly appeared in the department, yet has helped the Lord solve many thorny problems and has even dealt with members who secretly disobey the Lord's orders on her behalf. No one knows his identity or appearance. Everyone calls him the Queen's Dark Hand. At this point, Hishiri Adashino paused deliberately and reached out her hand toward Shinji. Now, this dark hand stands before me. This time, it was Shinji's turn to fall silent. Why isn't Mr. Smith speaking? Did I guess correctly? Or perhaps your name isn't Johnny Smith, and both your current name and appearance are disguises. I was thinking about how best to answer. After consideration, I'll use Miss Adashino's own words. Do you have any evidence? No, Hishiri Adashino shook her head as well. So. Thank you for telling me such an interesting story, but without evidence, it's just speculation. Whether as a detective or puzzle solver, it's not up to par. Mr. Smith is truly an interesting person. Then I'll also use your words. Often, a guess is enough. Humans are inherently subjective creatures, and women tend to be more subjective than men. Isn't there a saying? Women's intuition is more accurate than men's. Hearing this, Shinji was truly impressed. His own seemingly profound and eloquent words were due to the advantage of foreknowledge, deducing the process from the result. Hishiri Adashino was different. Shinji had the highest level of confidentiality on Lorelei's side. Even when the assassination of Knight of Wallachia caused worldwide attention, she managed to cover it up without a hitch. Over the years, Shinji had traveled around the world under various identities without ever being suspected, and his hometown of Fuyuki City remained peaceful, demonstrating Lorelei's masterful information manipulation skills. The fact that Lorelei sent him here proved that the person in charge here, Hishiri Adashino, wasn't one of her people, at least not her direct subordinate, and couldn't possibly know his identity. In other words, Hishiri Adashino had completely guessed his identity through intuition and a few clues. No wonder she was the woman who impressed Waver in the case files of Lord Elmalloy too. Her thinking ability was truly formidable. Faced with such a woman, words were useless. Whether he admitted it or not, it wouldn't change Hishiri Adashino's thoughts. It was better to replay the previous conversation and create a smokescreen. Yet many tragedies stem from subjective guesses. If I remember correctly, in various art forms, such tragic female characters outnumber male ones. I'm already threatening you. At these last words, Hishiri Adashino's lips curved slightly upward, so I can only take a gamble. The gamble here wasn't simply about right or wrong, guessing correctly and living, guessing wrong and dying, but a more complex psychological control. Whether Shinji was the Dark Hand or not didn't matter. Because Hishiri Adashino wouldn't dare to voice this guess. Given how much importance the Lord placed on the Dark Hand, even the slightest hint could potentially be nipped in the bud by the Lord. So, today's events wouldn't leak out. Hishiri Adashino posed no threat to Shinji, and without a threat, why kill? From Shinji's previous behavior, he wasn't simple-minded, easily agitated, or fond of senseless killing. Moreover, Hishiri Adashino still had something Shinji wanted. Shinji didn't rush to lower the dagger, asking with interest. How do you know I'm not sent by the Lord to deal with you? You said yourself that the Dark Hand has handled many tasks. Then I can only wait for death. But I think this possibility is very low because although I'm not a follower of Lord Bartholomew, I do agree with her reforms and have never gone against her wishes. I don't think she would punish me, let alone send the Dark Hand specifically. Then what is this Dark Hand here for? Internal rules of the Department of Policies: don't casually inquire about others' missions. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. What a meaningful answer. Chapter 734, The Hidden Secrets of the Castle of Separation. Don't casually inquire about others' missions. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. What Shinji is doing now is precisely inquiring about others' missions, asking what shouldn't be asked, at least on the surface. Although from the standpoint of the Dark Hand, this could be considered within the scope of Shinji's mission, he couldn't possibly actively confirm this. Is that sarcasm or a warning? Neither. It's simply stating a fact. Forget it. It doesn't matter which it is. What's important is that there's a contradiction in what you just said. Everyone in the clock tower knows the style of that queen. She loves talent and is confident in her ability to subdue even the most rebellious. I've never heard of her using schemes and traps to eliminate people in advance just because they might be difficult to control in the future. The questioned woman didn't panic. She smiled and explained. True talents wouldn't fall for such a crude trap. If they can't even tell whether I'm dead or not, those people hardly deserve to be called talented. Playing dumb isn't a good habit, Miss Adashino. You should know I'm not talking about the result, but the method and philosophy. Not everyone can reach the queen's level. In most Magus eyes, Mr. Hyena and Miss Luvia Gelida are already standing high enough to lead a corner of the magical world. Hee, Mr. Smith seems to hold the Lord in high regard. Many people admire her. Don't try to change the subject with such a clumsy tactic. Whether I'm the Dark Hand or not, your answer will determine the outcome of this gamble. The answer is very simple. Apart from specific targets, I didn't deliberately target anyone in particular. The invitations were distributed specially. For example, the one in your hand was initially sent to Lord Elmeloy, then changed hands several times before ending up with you. It's quite an interesting result. As she said this, a hint of amusement appeared on Hishiri Adashino's face. Is it targeting? Or helping? Either way, Professor Velvet's choice proves he's a smart person. You should know that only willing ones take the bait. Of course I know. Shinji nodded, his eyes also showing amusement. Does Miss Adashino want to be bait? That lord could fish with a straight hook, while I'm at most throwing out an enticing bait. I'm not sure which fish will take it. Not only planning to catch specific fish but also wanting extra gains. Isn't that a bit too greedy? It's not greed. Hishiri Adashino shook her head, her amusement turning to resignation. It's that without this method, it's hard to ensure the success of the mission. Oh. What fish is so formidable? Orlok Kesarmond. Now that's a big fish indeed. Others are at most future stars, but this one is a real power holder. What did he do to offend you? He didn't offend us. He offended the owner of this castle, Girion Ashbourne. Ashbourne didn't die naturally, he was murdered by Orlok Kesarmond. I see. Girion Ashbourne was an associate of the Department of Policies. He was killed, and you want revenge. No. We just received a commission that Girion Ashbourne had prepared in advance. The Department of Policies has always been responsible for handling inheritances. Hishiri Adashino corrected, but Shinji, knowing the truth, didn't believe her at all. Does inheritance handling include avenging the deceased? If the reason is justified and a certain price is paid, it's not impossible. Such a wide jurisdiction. Shinji said sarcastically, but Hishiri Adashino didn't mind. The Department of Policies had received too much criticism, they were used to it. Besides Orlok, are there any other targets? No, but I don't know if the remaining Magus will be affected. After all, I'm only responsible for sending invitations and faking deaths. The rest is left to Ashbourne's inheritance. Its appetite seems to be bigger than I thought. I'm a bit worried it might get out of control. Are you worried it will get out of control, or that it won't get out of control? Faced with Shinji's sharp question, Hishiri Adashino answered solemnly. The former. If possible, I hope Mr. Smith can help me. How can I help? Help me deal with that beast. It has a special ability to stop magic crests. Only a warrior like Mr. Smith, who can fight without relying on magic crests, might be able to handle it. As a reward, I'm willing to share part of Ashbourne's inheritance. Including Ashbourne's secret techniques. Including those, but I don't recommend choosing them. Why? Is Ashbourne's reputation as a tuner false? No, the restoration is real. The problem is the materials used in the restoration. What materials? Magic crests. Other Magus magic crests. Hearing Hishiri Adashino's answer, Shinji showed a thoughtful expression. Hishiri Adashino asked curiously, isn't Mr. Smith surprised? Magic crests are like human organs, they can't be transplanted casually. Combining unrelated magic crests is simply a fantasy. However, Shinji's answer surprised her. Butterfly Magecraft, it seems Orlok and Ashbourne had a deep relationship. No wonder the Department of Policies needs to cover up, using magic crests as raw materials. Mr. Smith, you're terrifyingly perceptive, Hishiri Adashino praised. Still far behind Miss Adashino. Shinji wasn't being modest, he had known the answer all along and was just following along with her words. Then I don't want the crest restoration technique. I want the relevant materials on Butterfly Magecraft and hard currency. Deal. Time is of the essence. I'll go now. Where is it? In. Hishiri Adashino closed her eyes, seeming to activate some kind of spell, the front courtyard, fighting with Mr. Hyena. Then one last question, the answer to the riddle, ask the name of the angel. That riddle was set by you, right? Eridot. Hishiri covered her mouth as if to say, I thought it wouldn't be exposed. Because it was too complex, so complex that it deviated from the original Kabbalah system's principles. It felt like it was deliberately difficult, not something an old man nearing the end of his life would do. And your way of dying, pierced by Michael's sword. Michael defeated Satan with a sword, Satan is a serpent, and you're comparing yourself to a snake hiding in the dark. It's very symbolic, but the playfulness is too strong. The woman twisted her body slightly, indeed looking like a snake, a beautiful snake woman. So that's where the problem was, the answer is Aladaya. Do you need me to explain the origin of the answer? No need. I'm not interested. Knowing the answer he had forgotten was enough. Congratulations, Miss Adashino. You won the bet. I hope there won't be similar incidents in the future. I hope so too. I wish Mr. Smith good luck in battle. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Shinji no longer hesitated. He released the dagger and turned to leave. Watching the back of the young man who had engaged in a battle of wits with her disappear into the darkness, Hishiri Adashino gently touched her pierced chest and whispered, as if murmuring. Magus dance with deception and mystery. Everyone knows they can't reach the root, yet they all aim for it. Only we don't participate in that foolish dance. Will you be one of us, Johnny Smith? A roar that didn't belong to humans came from outside the corridor, seeming both near and far. Hishiri Adashino stood behind the door, listening intently, quietly waiting for the outcome. She hadn't lied. She was only responsible for throwing out the bait. What followed would be the fish that took the bait fighting among themselves. She could accept either outcome. Chapter 735, The Ashborn Beast. Haina once again wandered into the courtyard of Castle Adra. Yes, again, not for the first time. The reason Haina was the first to discover Hishiri Adashino's fake corpse wasn't because he woke up early as he claimed, but because he hadn't slept at all. On the night of Hishiri Adashino's death, he had already begun his investigation in his way and made significant progress. Hishiri Adashino's death provided him with new clues and direction for his investigation, right here, in this seemingly unremarkable courtyard. There was a forest there, resonating with the rustling of leaves that sounded like a witch's laughter, a nighttime forest. It seems this path is correct, he muttered to himself as he stepped onto the pile of fallen leaves. He came to a stone monument where there were signs of dragging nearby. Haina thought for a moment, then began to push the monument. He felt the flow of air between the gap of the pedestal and the ground. Soon, stairs leading underground gradually appeared from that gap. There was a tunnel, a deep tunnel that seemed bottomless at first glance. Although European castles often have secret passages, one this deep was truly rare. Haina pondered for a few seconds before finally making up his mind. He slowly descended the stairs. His steps were light, yet they made loud sounds when hitting the ground, causing him some unease. He knew he was being somewhat hasty, and investigating alone was not appropriate. Hishiri Adashino was already dead, and no matter how confident he was, he dared not say he was stronger than the administrator sent by the Law and Politics Department. The correct approach would have been to make allies like Luvia did and act together. Unfortunately, although he had also established an ally during the day, this ally was now protecting his sister, who was more important to him than his own life. The reason he came here, the reason he took this risk, was all for his sister, Rosalind, whom he loved more than anyone else. He recalled her profile. He recalled her adorable appearance, tilting her head like a bird and looking up at him. Recalling her attachment to him, the young knight unconsciously glanced at his leg. To be precise, not his leg, but the magic crest on his leg. Initially, Haina had no intention of inheriting the magic crest. The young man's bright and open-minded personality was incompatible with the inevitable dark side of magecraft, so he knocked on the door of the Holy Church, partly out of interest and partly to escape. The Astari family, having lost their heir, naturally turned their attention to their second child, Rosalind. Tragedy struck. Rosalind's body had an abnormal reaction to the magic crest. It wasn't a rejection due to low compatibility, but rather an excessive adaptation. Rosalind obtained the entire magic crest in just 1 year, and seemingly without any rejection reactions. But this was only on the surface. In reality, almost all of her life force had been taken by the magic crest. By the time the family realized something was wrong, by the time Haina had freed himself from the Holy Church's obstruction and returned to the Astari family to accept the retransplantation, it was already too late. The magic crest that had once been transplanted into Rosalind had undergone a qualitative change. Although Rosalind's body had recovered to a certain extent, this time it was Haina's life force that was slowly being drained by the magic crest. Due to receiving a more vigorous life force from Haina, the magic crest invaded from his leg into his body and became extremely complex, to the point where even removal was impossible. According to the diagnosis of an old acquaintance witch doctor, he could only hold on for a few more years. Haina didn't care about his own life or death, dying would completely liberate him from the magic crest. Although it was regrettable to die halfway, such examples were too common in the history of magecraft. There was only one thing he could not tolerate, could not accept no matter what. He didn't want Rosalind to see his death, didn't want her to know that he died because of her. That's why he needed Jirian Ashbourne's secret tuning, the technique that could freely adjust the crest. Once again stealing his resolve and banishing his unease, the knight who protected his sister advanced while pondering. Had Hishiri Adashino also been here? Was this the reason she was killed? How was she killed, and how did she end up on the sword of the angel? After advancing for a while, Haina sensed an unusual magical energy. Is this the core of the workshop? All magus could confirm that the entire castle of separation was a workshop, but no matter what kind of workshop it was, there would always be a core. It was the source of everything and also the place most likely to hide secrets. Convert. He murmured, and his body burst into purple light, a sign that the Astari family's magecraft living stone had activated. The stronger the magecraft is activated within the body, the more powerful it becomes. This was the Astari's original principle, and the living stone was a product of this principle taken to the extreme. It fused with its master's body and could transform the self with just a short incantation. The purple light illuminating the body surface was the result of the body surface combining with alchemy, emitting points of light from the magical alloy produced. This included his face and clothes. Heine's suit was also woven using Astari alchemy, able to fuse with the living stone and had the effect of stabilizing its form. At this moment, Heine looked like a heavily armored knight who had traveled from ancient times, clad in heavy armor and wielding a lance. The hardness of the armor was no less than sapphire, and the lance could rival diamond. If he charged together with the Astari family's matching mechanical horse, he was confident he could pierce through composite tank armor. This lance and armor were his destiny. It was Heine Astari's armed form that had once repelled all the assassins from the Holy Church. When the knight entered this state, he was capable of facing lower-ranked heroic spirits head-on. His footsteps changed, becoming heavy and solemn. They hit the walls and echoed back, merging with new footsteps, making the air in the passage increasingly oppressive and chaotic. However, no matter how chaotic the environment became, Heine remained calm. Soon, his magically enhanced vision caught sight of a shadow deeper than the darkness itself. A beast wrapped in darkness, its true form unclear. "We meet again," Heine smiled at the shadow, lowering his center of gravity and raising his lance. On the night of Hishiri Adeshino's death, he encountered this beast and had a brief skirmish with it. As a result, Heine had won by a small margin. The beast had fled, and he had chased it to the courtyard where he discovered Hishiri Adeshino's corpse. The knight didn't underestimate his opponent because of one small victory. Although he called it a beast, its actual level of intelligence was unclear, and it was unknown if someone was controlling it from behind, or if the controller was lurking nearby. Cautiously closing the distance, even though his armor was sturdy enough, he didn't carelessly take the enemy's attacks, fully utilizing the range difference between claws and lance. Now was the time. The lance pierced through the air as the shadow also rushed forward at the same moment. The tactic unfolded as planned. His armor remained unscathed, and he felt the sensation of deep penetration from the lance's tip. However, it was Heine who suffered. The tip of the lance, comparable to a diamond, was missing a piece when withdrawn. The shadow beast's claws had not aimed for Heine, but for the lance itself that he was wielding. After succeeding, the shadow continued to lurk in the darkness, as if mocking Heine's weakness, implying that next time it would be his armor. "I've been tricked." Heine was grateful for his caution. The beast's displayed abilities were far stronger than during their first encounter. He raised his wrist, readying his stance once more. The newly formed metal was slightly shorter than before, once again forming a lance blade. However, this meant nothing to the beast. Neither the lance nor the armor could stop its claws, and Heine's physical abilities were far inferior to it. The beast leapt. It ricocheted back and forth in the narrow passage like a pinball. At first, Heine could count the number of rebounds, but as the beast's speed increased, even breaking the 300-yard barrier, it surpassed the limits of human dynamic vision, even with magical enhancement. In the moment when Heine was overwhelmed and exposed an opening, the beast launched its attack. From Heine's blind spot, claws more terrifying than the lance easily embedded themselves in Heine's armor. Just like how Heine's lance had easily penetrated the beast's body last time, and the outcome was surprisingly similar, the attacker was at a disadvantage. The claws embedded in the armor were trapped by the now soft and powerless armor. "Got you," he said softly. His armor wasn't just capable of hardening. On the contrary, softening to capture the opponent was also possible. From the moment the beast cut off the lance tip, Heine had replaced the properties of his armor. Then, very cautiously, he morphed the armor into the shape of a lock, further restraining the beast. "This time, please let me have a good look at your true face." The knight slowly turned his head, raising his lance. The beast opened its mouth and let out a roar. Ah! Rather than a roar, it was more like a song, a sad song, as if crying. But it was this mournful song that blew away Heine's body. Not only that, at the instant he heard the sound, the magic crest that had been obedient inside Heine suddenly stopped functioning, and the uncontrolled magical energy ran wild inside him, throwing his magic circuits into chaos. The stronger the magecraft activated within the body, the stronger the resulting turmoil. Heine didn't even have time to scream before his consciousness plunged into chaos. In the last moment before losing consciousness, he faintly heard someone calling his name. "Mr. Heine."